Chapter 1. The Dog Does Not Act. Idao, Hong Kong Island. Early March 1982. The sun shone brightly in the clear sky, and the gentle breeze made the pedestrians feel invigorated. Groups of beautiful women playfully teased one another, their laughter resonating with the essence of spring, heralding the season of rejuvenation. In the new town of Sha Tin, at the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, Old Six, it's not a solution to just sit here idly many in the society harbor grievances. Boss, isn't this what you taught me? Avoid provoking trouble externally and respect one's elders internally. I just want to live my life peacefully in Sha Tin. Who among the East Star 5 Tigers listens to you more than I do? Boss, look at may neither bring you trouble nor disrespect my elders. Having me as your little brother is surely a blessing. Indeed, I am genuinely impressed. What I mean is, don't actively seek trouble, but I didn't intend for you to become a mere bystander. Do you know what they call you behind your back now? What do they call me? The Gatekeeper Tiger. Hey, that title is rather cute. Qin Lang's unyielding demeanor infuriated Luo Ta, but he held his tongue, for the blisters on his feet were a result of his own choices. Initially, he saw Old Six as a talent having triumphed as the champion in the city's arena and possessing a fierce spirit. He invested a considerable sum to bring him under his wing, assigning him to the 426 Red Sticks. Note, Red Sticks, white paper fans, and grass shoes are referred to as the Big Bottom, a prerequisite for having the privilege of recruiting younger brothers and becoming a hall leader. He thought to impart some rules, hence his advice to avoid stirring trouble externally while respecting one's elders internally. Now he regretted it. Old Six excelled at both exceedingly well. Since a year ago, when he, alongside the city's 8 champions Crow, Wu Zhaonan, and Wang Zhu conquered Sha Tin, he had indeed not caused any trouble. He had been living a leisurely life there. If not for the need to maintain appearances, this kid might have been too lazy to even turn over. His respect for elders was even more commendable. None of the older generation failed to praise him, acknowledging Old Six's respect towards them. Each visit to those elders was never empty-handed, always bringing fruit baskets, seafood, and, at the very least, a bouquet of flowers. Though the gifts were modest and often came with the expectation of a meal, it was undeniable that this lad managed to engage with those elders on a personal level. However, among the younger generation of East Star, discontent simmered. As fellow second-generation members of the East Star 5 Tigers, they saw the likes of the Cunning Tiger, C2 Haonan, expanding their territories on the island. The Smiling Tiger, Wu Jiwei, was enhancing overseas business in the Netherlands. The Thunder Tiger, Lei Yaoyang, stirred up storms in Kowloon. The Golden-Haired Tiger, Sha Ming, guarded the mountain gates in Yunlong. Why then did the Mad Tiger, Qin Lang, enjoy such unbridled freedom? Where was the fairness in this? Even the Smiling Tiger was unable to import goods from the Netherlands into Sha Tin. Was this reasonable? Old Six, could you at least make a move? It would give me a justification externally otherwise. People will say I am unjust. Luo Tuo implored with a face full of anguish. Consider this a request from the boss. Old Six is a nickname for Qin Lang. When he first joined Luo Tuo's faction, he presented a substantial initiation gift of 66,000. In return, Luo gifted him 666,000 in cash. And after this incident spread, the underworld gradually ceased to refer to him as the Mad Tiger, in the hierarchy of kinship. Those of equal standing affectionately referred to him as Old Six, while those of lesser status called him Six Brother. Ah, you are my dear elder. How could I possibly disregard your words? Qin Lang exclaimed, rising from his seat with a grin. Elder, I could truly made a move just now. You witnessed it, did you not? You. I. The camel trembled with indignation, his fingers quivering as he cursed. You scoundrel. May you rot in the sandy fields. With that, he stormed out, his anger palpable. Elder, why not stay for a meal before you leave? Qin Lang urged, attempting to persuade the camel to linger for a bite to eat. Having filled my ire, I have no room left for food. Without looking back, the camel climbed into the back seat of his car and sped away, exclaiming, I'd rather die of anger than remain here a moment longer. Elder, you truly lack the ability to handle matters. If you had spoken a few words at our leader favors, perhaps we could have garnered some benefits. The crow, displeased by the camel's departure, chastised Qin Lang. Elder, please be gentle. I shall amend my ways and refrain from being so cheeky. The crow cradled his head in his hands, acknowledging that it was not for lack of desire to retaliate, but rather an understanding that he simply could not win. Not retaliating was the better course. Striking back would only lead to a more severe beating. How refreshing! Qin Lang stretched his limbs and sighed in relief, a testament to the vigor he had exerted while besting the crow. It was essential to maintain discipline. Without a good thrashing every 3 days, he would be compelled to wreak havoc. Qin Lang, a time traveler hailing from the New Territories Qinwei village, had initially arrived as a police academy student. It was then that Lu Qichong, selecting candidates for undercover work, immediately set his sights on the well-proportioned Qin Lang. With such a visage, one could surely make strides within the underworld. Failing that, he could at least secure a position as a son-in-law, easily infiltrating the ranks. Qin Lang, however, shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. He was no fool. He would rather starve than don the guise of an undercover agent. While becoming a super-rich tycoon might be a stretch, one could still aspire to attain a modest level of wealth with foresight. They say that even a pig can fly when caught in the winds of fortune, yet many more meet their demise in the fall. With a keen sense of awareness, becoming a small-time magnate was a more attainable goal. Undercover work? Not even a dog would undertake such a task. Qin Lang had but one purpose in coming to Hong Kong: to amass wealth, and more wealth. Thus, he resolutely declined Lu Qichong's grand vision. Having been well-fed in his previous life, he was now averse to the mere thought of such ambitions. As soon as he had rejected Lu Qichong, a stirring resonated in his mind. Accept the undercover mission. System reward: the valor of wings, a 10 cubic space of Shumi mustard seed. Note: 1 year usage rights. Please complete the mission promptly, becoming a top-tier undercover agent. The reward will be solidified upon mission completion. This was a coercion to undertake undercover work. While one could survive without a system, possessing one opened up boundless opportunities. Alas, is truly enticing. Though I said I wouldn't do it, I shall. As Lu Qichong lamented his lost opportunity, Qin Lang experienced a complete turnaround in attitude. With righteous fervor, he declared, "As a member of the Royal Hong Kong Police, it is my duty to eradicate evil." Born beneath the red, blue banner, raised in the sea breeze, I, Qin Lang, vow to oppose gambling and drugs to the end. Shield emblem, deep blue background, upper right corner featuring the Union Jack and a golden dragon. Utilized until 97, even if I am faced with blades and axes, my resolve remains unyielding. Though I dwell in darkness, my heart yearns for the light, and I pledge to fulfill my undercover mission. Lu Qichong was no fool, yet he could not decipher the tricks of the young man before him. As long as the goal was achieved, that sufficed. The two shook hands in camaraderie, reaching a joyful consensus for collaboration. Before Lu Qichong could fully comprehend the situation, bang, a fist as large as a sandbag collided with his right eye. Qin Lang, observing Lu Qichong, felt something was amiss and delivered a punch to his left eye as well. Content: he clapped his hands. There was no other gem like Lu Qichong in the harbor city. Qin Lang was expelled from the police academy for publicly assaulting a senior inspector. As he exited the school gates, memories of the past flooded back, prompting him to turn and sprint towards the walled city. Chapter 2: The Symphony of Death. This step marked the commencement of his underground boxing career. Armed with a limited time advantage, Qin Lang galloped through the arena of the walled city. Regardless of the formidable opponents he encountered, he managed to secure arduous victories. From the first arena to the 9th, he was not a mere fighter for hire. Every reward he earned was invested in his own triumphs. The process of making money mattered little. By the time he bested the 8th arena champion, Crow, his funds had swelled to several million. At that moment, the large man known as Crow wept woo. Initially indifferent towards him, upon witnessing Crow's pitiful state, Qin Lang could not help but inquire, "Did your girlfriend leave you?" "Why the tears?" "I only needed to win one more match to pay for my girlfriend's tuition and secure a small business near the school, and now you've ruined everything." Qin Lang was taken aback. It seemed that before his transformation, Crow was quite the romantic. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, for the ocean cannot be measured by a ladle. Seeing Crow in such distress, Qin Lang kindly advised, "Crow, remember, failure is the mother of success. Persist, and you shall triumph. I've already lost my tuition. I bet everything on my own victory." Crow's lament was truly heart-wrenching. prompting Qin Lang to generously lend him a sum. Among brothers, accounts are clear, with a fair interest rate to boot, earning Crow's eternal gratitude. The following night, Qin Lang found Crow in a disheveled state, eyes bloodshot and unkempt. This was unacceptable. He was a policeman and could not allow a pervert to emerge. Without hesitation, he delivered a series of punches, correcting Crow's nascent twisted tendencies. Disobedience deserves such treatment. Why are those born in the 80s and 90s so resilient? They grew up enduring beatings. Parents in those days did not coddle their children's flaws. Even a feather duster could deliver a sting. The post-2000 generation enjoys far less of this discipline, for times and national circumstances have shifted. The situation was rather simple, a tale of infidelity. The impoverished youth fought in underground matches to fund his girlfriend's education, while she rode shotgun with a wealthy heir. Crow, who usually refrained from riding his bicycle, now saw someone else pedaling it. Who could bear such humiliation? Eager for mischief, Qin Lang offered Crow a scheme. The walled city has an abundance of this flower, and that plum find a few attractive ones, package them nicely, and you can entice that rich second-generation heir. Then your revenge will be complete. Crow's bloodshot eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. Having avenged the wealthy second generation, I will personally end that wretched woman's life. Slap! Who are you glaring at? Qin Lang raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the Crow. Dare to look at me with that gaze, and I will eliminate you. Are you foolish? The beautiful women of the city drag the rich second generation down, and the rich second generation drags those girls down with them. What more vengeance do you seek? As long as your former girlfriend gets entangled in this, just let a whisper escape, and who would dare approach her? Sometimes, murder is the simplest form of revenge. There are methods of vengeance that can render your enemies' lives a living hell. Have you learned? The Crow felt a tickle at the top of his head, sensing an awakening of intellect. Could be played this way? The Crow gazed at Qin Lang with admiration. This man is truly. However, upon reflection, while his own intellect may be lacking, he could seek out a clever and capable mentor. The Crow was decisive in his actions, and with a resounding thud, he knelt before Qin Lang, hands presenting 3,600 in cash. Boss, please accept me. Qin Lang, realizing he lacked capable hands, considered that although the Crow may not be the brightest, his physical prowess was undoubtedly sufficient. Thus, Qin Lang accepted his first subordinate upon arriving in Hong Kong. In the following days, Qin Lang guided the Crow through the city, successfully identifying several eligible beauties who, after Qin Lang's training, graduated with flying colors. While they may not have reached the level of later generations' influencers, they were undeniably a formidable presence in this era. Once these beauties had successfully rolled in the sheets with the wealthy second generation, Qin Lang and the Crow paid no further heed to the matter. An obsession had taken hold of Qin Lang. The Crow's former girlfriend would not escape his grasp. Like the 8th technician from the Four-Ping youth, not a single soul in the village was unblemished. However, not all matters proceeded seamlessly. The management of the city's fighting arena, envious of Qin Lang's position, secretly hired several gunmen to orchestrate a covert attack. That very night, just as Qin Lang was about to take the Crow out for a revelry, they fell into an ambush. Boss, watch out! Bang! 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 The Crow clung to Qin Lang, rolling behind a wall as the cacophony of gunfire erupted. Boss, run! I've been shot! The Crow stammered, darkness encroaching before his eyes. This was the first life-and-death crisis Qin Lang encountered since his arrival, serving as a stark reminder. Possessing a cheat does not equate to invincibility. With his eyes aflame, Qin Lang conjured a 75-round drum AK from thin air, unleashing a barrage upon the gunmen. The clattering of shell casings formed a macabre symphony of death, turning the assailants into a mass of chaos. With Qin Lang's mischievous nature, he would never fail to prepare a contingency plan. Firearms in the lawless city were trivial as long as the money was right. One could procure even a rocket launcher. Fortuitously, Qin Lang had money in hand, and with wealth came weaponry. His temporary dimensional space held an array of equipment. Subsequently, Qin Lang, carrying the Crow, vanished from the jurisdiction of the fighting arena, making his way to the territory of the Dragon City Gang. The city was home to various experts, including surgeons. The surgeons in the city had peculiar quirks. They would not run into the city for refuge unless they were in trouble. In Hong Kong, doctors and lawyers represented a leap in social status for the common people that a banknote is placed before the doctor, who feigns seriousness. An AK rifle is then presented, and the doctor greets it with a smile. When the money is placed atop the weapon, the doctor's demeanor transforms to one of warmth and attentiveness. Qin Lang, known for his vengeful nature in his past life, could hardly tolerate such a significant loss without seeking retribution. In the fortress city, Wealth Grants won the audacity to act with impunity. After liberally distributing cash, Qin Lang soon acquired the information he sought, yet he refrained from taking matters into his own hands. Instead, he hung a sign seeking talent in the territory of the Dragon City Gang. This action caught the attention of the Whirlwind. What is your intention? I seek those who value money over their lives. Once this is over, you must leave the fortress city. You are not welcome here. You will welcome me. That is impossible. With those words, the Whirlwind turned to leave, not detaining Qin Lang, whose eyes burned with a frenzied intensity. What compensation do you offer? What is the price? Qin Lang regarded the two reckless individuals before him with a knowing smile, one that held profound significance. What are your names? Wu Xiaonan, Wang Jiao. A deposit of 100,000, and upon completion, an additional 200,000, with but one stipulation. I require the complete dissolution of the Lanyan Hui's influence. Wu Xiaonan furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, eliminating Lanyan Hui at that price is acceptable, but to eradicate his entire faction will necessitate additional funds. I accept. No extra payment required. Chapter 3. Who dares to mix in Dongxing without a touch of madness? Wang Jiao, donning his tinted sunglasses, readily accepted the mission. Wu Xiaonan glared at Wang Jiao, infuriated that this fool dared to obstruct his financial pursuits. No problem. Crow, await your elder brother to avenge you. None shall escape. Wu Xiaonan and Wang Jiao exchanged glances at the seemingly frenzied Qin Lang, instinctively shuddering. The winds had risen. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The cacophony of flames and gunfire resonated, bullets and rockets soaring through the air. At that moment, the city's boxing arena transformed into a battlefield reminiscent of Syria. Its decor wild and explosive. Truly explosive. The spokesperson of the city council, Boss Ding, could no longer endure. Not only had the boxing arena ceased operations, but if this continued, the very building would collapse, with one hand showering cash and the other fiercely pulling the trigger of a rocket launcher. Qin Lang was a sight to behold. Ultimately, the city council commissioned Tornado to negotiate with Qin Lang. Stop, stop, stop my foot. Enough, not enough. Anyone can take a shot at me, but when it ends, I alone shall decide. At this moment, Qin Lang's demeanor was more ferocious than a ravenous wolf. Tornado remarked, if you persist, none in the city will agree. Without ammunition and reinforcements, what will you fight with? Enough, truly enough. The city council no longer sheltered the notorious Hui, and Boss Ding personally forked out 2 million to invite you for tea. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. That old scoundrel Ding, if he were 20 years younger, would undoubtedly contest him to the end. Not a soul would escape unscathed. However, he now dared not confront Qin Lang recklessly. The older one grew in the underworld. The more timid one became. Seeing that Qin Lang remained unresponsive, Tornado inquired once more, is it still not enough? Boss, it's enough. At that moment, the bandage-clad crow wheeled himself before Qin Lang. Boss, it's truly enough. Even if I lose my life, it's worth it. Qin Lang embraced Crow lightly, the madness in his eyes gradually dissipating. My little brother says it's enough, then it is enough. Once you recover, I shall take you to find our own home. All right. Crow's eyes reddened, his voice choked as he fervently agreed. This child had long been starved of affection. Wu Xiaonan and Wang Jiao observed this scene, somewhat moved. A brother like Qin Lang, brimming with loyalty, was rare to find. One might even say such figures were nearly extinct in the underworld of Hong Kong. Will you join us? Qin Lang extended an invitation to Wu Xiaonan and Wang Jiao. Yes, they replied in unison, eager for a sense of belonging. It was through this battle that Qin Lang caught the eye of the camel, who offered an exorbitant 6,666,000 to have him join Dongxing, taking him under the wing of the camel as a red stick of the 426. On the day of his induction, Qin Lang received a system notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward solidification complete. Goodbye. Huh? Just a goodbye, not a farewell. Wait a moment. You're leaving just like that? The right to explain rests with the system. This mission is complete, and it is time to undertake the next. The current rate is very low. Hold on. Increase the amount a bit. Such a grand system offers only this meager reward. Are you not ashamed? Beep, beep, beep. This task has induced psychological anomalies in the host, warranting compensation of 2 sets of bulletproof suits and 2 sets of casual attire. The system initiates a countdown for traversing through time and space. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You deranged individual, do not compel me to confront you again. The consciousness of the mind I is something we all possess, merely a visualization within our thoughts. This imbecilic system, how could it possibly navigate through Dongxing without a hint of insanity? Qin Lang gazed contentedly at the infinite bullet version of the 2011 Tactical Master within the realm of Shumi's mustard seed space. The notion of infinite bullets is simply a reference to the magazine's interior, which resembles the Shumi mustard seed space. Nowadays, these systems are indeed infuriating, devoid of any sense of loyalty. Bah, pathetic system. Subsequently, Qin Lang, accompanied by 3 companions, surged into the new town of Sha Tin, establishing dominance over the area, leaving behind a few minor factions. Not every adversary was vanquished. How could one appreciate happiness without contrast? Furthermore, some unsavory tasks still required their assistance for cleanup. A uniform landscape? Only a fool would strive for such uniformity in territory. Although Sha Tin New Town is quite expansive, its resources are rather meager. Sha Tin New Town is an administrative district located in the northeastern part of the New Territories on Hong Kong Island, encompassing areas such as Tai Wai, Sha Tin, Fo Tan, Ma Lu Shui, East Chung Mun, and Ma and Shan, among various villages. The overall area of Sha Tin is approximately 200 square kilometers. It is bordered by Taipei District to the north, Suan Wan to the west, Kuntong District to the south, and Saikang District to the east, effectively sandwiched in between. Sha Tin serves as an important hub connecting Kowloon and Shenzhen. Inhabitants have settled in Sha Tin since as early as 1368, with initial villages such as Jizunwai, Taiwai, and Shaoliyuan established during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, named for the clear waters of the Chengmen River. Early settlements were often built along rivers, utilizing the abundant water resources and fertile land to develop an agricultural economy. In 1898, a colonial official mistakenly referred to Sha Tin Wei as the regional name, later amending it to Sha Tin, which subsequently named the first public housing estate, Liyuan Estate. Following the establishment of the railway in 1910, Sha Tin gradually evolved into a new town, with large-scale land reclamation commencing in the 1960s, shaping the modern urban landscape. By reclaiming land, the Sha Tin Bay was transformed into solid ground, extending the Chengmen River and forming the core area of the new town. Today, Sha Tin has developed into a comprehensive new town, encompassing residential areas, light industry, and commercial streets, becoming one of the most populous administrative districts on Hong Kong Island. The majority of early residents were Hakka people, who preserved traditional architectural styles of walled villages, such as the Zeng clan mansion, built in 1848, and other historical relics. The term Hakka originates from the guest system of the Eastern Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties, as well as the customer system of the Tang and Song dynasties, referring to immigrants without local household registration. These systems distinguished immigrants from locals, gradually evolving into an ethnic identity. As a result, Hakka individuals possess a strong sense of territoriality, akin to the resident tigers of Sha Tin. However, this situation bodes well for Qin Lang. A strong sense of home is indeed admirable. Where has the crow gone? The crow, perched behind Qin Lang, expressed exasperation. Boss, I've been sitting right behind you all along. Qin Lang turned to glare at the crow, his gaze unkind as he inquired, "Why did you not speak up?" The crow sighed inwardly. "Boss, if you wish to strike me, then say it plainly. This matter cannot be resolved today, can it? The raven, cradling its head, crouched down and lamented, "Come on, I am prepared." Qin Lang shot a glare at the creature and gestured towards the door, saying, "Go fetch some beef, lamb, seafood, and while you're at it, call back Ao and Xiaojiao. Tonight, we shall indulge in a barbecue feast, for a tornado is approaching." With a look of feigned innocence, the raven stood up and cautiously inquired, "Boss, what is the tornado coming for?" Qin Lang questioned, "Have you stirred up trouble in the city again?" "And no, not at all," the raven exclaimed as it swiftly dashed out the door, knowing that moving slowly would only invite trouble. It was not until the silhouette of the raven vanished from the threshold that Qin Lang allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. For this creature was never one to be predictable. It often managed to conjure small surprises from time to time. Chapter 4. Summoning a deity? I summon myself yet. This has become a small source of joy in his life. Qin Lang's affection for the crow is unlike that of others. Even when calamity strikes, Qin Lang finds ways to mend the situation. The memory of that gunshot over a year ago remains etched in his mind for eternity. In this world, how many can truly shield you from harm? Sixth brother, I've come to play. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded him, boisterous and resonant. "Come here. Have you eaten lunch yet?" Qin Lang beckoned to the towering figure of a young boy who had just entered. "No, I was playing soccer with Xiao Hai and the others at the field, so I didn't go back to eat." Qin Lang rose and made his way to the kitchen of the martial arts school to fetch something for him. He returned with a plate of bread and a bottle of juice, placing them before Lai Fu. Lai Fu, whose full name is Zheng Lai Fu, is not the same as the one often defeated by Chong Wei. Even if Chong Wei were to confront him, Lai Fu could easily overpower him. Not only does strength not belong solely to Chong Wei, but it may also reside within Lai Fu. This lad is the grandson of Zheng Chong, the village chief of Zhengwu village in Shatin. He suffered a high fever in his childhood that impaired his intellect, placing his mental capacity around that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Ever since Qin Lang took root in Shatin over a year ago, he has forged a close bond with this affable young boy. Despite possessing the intellect of a child, Lai Fu is exceptionally perceptive, aware of who genuinely cares for him. Qin Lang genuinely cherishes this boy. The sight of a towering giant with a childlike, innocent smile is profoundly healing. Just as Lai Fu reached for the bread, he caught a glimpse of a mischievous glint in sixth brother's eyes and hurriedly dashed to the sink. Upon returning, he proudly extended his hands, as large as fans, for Qin Lang to see. "Look, sixth brother, I've washed them clean." "Good. Quickly eat some bread to fill your stomach. We'll have dinner here tonight, and your brother will take you home later." Qin Lang twisted open the juice bottle and presented it to him. This special treatment is reserved solely for this boy. Others cannot even dare to hope for such indulgence. Gulp, gulp, holding the 500-milliliter bottle of juice like a carton of calcium-fortified milk, Lai Fu shook the empty container. "Is that all?" "Huh," Qin Lang chuckled, rising once more to retrieve another bottle, placing it before him. "Just quench your thirst. Tonight, we feast on meat." Upon hearing the mention of meat, Lai Fu instantly perked up. "Sixth brother, is there beef?" "Yes." "Sixth brother, is there lamb?" "Yes." As long as he is with this boy, Qin Lang's patience seems remarkably boundless. "Lai Fu, why haven't I seen you these past few days? How's your progress with a hard qigong?" Wang Jiao, holding a bag of seafood, placed it into a large basin and then sat beside Lai Fu to chat with him. "Brother Jiao, I'm practicing. It's just that sometimes I can't control my energy flow." Wang Jiao, upon hearing this, grasped Lai Fu's wrist, carefully feeling his pulse, and then patted his shoulder. "Good news. You've truly grasped the essence of this hard qigong. It took me 2 years to achieve what you have." He turned to Qin Lang, flattering him, "Of course, boss, you are a prodigy." This form of hard qigong that requires divine coordination has been perfected into pure external technique under your guidance. In my hometown, I was once hailed as a prodigy in martial arts, yet I have come to realize that there are always greater talents beyond one's ken. Wang Jiao was slightly mistaken. Indeed, Qin Lang employed the art of summoning, but he invoked the legendary Xiang Yu. The only recorded instance of a 100-person slaughter is documented in Yusher Mingyan, which states that after Xiang Yu's demise, he was deified as the god of martial valor. In many regions, Xiangyu is revered as the god of wealth in martial affairs. Thus, I shall summon my own self. Qin Lang tossed a cigarette from his pack to Wang Jiao and took a puff himself. Little Jiao, your patience with Lai Fu alone earns my unwavering support. A fellow disciple has come to Hong Kong seeking you. Hand him the sacred text you brought out and prepare some fun for him to return to his temple. As men, we must acknowledge our wrongs and face the consequences. The smile faded from Wang Jiao's face, his expression shifting in turmoil as internal conflict twisted his features. Brother Jiao, did you take something from him? If so, returning it should suffice. If it comes to it, I can fetch my allowance from home to compensate. Qin Lang regarded Lai Fu with a smile. Among his companions, Lai Fu was the most principled. The remaining three were of dubious character. Wang Jiao restrained Lai Fu, laughing. You are right, Lai Fu. I will admit my mistakes. Admit what? A whirlwind, accompanied by a chi, swept into the martial arts hall and settled beside Qin Lang. How do you intend to resolve matters with little Jiao? A brawl, or a life-or-death struggle? A chi, having spent some time in the city, had heard of Qin Lang's exploits. What do you mean, sixth brother? Qin Lang's lips curled into a smirk. Let little Jiao take the sacred text with you, and I shall provide you with funds to return. If that fails, I will eliminate you. Do you not have skilled fighters in your temple? Let them come to Hong Kong and test their mettle against my bullets. Old Six, the whirlwind interjected, playing the peacemaker. A chi, Wang Jiao is now Old Six brother. It is impractical for you to confront him in Hong Kong. Since Old Six has spoken, you may choose to stay or go. I can ensure your safe return. And thereafter, you may follow your own destinies. Wang Jiao ascended to the second floor of the martial arts hall. Shortly after, he returned with a package and placed it before Qi. I have brought this upon myself by being expelled from my sect. My once rebellious nature had simply not encountered someone worthy of my respect. That arrogance has long been dispelled. This past year has been quite pleasant, and I have saved some money. Please take it back to my master. Bow once on my behalf and convey this message. The wayward disciple has relinquished his obstinacy, and my hard Qigong has ascended to a new level. Whether I shall be welcomed back into the sect or bid farewell henceforth is his decision. Achi's eyes widened in disbelief. No leaks? Wang Jiao removed his glasses, chuckling. These spectacles are now merely ornamental. Achi slumped in his chair, a look of desolation upon his face. Is it justifiable that the once unruly Wang Jiao could achieve a greater mastery of hard Qigong simply by letting go? Is there any justice in this world? The Buddha spoke of laying down the butcher's knife and attaining Buddhahood. However, this is not merely a matter of relinquishing something. Qin Lang, gazing at Air with a smile, remarked, Air, I am well aware of your extraordinary culinary skills. Have you ever considered opening a private dining establishment? Xiao Jiao has set aside her rebellious martial prowess and ascended to new heights. Perhaps by relinquishing your obsessions, you too can transcend your current predicaments. Indeed, Qin Lang acknowledged that he was engaging in some artful persuasion, for his subsequent plans require the expertise of numerous exceptional individuals, and at this moment, Air was perfectly suited for the task. Brother Chung, I appreciate your consideration. I shall return and clarify matters before coming to Hong Kong Island. I kindly ask you to prepare the venue. Air's eyes regained a glimmer of vitality as she picked up her bundle and turned to depart. Chapter 5. The aroma of humanity soothes the hearts of mortals. Tornado glanced at Qin Lang and then at the departing Air, puzzled, and inquired, Does he truly believe it? Qin Lang chuckled. Brother Long, Air is a monk. His mind is devoid of your convoluted thoughts. Tornado retorted playfully, How can you claim to be better than me? He shifted the conversation to business, stating, Can we possibly raise the prices at the recycling company? The area around the city has been monopolized, and expanding our scale will significantly increase our costs. It's a trivial matter. When you ask, it undoubtedly carries weight, Qin Lang replied, taking a puff of his cigarette. He continued, Brother Long, you should be aware that our Wanlong resource recycling is merely at its inception. Our industrial chain is incomplete, and many projects require upstream companies for processing. Raising the recycling prices cannot be limited to your end. Other collection points will need to adjust their prices as well. It is not the scarcity that troubles us, but the inequity. Harmony among all beings brings joy. Au is currently overwhelmed. constantly preoccupied with cost-saving measures to secure a larger share. You should inform him about the price increase. My brothers each oversee their own domains. Crow manages the territory, and Xiao Jiao oversees 2 service companies. Each of them holds shares in their respective companies, which ultimately function as intensive human resource firms, granting them decision-making authority. One is unaware until they delve into it. Upon engagement, they are astonished by the profitability of collecting scrap. Tornado shook his head, exclaiming, "What a headache!" With AOS temperament, he will undoubtedly become agitated at the mention of increased funds. Extracting money from him is a formidable challenge. Qin Lang sensed that the groundwork had been laid and finally seized the opportunity to reclaim his standing from a year prior. He inquired with a smile, "Brother Long, is the city now welcoming me?" "By heavens!" Tornado responded with a playful gesture, chuckling bitterly. "Old Liu, you cannot be this petty, can you? It has been quite some time. Can such a trivial matter still weigh on your mind?" Sixth brother is the most petty. After losing to US in football last time, he had the goalpost dismantled the very next day. Lai Fu, sipping from a juice bottle, seized the moment to chide Qin Lang for his improprieties. "You little rascal, your efforts have been in vain." Qin Lang countered, "Wasn't a new goalpost provided for you on the 3rd day? Moreover, a small library was donated to that school. Why do you neglect to mention these? Regardless, you are indeed petty. I remember this distinctly." Lai Fu remained unmoved by Qin Lang's flattery, steadfast in his judgment. Tornado glanced at Lai Fu, then back at Qin Lang's expression. Curiosity piqued regarding Lai Fu's identity. "Old Liu, who is this?" Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Lai Fu's hair, explaining, "This young lad is my little brother, the genuine kind, also a disciple of Xiao Jiao and part-time emblem of our martial arts school." "Indeed, 6th brother is my elder," Lai Fu affirmed earnestly, clearly taking pride in this designation. Crow entered the martial arts school, carrying a considerable load, methodically organizing his belongings before settling beside Qin Lang. "Boss, a new restaurant is opening in the new city tomorrow. I happened to encounter the owner at the entrance, who graciously extended an invitation. Shall we go and sample their offerings? What cuisine do they serve?" Upon hearing this, the crow retrieved an invitation from his pocket and glanced at it. "Tan family cuisine." Tan family cuisine?" Qin Lang took the invitation from the crow's hands and examined it. "Huh, how intriguing." "Lu Xiaowei." Qin Lang tossed the invitation back into the crow's embrace, instructing him to keep it safe as he intended to savor the flavors the following day. Over the past year, many merchants had flocked to the new commercial district of Shatian, where protection fees were required. However, these fees were more commonly referred to as security fees. The manager of the security company was none other than Mr. Chun Tianxiong, also known as the Crow. With a substantial resident population in Shaishan's new district, as long as public safety remained stable, there was significant potential for business. Currently, this territory belonged to Qin Lang. It was his chosen stronghold, and he would not allow any disturbances. Anyone wishing to challenge this would first need to overcome the Crow, Ao, and Xiao Jiao before they could even approach the formidable Qin Lang. The Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall stood 4 stories high, each floor approximately 300 square meters, with a 1-meter-tall wall surrounding the rooftop. At that moment, although the rooftop was not overly crowded, it buzzed with liveliness. Lai Fu squatted beside Qin Lang, eyeing the barbecued meat in his hands. The charcoal was ablaze, sizzling as the fat dripped onto it. Lai Fu sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Sixth brother, it smells absolutely delightful." "You have only an appetite in your head," Qin Lang teased, yet he fanned the flames a couple of times. As he did so, a thought struck him. An electric grill. The more he pondered, the more promising it seemed. This was a venture with low technological barriers yet tangible in nature. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled Lai Fu's head, praising him. "You truly are my lucky star." "Indeed, my name is Lai Fu," he replied earnestly. Tornado lounged comfortably beneath a sunshade, enjoying a beer. The crow skewered meat, while Xiao Jiao prepared seafood, embodying the essence of earthly delights. Tornado had consumed 3 bottles of beer without touching the peanuts. "Boss, did you summon me back so early for a reason? I'm uneasy leaving the company unattended." Wu Zhaonan arrived fashionably late, carrying a bag of fruit. Qin Lang waved him over. "Oh, If there are matters to address, delegate them to your subordinates. You do have capable people under you. Ah unfolded a folding stool and sat down next to Qin Lang. Boss, I can't comprehend the accounts those idiots manage, but as long as I'm overseeing them, they won't dare misbehave. Qin Lang rolled his eyes, scolding him. No wonder you're exhausted all day. You deserve it. I've told you 100 times to let them handle it themselves. Who in Shatian would dare to deceive us? Just look at how busy the Crow and Xiaojiu are. The Crow placed the prepared skewers of lamb and beef onto the long grill and joined in on Qin Lang's reprimand of Ao. The boss is right. You're indeed deserving of this. You're always buried in your work. If you're not exhausted, who will be? Ao glared at the Crow. Can I not keep an eye on things? What if there is an issue with the accounts? Are you going to compensate me? You can keep your compensation. It's of no concern to me. Qin Lang retorted, pointing at the two and admonishing, you two, hurry up and get lost. Just looking at you is bothersome. Lai Fu abruptly nudged Abwu, causing him to stumble. Brother Wu, Sixth Brother has asked you to keep your distance. He is busy grilling meat for me, so do not disturb him. Abwu grimaced. On the entire rooftop, the only one he could contend with was the Crow, and even that was a challenge against Lai Fu, whose strength was formidable. Abwu took a seat and said, I need to discuss a minor matter with you. Tornado beckoned Abwu over. He plopped down beside Tornado and, with a hint of frustration, remarked, everything else is negotiable, but let's not talk about money. Tornado responded, that Abwu, the business volume near the walled city is nearly saturated. We need to expand our operations to Kowloon City, but as you know, the circumstances in the walled city are quite challenging. It is no easy task. Tornado reached for a beer, opening a bottle and placing it before Abwu. Add some in, just a little. Chapter 6, Marshal of the Great Road. Shui Ling, upon hearing this, Ao withdrew his hand that held the beer and retorted with a stubborn neck, don't even think about it. Other matters are negotiable. But increasing the payment is out of the question. At that moment, Lai Feng approached with a tray of roasted meat, trailing behind Qin Lang to the table shaded by an umbrella. Qin Lang pulled out a chair and sat down, while Lai Feng placed the tray down and settled beside him, resembling a small mountain. He picked up a skewer of grilled lamb kidneys and presented it to Qin Lang, saying, Sixth Brother, hurry and eat it while it's hot. This is your favorite. Qin Lang smiled as he accepted the lamb kidneys, taking a bite before gulping down a generous mouthful of beer. Oh, you decide how much to add. It's not easy for Brother Long to speak up. After saying this, he continued to enjoy his food and drink. Noticing Ao's slight displeasure, Lai Feng offered him a meat skewer. Brother Wu, eat more meat and your mood will brighten. I'm particularly happy as long as I have meat to eat. Ao took the skewer, bit into it, and after swallowing, he addressed the whirlwind, Brother Long. Since my boss has spoken, I will certainly accommodate this request, but the amount will have to wait until I consult the accountant. The whirlwind reached down into a basin of cool water at his feet to retrieve a bottle of beer, presenting it to Ao. No problem. It's rare to get you, Ao, to agree to increase the payment. This time, Ao did not refuse the beer that the whirlwind offered. As friends gathered to drink, eat meat, and share tales, time slipped by swiftly. After the meal, the whirlwind, satisfied and full, wobbled back to the city fort, while Crow drove Lai Feng home. A Hutanshing Wu Zhuang, Lai Feng exclaimed, Grandpa, I'm back. The old man, Zheng Chong, sat in the yard, fanning himself for relief from the heat. Upon seeing his grandson enter, he smiled and asked, Did you eat at your Sixth Brother's again? Yes, Sixth Brother made roasted meat today. It was delicious. The 2-meter-tall youth sat beside the elderly man, creating a stark contrast in height. The aging patriarch, who seemed to have stunted his growth in comparison to Lai Feng, appeared remarkably diminutive. Zheng Chong's greatest worry had always been this grandson, as his son and daughter-in-law had departed early from this world, leaving him with much to ponder. However, since Lai Feng had met Lulu a year ago, that burden had begun to lift. Even if Zheng Chong were to leave, he knew Lai Feng would still have sustenance. Lai Feng observed his grandfather lost in thought and remained silent, patiently waiting for him to return to the present. Though tall, Lai Feng possessed a keen sensitivity. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, Crow found Qin Lang engrossed in sketching in the main hall. Approaching for a closer look, he found himself baffled. Boss, What is this? It looks remarkably like a skewer grill. Indeed, it is a skewer grill, albeit an electric one. Qin Lang did not lift his head, continuing to scribble on the paper. With this electric grill as a prototype, Qin Lang's thoughts flowed along this line, envisioning an electric oven, a deep fryer, and a dual-use electric grill. While these small appliances may not seem technologically advanced, their successful creation could undoubtedly pave the way for a lucrative venture. The following morning, atop the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, Qin Lang and 3 others were practicing their punches. This was a stipulation from Qin Lang. Other matters could be approached at their discretion, but the essential skill of self-defense must not be neglected. The sound of fists slicing through the air and figures darting about created a vivid scene. The martial arts exhibited by the few practitioners were quite eclectic. Qin Lang practiced Xingyi combined with free fighting, while the crow primarily employed Hungar and tiger style. Oh, in each of his movements, bore the influence of Wing Chun, wielding the 8 slashes, knives integral to that style. Although Qin Lang predominantly focused on hard Qigong, his repertoire of martial arts was extensive, and he had corrected numerous subtle details of force application for both the crow and Ao. With a sudden crack, Ao's excessive force shattered the wooden dummy he was using for practice. Damn it, my strength has been increasing too rapidly lately. I'll have to spend hundreds to replace the wooden dummy. If it breaks again, I might as well buy an iron one. Qin Lang and the others paid him no mind, finishing their training before heading downstairs for a meal. The phone rang. The crow picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and answered the call. Who is it? Oh, all right. Understood. Returning to the table, he informed Qin Lang, Boss, General Shui Ling has returned. The chief wants you to stop by. Okay, you'll accompany me shortly, Qin Lang replied as he swallowed a mouthful of xiaomai. Wang Ju set down his chopsticks and cleaned his mouth with a napkin, inquiring, Boss, do you need me to come along too? No need. You handle your business. The cleaning company and property management affairs are too complicated for you to tag along. Indeed, the tasks at hand were rather mundane. Collecting scrap, gathering security fees, maintaining hygiene, and managing property. Setting his chopsticks down, Qin Lang ascended to the 3rd floor, changing into a tailored suit of vibrant pink. This bulletproof suit was a reward from the system, contrasting sharply with his black attire. To be frank, given his current level of hard Qigong prowess, the suit was somewhat superfluous. However, the self-cleaning feature of these garments was a boon for a bachelor like him. After adjusting his collar in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. In Yuan Long, a sleek BMW first generation 7 Series sped to a halt at the entrance of the Dongxing Grand Hall. After stepping out, the crow opened the rear door for Qin Lang before tossing the keys to the attendant on duty. Take care of the car, otherwise I'll break your legs. Qin Lang frowned at the crow's embarrassment and hastened towards the Zhoumi Hall. Uncle Ben, you arrived quite early. Qin Lang pulled out a chair and sat beside the silver-haired Uncle Ben, who chuckled. I'm getting older. There aren't too many matters to attend to, so I thought I'd get some fresh air. Qin Lang privately scoffed. Who didn't he know the true nature of the old man? Despite his white hair, he still kept a girl in her 20s by his side, unbothered by the risks involved. Care for a smoke? Qin Lang offered a cigarette from his pocket. I'll stick to this. Uncle Ben waved his hand, pulling out a cigar to show Qin Lang. As the two engaged in casual conversation, more people began to gather in the Zhoumi Hall, including the Dutch smiling tiger, Wu Jiwei. Boss, Dragonhead, Chief. As everyone rose to summon others, a strikingly alluring woman entered, her age indiscernible. She donned a blue embroidered qipao, split to the thighs on either side, accentuating her long legs even further. Afin Qinlong, well-versed in the ways of the world, couldn't help but steal a few glances. She was remarkably fair. This woman was none other than Luo, Zhengwu's concubine, the stepmother of Luotaw, and the enchanting Shui Ling of Dongxing Boulevard. Following Shui Ling were a man and a woman. The man was exceptionally tall, towering at nearly 2 meters, with disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes, resembling someone who had just awoken. The woman was captivating, clad in a sleek black leather outfit. Her long hair cascading elegantly, with a porcelain complexion, an oval face, arched brows, large eyes, and fiery red lips. Luotaw, with a beaming smile, gestured for everyone to sit. Qin Lang rose and took a seat beside the formidable Qin Tianlong's Sidu Haonan. Chapter 7. Do not say you were not warned. Xueling sat beside the camel at the prominent position of the long conference table. To her left sat the formidable Situan, followed by the formidable Mad Tiger Qin Lang and the thunderbolt tiger Lei Yaoyang. To her right, the esteemed Marshal Baotou Wang Bin Shu held the first seat, accompanied by the golden-haired tiger Sha Meng and the smiling tiger Wu Jiwei. Only a handful of individuals occupied the table, leaving several seats vacant for the Sanfeng. The elder relatives took their places behind the camel on either side. Other hall leaders were seated at the back of the loyal and righteous hall. The 5 tigers of Dongxing and the 3 phoenixes represent the face of Dongxing, akin to artillery, which aligns with the 7 stars of Shenghe and the 9 hall masters of Lianxing. Once everyone settled, the camel, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the assembly. Today, the great Marshal Xueling returns to Hong Kong Island. Hence I have gathered everyone to meet her. Let us not create the farcical situation of family members failing to recognize one another. He then gestured towards Qin Lang and Lei Yaoyang, turning to Xueling for introductions. You have met everyone else, so I shall refrain from further introductions. The gentleman in the pink suit is our Shatian Hall Master, Mad Tiger Qin Lang, while the one in black is Thunderbolt Tiger Lei Yaoyang from Shamshui Per. These two are emerging talents within Dongxing, with Yaoyang establishing a firm foothold in Shamshui Per through his own merit. As for Lao Along, he has successfully conquered the new market town of Shatian with a few of his disciples, truly exceptional individuals. What the camel truly thought remained a mystery, yet he praised Qin Lang profusely before Xueling. Xueling's gaze was piercing as she scrutinized the 2 men, who merely nodded politely, their expressions devoid of emotion. Qin Lang was acutely aware of Xueling's formidable nature. She was no ordinary woman. Despite her alluring beauty, there was a depth to her character that was far from superficial. Lei Yaoyang, too, seemed uninterested in the older woman, his indifference towards Xueling understandable. Xueling observed the others in the loyal and righteous hall before returning her gaze to Qin Lang and Lei Yaoyang, sensing their dissonance with the group. While most wore only a suit jacket, these 2 were impeccably dressed in formal suits, complete with matching vests and shirts, presenting an image akin to corporate executives rather than those who dwell in the underworld. With a charming smile, Xueling addressed Qin Lang. Lang, is it? Qin Lang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I have heard tales of your prowess, even in Malaysia. To confront challenges in the city and the boxing arena takes commendable courage, Xueling remarked, her voice imbued with light laughter. Such praise from the great marshal is unwarranted, Qin Lang responded, his tone modest, accompanied by a gentle smile. Noticing his indifference, Xueling shifted her attention to Lei Yaoyang, stating, Thunderbolt Tiger Lei Yaoyang, your reputation precedes you. To establish a presence in the chaotic Shamshui Per through sheer ability is quite remarkable. Too kind, Lei Yaoyang replied succinctly, placing a volume of Nietzsche's quotes on the conference table. Xueling raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their lack of engagement. Her gaze then fell upon Sidohan, whose avaricious glances elicited a satisfied nod from her. Now that was more like it. Xueling places great importance on her own allure, and several members of her elite group, the 10 talents, maintain their mentor-student relationships through their own charisma. In other words, their bonds are forged through the interplay of master and disciple. Xueling turned to the man and woman behind her, saying, Please introduce yourselves so the brothers can get to know you. The 10 talents of Xueling are unparalleled. The introduction from the robust man was exceedingly brief. The woman with cascading hair pursed her red lips and spoke. I am Chi Chiao Chiao from the 10 talents of Xueling. I hope to receive your kindness and support in our endeavors on Hong Kong Island. We are all one family. A family does not speak in divisions. Should any issues arise, feel free to voice them. The suave and cunning Wu Jiwei, known as the Smiling Tiger, interjected with a grin. Indeed, this scoundrel has no territory in Hong Kong Island, and he is quite docile. The Smiling Tiger's gaze turned towards Qin Lang and asked, What do you think, old Six? Absolutely. That is as true as it gets. Bang! Qin Lang seized the ashtray from the table and smashed it over the Smiling Tiger's head, splattering blood in an instant. The smiling tiger clutched his head, glaring fiercely at Qin Lang. A flash of bloodlust ignited in Qin Lang's eyes, his smile taking on a sinister and wild quality. Quite unsettling. Smiling cat, have I been too lenient with you? I haven't sought you out, and yet you dare to provoke me? Mark my words. Should you send anyone to test my limits again, I will end you. Old 6. Luotua said, exasperated, why resort to violence? We all know what East Xing stands for. Awei's decision to distribute goods in Sha Tin without your consent was indeed wrong. Since we are all here today, let us address any concerns openly. Qin Lang adjusted his attire, lit a cigarette, and took a puff before responding, Boss, you are aware of my temperament. I was expelled from the police academy due to my volatile nature after clashing with a senior inspector. With so many undercover agents in various organizations, I too am under suspicion. Therefore, I keep my distance from the laundering business. Let's not blame me when something goes awry. I make it clear today, I will not involve myself in your affairs, but should anyone dare to act recklessly in Sha Tin, I will eliminate them. My temperament speaks for itself, and my courage is for you to measure. Do not say I did not warn you. Lei Yaoyang cast a disdainful glance at the smiling tiger and gave a thumbs up to Qin Lang. In all of East Xing, I resonate with your temperament. For we are both cultured individuals, unlike these brutes. Your eloquence is lost on them. They are illiterate. The atmosphere in the meeting room turned tense as the crowd regarded Lei Yaoyang with disapproval. The smiling tiger instigated trouble, and now his quarrel dragged everyone into it. Situ Haonan, unperturbed, crossed his arms and watched the spectacle unfold, believing that the fewer people there were, the better. The idea of Old 6 being an undercover agent was far-fetched to him. Which undercover agent behaves like a bloody terrorist? Old 6's mental state is rather unstable. He would dare to wield a rocket launcher in the city's confines. Is he not a lunatic? He considers himself fierce and reckless. Yet he pales in comparison to this lunatic. Without any fundamental conflict of interest, he would not provoke Lao Lu. Who knows if, in a moment of impulsivity, he might show up at Lao Lu's doorstep with a rocket launcher? Lao Lu is truly insane. Luo Ta patted the table and chuckled, saying, Lao Lu, you're being quite serious. I do not believe you are an undercover agent. He then turned his gaze to the people in the conference room and inquired, do you all believe this? Don't joke, Dragonhead. How could 6 Brother possibly be an undercover agent? Indeed, Lao Lu is perfectly fine. Dragonhead, given Lao Lu's temperament, it would be quite improbable for him to apprehend anyone. He always returns with a corpse to report, and the police force can hardly withstand it. Chapter 8. Intermittent psychosis. The camel nodded in satisfaction. Lao Lu was the formidable force he had hired at great expense, though the lad exhibited a touch of madness. His mere presence in Shatian town provided a considerable sense of security, allowing for a more peaceful slumber. Moreover, this fellow was astonishingly lazy, while others might be replaced. Lao Lu is unlikely to be so easily usurped. He simply detested the hassle. With this thought, the camel chuckled amiably and remarked, since you wish to avoid misunderstandings, I shall not press the matter further. Just be clear with your intentions, and if anyone speaks ill, I shall be prepared to respond. He shifted the conversation, adding, however, you ought to temper your temper. Refrain from resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Understood? Qin Lang shrugged in reply, Boss, you know me well. I find little pleasure in reasoning with others. I prefer to resolve matters with decisive action. If anyone displeases me, I am ready to act, barehanded or armed, it matters not. Should anyone manage to end my life, I would even express my gratitude. Perhaps in the next life, I might resolve this mental affliction. It is a struggle even to find a restful sleep. For reasons unknown, when my temper flares, my mind becomes uncontrollable. Everyone ought to endure, and if unable, they should keep their distance. As for you, smiling tiger, should you dare provoke me again, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Across from him, the golden retriever, Sha, twitched his lips, reflecting on Lao Lu's temperament. One moment, he was jovially conversing with the leader, and the next, he was unleashing a torrent of insults at smiling tiger, particularly with that unsettling gaze. Should a confrontation arise, he would undoubtedly side with Lao Lu, for the latter had entrusted him with a significant project, his current benefactor. Qin Lang's gaze was a subtle form of mental invocation, with the mere suggestion of Wujiang. His expression would shift. Smiling Tiger felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed the growing redness in Qin Lang's eyes. This rogue, when enraged, might not even heed the leader's words. Clutching his head, he muttered, "I heard you." With that, he lowered his head, his eyes darkened with discontent. "All right, enough of this. We are all brothers here. Let us keep the discourse amicable," the camel interjected, attempting to mediate. Qin Lang surveyed the faces around him. Some reveled in his discomfort, while others regarded him with resentment. Such sentiments mattered little. These were trifles. He relished the disdainful glances of those who found him intolerable yet were powerless against him. Those who managed to rise above the fray possessed a certain temperament. Fear was not their motivating factor. Yet, absent any fundamental conflict of interest, who would dare provoke a madman? Indeed, Qin Lang's psychosis manifested unpredictably. Its emergence depended solely on his whim. Qi Qiao Qiao stood behind Shui Ling, her eyes wide and lips slightly parted. Today had truly opened her eyes. When had Dongxing produced such an anomaly? Not only did he strike down foes, but he also compelled others to bow before him. It was utterly ferocious. Noticing Qin Lang's gaze upon her, Qi Qiao Qiao offered a slight smile. He responded with a grin of his own. The meeting was dull and unremarkable, merely recounting conflicts with various factions, detailing skirmishes here and there, merely trivial matters. At the conclusion of the meeting, the camel, with a smile, addressed Qin Lang, saying, "Old Six, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Arrive early to help me greet the guests." Qin Lang glanced at the smiling tiger, recalling that this task had not gone well for him last year. However, he did not dwell on it and nodded, replying, "No problem, boss. I'll be there first thing in the morning." After the meeting, Qin Lang approached Uncle Ben, trailing behind him as they exited. "Is there something you need?" "Yes. We run out of liquor at home, so I'll grab some from you." "You little rascal." Uncle Ben choiko droidi, turning to Camel to express his grievances. "Ever since this kid became familiar with me, he hasn't bought his own alcohol. He just comes to take mine when he runs out." Camel shot a glance at Qin Lang and offered an excuse. "Perhaps it's because your winery produces such delightful wine that Old Six finds it so palatable." Uncle Ben. The fashionable pioneer, Crow, intentionally lagged a few steps behind Qin Lang, feigning an accidental bump into the smiling tiger. Thud! The smiling tiger was knocked off balance by the tall and robust Crow. Still grinning, Crow reached out to assist him, but just as the smiling tiger was halfway up, Crow let go. "Oh dear, my apologies, Wei-go." My hand slipped. Seeing Crow's hand reaching out again, the smiling tiger swatted it away. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he pointed at Crow and declared, "You are quite something. We shall see how this unfolds." TSK. Crow, crossing his arms, continued to mock with a gleeful tone, "Wei-go, look at you. Here I am, trying to help you up, and instead of gratitude, you seek to cause me trouble. Oh, how scared I am. You've terrified me." Within the confines of the loyalty hall, he could not retaliate, but once outside, that limitation vanished. Crow's mouth was relentless in its mockery, his exaggerated expressions inciting the urge to retaliate. Smack! Qin Lang returned and lightly patted Crow, frowning as he chided. "Are you not aware of Wei-go's frail condition? Keep your distance from him in the future." Crow raised his arm at a jaunty angle, apologizing to the smiling tiger. "Oh, my bad, Wei-go. If you're to meet your end, please do so far away and don't drag me into it." He then trailed behind Qin Lang, leaving the main hall with a carefree demeanor. Once the two had departed, the smiling tiger seethed, cursing, "Damn it. Truly, one gets the leader they deserve. A band of miscreants, a den of snakes and rats. Not a decent soul among them. Two wretches. Thud! Watch where you're going." The smiling tiger was again toppled by Lei Yaoyong, who had just emerged. This time, the smiling tiger did not rise. The facade of his smile vanished, replaced by a countenance as dark as the depths of water. He bitterly contemplated that he would never return to Hong Kong Island with such a bunch of rascals around. It would be disastrous. At the East Shung Winery on May H Street in Mong Kok, several cars were parked at the entrance, and a group of people disembarked. It was Uncle Ben and Qin Lang. Uncle Ben, ever the coward, was surrounded by company whenever he ventured out, unlike Qin Lang, who was accompanied only by Crow. This was one of Qin Lang's qualities. He knew no pretenses. Upon entering the winery, he instructed Crow, "Fetch me some of my favorites." Crow nodded, replying, "Sure thing. Why don't you go and chat with Uncle Ben? Leave this trivial matter to me." Qin Lang settled behind Uncle Ben, engaging him in casual conversation. Old 6, I am contemplating opening a winery in Newtown. The area is flourishing, with a substantial foot traffic and at a racetrack nearby. The sales should be promising. Upon finishing his remark, Uncle Ben raised his glass to clink with Qin Lang's. "A trifling matter. Feel free to proceed. I shall have Crow oversee it, which will save me the trouble of frequent trips." Qin Lang took a sip of his drink, patting his chest to assure Uncle Ben of the safety of his winery. "You rascal." Uncle Ben chuckled, shaking his head in mock reproach. He held a favorable opinion of Qin Lang. Despite the latter's occasionally unstable demeanor, he exhibited commendable integrity in his actions and dealings. Chapter 9. Life is a stage, all dependent on performance. These uncles, eager to engage in some business ventures in Shatin Newtown, always had him dispatching people to assist them tirelessly. Despite his slight laziness and lack of seriousness, he excelled in other endeavors. Moreover, he treated the elderly with a kindness that was rare among the other 4 tigers, often taking the time to visit these old gentlemen. Although he always had bring back some gifts, at least his attitude was commendable. Turning to Kaylay behind him, Ben Shu instructed, "Go to the underground cellar and fetch 2 bottles of Toe Constellation for Old Lou. From now on, the wineries in Newtown will be under your management." Qin Lang glanced at Kaylay and, with a smile, inquired of Ben Shu, "What about that fellow by the name of Abao? Aren't they inseparable?" Ben Shu sighed. "Abao has gotten into some trouble and has fled to Thailand to avoid the heat. Is it related to the incident on Poland Street?" "Indeed. I can't fathom how that rascal got entangled with the Sonlian Society's Hwaff, becoming a pawn in their game." Qin Lang teased. "Isn't he just following your footsteps? Hwaff is quite skilled at that." Ben Shu shot him a playful glare, laughingly scolding, "You little rascal. You truly have no sense of decorum, even making fun of me." As the two exchanged banter, a coolly dressed woman descended the stairs, her ample bosom on full display. In her 20s, she had a voluptuous figure, and one could only wonder how Ben Shu managed to satisfy her. As for her looks, they were merely passable, reminiscent of the makeup styles of Hong Kong in the 1980s, which cannot be compared to contemporary standards. The makeup techniques that have since been recognized as one of Asia's 4 great arts are indeed not to be taken lightly, capable of transforming a 6-point beauty into an 8.1, especially with the aid of beauty filters. "Hey, just look, not a word from you." Once, while Qin Lang was engrossed in his phone, the beauty filter suddenly vanished, leading to a scene that was nothing short of catastrophic. The top donor in the live stream vanished in an instant, fleeing with a train that very night. "What are you thinking?" Ben Shu waved his hand in front of Qin Lang's eyes. Qin Lang shook his head and replied, "Feeling unwell, my head is spinning." Ben Shu frowned and advised, "Old Lou, you should visit a hospital. It's not good to keep enduring this. I did see a doctor, but there was no effective remedy. Even a decent sleep eludes me. Is it a psychological issue? Have you consulted a psychologist?" "Yes, I plan to see a psychologist in a couple of days." Qin Lang was merely patching things up. Not long ago, Lu Chichang had referred him to a psychologist due to his mental health issues. Qin Lang was disinterested. Did he not know his own state? Life is indeed a performance, reliant on one's skills. "My dear, a new batch of products has arrived at Women's Street in Mong Kok. I must go check it out." The buxom young lady clung to Ben Shu's neck, playfully nudging his head. Goodness, what an eye-watering scene. A youthful flower with an aged suitor. What a sight. Ben Shu, this old fellow, seemed unperturbed by the prospect of his hairline resembling the Mongolian steppe. Qin Lang hastily rose to leave. This was no mere unpleasantness, but rather the stench of decay. "Old Lou, remember find a place for me." Ben Shu called out to Qin Lang's retreating figure. "Rest assured." Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively at Uncle Ben, swiftly departing from the winery's grand entrance. What was the reason for his amicable relations with those of his elder generation? At its core, it was a matter of mutual benefit. Upon reaching the trunk, he cast a satisfied glance, nodding in approval. The wine was nearly sufficient to last until the inauguration of the new winery. Just as Qin Lang settled into the rear seat of the car, Kaylay hurried out, presenting him with a tote bag. "Sixth brother, this is Uncle Ben's prized possession. Please handle it with care." Qin Lang accepted the bag, peering inside before jesting. "If it's such a fine item, why didn't you pack me a couple more bottles? You really lack in execution." Kaylay quickly waved his hands, replying, "Have mercy on me. I wouldn't dare touch this wine without Uncle Ben's command." At that moment, Wuyo approached with a box in his arms, addressing Kaylay, "Open the passenger door for me. The trunk has reached its limit." Kaylay exchanged an incredulous look with Wuyo, thinking him rather too straightforward. Sixth brother had merely suggested you take some, not to overdo it. Wuyo bent down to place the wine box on the passenger seat, patting Kaylay on the shoulder. "Let's go." Outside the Heihu Martial Arts Hall in Shatian New Town, Wuyo exited the vehicle and beckoned to the parking attendant. "Come here, move the wine from the car to the storage room." The attendant grinned broadly. "Looks like the boss and the old chief made another purchase from Uncle Ben." He called, "Back in the hall, come out and help with the loading." With the assistance of several hands, the trunk was soon emptied of its wine boxes. Wuyo then took the driver's seat and sped away. En route to the new city, Wuyo glanced at Qin Lang in the rearview mirror and inquired, "Boss, should I find an opportunity in a few days to send the smiling tiger away? He's a bit out of line." "Send him where?" Qin Lang replied with a hint of irritation. "A beating is acceptable, but a killing is absolutely out of the question. We have finally settled into a semblance of peace. We cannot allow the smiling tiger to shatter this tranquility. Despite the dragon head treating me well, should we dare eliminate the smiling tiger, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. One smiling tiger is not worth the price we would pay. In the world of martial arts, these heads of factions may possess their flaws, but among them, there are no fools. Fools have become stepping stones for others. To eliminate a fellow Five Tigers member over a trivial dispute is not merely reckless. It is sheer madness. I have enough labels attached to me. I need not add this one." Wuyo shook his head in disappointment, scoffing, "Boss, if that little runt can squeeze into the ranks of the Dongxing Five Tigers, I reckon I can manage it too." "Huh." Qin Lang lightly kicked the back of the seat, chuckling, "If you have such aspirations, wait a couple of years. I'll make room for you to have your fun." Wuyo laughed. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I just can't stand that little runt. His fake grin makes me sick. How dare he show his face with that appearance? His audacity is truly remarkable." As their vehicle sped along, the two engaged in light banter until they swiftly arrived at the Tan family restaurant in the new city. The crow abruptly halted at the entrance of the restaurant, swiftly opening the rear door. Qin Lang, now accustomed to the crow's driving style, disembarked and, as per his usual routine, delivered a playful slap to him. The crow hurriedly adjusted his disheveled hairstyle, for he held great pride in his appearance. It was a symbol of fashion. Once satisfied with his grooming, the crow tossed the keys to the valet waiting at the restaurant's entrance, as most of the parking business in Shatian was handled by his subordinates. "Take care of the car, and for heaven's sake, don't scratch or bump it. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in quite the predicament." The valet, cheerfully accepting the keys, replied, "Boss, isn't your catchphrase 'take care of the car, or I'll break your legs'?" The crow. Chapter 10, Sir. There is a disturbance here. Outside the restaurant, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, accompanied by fluttering colorful banners, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The drums suddenly intensified, and the leading lion danced with precision and power. 5 lions performed together, the leading lion leaping, flipping, twisting, and flicking its tail, each movement seamlessly executed. The second lion engaged in a captivating duet with the leader, as the drums resonated in a deep rhythm. Suddenly, both lions stood upright, and a performer leaped from the head of the lion to the shoulders of another, showcasing their impressive prowess. The 2 lions stood tall, displaying their magnificence to all directions. This mesmerizing lion dance earned thunderous applause and cheers from the surrounding crowd, demonstrating the team's undeniable skill. Qin Lang and Crow stood at the periphery, quietly observing the performance. Regardless of the circumstances, any display of excellence deserved respect. After the lion dance concluded, many attendees dispersed, content to witness the free spectacle but unwilling to part with their money to try a new establishment. Earning a living is no easy feat. Just as Qin Lang and Crow prepared to enter the restaurant, two speeding cars audaciously blocked the entrance. A few individuals disembarked, led by a man in his 50s, clad in a tailored suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Could Crow's hot temper withstand this provocation? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. However, Qin Lang placed a firm hand on his shoulder, whispering, "Let us observe a bit longer. We have no pressing matters today. Xiao Yi, what on earth are you planning? Your father has just passed, and you seek to establish your own path? Do you still consider yourself a member of the Liu family?" The bespectacled man admonished the restaurant owner, Liu Xiao Yi, who was in her 40s, sporting a fashionable Hong Kong-style bouffant. With a slightly plump visage, she donned red-rimmed glasses and pearl earrings. Liu Xiao Yi, visibly pale from the man's accusations, implored with a hint of bitterness in her voice, "Elder brother, for the sake of our shared surname, could we discuss this inside? Nothing is beyond discussion, but today I seek clarity. Are you Liu Xiao Yi, still a member of the Liu family?" The man's tone was aggressive, exuding a patriarchal demeanor. As Liu Xiao Yi scanned the crowd, her complexion drained further at the sight of onlookers witnessing this unfolding drama. She inwardly sighed, realizing that what was meant to be an opening celebration had devolved into a farce. Although she had often lacked assertiveness in the past, she would not allow this so-called elder brother to publicly humiliate her. Since he showed no concern for his own dignity, why should she? For the sake of her son and mother, she could not and would not retreat. This restaurant was her last remaining asset. Gritting her teeth, Liu Xiao Yi glared at the man and declared, "Elder brother, I address you as such for the final time today. Since you have posed your question, allow me to respond. I, Liu Xiao Yi, hereby sever all ties with the Liu family. I have taken not a single cent from them. This restaurant is my lifeline. Should anyone dare to disrupt my opening ceremony, I will fight to the bitter end." The man raised his finger, pointing accusatorily at Liu Xiao Yi, his voice rising in anger. Well, how dare you speak to me this way? A bastard is still a bastard, lacking proper upbringing. With tears welling in her eyes, Liu Xiao Yi choked back her emotion. "Yes, I am a bastard, just as our father has departed. You seek to seize the Zhoulong City Tan family restaurant from me. Very well, I will comply. I have given everything to you. Now, I have hidden in Sha Tin. Why can't you let me go?" A young man in his 20s with slicked back hair stepped forward beside the bespectacled man and reproached Liu Xiao. "Your words are rather misplaced. You may leave, but you must leave the seasoning formula for Tan family cuisine behind. If you take the formula, how can the Tan family cuisine in Kowloon City continue its operation?" Liu Xiaoyi trembled with rage at these words, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. "Xiaohai, the Tan family cuisine was brought to the Liu family by my mother. I do not desire the assets. Must you not leave even this alone?" The bespectacled man replied with an air of entitlement. "In the family, one follows the father. Upon marriage, one follows the husband. With your father deceased, your eldest brother assumes that role. Since Sanyang has married into the Liu family, there is no longer any personal property. Today, you shall hand over the formula. Remove the sign of the restaurant, and from that moment, you may establish your own business." "You!" Liu Xiaoyi was astounded by the shameless words of this so-called elder brother. "Oh my!" The crow cawed, turning to Qin Lang and saying, "Boss, these well-dressed beasts are even more ruthless than us." Qin Lang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, they are less than beasts. Boss, I can no longer contain myself. This scoundrel is even more shameless than I. Is there no justice?" The crow removed his sunglasses, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "What are we waiting for? Let us unleash chaos." The crow sprang forward, without hesitation, delivering a punch to the bespectacled man. Bang! One punch, the glasses flew off. Bang! With a second punch, the young man knelt. Bang! 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 None of those who had descended from the car remained standing. They lay strewn on the ground. Spitting disdainfully, the crow spat upon the young man's face, and in a fit of rage, kicked him once more. The crow held zero fondness for the wealthy second generation. Harboring 100-fold hatred, this kick bore a tinge of personal vendetta. Yet, still unsatisfied, he gestured to a nearby parking attendant. "Strike them." dare to stir trouble in Sha Tin New Market, and you truly underestimate the power of the Prince of Horses. A throng of gangsters surged forward, each exerting their strength, surrounding those on the ground and mercilessly kicking them. Stop! Please stop! We will call the police. Call the police? Qin Lang approached the group, pushing aside the thugs surrounding them. Squatting beside the bespectacled man, he smiled and asked, Sir, do you wish to call the police? The middle-aged, bespectacled man, his face swollen and bruised, nodded repeatedly. I want to call the police. His words were slurred, having lost several teeth from the crow's punch. Huh. Qin Lang waved at the patrolling officers in the distance. Officer, someone here wishes to report a crime. Please hurry over. Two officers, about to leave, halted upon hearing Qin Lang's call. They exchanged glances before approaching him, greeting him with smiles. Sixth brother, you seem quite free today? Qin Lang replied with a grin. Yes. I happen to have free time to grab a meal and stumbled upon a brawl. Please take care of it swiftly so as not to disrupt the owner's normal operations. The two patrolling officers were momentarily taken aback, casting perplexed glances at Qin Lang. They genuinely could not comprehend the implications of what the sixth brother was conveying. Their admiration for this underworld figure ran deep. He not only refrained from causing disturbances, but also proactively upheld public order, significantly alleviating their workload. Rumor had it that Senior Inspector Li Wenbin from the anti-black group was poised for a promotion due to the exceptionally favorable security situation in Sha Tin, an undeniable testament to his capabilities. Sixth brother, what do you mean? Inquired the team leader at an opportune moment. Rising to his feet, Qin Lang pointed at the bespectacled man on the ground and the surrounding gangsters, declaring, these individuals are disrupting social order. Simply take them back and follow the necessary procedures. The patrolling officers. Chapter 11. The Jianghu. Survival of the fittest. Officer, no, we did not cause any trouble. The young man pointed at the crow and shouted loudly, Officer, he was the one who attacked us. These little thugs are in league with him. The leading officer regarded the young man with pity, his gaze akin to that directed towards a foolish child. You shall face the consequences of your words. The officer, feigning seriousness, began to question the onlookers. Can anyone here testify for this young man? Officer, I do not know Crow, nor did I witness him strike anyone. The speaker, a rough character with little education, casually referred to Crow as Brother Crow, all the while asserting ignorance of his identity. Officer, sand got into my eyes just now. I couldn't see clearly. The nearby residents held a modicum of admiration for Crow, the local figure of authority. Officer, I saw it. They were fighting, and Manager Chun stepped in. No one was hit. Look at this businessman. His words are untrustworthy, fabricating nonsense. The officer nodded at a few, then instructed his subordinate. Take them back to the station for their statements. The young man was utterly devoid of temper. Was there truly any good person left in Sha Tin? Luo Xiaoyi removed her glasses to wipe her eyes, gracefully approaching Crow to express her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chun. If it weren't for your gallant intervention today, I truly would not know what to do. Crow felt a tinge of embarrassment at her sincere thanks. He was adept at dealing with hostility, yet such courteous gratitude was an unfamiliar experience. He glanced at Qin Lang, silently inquiring, What should I do, boss? Qin Lang wrapped an arm around Crow's shoulder as they strolled towards the restaurant, reassuring, Luo, conduct your business peacefully in Sha Tin. No one dares to trouble you here. If you wish to express your gratitude, prepare a few signature dishes for us. Luo Xiaoyi hurried ahead to lead them to a private room on the second floor. Serving tea, pouring water, and lighting cigarettes, her actions flowed seamlessly, revealing her as a seasoned businesswoman. Holding a lit lighter, she finally ventured. May I ask whom I have the pleasure of meeting? Aware of Manager Chen's stature, she was curious about the young man occupying the main seat. Before Qin Lang could respond, Crow interjected, Luo, you dare to engage in business here without fully understanding the situation in Sha Tin? Luo Xiaoyi chuckled ruefully. To be honest with you, Manager Chun, there's a reason for my haste. I have taken over this establishment from someone else. I heard that the current security environment in Sha Tin is quite favorable, and I had no choice but to take a gamble. You witnessed the earlier incident. Had I been a moment slower, I might still be trapped in Kowloon City. Crow scoffed dismissively at the earlier scene of the struggle. Remember this, the gentleman beside me is my boss. In Sha Tin, while you may not know the police chief, you must know my boss. Ow. Why did you hit me, boss? Was I wrong? The raven, covering its head, asked with a hint of grievance. Qin Lang looked at the raven in silence, questioning it with a glimmer of hope. Would you say the same if I were not by your side? Indeed, you are my superior. How else would I express myself? The raven replied with unwarranted confidence. With a sudden slap to his forehead, Qin Lang lamented, being too lazy is certainly not a virtue. He waved to Lu Xiaoyi, instructing, you may go about your business. Should you encounter trouble in Shatian, invoke the name of the raven. Understood, I'll take my leave. Lu Xiaoyi perceived an unsettling atmosphere and promptly exited the private room. Once outside, she patted her chest in relief for having sent the invitation yesterday. Otherwise, today's predicament would have been dire. Inside the chamber, Qin Lang fixed an unwavering gaze upon the raven, pondering whether this miscreant had been sent by fate to torment him. The raven, feeling the intensity of the stare, shrank back and timidly inquired, Superior, have I erred in any way? Indeed, absolutely correct. Qin Lang retorted. Be gentler, please. If you do not cease, I shall retaliate. The raven yelped, ouch. My temper is flaring, and yet you dare to argue. It hurts. Y conceda superior. Just as a waiter approached with the dishes, he halted at the door, hesitating at the sound of the raven's wails. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until the commotion subsided. One must not mar their new attire with blood. After a brief interval, Qin Lang, feeling revitalized, sat back in his chair, smoking, and chastised the raven sprawled on the floor. From now on, do not mention me in public, understand? Upon sensing that Qin Lang's fury had abated, the raven rose, expressing its grievance. Superior, how can we navigate this world without a reputation? If we lack prestige, who will fear us? This predicament partly stemmed from Qin Lang's own laziness. He had previously advised the raven not to bully the common folk, granting it freedom in other matters. Qin Lang patted the chair beside him, beckoning, come, sit with me. Reputation is not something to be flaunted in such a manner. We must be as warm as spring to the common people, for they pose no threat to us. If managed wisely, they can be our allies. What skill lies in intimidating the ordinary? Let those of the underworld fear you. That is sufficient. We navigate this realm in pursuit of wealth, not to satisfy our pride. Do not tarnish your reputation excessively. Otherwise, it will require considerable effort for me to extricate you from future troubles. Is the raven foolish? One might argue it lacks wisdom, yet it is far from being dim-witted. The raven grasped Qin Lang's meaning and tentatively asked, Superior, do you imply that the underworld is merely a stepping stone for our future ascent? Precisely, Qin Lang affirmed, patting the raven on the shoulder. Who holds sway in Hong Kong Island? Without a moment's thought, the raven replied, well, that would be the foreigners. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, saying, correct, yet not entirely. In this realm, money reigns supreme. If influence does not suffice, it merely indicates a deficiency in your wealth. In any Western governance, the government serves merely as a fade. Behind it lurks a plethora of financial titans, whose true machinations remain concealed from your view. Through compromises and balancing of interests, they will enact various policies for their gain. And this is a method worthy of the stage. The unworthy means involve eliminating those who pose the problems if they cannot be resolved. In the future, treat ordinary people with gentleness. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, there is no need for harshness. Persist, and one day you will realize that ruthlessness in the world is futile, easily leading to downfall. However, blending kindness with toughness will render you unyielding. You should already discern whom to be harsh towards and whom to treat kindly. In this realm, the survivors reign supreme. Those who remain are the true victors. Living to a natural old age makes you the greatest winner. This is the correct approach to navigating the intricacies of life. Chapter 12. Two unsophisticated individuals. The crow, though somewhat perplexed, was profoundly moved. His eyes widened in astonishment as he uttered a few words. Boss, I still don't quite understand. Yet he grasped one essential notion. Treat ordinary people kindly, while reserving ruthlessness for those of the underworld. This way, I can ensure a good ending, correct? Qin Lang couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, realizing he had unwittingly played the role of teacher. However, The foolish fellow's interpretation wasn't entirely amiss. He patted the crow's shoulder, saying, "Just go with your understanding. Hearing it 1,000 times may not clarify, but practicing it once will enlighten you. Continue to diligently practice your hard qigong. As long as you reach the level of the former Shao Jiao and refrain from reckless actions, you will survive." He instructed them to serve the dishes, for they were quite famished after the earlier scuffle. The crow, to his surprise, he possessed such an ability. It was uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Qin Lang, having frequented numerous high-end restaurants over the past year, was nonetheless astonished by the exquisite offerings of this esteemed establishment. The server, adorned in a traditional qi pao, gracefully presented an ornate tray, revealing extraordinarily delicate tableware. For appetizers were served coral cabbage rolls, ginger fish slices, clear soup with bird's nest, and braised shark fin. The server spoke softly, "Gentlemen, we have 4 appetizers beginning with the coral cabbage roll. This dish features mango flesh enveloped in cabbage, complemented by marinated ginger shreds, chili strips, and leafy greens, resembling coral, hence its name. This dish is refreshing and is a signature starter of the Tan family cuisine. Please enjoy." Upon tasting, the flavors burst forth. It would be a challenge for Qin Lang to express any critique. To say it was merely delicious would be an understatement. The crow, akin to Zhu Beiji relishing ginseng fruit, devoured his portion in mere moments. Soon after, several hot dishes arrived: braised shark fin, sauteed large sea cucumber, red braised abalone, and steamed chicken with straw mushrooms. The 2 men wielded their chopsticks with fervor, and before long, the plates were emptied and bowls were licked clean. For 2 individuals accustomed to rigorous training, the portions of Tan family cuisine appeared rather scant. It simply wasn't enough. After finishing the lion's head meatballs and walnut tofu, they awaited further dishes. The crow wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and remarked to Qin Lang, "Boss, I must admit, the Tan family cuisine is quite intriguing, though the portions are a tad insufficient." Qin Lang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this cuisine does not suit our appetites. We are too eager, and the pace of service is truly lacking." Their conversation left the server blushing, as the walnut tofu was intended as the final course. What more could there be? After a brief moment to compose herself, she inquired, "Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the dishes?" Qin Lang was taken aback. He discerned the implication in the server's tone. No more. Yet, he quickly recalled his earlier dialogue with the crow, and his face began to redden in embarrassment. How utterly humiliating, pretending to remain unfazed. Qin Lang stood up, patted the crow's shoulder, and instructed, "I'll wait for you downstairs. Please settle the bill quickly." Without looking back, he made his way down, encountering Lu Shaoyi in the lobby. He waved his hand to her, hastily exiting through the door. What a disgrace! The crow, now realizing the situation, could not allow himself to lose face as a proud brother of the underworld. That was simply unacceptable. He pulled several large banknotes from his pocket and tossed them onto the table, casually informing the waiter, "The rest is a tip." With his hands shoved deep into his pockets, he nonchalantly strolled down the stairs. Upon seeing Wu Yi descending, Lu Shaoyi hurriedly approached to inquire, "Manager Chun, were you satisfied with today's dishes?" Adjusting his glasses, Wu Yi alleviated some of the awkwardness by responding, Not bad." He then added, "Lu boss, I suggest you increase the portion sizes next time." Without waiting for a reply, he strode out, his steps becoming increasingly brisk. Lu Shaoyi was momentarily taken aback by Wu Yi's words. What had transpired between them? She swiftly made her way upstairs, pushing open the door to the private room to ask the waiter tidying the table, "Shaoli, what happened with those 2 guests? Were they dissatisfied with the food?" Shaoli, a trusted aide brought over from Kowloon City, promptly provided an explanation. Lu Shaoyi slapped her forehead, grabbed the cash from the table, and dashed downstairs, feeling a pang of anxiety. Today, she had been flustered by those unscrupulous individuals, resulting in such a significant oversight. Manager Chun had graciously come to support her. Yet she had not only failed to satisfy him, but had also left him with the bill. This was unacceptable. By the time Lu Shaoyi reached the door, she couldn't even catch a glimpse of their taillights. It was evident how swiftly Qin Lang and his companion had fled. A so-called underworld boss? At the Sha-Tin police station, the street patrol sergeant dutifully handed the Liu family and several gangsters over to the anti-triad unit officers. Li Wenbin, who was just wrapping up his shift, glanced at the statements on the table while sizing up the gang members. He raised a finger to gesture to a nearby officer, signaling, "Take them to the detention room." "Yes, sir." After the gangsters were taken away, Li Wenbin sat down opposite the Liu family and addressed the bespectacled man. "Mr. Liu Xingye, I am Senior Inspector Li Wenbin from the Sha-Tin Anti-Triad Unit. I've reviewed the statements, and you have two options. 1. Settle the matter. 2. Hire a lawyer to sue them. However, I must caution you that you lack eyewitnesses, and even if it goes to court, they may not end up in Stanley Prison. Do you have anything to say?" Liu Xingye, having been sent to Hong Kong Island by Liu Jianhua before the liberation and having lived there for decades, understood the implications of Li Wenbin's words. He quickly mentioned, "Li sir, I am quite familiar with Officer Dong from the Kowloon Police, you see. Li Wenbin Shuklat. Since you are an acquaintance of old Dong, I will give you some sound advice. Find someone to resolve this matter quickly, or your family will be in serious trouble. I know who those gangsters are, and as far as I understand, they're not the type to create trouble without reason. I am not interested in the specifics of what transpired between you. Consider this a friendly warning in light of old Dong." Liu Xingye's eyelids twitched. He grasped the senior inspector's meaning. Hong Kong Island is a city governed by underworld connections, and it was clear he had crossed paths with the wrong individuals. "Li sir, can Officer Dong resolve this matter?" Li Wenbin scrutinized Liu Xingye, realizing that this individual indeed shared a profound connection with the old Dong. He suggested that Dong reach out to Black Uncle, the master of Dongxing Hall in Kowloon City. If he were to intervene, the matter should be manageable. With that said, he left them to their own devices. Liu Xingye, with his bloated visage, exited the Sha-Tin police station and glanced back. He instructed the young man, "Hurry, drive us back to Kowloon City." He needed to resolve this issue swiftly. The fact that even a senior inspector from the anti-triad unit held such trepidation towards his assailant spoke volumes about the extent of his influence. A figure of the underworld, particularly one who controlled territory, was not someone a mere businessman could afford to provoke. Chapter 13. The Old Dong of the East in the office of the senior inspector of the anti-triad unit at the Kowloon City police station. Dong Zheng was on the phone. "Dear, the guys have been busy for half a month. Tonight, they suggested going out for a meal. What do you think?" The esteemed senior inspector had to report to his wife about a mere dinner outing, which spoke volumes about his standing at home. "How much is each person contributing?" 100. "Understood. I'll pick up some groceries on my way back." "Your authority is impressive." Dong Zheng sighed. Perhaps I should refrain from participating in activities exceeding 50 from now on. It's challenging." At that moment, a police officer knocked and entered, reporting, "Sir Dong, there is a man named Liu Xingye seeking your presence. Bring him in." "Yes, Sir Dong." Liu Xingye followed the officer into Dong Zheng's office. "Please have a seat, Mr. Liu." Dong Zheng gestured courteously. "Thank you, Sir Dong." Liu Xingye sat opposite him. Dong Zheng raised an eyebrow, observing Liu's round face, and asked, "Mr. Liu, what brings you here?" Liu Xingye recounted the day's events in detail, not daring to conceal the truth, as it was evident. Upon hearing this troubling news, Dong Zheng remarked, "Why on earth did you provoke that lunatic, Qin Lang?" In Sha-Tin, the only person who could compel Li Wenbin to act in such a manner is none other than the infamous Mad Tiger, Qin Lang. However, this was a matter he could not ignore, for Liu Xingye had granted him considerable discounts when he purchased his home. Dong Zheng picked up the phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he stated directly, "This is Dong Zheng. I have a favor to ask. Could you act as an intermediary for a drink with the head? Is there any issue, Sir Dong? Are there still underworld figures in Kowloon City who dare to disregard you?" "In Sa-Tin, Lao Lu." "Yes, I'll make a call first. As you know, I'm nearing retirement and wish to avoid trouble, especially if it involves Lao Lu." "I understand." Dong Zheng hung up and said to Liu Xingye, "Wait for news. It should not pose much of a problem." Liu Xingye exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Sir Dong, for your assistance. I shall repay you in the future." After a brief interval, the phone on Dong Zheng's desk rang. "What is the update?" "Take your people to the Sha-Tin Black Tiger Martial Arts School and have that Liu fellow bring half of his family's financial assets." "Understood." Dong Zheng placed the phone down and informed Lu Xingye. The message is clear. They demand half of the Lu family's assets. If you refuse, there is little I can do. Lu Xingye furrowed his brows, lost in thought, before looking up at Dong Zheng and inquiring, "Is there any other way?" Dong Zheng scrutinized Lu Xingye, bemused. "You are not financially strained. Why covet your sister's possessions? Have you finally learned the value of money? Can such matters arise without going to Sha Tin?" Rubbing his temples, Dong Zheng pondered for a moment before stating, "I'll be frank with you. The individual you have offended is Qin Lang, known in the underworld as the Mad Tiger. He is a madman who dares to engage in a fierce confrontation with a rocket launcher in the city. Unless you have connections to the influential Luo Tuo of Dongxing, no one will risk conflict on your behalf, for the Lu family does not warrant such value. Whether in the underworld or the business realm, no one engages in transactions of unequal worth." Suddenly, Lu Xingye recalled an old friend of his father's and looked at Dong Zheng with hopeful eyes, asking, "Can Uncle Dong Jing resolve this matter?" Dong Zheng was taken aback, inquiring with surprise, "You still know Uncle Dong Fu and Jing?" Lu Xingye elucidated, "My father had extensive interactions with Uncle Jing when he was alive. They often danced together at the Asia dance hall. So I have met Uncle Jing a few times. This is Hong Kong Island, where both the business world and the underworld are intertwined with intricate connections, making it difficult to discern who is linked to whom." Dong Zheng nodded slightly, saying, "Uncle Jing holds some weight among the Dong factions. You might ask him to make introductions, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. You should also be aware that times have changed. The pace of evolution in the underworld is exceedingly rapid." "Understood, Dong Sir. I shall take my leave now and invite you for tea another day. Take care." Dong Zheng sighed in relief only after Lu Xingye departed, as it was indeed a bit demanding to have a senior inspector accompany him for a drink. The members of the Dong faction are predominantly workers from Dongguan. They left their hometowns to strive in Hong Kong Island, forming the Dong faction to seek survival and development in this unfamiliar city. Dongxing is a member of the Dong faction, and Luo Zhengwu, born a dock worker, laid the foundation for Dongxing's rise through his solid capabilities. Among the Dong factions, Dong Fu was established the earliest, so it is commonly referred to as Old Dong. Its ascension was significantly aided by the generous support of Chief Inspector Lu Fu. Under Lu Fu's protection, Dong Fu rapidly expanded and thrived, garnering considerable prestige. In the 1950s and 60s, even the formidable Chaozhou gang had to yield to it at the height of its power. Lu Fu is also the uncle of Lu Rongjiu, the founder of Lianji, whose younger brother is known as Brother Rong. Lianji holds a notable position in the underworld of Hong Kong Island. This is the intricate web of the Hong Kong underworld, an entangled mass resembling a vast spider-esque web, where countless individuals and forces are interconnected. In Kowloon City, the Kowloon Tong Villa District is inhabited by a diverse mix of individuals, including affluent merchants from the north, gang leaders, film stars, and local tycoons of Hong Kong Island. These individuals congregate here due to the exorbitant prices of villas on the main island, where business requires traversing Kowloon by boat. Previously, very few Chinese had the privilege to purchase villas on Victoria Peak, while only a select few could afford properties in places like Deepwater Bay, Shallow Water Bay, and Jardines Lookout. Villa number 66 in Kowloon Tong is where Uncle Jing, the esteemed host of Old Dong, resides. After Lu Xingye alighted from his vehicle, he knocked on the villa door, which was opened by Dong, Uncle Jing's close aide. "Is there something you need?" Dong recognized Lu Xingye, having seen him a couple of times at Sister Xia's dance hall. Lu Xingye smiled and cupped his hands together, inquiring, "Is Uncle Jing present?" Upon seeing Lu Xingye's battered visage, the attendant at the door likely surmised his purpose and stepped aside. "Please come in." Inside the villa's grand hall, Uncle Jing donned a traditional Tang suit, a cigarette holder perched between his lips as he exhaled wisps of smoke. Uncle Jing now relied solely on his seniority to navigate the underworld, as the influence of his mentor, Old Dong, had dwindled to an alarming degree. A decade ago, in 1972, while serving as Old Dong's right-hand man, Uncle Jing suffered public humiliation at the hands of his protege, Liang Chao, over the matter of Debosia. Since that incident, Uncle Jing's fortunes had declined, akin to the plight of Wang Shower during the new year, each passing year worse than the last. Yet, In this curious turn of fate, while he lost stature among other factions, he still held the premier position within the Dong faction. Chapter 14. Mutual elevation of dignity, i.e., please sit. What brings you here? Uncle Jing gestured towards the sofa beside him. Uncle Jing, here, the situation. Lu Xingyan narrated the events, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he regarded Uncle Jing. Upon hearing the full account, Uncle Jing perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Old Dong was indeed at his wit's end. He picked up the phone nearby and dialed Wada. Arun, this is Uncle Jing. I have a favor to ask. All right, I'll bring him over right away. Let us meet at Shatian. Uncle Jing hung up and nodded at Lu Xingye. Let us set off for Shatian. Lu Xingye, overwhelmed with joy, quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Jing. I shall repay you handsomely later. Uncle Jing waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for formalities. I have known your father for over a decade. At the Heihu Martial Arts School in Shatian, Qin Lang sat in the main hall, observing two individuals sparring in the arena. Wu Kuei nudged Qin Lang's arm and inquired, Boss, do you think that Lu fellow can bring anyone formidable out? Qin Lang chuckled. What? Do you want to drain them one by one? That won't do. Wu Kuei rubbed his bald head and grinned. It's quite dull here in Shatian. If he could bring out a few tough opponents, it would certainly lighten my spirits. After all, it's a rainy day. Might as well entertain ourselves. Qin Lang retorted playfully. You truly have too much time on your hands. Ignoring the hyperactive Wu Kuei, he focused intently on the contest unfolding before him. Both fighters displayed commendable skills, exchanging blows in a fierce yet indecisive duel. The martial arts school attracted a diverse crowd. Among them were Wu Kuei's subordinates, unemployed youths from the neighborhood, working professionals, and business people. Heihu Martial Arts School welcomed all. Come one, come all. The first floor featured the fighting arena. The second floor housed a gym for training, while the third floor served as the living quarters for Qin Lang and his companions. The fourth floor included a tea room, dining area, kitchen, and storage space, a compact four-story building bustling with activity. Old Lu, Qin Lang, turned to see his friend approaching and smiled as he rose to greet him. Boss, why aren't you at the main hall overseeing the preparation for the birthday celebration? What brings you here? Upon glancing at the individuals behind Luo, he quickly deduced the reason for their visit. Luo Tuo exchanged a knowing look with Qin Lang, who nodded in acknowledgement, signaling understanding of the situation. Turning to Wu Kuei, Qin Lang instructed, please fetch 2 bottles of wine from the storeroom and bring them to the tea room. Wu Kuei stood up, noting the bruised Lu Xingye, and gestured at his neck before hurrying towards the storeroom. Qin Lang extended his right hand towards Luo and Uncle Jing. Gentlemen, please let us discuss matters upstairs. As Uncle Jing observed Qin Lang's instructions to Wu Kuei, a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. This young man possessed the strength to stand firm, articulated his thoughts clearly, and maintained composure without faltering. Though his mental state bore minor imperfections, it was inconsequential. There were no better alternatives available. Old Dong was truly at his breaking point. In the tea room on the 4th floor, Qin Lang seated Luo Tuo at the main position and took his place beside him. Luo Tuo cast a satisfied glance at Qin Lang. Despite being a seemingly idle individual, the young man was undoubtedly commendable in his service. Qin Lang addressed Jing Shu, saying, Uncle Jing, as an esteemed elder of the Dong faction, I shall be forthright. Jing Shu extended his hand, inviting him to proceed. Qin Lang nodded towards Lu Xingye, standing behind Jing Shu, and continued, this person dares to cause trouble in Shatian. If I do not teach him a lesson, how shall I maintain my reputation? My face is not something anyone can strike without consequence. Those who dare to slap my face should be prepared to pay dearly for it. Is that reasonable? Jing Shu glanced at the camel, noting his silence, and organized his thoughts before responding. Lao Lu, you are a prominent figure in Dongxing, and it is indeed vital to uphold your dignity. Today, I wish to take advantage of my seniority to request a cup of tea from you. Rest assured, I shall not drink it in vain. Lao Dong will provide you with a pair of dual flowers. With a smile, Qin Lang inquired, are we speaking of Wen Shuanghua or Wu Shuanghua? Jing Shu replied with a wry smile, of course, it is Wu Shuanghua. You, Lao Lu, would hardly concern yourself with Lao Dong's Wen Shuanghua. The dual flowers are of 2 kinds. One is the dual flower red stick born from combat, which allows one to borrow strength from the opposing faction. The other is Wen Shuanghua, wherein two factions perform a grand spectacle together, elevating the reputation of the opposing faction's red stick. This latter type may sound appealing, but one should not expect to borrow strength from them. At that moment, the crow entered, placing 2 bottles of red wine on the tea table. He turned to Qin Lang and asked, "Boss, shall we open it? Change the tea, and make sure it's the good stuff?" "Understood." The crow busied himself with boiling water and brewing tea, while also uncorking a bottle of red wine to let it breathe, pouring a glass for the camel. "Old Ding, give this a taste. It's a cherished collection from my boss." Camel raised the wine glass to his nose and inhaled, then chuckled, "Crow, you show more filial piety than Lao Lu. This year, we shall reserve a position for you in the main hall." "Thank you, Old Ding." The crow's eyes twinkled, and he promptly asked, "Old Ding, does that mean we have no positions available in Shatian this year?" "Greedy." Camel laughed. "Shatian's establishment has not yet reached 3 years. It would be inappropriate to grant them independent funding at this stage. Some rules must not be broken. Lao Lu's position can only be honored in the main hall for 3 years before a separate branch can be established." At this juncture, Qin Lang interjected, "Boss, please reserve the white paper fan for me as well. The Wanlong Mountain project is nearing completion, and I wish to use that position to bring someone in to manage it." Wanlong Mountain, a name chosen by Qin Lang, is situated not far from the Shatian racecourse. Originally an unremarkable and desolate hill, the island has its share of such mountains. After establishing himself in Shatian New Town a year ago, Qin Lang immediately set his sights on this piece of land. Following an investigation, he discovered that a road could be constructed from the foot of the mountain to the summit, and he even consulted a geomancer regarding the site's feng shui. The geomancer remarked, "A treasure site must have flowing water on the left, known as the Azure Dragon, a long path on the right, known as the White Tiger, a sweat pool in front, known as the Vermilion Bird, and hills behind, known as the Black Tortoise. This mountain, however, lacks the long path." Utilizing connections within Dongxing, Qin Lang invested all his resources to acquire the land of this once-neglected hill. Turning to Jing Shu, Qin Lang said, "Uncle Jing, while I appreciate your generosity, I do not wish to be overly aggressive. Let him allocate 2/10 of his assets to Lu Xiaoyi, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Uncle Jing did not consult Lu Xingye's opinion and readily agreed, stating, "No problem, this matter ends here. There is no need for conflict. With your prowess as the champion of the 9th ring, Old Dong does not possess enough red rods for you to contend with. After the birthday celebration for Arun, I shall adorn you in red and gold at the Sanxing Palace, with a banquet featuring 660 dishes and a red carpet stretching 660 feet. I wonder if this arrangement meets your satisfaction?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. "Is this satisfactory? This exceeds the normal standards by a considerable margin. Something about this situation feels peculiar." Fixing his gaze on Uncle Jing, he inquired, "Uncle Jing, let us speak candidly. Your visit today is not solely for the sake of the person behind you, is it?" Chapter 15, Blossoms of Two Families Indeed. Sighed Uncle Jing. "Lao Lu, you are well aware of Lao Dong's circumstances. His decline is largely my responsibility. I have an idea, but I'm uncertain whether to voice it. Please do share." Qin Lang gestured invitingly with his right hand. Uncle Jing rose and clasped his fists towards the camel, who hastily returned the gesture. Uncle Jing began, "The establishment of the Dong Character Association, Dong Fu He, shall be led by the Red Stick Qin Lang from Dongxing Sierra Lu. Dong Fu He will be under the auspices of Jing Shan's incense offerings." The camel's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Uncle Jing. Uncle Jing continued, "The tokens of the association will be presented as well." The camel experienced a wave of dizziness. This was no longer a surprise, but a shock. The treasures that his father, Luo Zhengwu, had fought for throughout his life were so easily falling into his hands. The title of the Dong Character Association was simply too alluring to resist. "Father, your son has succeeded." Qin Lang quickly approached the camel, attempting to calm him. This half-grown elder must not rejoice. It's all in the past. Big shot. Follow my lead, take a deep breath, inhale, get lost. The camel, caught in a moment of elation, found Qin Lang's words both amusing and bewildering. He playfully patted Qin Lang and turned to Uncle Jing, inquiring, "Uncle Jing, I cannot refuse your generous offer. Are there any additional conditions you wish to express?" Uncle Jing replied, "Arun, there are no other demands, just one request. Do not allow Dong Fu He to be stripped of its name. A trivial matter." The camel reassured, patting Qin Lang beside him. "With blossoms from 2 families, we shall carry forth the incense of both. I will have Lao Lu preside over Dong Fu He. Anyone who wishes to act recklessly must consider whether their neck is sturdy enough." Qin Lang remained non-committal to the camel's words. He was indifferent to the idea of blossoms from 2 families, let alone bearing the Dong character. 1 sheep or 2, it mattered not. The more, the better. As for what would transpire a decade or 2 hence, he had never troubled himself with such thoughts. Everything was in order. Over the past year, he had forged alliances beyond just Li Wenbin. As for returning to the police force, nonsense. What was the purpose of going back? To scrub the back of that old Lady Elizabeth? Or to assist the kneeling consort with her bath? Qin Lang had no intention of groveling to those foreign gentlemen. Mutual benefit was acceptable. If there was no money, one could resort to theft or robbery, but he was too proud to kneel. Approaching the map in the tea room, Qin Lang inquired of Uncle Jing, "Uncle Jing, how much territory does Dong Fu He still hold?" Uncle Jing chuckled sadly. "No need to consult the map. We are left with merely 3 halls: Kowloon, Wong Tai Sin, and Quan Tong, which together do not even amount to 6 streets." Qin Lang stifled a laugh and pointed to the northern district on the map. "Uncle Jing, what do you think of this area? Is the entire northern district sufficient for Dong Fu He to recuperate?" Uncle Jing nodded. "It is indeed sufficient, though the northern district offers little in terms of profit. It is enough for Dong Fu He to survive. However, many parts of the northern district are currently occupied by Lien Sheng, and we, Dong Fu He, cannot contend with them. There is no need for others. Even the Big D from Sun Wan could easily extinguish Dong Fu He." Qin Lang pointed at Shatian and spoke. "The reason I chose to settle in Shatian was to form a pincer movement with Sha Mang. I am in Shatian. Sha Mang is in Yuanlong, and we have trapped Sun Wan in the middle. Lei Yaoyang in Sham, Shui Pa blocks the reinforcements from Liansheng. And if the D dares to make a move, we will not hesitate to advance in its Sun Wan. The advantage lies with me. Rest assured, old Dong. We will keep an eye on the D and Tai Pahe for you. Whether they want the North District or Sun Wan, let them choose for themselves. The new territories are different from Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. Here, Dongxing is the true ruler. Our hall in the North District will cooperate with you. And once we take it down, we will transfer our territory to you and Dongfu. Once the double flowers are hung, my men can openly support you. This flower is not merely a one-sided borrowing of troops. As the red sticks of Dongxing and Dongfu, no one can question my assistance to you. Wu has been complaining to me about the monotony of Shatian, so this time let him lead the troops to help you seize the North District." Upon hearing this, Wu was invigorated and grinned at Uncle Jing, saying, "Uncle Jing, if you trust me, just hand over Dongfu's men to me, and I guarantee you'll have a clean North District." "No problem. Dongfu is already in this state. How much worse can it get?" Uncle Jing said self-deprecatingly. The corner of Latoa's mouth curved into a smile. He understood Lao Lu's intention, which was to exchange the North District for a few streets of Dongfu. This deal may seem to put Dongxing at a disadvantage, but for Dongxing, those streets in Dongfu and Kowloon City are the foothold for an offensive towards Yaotsimon. Although the Kowloon Hall of Dongxing is considered a single hall, in reality, it occupies more than half a street, which is quite embarrassing. Unkle Yingskat Initset Kinlong then turned his gaze to Lao. Lao understood his meaning and explained. As long as Lao Lu is not provoked, his mind is still quite sharp, and as long as he does not get angry, he is sufficiently resourceful. Therefore, he remains idle in Shatian, and I might only grumble a bit. I'm not afraid to tell you, Uncle Jing, each of the 5 tigers of Dongxing has its own characteristics, and Lao Lu has the strongest overall perspective. Yaoyang excels in layout. The smiling tiger is adept at maneuvering. Sha Mang is a master of defense, and Haonan is valiant and skilled in combat. Uncle Jing praised. The previous generation of the 5 tigers were indeed rare talents, and the second generation surpasses the first. It is hard not to prosper. Luotoak chuckled. Uncle Jing, you flatter me. It's just that I've been fortunate to have gathered a few promising disciples. He raised his hand and pointed at Qin Lang, somewhat aggrieved, and said, "It is indeed gratifying, yet it can also be maddening. Others, when they become big shots, merely issue orders for their disciples to act. But for me, I must plead with him to make a move. Yet, he is like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, remaining motionless in Shatian." Uncle Jing laughed. His stillness, which allows Shatian to be as solid as a fortress, is a skill in itself. You should be content. Luo was merely showing off, offering an exorbitant price of 666,000 to invite Qin Lang to join Dongxing, which was his most proud achievement in recent years. Is the price high? Yes. Is it worth it? Absolutely. Luo had asked himself these two questions countless times, but the answer was always the same. Without delving into other matters, let us speak solely of the formidable martial prowess of Lao Lu, which bestows upon him an additional layer of formidable protection. Anyone contemplating a confrontation with him must ponder whether they can withstand the repercussions of his wrath. When Lao Lu becomes enraged, even the bravest feel trepidation. To nurture the bond between them, he frequently visits Shatian, often recounting tales of this young man. A relationship fortified by both emotion and mutual benefit is the most steadfast of allegiances. Just 2 months into their acquaintance, Lao Lu boldly requested 50 million, and without hesitation, he acquiesced to the loan. The establishment of a clubhouse at the foot of Wanlong Mountain remains shrouded in mystery regarding Lao Lu's intentions. Nevertheless, he proceeded with the loan, motivated by the desire to deepen their connection. Lao Lu would undoubtedly go to great lengths to avenge him should misfortune befall him. It is precisely this protective nature of Lao Lu that compelled him to extend a generous invitation for him to join Dongxing. As he contemplated these thoughts, the camel savored a sip of red wine, indulging in visions of prosperity, and with each reflection, he took another sip. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually intoxicated himself. Chapter 16. A heart full of malice on the journey back to Kowloon City. Lu Xingye suddenly realized that the conversations among several individuals had not concealed anything from him. At this moment, the only path to survival lay in submitting to others, for any rebellious thought could lead to his demise. Trembling with fear, he stammered to Uncle Jing, "Why do you treat me this way?" Uncle Jing smirked coldly, i.e., "Do you wish to know why I act towards you thus?" Lu Xingye nodded dejectedly. He had to understand the nature of his impending fate. Uncle Jing scoffed. "Knowing that I had a good relationship with your father, how dare you covet Xiaoyi? Before your father passed, he entrusted Xiaoyi to me. Yet he never mentioned caring for you. Today, I shall use you as a token of introduction to Dongxing. As long as you remain obedient, you may continue to enjoy your current lifestyle. Otherwise, do you see that? This is the nature of the underworld. No matter how sweetly they speak, it cannot obscure their dark hearts. Who can discern the truth from the falsehood?" Uncle Jing's words carried both truth and deception. Yet Lu Xingye had no choice but to believe. Disbelief would lead to death. He was left with no alternatives. In this world of hardened individuals, there were none without malice, especially not Uncle Jing, who had not yet met his end in the streets despite his age. The saying goes, "An old thief lives on," and it aptly described him. Before Luo and Qin Lang, he was the weak party, yielding for the preservation of Dongfu. Yet before Lu Xingye, he was a predatory beast, for the underworld has always adhered to the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. They say all within the seas are brothers, and harmony is precious. Yet this premise hinges on the possession of strength. Without it, the notion of harmony is but a farce. Take Lu Xingye as an example. At the Yuanlong de Wu Tang village, Luo returned after a 2-hour slumber, and, having consumed a bowl of hangover soup, sought out the shrewd and cunning Gu Huoluan from Dongxing. Gu Huoluan served as Luo's confidant and strategist. For whenever significant matters arose in Dongxing, Luo would invariably consult him. With long hair cascading over his shoulders and appearing in his 30s, Gu Huoluan seemed anything but a rogue. Yet, one must not be deceived by his outward appearance. He harbored a heart full of treachery. Excellent. Gu Huoluan applauded after Luo recounted the day's events. He laughed heartily. Dragonhead, legitimacy breeds authority. Once we grasp the Dong character's fragrance, we shall occupy a position of righteousness in our endeavors. Without strength to support righteousness, it is merely a jest. However, with strength, righteousness becomes a formidable blade. And we at Dongxing possess the strength to uphold this righteousness. I must say, old Lu possesses a touch of fortune. If only his mental state could stabilize, it would be perfect. Luotua sighed wryly. Others are merely treacherous wolves. Yet old Lu has transformed into a red-eyed tiger. When he goes mad, I too feel the strain. I wonder when his condition will stabilize. The mental issues of Qin Lang left even Gu Huoluan without a shred of doubt. What kind-hearted individual does not possess a flaw in their mind, to the extent that their eyes turn a blood-red hue in moments of fury? Should anyone dare to claim that Qin Lang is merely feigning, Gu Huoluan would unreservedly deliver a resounding slap. When asked again, "Show me your act," Gu Huoluan poured a cup of hot tea for the camel and remarked, "Dragon head, this state of Lao Lu may not necessarily be a bad thing. At least Lao Lu will not." The camel raised his hand to interrupt Gu Huoluan, stating, "Alun, refrain from speaking such words in the future. I trust my judgment. He poses no threat to me." Among the 5 tigers, aside from Hao Nan, who is a disciple of Ben, the other 4 are my prot-gs, and I hold great confidence in them. Gu Huoluan's gaze flickered momentarily as he cautioned, "Dragon head, human hearts are notoriously difficult to gauge, especially for those of us who navigate the underworld. A measure of vigilance is never unwarranted." The camel lifted his teacup, took a sip, and confidently declared, "To employ without suspicion is to not employ at all. I extend my genuine heart to them. And even if they possess hearts of stone, I can warm them." It must be said, among the titans of the underworld, the camel is indeed benevolent towards his disciples and younger brethren, albeit with a somewhat poor judgment. Observing that the dragon head was unyielding to his warnings, Gu Huoluan shifted the topic. "Dragon head, since you intend to negotiate with Dong Fu for territory, who do you plan to assign to oversee Kowloon City?" The camel pondered for a moment and replied, "Old Hay is stepping down, and I am currently troubled over whom to send to Kowloon City. The territory of the Huang de Xian is manageable. I can merely have Lao Lu keep an eye on it. However, Kowloon City and the location of Guantang are of utmost importance. We must find 2 capable individuals to take charge." Gu Huoluan proposed a candidate. "Dragon head, what do you think of Ben Shu's disciple, Kulu? You mean to assign Kowloon City to Kulu?" The camel inquired. Gu Huoluan shook his head. "No. Let him go to Guantang. The spokesperson there, a Chow, is nothing but a nuisance, and Kulu can manage to keep him in line. Kowloon City should only be entrusted to our own. It is best to keep the knife firmly in our own hands." The camel considered this and asked, "What if we were to assign the Kowloon City territory to someone from Shuailing?" Gu Huoluan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately applauded Dragon Head. "That move is brilliant. Firstly, it allows us to recall the top 10 from Shuailing to assist us. Secondly, it shifts Shuailing's focus towards Hong Kong Island. And thirdly, it fortifies your position, Dragon Head. Ben Shu may be aging, but his mind remains sharp. Does he think I am oblivious to his subtle intentions? Does he not realize that his subordinate, a Bao, dares to privately collude with the San Lian Society without his direction? Is he unaware of our relationship with the San Lian Society? Our enmity cannot be reconciled. The previous dragon had nearly perished at the hands of the San Lian's fierce warriors. Yet, Ben Shu allows his disciples to mingle with the San Lian Society. What is his true intention?" The camel did not refute Gu Huoluan's words. Within the organization, factions abound, and such matters are unavoidable for any major syndicate. The new record has a chief instructor, Su Long, while Hongxing has a spokesperson, Liang Cohen. There is no need to mention Lian Sheng. In a few years, a number of capable individuals will vanish, as those old-timers engage in excessively unsavory dealings. The number gang is even worse, scattered like dandelions, their seeds sown everywhere. The camel patted his thigh and turned to inquire, "Whom do you think would be suitable to take over the territory of Kowloon?" Gu Huoluan smiled faintly and replied, "Among the 10 outstanding of Shuailing, Shang Tian, Chong San, Si Hai, Wu Kuei, Lu Yang, Qi Qiao Qiao, Zaba, Jiu Mei, and Hongmen, I find only Si Hai and Hung may to be worthy. However, we are in search of cannon fodder, and Wuxian would be quite fitting for that role. We can cast him in a Kowloon city to stir the waters. Whether he survives is up to his own fortune. If he lives, it will be a testament to his resilience. If he perishes, it is of no consequence. The camel nodded in agreement. Very well. I will speak with Xue Ling to finalize this matter. Our immediate priority is to prepare for the blooming of the old 6th S flower. This task is entrusted to you, for with that lazy character of his, he is unlikely to take it to heart, which is quite worrisome. Chapter 17. Every individual has their strengths. Gu Huolun chuckled lightly. Dragonhead, to speak candidly, among the 5 tigers, the one I admire most is the 6th. That eccentric, though he may be lazy, his peculiar mindset renders him more akin to a normal person in terms of conduct and dealings than the other 4. Hao Nan's inflated ego and self-righteousness will inevitably lead him to severe tribulations. As for Sha Meng, there's no need to elaborate. He embodies the quintessential traits of a rogue, exploiting the weak and cowering before the strong with remarkable finesse. Yao Yang possesses a mind far sharper than mine, yet his radical disposition often leads him into dead ends. My greatest concern, however, is Alwei. This individual operates without a moral compass. Do not be deceived by his current deference towards you. He merely lacks allies among the other 4 tigers. Should he find a simple-minded yet formidable tiger, this cunning fox could become quite dangerous. You must keep this in mind. Dragonhead, do not underestimate the potential for loss. Gu Huolun was unwaveringly devoted to Luo Tu, for it was Luo Tu's recognition that had paved his way to his current stature. He revealed everything that needed to be said. Luo Tu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You worry too much. Regardless of how things unfold, Alwei would never dare to act against me. Without my patronage, could he have attained a position among the 5 tigers? At the very least, he would not repay kindness with malice. As for the other 4, currently, Sha Meng is practically a shadow of the 6th, becoming his errand boy, leaving him little time to concern himself with Alwei. Hao Nan, with his rebellious nature, lacks the strength to approach him. Yao Yang, even more so, prefers the refined and the exquisite. Does Alwei possess even a semblance of sophistication? The word elegance does not apply. And in terms of stature, Alwei would not even qualify for the term tall. As for the 6th, would Alwei dare to approach him? A mere change in the 6th's mood could leave him incapacitated. Gu Huolun sighed inwardly. This leader is admirable in many respects, yet he places too much trust in his disciples. One must remember that throughout history, autumn brings melancholy and solitude. Even barren trees can find spring. In the chill of winter, the winds and snows conceal the complexities of human hearts. Noticing that his words fell on deaf ears, Gu Huolun shifted the topic, asking, "Dragonhead, do you find the clubhouse project near the racetrack promising?" Luo Tu grimaced slightly, responding, "According to the 6th, it all sounds quite plausible. I sense this venture won't incur losses. You are aware of the land prices on Hong Kong Island. The 6th acquired that mountain for a pittance, though the construction of the clubhouse itself will be costly. Yet, I remain skeptical about building a large clubhouse there, particularly with that absurd grand stage you mentioned. Who would venture to Sha Tin for a show?" Gu Huolun inquired, "What sort of grand stage?" Luo Tu retorted with irritation. The 6th spoke of signed artists, tips, rankings, membership levels, and many terms I scarcely comprehend. Let him be. I am not concerned about his ability to repay. Wanlong Recyclables, Wanlong Property Management, and Wanlong Cleaning Services have been performing admirably, practically monopolizing business in Sha Tin with substantial annual revenues. This lad possesses a peculiar talent for laziness. In order to facilitate the Crow's legitimate recruitment of followers, the establishment has been transformed into a security company, with the Crow himself appointed as the security manager. Is this not utter nonsense? As a leader, he remains behind the scenes, allowing a mere subordinate to take the forefront. To spare ourselves from ridicule, I have granted the Crow the title of chief. At the entrance of the Shot-In Black Tiger Martial Arts School, the Crow raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased as he observed Lu Xiaoyi. Is she still here to witness the farce at home? Upon noticing the Crow's grim expression, Liu Shaoyi hastily produced several large banknotes and presented them to him. Manager Chun, please take this money back. I cannot express my gratitude enough. How can one charge for a mere meal? The crow extended his hand, pushing the money back. Listen, my boss has said that not paying for a meal is foolishness. We cannot tarnish our reputation over a trifling sum. There is no need for anything else. Simply pay the security fee on time each month. Once paid, you will be under my protection. Anyone who dares to cause trouble is slapping my face. Now be off with you. After uttering these words, the crow turned to leave, but suddenly halted, striking his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten the important matter? He turned back to Liu Shaoyi and said, by the way, tomorrow you will receive 20% of the Liu family's assets. This is what my boss has arranged for you. If you do not come today, I shall seek you out tomorrow. Please organize the Tan family recipe thoroughly, aiming to compile as many dishes as possible, and ensure you also outline the customs associated with enjoying Tan family cuisine. It is imperative to authentically restore their culinary essence, as we may wish to collaborate in future business endeavors. Once the crow departed, Liu Shaoyi glanced at the banknotes in her hand, then at the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, before bowing deeply. Raising her head, she turned to leave. Though she did not fully comprehend Manager Chen's intentions, she was determined to carry out the task diligently. Upon returning to the hall, the crow sat beside Qin Lang and nudged him with a shoulder, inquiring, Boss, have you set your sights on someone? Are you planning to bring him back using a significant identity? Qin Lang tossed a cigarette to the crow and replied, Bolon Street's to Dong. The work at the club is beyond the capabilities of the three of you. The crow, feeling somewhat indignant, muttered under his breath. He's merely a coachman. Does it require such effort? Huh. Qin Lang chuckled. Do not underestimate him. A coachman thrives on his ability to read people and adapt. Every individual has their strengths. Can you perform the task of ingratiating yourself with others? The crow shook his head vigorously. I can handle physical confrontations, but flattering others is out of the question. Precisely. Qin Lang exhaled a plume of smoke. Never look down on anyone when placed in the right context. Every person can unlock boundless potential. Boss, there's scattered goods in the new city. A sweating errand boy burst in, exclaiming loudly. Whose goods? The crow sprang up abruptly, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. The errand boy supplier is Wang Jiaodong from Mongkok. He is the Mongkok leader of the Hongmen Society. The errand boy replied. The crow blew his whistle and waved the flag. We are heading to Mongkok. Qin Lang's temper flared at once. He had been lying low in Shatin, yet trouble seemed to seek him out incessantly. The sales pitch for the little round dumplings was met with silence from Qin Lang, as this matter was unavoidable. However, your audacity in distributing goods in Shatin is quite excessive. Rising from his seat, he ascended the stairs while cursing. They truly do not regard me with any respect. How dare they? If they choose to disregard me, I shall bury them in the earth. The crow, addressing the underling, commanded, bring me some men to Mongkok. Anyone who dares to refuse their wages shall meet a gruesome fate. The crow spoke thus because the boss had previously instructed him that one should only accomplish tasks commensurate with their compensation. Upon witnessing the boss's fury, the underling hastily replied, Boss, I shall raise the flag at once. After the underling departed, the crow shouted to the fighters in the hall, return and prepare your weapons. Tonight, we shall annihilate the Hongmen Society in Mongkok. Chapter 18. Unconventional Warfare Yao Yang. It is I, Qin Lang. Clear a path for me. Tonight, I shall obliterate the Hongmen Society's Mongkok faction. Old Liu, clearing the way is not an issue, but you must enlighten me on the reason. Do they dare to encroach upon my territory to peddle their wares? Is my name, Qin Lang, devoid of influence? Or have they grown audacious? I shall soon ascertain the truth. Lei Yao Yang hung up the phone, rising to his feet and breaking into a waltz, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. Truly, the heavens are on my side. At 11 o'clock that night, the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall was ablaze with light. The first floor hall was densely packed with the registered members of the Shatin faction, each one robust and imposing. Unlike other martial artists, few among them bore tattoos of dragons and tigers. Instead, they were adorned with sinewy muscles. Each had a large tote bag at their feet. Dressed in a sleek black suit, Qin Lang stood at the forefront, holding 3 incense sticks as he bowed thrice before the statue of Xiangyu. He stepped forward to place the incense in the urn, observing the slight smile at the corners of Xiangyu's mouth. I trust you can deliver. The crowd behind him, witnessing their leader's homage, shouted in unison, May the martial Saint Emperor bless us with victory, and may our offerings of incense never cease. Since half a year ago, when Qin Lang inadvertently discovered that those who sincerely worshipped the statue of Xiangyu felt invigorated the following day, he had decided to place the statue prominently in the hall. Each visitor to the martial arts hall now began their visit by paying respects to Xiangyu. Qin Lang felt remarkably revitalized each morning, unsure of the full extent of the effects. Yet these 2 benefits sufficed. The ancestors had transformed alchemical practices into gunpowder and had researched cardiovascular medications to produce a man's elixir, Viagra. For this reason, the Sha Tin faction revered Xiang Yi instead of Guan Yu. Qin Lang turned, hands on his hips, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the members in the hall. I do not hoard the wealth for myself. You know well how much you have received. To nurture an army for 1,000 days is to prepare for a moment of battle. Today, Sha Tin marches towards Mongkok to eradicate the Hongmen faction. The battle cry of kill resonated powerfully throughout the hall. Bang, bang, bang. 300 elite members of the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall surged into 30 military transport vans, the sound of slamming doors echoing like thunder. Qin Lang's BMW led the procession, forming a long line of vehicles, clouds of dust trailing as they sped towards Shamshui-Pu. To traverse from Sha Tin to Mongkok, one must pass through Shamshui-Pu. As the convoy passed, it stirred the local populace. Hey, Jiwei, this is Chong Lu Feihong. The old 6 from Sha Tin has taken action. Do you know what is happening? I just received word as well. Who knows what that madman is up to, assembling such a grand display. Hey, Samang, dies ist Li Zubao Qiang. The old 6 from Sha Tin has moved. Do you know what is going on? What did you say? The old 6 has moved? Indeed. I have also just received word that Lao Lu has taken a large crew towards Shamshui-Pu. Alas, there is no time for further conversation. I must swiftly gather my men and head over, as Lao Lu still owes me over 20 million in project payments. Hello, Brother Luo. This is Jiang Tiansheng from Hongxing. Just received a call from Liang Ma, who informed me that your Dongxing faction in Shamshui-Pu and the Sha Tin faction have begun to mobilize towards Mongkok. Could it be that they are coming for us at Hongxing? Wait, who is moving? Shamshui-Pu and Sha Tin, Yao Yang and Lao Lu? Indeed. Understood. I will arrive early the day after tomorrow. Brother Luo hung up the phone and hastily dressed to rush to the headquarters. In Shamshui-Pu, the path was cleared for Qin Lang's convoy, which proceeded uninterrupted. At Mongkok's Flower Garden Street, the Hongying Mongkok faction's bar, Ziluan, faced an urgent situation. Boss, trouble is brewing. The Mad Tiger from Sha Tin is attacking. A junior from Hongying rushed into the bar and shouted to my Yaodong, who was drinking at the counter. What did you say? The Mad Tiger from Sha Tin is attacking. Dressed in a black leather trench coat with striking red hair, my Yaodong immediately stood up, seizing the junior by the collar, demanding, is that true? The junior, struggling to breathe, quickly raised his hand to pat my Yaodong's arm. Boss, they have already reached the corner of Flower Garden Street. Dongxing's men are too fierce. Our brothers cannot hold them back. My Yaodong released the junior's collar, his anger boiling over as he cursed. Damn it, the Mad Tiger is truly overstepping. Do they think I fear them? Turning to the bar, he drew a machete and led the Hongying brothers out. After midnight, Flower Garden Street transformed into a battleground for gangsters. Weya, leading the charge, swung his dual-edged machete with incredible speed, leaving a path of chaos in his wake. Damn it! How dare you come to my territory to cause trouble? I will cut you down. While Wu Ya's machete was relentless, his mouth was equally busy. At the corner of Flower Garden Street, Wang Jiao, standing behind Qin Lang, inquired, Boss, should I fetch that dong from Dongxing? Qin Lang waved his hand, gritting his teeth. No need. Today we are setting an example. We will not relent until the Hongying faction in Mongkok is utterly defeated. Qin Lang, filled with rage, would not allow even his own faction to enter. Who does my Yaodong think he is, daring to provoke the tiger? Kill, to intimidate the rest. Under the dim light of the neon signs along the street, Hundreds of fighters were embroiled in chaos. The Shatin faction wore red armbands, while the Hongmen faction donned white, wielding knives and sticks with fervor. The clash of weapons and shouts of curses created a haunting melody of the underworld. Slash! A Hongmen fighter struck a Shatin rival in the chest, but the absence of blood left him momentarily stunned. In that moment of distraction, a Shatin fighter retaliated, cutting into his chest and staining his shirt with blood. Crazy. They have armor. The Shatin fighter toppled one opponent and charged towards others, revealing the leather vest beneath his clothing. The members of the Hongmen society were utterly stunned upon witnessing the scene before them, their eyes wide and mouths agape in disbelief. How outrageous it was! The people from Dongxing showed no regard for martial ethics. This was a clash of the underworld, not a battlefield confrontation. Were they truly clad in armor? Their thoughts were inconsequential. What mattered was that the forces from Shatin were relentlessly wielding their sabers, executing the distinctive 8 characters blade technique with unwavering ferocity. The Hongmen society found themselves retreating in disarray, ultimately cornered near the Violet Bar in Tudi, where they fortuitously encountered the exiting Ma Yao Dong. Grasping the collar of a subordinate, Ma Yao Dong exclaimed in anger, "Why are you running back?" The terrified subordinate replied, "Boss, we must flee. The Dongxing crew disregards the rules of the underworld, and they're all clad in tough leather armor. Our blades cannot penetrate." Chapter 19. The unreliability of rumors for the sake of several hundred leather vests. Qin Lang had invested considerable effort and expense in commissioning a leather factory to create them. Although a multi-layered crafted leather vest came at a hefty price, it could save a significant amount in medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Ma Yaodong erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Oh, why is Brother Dong so furious? The crow sauntered over, bare-chested and brandishing a cleaver. With a flourish of his weapon, he bellowed, "Leave my Yaodong alive. The rest shall be slain." The crow was merely boasting. At most, there would be a few broken limbs, and the skirmish would not result in many fatalities. Even 3 to 5 casualties would constitute a significant toll. Ma Yaodong raised his blade towards the crow, exclaiming, "Are you truly intent on pushing this to the brink? Are you not afraid of a full-scale war with the Hongmen society?" The crow responded with a crude gesture and retorted, "What do you think you are? A war? I dare you to let Hongmen come to Shatin and try." He commanded, "Kill them." The Shatin crew, upon hearing this, brandished their cleavers and charged Ma Yaodong. Not to be outdone, Ma Yaodong, seasoned in battle, rallied his remaining men to counterattack. The clash of blades echoed, each strike resonating with a distinct sound. Ma Yaodong now understood the words of his subordinate. This fight was unwinnable. The blades could not penetrate the opposing leather armor, leaving him with no choice but to aim for their heads. With a thud, a Shatin thug deflected a downward strike, though his arm tingled from the impact. Internally alarmed, he recognized Ma Yaodong's prowess as a formidable enforcer of the Hongmen society. "Fool! Allow me." The crow seized one of his underlings by the collar and hurled him aside, lunging directly at Ma Yaodong. Ma Yaodong retreated a couple of paces, slashing diagonally with his cleaver. The clash of their weapons produced a metallic ring. With a mocking laugh, the crow jeered, "With such feeble strength, you dare to confront me? Meet your demise." A flash of red signaled the blade's bite. In rapid succession, 2 figures collapsed. "Bah! Pathetic." The crow spat, gesturing with the tip of his blade towards Ma Yaodong while instructing his nearby subordinate, "Take the bodies. Let us head home." The Hongmen society's Mongkok faction was swiftly dismantled, and Lei Yaoyang seized control of their territory. The entire conflict concluded in less than 2 hours, with Qin Lang remaining a passive observer throughout. Approaching Qin Lang, Lei Yaoyang inquired, "Old Six, this territory in Mongkok is yours. What are your thoughts?" Qin Lang, draping an arm around Lei Yaoyang's shoulder, replied with a smile, "Whether you can maintain control here is your concern. Just ensure you deliver 500,000 in medical expenses afterward. I have no interest in territorial disputes. If that scoundrel Ma Yaodong hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't even know who he is." At this moment, Qin Lang was solely focused on fortifying his stronghold in Shatin, harboring no ambitions for the tumultuous districts of Yao, Ma, Ti, and Mongkok. Watching Qin Lang's departing figure, Lei Yaoyang shook his head and muttered, "What a lazy fish." After a short while, Sha Ming, panting heavily, approached Lei Yaoyang and inquired, "Where's Lao Lu?" "He has returned," came the response. Was it all wrapped up so quickly? Lao Lu's men are quite formidable. Even my Yaodong's crew couldn't last 2 hours. Upon finishing his words, Lei Yaoyang headed directly towards the Violet Bar, feeling particularly gracious today, which allowed him to explain matters to Sha Ming. Sha Ming lingered for a moment before instructing his subordinates with a nod. "You all stay here and help Yaoyang secure Mong Kok. Maintaining control will benefit us as well." "Understood, boss," his men echoed in agreement. Just as Sha Ming was about to return to Yuan Long, he was intercepted by the arriving camel. Sha Ming shrugged. "After the fight, I went back to Sha Tin. At the Black Tiger Martial Arts School in Sha Tin, the Bloodied Crow reported to Qin Lang, "Boss, those in the laundry powder business are quite wealthy. Just one my Yaodong could cough up several million." I measured his courage, and it doesn't seem much greater than that of other small-time operators. "How dare he provoke us?" Qin Lang rose with a smile and patted Crow on the shoulder. "Excellent, just in time for me to engage in a little business. My Yaodong has delivered the capital to me. Keep the goods safe and deliver them to Old Ghost Quan tomorrow." The following day, at Li GT restaurant in Yao Ma Ti. "I swear, let me tell you, Dongxing's Crow brought 200 or 300 men and wiped out the Hong Ing Society's Mong Kok branch yesterday. But I've heard that Dongxing's people disregard the rules of the underworld, engaging in brawls while wearing leather vests. Taking down another's territory doesn't signify prowess." "Nonsense. Who made the rule that one can't wear a vest during a brawl? This is going to make Mong Kok lively. It was already chaotic, and if Dongxing establishes a foothold, it will be even more tumultuous. Do you think Hongxing's Liang Kuan and EZ's Wang Bao will take action against Dongxing? Who knows? Hong Ying's Jiang Quan is the uncle of Hongxing's Jiang Tiansheng. Hongxing might very well intervene. Besides, Hongxing and Dongxing have always been at odds. They likely won't miss this opportunity. Does anyone know why Dongxing suddenly targeted Hong Ying? I know a bit. It seems that the Mad Tiger Qin Lang has a romantic liaison with Hong Ying's princess Jiang Ying. Unable to tolerate seeing his woman bullied by my Yaodong, he retaliated and eliminated him. I heard it was because my Yaodong was distributing goods in Sha Tin that the Mad Tiger lost his temper and took him out. It's because the princess pampered the Mad Tiger in bed and then shed a couple of tears. Which man could withstand that? The underworld. The underworld. This underworld is far from good. In Qin Lang's bedroom at the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. "So, you, a senior inspector, have nothing better to do?" Qin Lang spoke into the phone. "Where should I sleep?" "Jiang Ying. Isn't that tarnishing someone's reputation? I haven't even met her. How could I possibly score from a distance?" Lu Chichang, seated at his desk, replied over the phone, "You're anxious now, aren't you? Why fret if you haven't done anything? You're an adult. I understand. If you did it, so be it. There's no need for embarrassment." Since more than a year ago, when Qin Lang had beaten him, Lu Chichang had been seeking every opportunity to retaliate. Qin Lang inquired, "Is there anything else? If you're just idling around, then go patrol the streets. Don't you have anything better to do?" Lu Chichang replied earnestly, "Lang, let's discuss serious matters. You cannot touch my Yaodong. Our associates are using him as bait. His superior is Zhu Tao. My Yaodong may be inconsequential, but I must have Zhu Tao at all costs." Qin Lang hastily refuted. "How would I know where he is?" "Yes, not my son. After I dealt with him yesterday, I returned home to sleep, but I couldn't find rest all night. I need to catch up on sleep, so if there is nothing else, I'm hanging up." Lu Chichang quickly interjected, "Don't hang up. Lang, this is not a trivial matter. Our associates have been working hard for half a year. You really must not act recklessly." Qin Lang adamantly denied, "I don't know. I haven't seen him. Who knows where that scoundrel is?" It was impossible for Qin Lang to divulge everything to Lu Chichang, even though he was quite a decent fellow. Chapter 20. The Black Phoenix. The proud lord. Upon hearing those words, Lu Chichang immediately deduced the whereabouts of my Yaodong. He was either buried in the earth or swimming in the sea. The man was undoubtedly gone. With a sigh, Lu Chichang remarked, "Lang, have you not yet seen the psychologist I recommended to you? Your current predicament is grave. One cannot shy away from seeking help." Qin Lang stifled a laugh and replied in a low voice, "Sir, once one descends into the abyss, there is no turning back, especially for someone like me who has fallen so far. There is no way to return. Anxiety, fear, and sleepless nights plague me. I am in a state of turmoil. The ailment itself is trivial. Sir, what lies ahead for me? Can you provide me with an answer? Qin Lang's strategy was to turn the tables, adopting an offensive stance. If you inquire about my Yaodong's location, I shall ask you about my own path forward. With both matters devoid of answers, we are both astute individuals. Thus it is best not to dwell on the subject. Lu Qichong was at a loss for words. He understood the implications of Qin Lang's statement, but was unable to provide a solution. All he could do was encourage Qin Lang, saying, Lang, have you forgotten your oath? I assure you, I will do everything in my power to find you a way out. I understand the hardships of being an undercover agent. You must persevere. Qin Lang scoffed. Do you even possess integrity? Your assurances are empty. While his words were eloquent, they were mere platitudes. Over the past year, Qin Lang had provided him with trivial information while safeguarding crucial details. One may harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain vigilant against the schemes of others. Lu Qichong painted a rosy picture while Qin Lang remained noncommittal. This seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? A heart exchanged for a heart. He would never engage in transactions that would leave him at a disadvantage. All right, that will suffice. In a few days, I'll be making arrangements, and I shall notify you. Which faction? Old Dong. Qin Lang ended the call, straightened his attire, and awaited a call from Camel. Given the significant actions he took the previous day, Camel would undoubtedly respond. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, Old Ding is on the line. He asked you to take the call. A voice from outside the bedroom announced. Understood. Qin Lang rose, opened the door, and descended the stairs to answer the phone. Boss, what instructions do you have? Bring my Yao Dong to the main hall. Old Ghost Quan is here to collect someone. Received. I will head over immediately. Qin Lang hung up and instructed Crow. Let's take our things and go. At the main hall of Yuan Long Tai, a BMW was parked at the entrance, and a junior member opened the car door for Qin Lang. He patted the young man's shoulder and briskly entered the meeting room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was lively. Lei Yaoyong and Sham Meng sat flanking Camel, with several juniors standing behind them. Opposite them sat an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, accompanied by a young woman in her 20s. The lines of demarcation were distinct. Brother Six. Brother Six. The junior standing behind Camel greeted Qin Lang as he entered. Camel waved him over. Old Six, come take a seat. Qin Lang pulled out a chair next to Sham Meng and sat down, with Crow standing behind him. After surveying the two individuals across from him, he turned to Camel and inquired, Boss, when did we lose someone, and why are they demanding someone from another family? The Camel cast a glance at Qin Lang and, smiling, addressed Jiang Quan across the table, saying, Uncle Quan, please do not take offense. This is merely how the sixth is. Jiang Quan looked at Qin Lang and inquired, Since I am making a significant request, may I call you sixth as well? Qin Lang nodded nonchalantly, replying, Uncle Quan, you are a veteran of the underworld. Your happiness is what matters. Very well, Jiang Quan continued. Sixth, our families have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. If you hand over a dong to me, we can consider this matter settled. What do you say? Qin Lang chuckled lightly and replied, Uncle Quan, reason must be articulated clearly. Matters cannot be resolved without discussion. I am rather indolent, even too lazy to argue. Out of respect for your seniority, I shall explain this once. Your Hong Ying's my Yao Dong has encroached upon my territory. Therefore, I must dismantle your Hong Ying stronghold. This is merely a typical grievance in our line of work. There is no need for you, as the head of Hong Ying, to intervene, is there? What? You still seek to reclaim some dignity by invoking your seniority? With a loud clap, Jiang Ying slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Qin Lang and declaring, Have you no sense of decorum? My father is the head of Hong Ying, of equal standing with Luo Zhengwu. Is this how you converse with your elders? Jiang Ying's ire was exacerbated by the rumors circulating outside, which had reached her ears. How could the daughter of the illustrious Hong Ying be reduced to warming this scoundrel's bed? The audacity of claiming she had succumbed to this rogue in such a manner was truly outrageous. Moreover, this scandal had spread throughout East Kowloon, becoming the hottest topic of discussion in the underworld today. It was impossible to clarify the situation amid such chaos. The crow twisted its neck, The boss refrained from striking women, yet he had no such reservations. Little sixth sister is back. The voice preceded the arrival of the person. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's body stiffened involuntarily, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. This madwoman had returned from abroad to wreak havoc once more. At that moment, a captivating woman, over 5 feet tall, with cascading waves of hair, clad in a sleek black suit, entered the conference room. She greeted the camel with a nod and a casual boss, before pulling out a chair beside Qin Lang and sitting down, wrapping her arms around his neck with a playful grin. Little sixth, have you missed your sister? The members of Dongxing instinctively shifted backward, for this striking woman was none other than He Feng. Ao, Jun Jiangying's brows furrowed in indignation. This woman was utterly ungracious, entering without so much as a greeting, as if she and her father were invisible. Glancing at the camel, Jiang Ying scoffed. Is this the standard of upbringing in Dongxing? The camel, feeling the weight of her words, quickly moved to He Feng's side, restraining her hand as it ventured toward her waist. Tomorrow is my birthday. Could you please grant the boss some face? Hey Ao, Jun studied the camel, then scrutinized Jiang Ying, letting out a cold laugh. Little sister, while your chest may be modest, your temper is certainly not. Today, I grant my boss some leeway. In the future, tread carefully with your words, or I shall send you skyward. Qin Lang discreetly shifted a chair away from her. This woman was truly unhinged. While he feigned madness, she was genuinely deranged. Half a year ago, after this woman returned, she heard of Qin Lang's remarkable feats and rushed to Shatian to discuss with him the most effective use of rocket launchers and explosives. She claimed that they shared a mutual interest, both delighting in explosive devices. After calming He Feng, Luo Mao promptly addressed Qin Lang, urging him to conclude today's matter swiftly. Following this, he cast a furtive glance at He Feng, signaling him discreetly. Qin Lang nodded and gestured to the crow behind him, instructing, present the items to Uncle Quan. The crow, with a peculiar grin, tossed a black plastic bag onto the conference table. Jiang Ying shot a glare at Qin Lang, opened the plastic bag, and hastily covered her mouth. However, she could not contain herself and let out a retch, promptly vomiting. Chapter 21. Interest at stake as the individuals in the conference room discerned the contents of the plastic bag. Their complexions turned ashen and their throats constricted. Whether from Dongxing or Hongying, the gazes directed towards Qin Lang were laced with trepidation. He was indeed a madman. 2 individuals with fragile psyches clutched their mouths and rushed towards the door, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. They had witnessed their fair share of brutality, yet this method induced an unparalleled terror within them. Even Jiang Quan, a seasoned figure in the underworld, regarded Qin Lang with newfound caution. This man was unhinged. Casting a glance at the imposing figure of He Feng beside him, Qin Lang swallowed his words. Shifting his tone, he remarked, the young girl has strayed from the path, neglecting her studies to delve into the underworld. Today, for Uncle Quan's sake, I shall show some leniency. Should she continue to overstep, she must face the consequences. Qin Lang extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips, while Wu Yu produced a lighter to ignite it. After a deep inhale, his gaze shifted to Jiang Quan, gesturing towards the items on the table. Uncle Quan, you cannot take the person back with you, but I have spared a few remnants for you. Feel free to brew some wine with it. At this, Jiang Ying became increasingly nauseated, ultimately retching until a bitter, greenish substance emerged. Jiang Quan's countenance darkened as he gritted his teeth and inquired, have you gone too far? Too far. The crimson hue in Qin Lang's eyes intensified as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Jiang Quan. Uncle Quan, I address you as such out of respect. Should you disregard this courtesy, I shall send you to the depths. I hear you wish to wash your hands of the business. Who do you intend to succeed, Hongying? Do you require my assistance in clearing out the disobedient scoundrels within your ranks? No one dares to act recklessly on my territory in Dongxing. What more can your Hongying afford to lose? This serves as a warning. Next time, I shall obliterate your Hongying. Accept this favor and act accordingly. Do not test my patience. At these words, Jiang Quan stiffened, particularly under the weight of Qin Lang's menacing gaze. As a man who had weathered decades of underworld strife, He understood one crucial truth. Do not engage in a battle of wills with a madman, for they are capable of anything. Dongxing had previously been notorious for its abundance of lunatics. Who would have thought that the successors would surpass them? Old Luochuo's timely intervened to diffuse the tension. Uncle Quan has a good rapport with my father. Consider this a favor for me. Let us converse amicably and refrain from sudden outbursts. It is detrimental to your health. Seeing that Qin Lang was on the verge of a frenzy, Luochuo's quickly sought to prevent any potential violence. If this young man were to recklessly eliminate the Jiang family, Dongxing would be engulfed in chaos. Hey Ao Jun sidled up to Qin Lang, draping an arm over his shoulder with a playful grin. Do you need me to lend a hand, dear? I brought back quite a few intriguing trinkets. Their power is rather impressive. Luochuo smacked his forehead, lamenting the state of Dongxing. Each individual seemed to possess a few screws loose. Hey Feng, please refrain from exacerbating the situation. Let me survive for a few more years. Hey Ao Jun shrugged nonchalantly. Art is an explosion, my dear. You truly lack taste. Jiang Quan, overwhelmed, could no longer bear to remain. It was evident that there was not a sane individual in Dongxing. In a deep voice, he began, a dong is at fault, and his matter ends here. However, you must return the territory of Mong Kok to Dongxing. Qin Lang let out a cold snort, raising his hand to point at Lei Yaoyang, saying, Do you think you can reclaim Mong Kok? Have you asked for his consent? Lei Yaoyang, with a playful smile, replied, The falling leaves in the air. That feeling of free flight is truly enchanting. If you wish to take back Mong Kok, feel free to come and fight. It has been a while since I experienced that ethereal sensation of soaring through the sky. I long for it. I await your arrival. Jiang Quan's face turned ashen as he turned his gaze to Luotu. What do you say? Luotu, suppressing his smile, replied earnestly, Uncle Quan. This time it is indeed Hongying at fault. Let us adhere to the rules of the underworld. You can attack Mong Kok at your leisure within 7 days. If I were to forcibly remove Yaoyang from Mong Kok, I would have no way to explain to my brothers. I cannot allow them to risk their lives while I, as the leader, drag my feet. No discussion. Jiang Quan narrowed his eyes, fixating on Luotu. Luotu shook his head. No discussion. I fear my brothers might dissent. So let us adhere to the rules of the underworld. I, too, have always valued the principles of the underworld. If it were indeed Lao Lu and his companions who were at fault, I would personally serve tea to you, Uncle Quan, as an apology. However, the fault does not lie with Lao Lu. I cannot compel my brothers to bow down to maintain my relationship with your father, causing a rift among us. Uncle Quan, in light of your relationship with my father, I am willing to take a step back. What does that step entail? Jiang Quan inquired. Luotu leaned back, taking a puff from a cigar. We, Dongxing, will offer 20 million as a buyout fee. I will personally host 18 tables for you at the Longfeng Tea House in Mong Kok to resolve the dispute between our families. It provides you with both substance and face. Uncle Quan, what do you say? Qin Lang secretly commended Luotu for his forthrightness and shrewdness. To purchase Mong Kok for 20 million was a lucrative deal for Dongxing, and the compensation for starting a fight would be substantial. The leader of Dongxing personally hosting a banquet for the second-rate Hongying society was a considerable show of respect. If Jiang Quan dared to accept this sum, it would sow discord within Hongying. No one would follow him thereafter. Jiang Quan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly. If he relinquished the territory of Mong Kok this time, it would be nearly impossible for Hongying to regain a foothold. 20 million was indeed a considerable sum, but he truly feared taking it. The underworld settles disputes through blades. This money felt too hot to handle. I cannot accept it. With that, Jiang Quan uttered those words and assisted his fainting daughter out the door. His purpose in coming today was to leverage his connection with Luiz Hengwu to reclaim Mong Kok at the least cost. He never anticipated that Luotu would grant him no face at all. Luotu watched Jiang Quan's departing figure, curling his lip. This matter concerned Dongxing's advance into the Yaoma, Ti, and Mong Kok areas. Regardless of how close Jiang Quan was to his father, not even a blood uncle would receive any favors. Luotu stood, patting Qin Lang on the shoulder, praising, Lao Lu, you did exceptionally well this time. That is the way to go. If someone provokes you, strike back. If there are issues, the boss will cover for you. It's not easy being in Sha Tin. Leaning languidly against his chair, Qin Lang remarked, "This serves merely as a demonstration to the Jianghu. Do not provoke me again, for the consequences of such folly are beyond their capacity to bear." A chuckle escaped him. Camel cast a glance at Black Phoenix, then at Qin Lang, and said with a smile, "You too reminisce. I shall see you bright and early tomorrow." Observing Camel making his exit, Qin Lang promptly rose to follow, but was halted mid-stride by a firm grip on his shoulder. With a smirk that danced between amusement and challenge, Black Phoenix inquired, "What is the matter? Little Liuzi does not wish to see his sister?" Qin Lang swatted her hand away and, wincing from a toothache, replied, "Go find someone else to play with. I have matters to attend to. Shui Ling has returned with a lovely young lady who should suit your taste." Aware of her preferences, Qin Lang deftly diverted her attention. Chapter 22. This woman is no good. Heifeng, unabashed and unashamed, placed her hand once more on Qin Lang's shoulder, grinning mischievously as she enticed. "The lovely beauty cannot escape. Don't you want to see the delightful trinkets I brought back from the sea? They are quite entertaining." Seeing no way to evade her, Qin Lang resignedly replied, "All right, let us venture out to sea and see what you have brought with you." "Boss, there are still numerous matters in Sha Tian that require my attention, so I shall not accompany you to the sea. Have fun." The crow, somewhat intimidated by Heifeng, cowardly concocted an excuse to make his escape. 6 months prior, he had drawn her ire merely by stealing glances at her, resulting in a grenade being tossed into his bedroom in the dead of night. It is worth noting that he resided on the 3rd floor, and he remained baffled as to how this deranged woman managed such a feat. Had the grenade's pin not been in place, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, ever since that incident, he felt an undeniable trepidation in her presence. This wild woman was not to be trifled with. With a knowing smile, Heifeng gazed at the crow and inquired, "Little crow, do you seem to fear me?" The crow quickly waved his hands in denial. "No, Sister Feng, you are so beautiful, gentle, and kind like a flower in bloom. How could I possibly be afraid of you?" This scoundrel shamelessly lavished praise upon Heifeng. Had he been more educated, he surely would have uttered, in Hong Kong, "There is a beauty unparalleled and independent. One glance can captivate a city, a second can enthrall a nation." Heifeng waved her hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly, and retorted, "If you cannot articulate, then remain silent. Is it your way of complimenting me? Now be gone." "Understood. Sister Feng, do attend to your affairs. I shall take my leave." Before departing, the crow cast a glance at Qin Lang, who subtly signaled him. The crow discreetly nodded and then exited without looking back, his strides growing larger and faster. Not far from Hong Kong, in international waters, Qin Lang encountered the delightful toys brought by Heifeng. The RPG-2 rocket launcher, a mainstay anti-tank weapon of the Bear, boasts formidable armor-piercing capabilities. The RPG-7, a new model from the Bear, employs high-explosive armor-piercing rounds with an impressive range of up to 500 meters. The -7 rocket launcher, developed by the Bear, is a smoothbore rocket launcher utilizing rocket boosting technology. With a maximum range of 700 meters, Qin Lang hoisted the -7 rocket launcher and fired a shot at the reef. The recoil was slightly greater than that of a large-caliber rifle. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed. The recoil was manageable, yet the power was undeniably substantial. Nodding in satisfaction, Qin Lang turned to Heifeng and inquired, "Sister Feng, do you have connections within the Bear?" Heifeng smiled faintly and asked, "What? Are you trying to probe in my background?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Not at all. I am merely curious about the Bear's weaponry you have brought. If it is inconvenient to discuss, I shall not press further." "There is nothing inconvenient," Heifeng replied, leaning against the railing of the cargo ship as she gazed out at the sea. Speaking slowly, "I possess some connections within the Bear. Currently, the arms trade is challenging. Hongxing's Hongmen is competing for my business, and we have clashed at sea twice, with neither side gaining an advantage. He deals in OM weapons, while I handle Bear merchandise. It is primarily through competitive pricing that I can hold my ground against him. The cunning tactics employed here are indeed remarkable. The purpose of this return is to explore the possibility of finding a mediator for negotiation. Continuing down this path yields no benefits for anyone involved." Qin Lang's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Sister Feng, What rank are we discussing? 2 stars, she replied. Feel free to express your desires. If you wish for something as audacious as a skyrocket, I can procure it for you. Black Fang's tone was quite bold, suggesting a sense of camaraderie. Qin Lang realized that he ought to cultivate a closer relationship with her, with hopes of acquiring valuable resources in the years to come. He then stated, Sister Feng, allow me to handle the matter concerning Hongmen. I have some business dealings with his elder brother, so inviting him for tea will be no issue. Black Feng removed 2 grenades from her waist and tossed them to Qin Lang, saying with a grin, All right, little Liuzi, I appreciate your assistance. Consider these little toys a gift. Qin Lang accepted the grenades, amused by her unconventional gift-giving style. He recalled the rocket launcher he had previously used and thought to himself that it had served him quite well. Black Feng waved her hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. If you find yourself in trouble on Hong Kong Island, just accompany me overseas. This place is merely child's play, lacking excitement. Qin Lang was at a loss for words and asked, Let us get straight to the point, Sister Feng. You wouldn't summon me to the high seas without a significant issue at hand. Black Feng draped her arm around Qin Lang's shoulder, cheerfully complimenting him. You truly understand me, little Liuzi. I have a small favor to ask. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, cautiously inquiring, Please state your request. I doubt there's much I can assist you with. In a hushed tone, Black Feng leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, I need to borrow Wang Jiu from your team. I intend to eliminate Jin Feng and the Smiling Tiger. What? Qin Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you out of your mind? Why would you want to eliminate them without cause? Black Feng chuckled softly. This wretch has conspired with the Smiling Tiger to seize my arms channel. I've discovered that someone around me has been bribed, which is why I seek your capable hand. At present, I cannot ascertain who has been compromised, hence my reluctance to involve them. Once they're dealt with, I will have the confidence to control the overseas channel, and I will share the spoils with you. Qin Lang pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, How do Jin Feng and the Smiling Tiger dare to covet the arms channel? Silver Feng manages money, Jin Feng oversees gambling, and the Smiling Tiger deals in drugs while you handle arms, each with well-defined roles. Are they not afraid of the repercussions from the big boss? Oomph. Black Feng scoffed. The big boss? How much influence does he truly wield overseas? The only ones he can still command are me and Silver Feng. Jin Feng has long harbored different ambitions, having established connections with the Dutch 3K gang. The Smiling Tiger has quietly absorbed a significant amount of gang assets. Though he appears submissive on Hong Kong Island, he strikes hard in the Netherlands. Several of the older generation have noticed his antics. Before they could confront him, several were dispatched in secret. Had they not coveted the arms channel that I possess, I might not have returned to Hong Kong Island alive. Qin Lang pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag to calm his nerves. He asked, perplexed, Why haven't you informed the big boss about this? Would he even believe you? Haiying let out a cold laugh, remarking, You should be somewhat familiar with that figure, even if one were to discern their movements. Summoning them back to the island for a reprimand would be of little consequence. It would be merely a superficial gesture. Furthermore, I cannot ascertain whether the actions of the Smiling Tiger are indeed sanctioned by that individual. I do not dare to gamble on this. Losing such a wager would cost me my life. Xiaolu, I'm not trying to frighten you, but you must exercise some caution. The Smiling Tiger undoubtedly has backing. Otherwise, he would not dare to act in such a manner. Haiying did not emphasize her final statement, and Qin Lang believed it only to a slight degree. However, the moment her words escaped her lips, he found himself wholly unconvinced. He had just encountered a conflict with the Smiling Tiger, and Haiying promptly offered him this well-intentioned warning. How could such coincidences exist in this world? This woman is certainly not to be trusted. Chapter 23. The Black Phoenix entangled in her own web-ding. The pin of the grenade clattered to the ground as Qin Lang placed the grenade before the Black Phoenix. While coveting her connections was one matter, being used as a weapon by her was quite another. A flicker of surprise crossed the Black Phoenix's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile as she inquired, What's this? Are you planning to die with your sister? Qin Lang casually tossed the grenade into the cabin behind him. Boom! The cabin instantly transformed into a sealed explosion zone, and none of the individuals inside escaped. They all met their end. With a grin, Qin Lang remarked, Sister Feng, since you're unaware of who has been compromised. Allow me to eliminate them for you. Click, click. Raise your hands behind your head, or I shall end you. The sound of the gun's bolt being pulled back resonated, prompting those aboard the ship to rush out with rifles in hand. Qin Lang swiftly dodged behind the Black Phoenix, producing a handgun from nowhere and firing directly at them. Bang, 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 bang. The relentless succession of shots continued until all those opposing him lay lifeless on the ground, at which point Qin Lang released the Black Phoenix. With a smirk that danced between amusement and mockery, he asked, "Sister Foam, are there any more? I can help you deal with these traitors." Without glancing at her fallen subordinates, the Black Phoenix squinted and said, "Lao Lu, if you're not going to lend me your men, is it really necessary to kill so many of mine? Necessary?" Qin Lang raised his handgun, gesturing towards the corpses. "Sister Foam, you mentioned there were those around you who were bought off. I merely lent a hand in solving the issue. You need to thank me, but why the displeasure?" The Black Phoenix clenched her teeth, cursing furiously, "You madman." Qin Lang chuckled. "You attempted to use me as a pawn, and I merely assisted in venting your frustrations. What is the problem?" He tucked the handgun into the small of his back, waved at the Black Phoenix, and said, "I shan't linger on the sea with you. My people have come to fetch me. Think twice before attempting to use someone as a blade. Farewell." With that, Qin Lang leapt into the sea just as a large vessel sped toward him, carrying Crow and Wang Jiao. Climbing aboard the large vessel, he waved back at the Black Phoenix on the cargo ship, calling out, "I'm off, Sister Foam. See you in Port Island." Ah! The Black Phoenix, watching the departing vessel, cursed in frustration, "You scoundrel! Why didn't you take me along?" Casting a glance at the dismal state of the cabin, she felt tears welling up, lamenting, having failed to capture the fox, and instead finding herself mired in trouble, suffering a significant loss. She sank onto the deck, reflecting on the day's conversations, racking her brain for where she had erred. She had indeed intended to draw Qin Lang into her schemes, enlisting his aid to seize control of the Dongxing Overseas Division. This plot had been in the works for 6 months, precisely because she admired Qin Lang's audacity. Unforeseen was the fact that this rogue had not played by the rules, causing her plans to collapse entirely and costing her many men. After a moment's pause, the Black Phoenix rose and headed to the cabin, retrieving a radio to send out a distress signal to her subordinates. At Tunmun Pier, Qin Lang and his companions disembarked from the large vessel, heading toward Shatin. Qin Lang, having shed his damp garments and donned only his shorts, sat in the back seat while Wang Jiao, seated in the front passenger seat, turned to inquire, "Boss, what transpired today?" "Hand me a cigarette." Receiving the cigarette handed over by Wang Jiao, Qin Lang took a draw and then spoke slowly. "That woman, Hei Feng, seeks to use others as pawns to drag me into her schemes. If the benefits were substantial, I might consider negotiation, but her attempts to swindle me are futile. What makes her think she can wield me as a weapon? Her tactics fall short." Crow observed Qin Lang with a knowing glance, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Boss, have you not vented your frustrations?" Qin Lang rolled down the car window, flicked the ash from his cigarette, and chuckled, "That woman is mad. It's best to remain uninvolved. Her ambitions are excessive." Smirking, he added, "To be honest, she possesses a certain prowess. Her ambition surpasses that of many men. Women in this underworld are truly formidable." Crow concurred, "Boss, I share your sentiment. Hei Feng is undeniably deranged. Just consider our own territory. The likes of Hongxing's 13th sister, Liang Ma, San Lianxi's nine-tailed fox, Fu Yishi's Pan Jiaolong, and Yihai's Hong Jia, not to mention the 12 beauties of Mong Kok. None of these women are to be trifled with." Wang Jiao scoffed, "Crow, do not inflate their egos at the expense of our own. Can they withstand a single blow from me? You brute." Crow rolled his eyes in response, always resorting to violence to resolve matters. Qin Lang chuckled at Crow's comment and teased, "Is that so? What wisdom do you possess, Brother Crow?" With a flick of his hair, Crow shamelessly declared, "Boss, just look at my hairstyle and physique. With a mere hint of seduction, those ladies would come knocking at my door." Qin Lang, Wang Jiao, what give you such confidence? What sort of pretty boy do these women lack? The following day, when Qin Lang encountered Hei Feng again, her prior enthusiasm had vanished, replaced by a cold glare directed at him. At the entrance of the main hall, Lei Yaoyang nudged Qin Lang's shoulder and curiously asked, "Did you not attend to that woman properly yesterday? Why is her demeanor so frigid towards you today?" Qin Lang shot Lei Yaoyang a glare and muttered, "What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs." Lei Yaoyang, feeling dismissed, pouted. "That woman clearly seems unsatisfied. If need be, I can procure some pills or potions to ensure she submits willingly." "Keep your distance," Qin Lang retorted, surprised by the depth of Lei Yaoyang's curiosity and his use of provocation. Just then, a convoy pulled up at the entrance of the main hall, prompting the two to step forward to greet the guests. Lei Yaoyang was the first to speak. "Mr. Jiang, please follow me. The boss is entertaining some associates in the courtyard." Mr. Jiang nodded, smiling. "You must be Yaoyang. Indeed, a handsome young man, quite impressive." "Mr. Jiang, you're too kind." Lei Yaoyang dismissed the compliment. Mr. Jiang then turned his gaze towards Qin Lang and inquired, "You must be Sha Tian's Qin Lang?" Qin Lang nodded and smiled in response. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Qin Lang." Jiang Tiansheng, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Indeed, the new waves push the old, and each generation surpasses the last. When motion is initiated, it is as forceful as thunder. Swift, fierce, and decisive." Qin Lang clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and replied, "Mr. Jiang, you flatter me. I prefer to remain in Shatian, avoiding unnecessary conflicts, yet there are always some mosquitoes eager to take a bite, leaving me with no choice but to respond." Jiang Tianxing nodded and said, "I have heard of your deeds. Your approach to affairs would be a great fit for our Hongxing. We might discover much common ground." Qin Lang shook his head and responded, "Mr. Jiang, you misjudge my sentiments. I find great comfort in Dongxing, where the leader extends me considerable care." With keen perception, Qin Lang discerned the approach of a camel by the sound of its footsteps, subtly offering a compliment without revealing his intentions. Chapter 24. The cup turned to dust. Laughter erupted from Luo Ta'o as he approached Jiang Tiansheng, extending his hand for a cordial handshake. "Ah Sheng, thank you. You are too kind, Runge." Jiang Tiansheng turned to the few individuals behind him and instructed, "Address him as Mr. Luo." The entourage accompanying Jiang Tiansheng, including Taizi, Big Shot B, and Chun Yao, nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Luo?" With a smile, Luo waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality among old acquaintances. Jiang Tiansheng patted Fong Ting, who was linked to his arm, and said, "Call him Mr. Luo." Fong Ting chimed in sweetly, her prominent physique drawing attention. Luo nodded and said to Jiang Tiansheng, "Please, lead the way inside." Turning back, Jiang Tiansheng accepted a square box from Big Shot B, presenting it to Luo with a grin. "Knowing your fondness for fine spirits, I specially brought 2 bottles of Louis XIII for you." Qin Lang took the wine box, expressing gratitude on behalf of Luo. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang," before handing the box to Wu Kai. Wu Kai glanced at Fong Ting as he accepted the box, and then turned to leave, muttering to himself, "This girl is even more impressive than in the movies." Luo shot a glare at Qin Lang, and, with a smile, remarked to Jiang Tiansheng, "You are thoughtful. You remember my love for good drink. Gome, let us retire inside and enjoy a couple of drinks together." Observing their camaraderie, Lei Yaoyang gestured with his right hand, inviting the others, "Please, follow me." Qin Lang remained at the entrance to welcome guests as a steady stream of individuals arrived, all notable figures in the community. This illustrated Luo Ta'o's considerable reputation in the underworld. Just as Qin Lang was about to return to the courtyard, a short figure disembarked from a vehicle, hastily approaching him. Taken aback, Qin Lang recognized Tong Chen, surprised that this man in his 30s had such a prominent, illegitimate child. The short man, with a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack, proclaimed, "I apologize for my tardiness. I am here on behalf of my father to extend birthday wishes to Uncle Luo." "And you are?" Qin Lang inquired. Forgive me. The short man chuckled. "I have yet to introduce myself. I am Zheng Jinxiang, and my father is Detective Zheng Hai. He had pressing matters in Taiwan and specifically instructed me to come and convey his regards." Qin Lang scoffed inwardly, pondering the irony of his pressing matters being merely an evasion from the Hong Kong authorities. No wonder this fellow was so audacious in the entertainment industry. He had a detective for a father. "Please, Qin Lang extended his right hand, casting a meaningful glance at the short man. The banquet commenced in earnest, with Qin Lang accompanying Luo Ta'o from table to table, toasting the guests. Deng Bo, this is a promising young man from Dongxing. I hope you will look after him in the future. Luo introduced Qin Lang to a portly elder. Deng Bo. Qin Lang nodded in greeting. This elder held high esteem in the underworld, akin to a venerable monarch in the realm of Lianxing. Deng Bo, patting his belly with a benevolent smile, remarked, "A fine young man indeed, particularly commendable for his respect towards teachers and tradition. Do come by Chagua Ling for tea sometime. Our families reside in the new territories. It's better to foster closeness among neighbors than distant relatives. Let's grow closer." "You flatter me, Deng Bo." Qin Lang contemplated. "You mentioned being quite close. And indeed, in due time, we shall become rather intimate. This is Mr. Jiang Sheng, the prominent figure of Xing Long too. Old Lu, be sure to remember, any little favor from Mr. Jiang will be more than beneficial for you." Upon hearing Luotu's introduction, Qin Lang smiled and greeted Jiang Sheng. "Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Lang from Dongxing." Jiang Sheng patted the young man beside him and introduced him to Qin Lang. "This is my son, Jiang Zhangong. You young people should interact more in the future." Jiang Zhangong scoffed, muttering disdainfully, "Can just anyone play with me?" Jiang Sheng quickly kicked his foolish son under the table. Qin Lang chuckled, took a couple of steps forward, and with a firm grip, crushed his wine cup into fragments, scattering them into Jiang Zhangong's glass. "Zhangong, today is the banquet celebrating my esteemed superior's birthday. I invite you to drink and savor the flavor." Jiang Zhangong's expression shifted, staring blankly at the shattered cup before him. "What is this? Are you refusing to show respect?" Qin Lang's eyes darkened, a menacing hue creeping in. The young prince at the neighboring table narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce battle spirit. Jiang Tiansheng noticed the prince's unusual demeanor and quietly inquired, "What is wrong?" The prince tilted his head towards Qin Lang, responding with a hint of excitement. "I previously knew that the Mad Tiger was quite wild, but I didn't anticipate he was a formidable master. I must challenge him when the opportunity arises." "How strong is he?" Jiang Tiansheng asked with keen interest. The prince pondered before cautiously replying, "I cannot ascertain the outcome without a match. I too can crush a wine cup, but not into fragments like he did. He must be practicing some form of hard qigong." The atmosphere at Jiang Sheng's table grew tense, as the renowned figure, Axehead Jun, poured wine into Jiang Zhangong's cup. He raised his glass to Qin Lang. "1,000 cups are few for a true friend, yet a single word is too many for strangers. Today, upon our first meeting, we seem to resonate well. Shall we drink to that?" Qin Lang, not one to be outdone, accepted the cup from Wu Ya, clinking it with Axehead Jun before downing it entirely. He shook his cup at Axehead Jun. "Let us finish this drink. I grant you this honor today." Axehead Jun steeled himself and gulped down the wine laced with glass shards, realizing that if it weren't for the Mad Tiger's formidable grip, he might need to have his stomach pumped after this drink. Jiang Zhangong, in his foolishness, truly lacked sense. Today is the birthday feast of Dongxing's leader. Such words should not be uttered. Qin Lang ranks among the 5 tigers of Dongxing, representing its dignity. Striking him is akin to striking Dongxing itself. Deng Bo shot a disapproving glance at Axehead Jun, contemplating, "I hope this drink chokes him." Luo Tu, seeing Axehead Jun finish his drink, chuckled and said, "Please forgive us, everyone. Old Lu has a bit of a temper." He raised his glass to clink with Jiang Sheng's. "Let me drink a toast with Mr. Jiang." Jiang Sheng laughed heartily. "Mr. Lu, you are too polite. It is understandable for young ones to be fiery. I toast to you." Following Luotu, Qin Lang went from table to table raising toasts, having consumed little food but plenty of wine. By the end of the rounds, Qin Lang had nearly acquainted himself with all the significant figures in the Hong Kong underworld. After the rounds, he sat beside Sha Meng, picking at a large seafood platter with little enthusiasm. Today, the banquet is replete with sumptuous dishes, steamed base, roasted goose accompanied by double pigeon jellyfish, a seafood boat with honeydew, partridge stewed with scallops, and tea tree mushrooms, and scallion oil white-cut chicken. The platter of marinated delicacies, cold tossed eggplant, yam and pumpkin cakes, red sugar steamed cake, turtle soup, and peanut soup all symbolize auspicious meanings, as is evident from the turtle soup. Qin Lang cast a glance at Sha Meng beside him, observing how he was intently fixated on a particular direction. Following his gaze, he beheld none other than the esteemed figure, Boss B, seated there. Qin Lang discreetly kicked him under the table and whispered, "Stop staring. Today is the boss's birthday." Sha Meng, with a fierce expression, retorted, "Damn it. Sooner or later, I will take down this scoundrel to avenge my brother." Chapter 25. Liang Dongsheng. Dedong, what purpose does mere rhetoric serve? Can mere words vanquish one's opponent? Qin Lang nonchalantly grasped a piece of marinated delicacy and savored it, stoking the flames of confrontation. Let the brawl commence. Let it commence. He reveled in the chaos, relishing the prospect that if these fellows were to engage in combat, the ever-watchful Luo Ta would be too preoccupied to bother him. A dead comrade is preferable to a persistent nuisance, he mused, hoping to avoid Luo Tuo's incessant prattling. The following morning, at Dongi Building on Boland Street. Ah yes, the Feng Building, a structure comprised of numerous quaint chambers, its entrance adorned with various provocative posters. The women depicted engaged in suggestive poses ignited the passions of men, while women would scornfully remark, "Shameless." Qin Lang parked his vehicle at the entrance, and a parking attendant hastily approached, warmly greeting him. "Boss, are there any familiar beauties around?" Tossing the car keys into the attendant's hands, Qin Lang inquired with a playful tone, "What do you recommend?" Indeed, the attendant eagerly responded, "I highly recommend roommate. Her figure is perfectly voluptuous, and her unique skill, the toxic dragon drill, will elevate your experience to unprecedented heights. Room 66 is also splendid. She possesses a lithe, flexible body, promising you an exhilarating experience with her extraordinary poses, as supple as noodles. And room 116 boasts the unique ice and fire ninefold heaven. Her prowess in conversation is unrivaled. If you can imagine it, she can achieve it, earning rave reviews from esteemed patrons." He licked his lips, seemingly savoring the memories. Qin Lang listened intently, feeling the attendant's exuberance ignite his own fervor, but he could not indulge further. The excitement was overwhelming. He quickly interjected, "Is the Dong available?" The attendant scrutinized Qin Lang carefully, cautiously asking, "Boss, who are you? Are you here to see Brother Dong?" In a place like Hong Kong, where over 1 million gangsters roamed, it was not uncommon for a member of one's own faction to be unfamiliar with its hierarchy, especially since Qin Lang had been ensconced in Sha Tin. "I am Qin Lang from Sha Tin, seeking to discuss a matter with the Dong," he declared, slipping a $100 bill into the attendant's pocket. The attendant immediately bowed an apology. "I'm sorry, Sixth Brother, Qin Lang patted his shoulder, chuckling. "No worries. Where is the Dong?" "Sixth Brother, please follow me. I will escort you." "Brother Dong is on the 6th floor." The attendant promptly handed the keys to another individual and enthusiastically led Qin Lang upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the attendant called out, "Brother Dong, Sixth Brother from Sha Tin has come to see you. Where are you?" With a creak, a door on the right swung open, revealing a robust and handsome man with a small braid at the nape of his neck. "Sixth Brother?" Qin Lang glanced into the room, noting the absence of any unusual circumstances, and confidently stepped inside, saying, "Dedong, I've come to discuss a small matter with you." Dedong followed him inside, casually closing the door behind them. He opened a refrigerator, producing a bottle of beer and placing it before Qin Lang, apologetically stating, "Sixth Brother, please enjoy a drink. I have nothing else to offer my esteemed guest." Qin Lang took the beer, flicked off the cap with his thumb, and took a hearty swig before broaching the matter at hand. "Dedong, I've established a high-end club near the Sha Tin racecourse, and I'm here to enlist your assistance. Do you have any concerns?" Dedong, taken aback, inquired, "Sixth Brother, why would you think to ask me? I lack relevant work experience. My background is solely in Boland Street. I may not perform well." Qin Lang gestured toward a chair across from him. "Sit down. You can learn. Once the K11 in Sim Sha Sui opens, I'll take you to see it. I've done my research on you. Your boss, Fat Dragon, passed away 2 years ago, yet you've managed to maintain your position here through your own merit. You are a talent. It would be a waste to limit yourself to being a stable hand." After a moment's hesitation, Dedong replied, "Sixth Brother, it is an honor to have your regard. However, after I leave, Those who relied on me may not be able to hold their ground, don't you think? Qin Lang nodded inwardly, acknowledging De Dong's loyalty. You need not worry about that. Your men can join you. The Shatin Club is also in need of staff. As for Bolon Street, I will introduce you to Demi shortly. Let him contribute a bit. De Dong rose, preparing an envelope, and brought over a glass. He opened a bottle of beer, filled it to 7/10, knelt on one knee, and presented the cup with both hands. Boss, please enjoy this tea. Qin Lang offered a golden opportunity. To refuse it would be foolish. Indeed, this illustrates the significance of reputation. Who in the underworld doesn't know of Qin Lang's loyalty? Qin Lang downed the drink and accepted the envelope from De Dong, pocketing the $3,600 inside. He then produced a roll of cash, placing it into the envelope and handing it back to De Dong. This is a token of appreciation from the boss. In the future, you may operate under my name, and I will support you should any issues arise. Thank you, boss. De Dong accepted the envelope, astonished by the wealth of this new leader. A single gesture amounted to $20,000, equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary. Qin Lang clapped De Dong on the shoulder and smiled. Hongmen, let me take you to acquire some funds to spend. At the Dongxing nightclub on Bolon Street, this was the domain of the Red Stick Demi from Dongxing. With the Dongxing name, Demi could survive in Bolon Street, managing to thrive. Qin Lang led De Dong to Demi's office. Demi greeted them with a smile. What brings you here today, Sixth Brother? Qin Lang settled onto the sofa and gestured to De Dong. Demi, De Dong is joining my team. I've come to discuss one matter. The Dongi building will be entrusted to you. Domi glanced at De Dong in Tanoli Kusing. What the hell? I sought you out to take over, and now you're abandoning Fat Dragon's legacy for the Mad Tiger? Why the sudden change? Yet, he dared not voice this aloud, fearing Qin Lang's wrath. Demi looked at Qin Lang, cautiously asking, Sixth Brother, what do you consider a fair amount? Qin Lang tossed a cigarette to Demi, smiling as he replied, You decide. Determine what you think is appropriate. With a determined expression, Demi extended 2 fingers and inquired, Sixth Brother, what do you think of this figure? 200? Don't jest. Demi then raised another finger, wincing at the thought, and continued, Sixth Brother, this is the amount. Anything more is beyond my means. Only then did Qin Lang nod in agreement, stating, All right, let it be so. You may send someone to meet with De Dong for the handover. Demi called out loudly to the door, Emperor, come in. A young man, dressed in a suit with flowing hair, entered the office. For reasons unknown, he gestured to Six with his right hand beneath his chin, appearing rather eccentric. Like a madman, Demi remarked, gesturing towards De Dong, instructing, You shall accompany De Dong to take over Dong building. It will be entrusted to your management from now on. The Emperor nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Understood, boss. I shall proceed immediately. Qin Lang waved towards De Dong, saying, Go ahead, and after the handover, join me for some errands. Chapter 26. The business acumen of the Jianghu people after Demi and another companion exited, they procured a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, opening it to pour a glass for Qin Lang. Sixth Brother, give it a taste. This is authentic, Demi encouraged. Qin Lang lifted the glass to his lips and inquired, Is this the liquor you serve at your nightclub? Impossible. Demi replied, If I were to use this liquor, would I still make a profit? In nightclubs and bars, using counterfeit liquor is considered somewhat ethical. The more egregious establishments even resort to blending, reaping several times the profit. Who wouldn't he be tempted? Even the likes of Nu Du Lao Ji and Jin Feng, he indulge in high-quality fakes. Anything below mid-range is typically a counterfeit. As for beer, it's often a custom blend, laced with diuretics or diluted in alcohol content. Otherwise, where would the profit come from? Ordinary drinking might only see 10 or 8 bottles at most. Among those who frequent the underworld, who doesn't he wish to maintain a fade? Thus, we cater to their tastes and grant them face. 1 round is merely the base. 2 rounds are where the real conversation begins, and a little extra can elevate the experience. Should they wish to display their bravado by smashing something, I welcome it. Smash away. The more they break, the more I earn. Everyone enjoys a bit of face, and if I profit, why not? Qin Lang chuckled to me. No wonder you've managed to establish yourself on Bolon Street. You truly have a knack for this. You've grasped the psychology of these hoodlums perfectly. It would be an injustice not to profit. Alas, dummy sighed. Six brother, I want to hide it from you. Bolon Street is a tough place to navigate. With figures like Hong Xing's 13th sister, Ihai S. Hong Jia, San Lian S. Hua Fu, and Ma Wang Hui from the Number Association. None are easy to deal with. I merely scavenge the leftover scraps in the crevices of their dealings. I dare not engage in a laundry powder business here, lest those major gangs obliterate me. Damn it, even selling a few pills requires secrecy. This life feels stifling. Qin Lang recognized the truth in Demi's words. Dongxing held little influence in Kowloon and on the main island, relegated to the rural New Territories. The intricacies of this situation were profound. It wasn't just the major gangs preventing Dongxing from entering Kowloon and the main island. The higher-ups in the police force were also deliberately constraining Dongxing's space for survival. Hongxing and XING were backed by Taiwanese interests, while Liansheng was supported by foreign powers. Yet Dongxing remained loyal to its roots. Had it not been for the camel's candid words, Qin Lang would have found it utterly unbelievable. To this day, Qin Lang had yet to uncover any trace of the substantial benefactor behind Dongxing. It was shrouded in mystery. Whenever Qin Lang attempted to broach the subject, the camel would swiftly divert the conversation, remaining tight-lipped on the matter. Regarding whether Lei Yaoyang could maintain his hold over the territory in Mongkok, Qin Lang harbored doubts. The prospects appeared bleak. "Boss, the handover is complete," De Dong announced as he entered, addressing Qin Lang. Qin Lang turned to me, saying, "Then it's settled. I have a few matters to attend to. Do come visit me in Shatin when you have the time." Demi rose to see him off, smiling. "I will certainly make time." The valet parked Qin Lang's vehicle at the entrance of the nightclub. Qin Lang directed De Dong, "Drive to the Furlan building in Sim Sha Sui." Understood. De Dong took the car keys and settled into the driver's seat on the right side, as Hong Kong adheres to right-hand driving, which contrasts sharply with the left-side driving of his hometown. Since its occupation by John Bull in 1842, Hong Kong has long followed the traffic regulations established by him, including right-hand driving and left-hand traffic. These regulations stem from the medieval custom of knights driving on the left, which the colony naturally inherited. Historically, the knights, wielding swords in their right hands, formed a connection between their customs and the right-hand steering in maritime navigation. Such design facilitates drivers in maneuvering the steering wheel and gear shift with their right hand while maintaining a clear view of oncoming traffic from the left. John Bull has significantly altered various habits in Hong Kong. After spending over a year in the city, Qin Lang has only acquired a rudimentary understanding of it, as many aspects remain unclear to him. Currently, the residents of Hong Kong regard his hometown with a sense of superiority, now recognized as one of the four Asian tigers. Hong Kong enjoys unprecedented economic prosperity, attracting a multitude of wealthy individuals from Southeast Asia. In contrast, his hometown lingers in the early stages of reform and opening up, lagging considerably behind economically. The people of Hong Kong generally feel economically superior to his hometown, often harboring a sense of pity. Economic conditions dictate attitudes. Due to the prolonged cultural isolation policies of the Hong Kong government, the local populace has a limited understanding of his hometown's culture and often holds stereotypical views. Certain groups perceive his hometown as a poor relative, exhibiting biases and even discriminatory attitudes toward the lifestyles and values of its inhabitants. Following the incident, some factions in Hong Kong have grown increasingly distrustful and resistant toward his hometown. Indeed, the vast majority of the affluent class in Hong Kong, having been raised in a colonial context, lack a sense of national identity. Their motto is where their milk. Their a mother. As long as they can profit, they would sell anything. Time passed swiftly as Qin Lang pondered these thoughts, and soon the vehicle came to a halt beneath the Furlan building. After disembarking, he waved goodbye to De Dong, saying, "You go enjoy yourself. Pick me up in 2 hours." De Dong nodded and replied with a smile, "Perfect timing. I'll head home to arrange a larger place for my family." "Go ahead," Qin Lang replied, stepping into the Furlan building. He took the elevator to the 16th floor, glanced around at the room numbers, and entered the office of Zhang Yu, the psychological consultant. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired as soon as he walked in. Qin Lang smiled at the young lady behind the desk and responded, "I am Qin Lang, The receptionist quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. We didn't receive your call today and thought you wouldn't be coming. Not a problem. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively and asked, Is the doctor available now? Yes, I'll take you to her, the receptionist replied, leading the way as Qin Lang followed her into the consultation room. Knock, knock, knock. Dr. Zhang, Mr. Qin, who made an appointment a few days ago, has arrived. The receptionist opened the consultation door and smiled at Qin Lang. Please, Mr. Qin. Thank you. Qin Lang entered the consultation room and met the psychologist. The doctor wore a nameplate that read Zhangyu. She was charming, with fair skin and large, expressive eyes that sparkled against the backdrop of her long black hair. While she may not be conventionally stunning, her appeal was undeniably captivating. If one were to speak of distinguishing features, it would certainly be noted that Zhang Yu is quite tall, standing an estimated height of over 7 meters, adorned in high heels. She is hardly shorter than Qin Lang, a stature seldom observed on the island. Quite commendable. Good day, Mr. Qin. I am Dr. Zhang Yu, a psychological consultant. With a gentle handshake, Zhang Yu extended her right hand towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang inquired with a smile, Dr. Zhang, what should I do next? Pointing to a single elevated bed, Zhang Yu replied, Mr. Qin, simply recline there, as if we were two close friends engaged in a casual conversation. To suggest such intimacy upon their first meeting is undeniably intriguing. Chapter 27. Axiom? Axioms lie only beneath the blade. Mr. Qin, we must first establish a preliminary trust. Otherwise, it will be challenging to comprehend your psychological state. Zhang Yu's voice, though not particularly delicate, resonated comfortably with Qin Lang. He removed his coat and hung it on the rack, reclining on the bed with his eyes closed, seeking solace. No problem. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm 20 years old, male, fond of females, possess a car and a home, and work. Let us say in the security industry. My income suffices for sustenance, and aside from smoking and drinking, I have no detrimental habits. Zhang Yu chuckled lightly, Mr. Qin. This isn't a matchmaking session. There is no need for such detail. Could you share what has been troubling you? Being single. Zhang Yu shot a covert glare at Qin Lang, exasperated by his bluntness. Can you articulate any particular psychological or physiological desires? Feeling irritable, Zhang Yu clenched her jaw, her small fists tightening in frustration, contemplating giving him a piece of her mind. Qin Lang interjected, just call me Lang. Didn't you say we should establish preliminary trust? Let us start with how we address one another. A person's form of address reveals their relationship. Wouldn't you agree? Adhering to professional ethics, Zhang Yu complied. Very well. I shall call you Lang. Lang, if you don't cooperate, I won't be able to understand your situation. Shall we speak candidly? All right. When did this situation begin? Zhang Yu inquired. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before responding. It must have started over a year ago when a con artist deceived me. The effort I expended was grossly disproportionate to the rewards, and after it was done, he vanished without a trace. Zhang Yu lowered her tone, gently asking, Did this individual inflict psychological harm upon you? Indeed, he didn't provide enough. Reflecting on that scoundrel still makes my teeth grind. While others have growth systems, his was akin to a disposable product. Noticing progress, Zhang Yu pressed further. Did this person's actions incur any irreparable losses in your life or work? Qin Lang, being forthright, replied, Not particularly. Without those items, I'm still doing quite well. I have enough money, my career is developing, and I have a few trustworthy brothers. Zhang Yu furrowed her brow, questioning, Are you not satisfied with this situation? Lang, has anything particularly stimulated you? Yes. Qin Lang, still with his eyes shut, replied, My home is occupied by others. I must tread carefully just to have a meal, which ignites considerable anger within me. Did you not report this? Report? It would be futile. The police are merely their lackeys. Zhang Yu, taken aback, responded, This is not the era of the four great detectives. The police force maintains strict discipline. Who would dare act so brazenly? Corrupt individuals. Zhang Yu was momentarily speechless, then advised, Lang, if the police cannot address this matter, you can still approach the Independent Commission Against Corruption. The Independent Commission Against Corruption? Qin Lang spoke with disdain. The Independent Commission Against Corruption operates independently from the Hong Kong government's civil service framework, free from the interference of administrative, judicial, or police departments, and is directly accountable to the governor. Yet, the governor is merely a foreigner, and since the establishment of the commission, have they ever investigated foreign officials or companies? Their scope of inquiry seems limited to Chinese officials and enterprises. The commission serves as a lapdog for the foreigners. It will bite only at its master's command, else it starves. To expect them to uphold justice and fairness is futile. As Qin Lang's forehead pulsed with indignation, Zhang Yu gently pressed on his brow, whispering, "I am unaware of the injustices you have faced, yet I firmly believe in the existence of righteousness in this world. Justice prevails, and the wicked cannot thrive." Justice? Qin Lang scoffed. Justice exists only beneath the edge of a blade, within the muzzle of a gun, and within the reach of cannon fire. The justice I seek will be delivered through fists, through bullets, through rocket launchers. I shall never kneel to plead for it. Qin Lang was deliberately crafting an image for himself, well aware of his own capabilities, refusing to overreach. As their conversation deepened, Zhang Yu formed an initial assessment of Qin Lang, a nationalist. Yet, she found him intriguing, even somewhat attracted to the raw passion that emanated from him. She had encountered many affluent young men, eloquent and talented, but none like Qin Lang, a man of the grassroots, a man with character. It was rare for Qin Lang to fall asleep outside, even letting out soft snores, rhythmic yet gentle. Zhang Yu sat beside him, observing as he slept, noting that he possessed a certain rugged handsomeness, not the polished charm of film star, but a robust visage with thick brows, a straight nose, and well-defined lips. Undeniably alluring. At that moment, the receptionist quietly inquired, "Dr. Zhang, are you finished? It's already past closing time." Zhang Yu gracefully rose and opened the door, softly responding, "You may leave. Mr. Qin is in a deep slumber, and I shall wait a while longer." The receptionist peered inside with playful curiosity, teasing, "Mr. Qin is rather dashing. Dr. Zhang, take your time. I must head back to prepare some noodles." Alas, what a fate! No handsome fellow to treat me to dinner. Such a troublesome mouth you have. Zhang Yu playfully tapped the receptionist's forehead. The young woman made a face and scurried back to the front desk, tidying up the day's records before grabbing her bag and exiting the consultation room. "What time is it?" Qin Lang shook his head and sat up. Zhang Yu glanced at her watch, chuckling, "It's 6:30. You truly enjoyed that nap. Your snores were quite unique." Rising, Qin Lang adjusted his attire, taking his coat from the rack and draping it over his arm. "Let us go. I've delayed your departure. After our conversation, I feel much better, and I would like to treat you to dinner." Zhang Yu, unfazed and straightforward, replied, "Sure. Consider it your overtime pay." Before departing, Qin Lang tossed several large golden bills at the front desk. Consulting a private physician in Hong Kong, particularly a psychologist, is rather costly, as they charge by the hour. Zhang Yu did not deter Qin Lang. Through their conversation, she gleaned insights into his character. He is the type who is very clear-cut about matters. No one is allowed to encroach upon what is rightfully his, and the remuneration he offers is never a penny less than deserved. As the two descended the stairs, they spotted the Dong gnawing on a piece of bread. Qin Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on the situation. He retrieved a large golden bill from his pocket and placed it into Dong's shirt pocket. "Dong, go treat yourself to something nice, and meet me at the Black Tiger Martial Arts School in Shatin tomorrow morning." "Understood, boss." Dong did not hesitate. After all, wasn't the purpose of paying respect to the boss to ensure a full meal? Gratefully accepting the generosity, he understood that excessive formality was unnecessary among comrades. Chapter 28. The survival wisdom of a businessman. Zhang Yu sat in the passenger seat. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Are you involved in the underworld?" "Indeed." Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement, the essence of the underworld evident in his demeanor. "Are you afraid?" Zhang Yu dismissed the notion with nonchalance. "What is there to fear?" "Fear you?" "Those who traverse the underworld are not necessarily villains, nor are those who frequent upscale venues inherently virtuous. There are indeed beasts in human guise. Yet many in the underworld possess loyalty and righteousness. If one were to consider it, those who amass wealth cannot truly be deemed good in the strictest sense. Good people seldom prosper. Compassion does not command troops. Sentiment does not uphold business. Righteousness does not govern finance. And kindness does not secure political offices. The good-hearted are often too tender, rendering it difficult to safeguard substantial fortunes. It is often said that good deeds are rewarded, yet this presents a paradox. With one hand on the wheel of his BMW, Qin Lang gave Zhang Yu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You possess insight, knowledge, thoughtfulness, such rarity. Beauty is merely an external adornment. Wisdom radiates from within, and when the two coexist harmoniously, they illuminate one another. A woman with such discernment truly commands my respect. Were you a man, I would insist on pledging brotherhood before the revered Guan Yu. Spare me." Zhang Yu chuckled heartily at Qin Lang's jest, her laughter resonating with joy as she playfully nudged his arm. "Do you dare claim you are without a girlfriend? With such flowery words, who would believe you haven't deceived a young lady?" Qin Lang teased back, "With your intellect, do you think I could deceive you? I remain an upright gentleman, preserving my virtue." "Huh, enough of that." Zhang Yu rubbed the corners of her eyes. "Is preserving virtue and gentleman a description for men?" The two engaged in a delightful conversation, with Qin Lang feeling particularly at ease in Zhang Yu's refreshing company. He parked in front of the Violet Western restaurant in Tsim Sha Sui. After exiting the vehicle, he tossed the keys to the valet and led Zhang Yu inside. "Old Liu," Qin Lang heard someone call out to him. Turning around, he recognized the son of the Hong Xingang and remarked to Zhang Yu, "Please go ahead and place the order. I shall join you shortly." Zhang Yu glanced at the young man and nodded. "All right, I will wait for you inside." The young man approached Qin Lang, tilting his chin in inquiry. "Girlfriend?" "Just a friend," Qin Lang replied. "What brings you here?" The young man smiled. "This is my territory. What do you think I'm doing here? We should have a match someday. After witnessing your skills yesterday, I hardly slept a wink." Qin Lang shook his head. "No fights. I only engage in battle for two reasons, for my brothers and for profit. Beyond these two matters, persuading me to fight is quite difficult, and any other reasons would demand a steep price." The young man, now serious, insisted, "A duel. If you win, we become brothers. I have no money to offer you." Qin Lang chuckled. "Are you out of your mind? Given the relationship between our families, you wish to be my brother?" The young man nodded earnestly. "Ultimately, it is still a matter of conflicting interests. Did not Mr. Jiang also toast Mr. Luo on his birthday? Between us, there is no conflict of interest, and you cannot possibly reach into Tsim Sha Sui. What is wrong with being brothers?" Qin Lang chuckled, appreciating the prince's martial enthusiasm. He said, "Come to Sha Tin tomorrow, and I will accompany you for a match, not for any other reason, but to acknowledge the person you are." It was a promise. The prince extended his hand, and Qin Lang reciprocated with a slap of agreement. "The beauty is still waiting for you inside. Hurry in. I shall not be a nuisance." Upon seeing Qin Lang enter the restaurant, the prince waved to his subordinate behind him, "Go settle old Liu's bill." The subordinate glanced at the violet-haired beauty, then at the prince, and hesitantly replied, "Boss, I cannot afford this place. The prices are exorbitant." The prince, feeling embarrassed, rummaged through his pocket. He seldom carried cash, and 500 was his idea of a substantial amount. He shot a glare at his subordinate and irritably said, "Go inside and tell the manager to charge it to this month's protection fee." "Good grief. Must I teach you everything?" The subordinate grimaced, thinking, "Boss, must I learn this from you?" Noticing a change in the prince's expression, he hurried into the restaurant, aware that moving slowly could lead to a beating. Arriving at the front desk, he pointed to Qin Lang's table and said to the manager, "The bill for those patrons is on the account of Brother Prince. Deduct it from this month's protection fee." The restaurant manager nodded with a smile, replying, "No problem. Thanks to Brother Prince's past patronage, today's meal is on me. Please relay my regards to Brother Prince." Understanding the importance of face, the subordinate gave the manager a thumbs up, saying, "I will ensure you are not at a loss. In the future, your restaurant's parking spots will be prioritized. I will make sure this is communicated. Take care." The manager smiled and waved as the subordinate departed. Once the subordinate left, the cashier grinned at the manager and remarked, "Manager, you truly got your money's worth today. Many patrons struggle to find parking." The manager chuckled. "You should learn from this. In the world of Jianghu, face matters greatly, and I have given them ample face. Even if they do not adjust our parking, we will not suffer. As long as this territory remains under Brother Prince's watch, he will eventually repay this favor. Brother Prince is not like other Jianghu leaders. He is quite a decent person who has never intentionally made things difficult for anyone. The cashier nodded in agreement, indeed, unlike those from the triad, who flaunt their power and always seek more. A friend of mine works as a waitress at the Huilan Western restaurant, and that fellow named Black Devil frequently dines and dashes. Compared to Brother Prince, those triad folks truly lack substance. Silence. The manager scanned the surroundings and admonished softly. Do you not understand that trouble often arises from one's own words? We conduct business amicably. Those Jianghu leaders are not to be trifled with. Although this is Brother Prince's territory, do you not plan to return home? In the future, think before you speak. Do not utter every thought that crosses your mind. The young cashier stuck out her tongue and made a face. I was merely expressing my thoughts. I would not say such things about anyone else. The manager cleared his throat and remarked, such words should not be uttered, not to anyone. Have you not heard that walls have ears? He then instructed to serve a bottle of genuine Lafite to that table of guests, for when it comes to building relationships, one must do so thoroughly. Half-hearted gestures will soon be forgotten. The charming receptionist raised her thumb in approval, flattering him. Manager, you embody wisdom. I have much to learn from you. You little flatterer. The manager chuckled playfully. The young lady shook her head. Manager, I assure you, I am not merely flattering you. Since joining our restaurant, I have acquired a wealth of invaluable knowledge from you. Not to mention, the art of hospitality alone is a treasure that will serve me well for a lifetime. Mastering it is indeed a profound study. Chapter 29. Wine as a medium of desire, as Qin Lang observed the waiter presenting a bottle of Lafite. He smiled and remarked to Zhang Yu, exquisite taste. I too appreciate the red wine produced by the Lafite estate. It is quite palatable. Zhang Yu, puzzled, responded, I did not order this red wine. I only requested an aperitif. Qin Lang directed his gaze towards the waiter, prompting an explanation. The waiter, with a smile, clarified, Sir, Madam, this red wine is a gift from our manager to both of you. Shall we open it? Let us open it. Please convey to your manager that he is exceptionally considerate. If he ever wishes to open a store in Shatin, he may reference my name, Qin Lang. Qin Lang surmised the situation. The manager of this restaurant was indeed astute. It is wise to cultivate a connection with talented individuals, for one never knows when it might prove advantageous. The Violet Western Restaurant is the most renowned establishment in Tsim Sha Sui, reputed for sourcing its ingredients via air freight. However, Qin Lang found that the flavors did not quite compare to his beloved beef stew. Particularly, he struggled with the cutlery. Even after residing in Hong Kong for over a year, he remained unaccustomed to dining with a knife and fork. Noticing this, Zhang Yu inquired with a smile, Lang, do you rarely indulge in Western cuisine? Qin Lang nodded, indeed. Typically, I pair beef with tomatoes or potatoes, or perhaps with braised beef. This steak is quite foreign to me, he added, shaking the knife and fork in his hand, and I find them less adept than chopsticks. Zhang Yu chuckled. Long, you truly do not regard me as a lady. Such remarks are quite audacious in the presence of a woman. Qin Lang replied with a grin. If one cannot speak freely, then striving for success is utterly meaningless. Zhang Yu countered. The foundation of anyone's confidence stems from their economic strength. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Your words are irrefutable. When financial interests align, strangers become friends. When those interests dissipate, friends transform into strangers. The darker side of humanity reveals itself in the manner of flattering you when in need, yet turning hostile at the drop of a hat when you are no longer of use. Money resolves 90% of life's troubles. The remaining 10% simply indicates that the funds are inadequate. It is often said that one must kneel to earn money before having the right to stand and make choices. I beg to differ, he stated. Zhang Yu, intrigued, asked, Then how do you wish to earn it? Qin Lang formed a gun gesture with his hand and clenched his fist. Combine this with that, and one can earn money while standing. Currently, I possess one of these, while the other is still in the works. Zhang Yu gave a thumbs up, laughing heartily. Impressive. The two elements you speak of indeed allow for standing income, but you must also be mindful of timing. Qin Lang raised his glass and clinked it with Zhang Yu's, proclaiming, "To your statement, let us drink a toast. Cheers! To you." The dinner was exceedingly pleasant. Zhang Yu's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing signs of inebriation. Qin Lang, sensing the appropriate moment, signaled the waiter to settle the bill. "Sir, your bill has already been taken care of," the waiter courteously informed him. Qin Lang nodded and retrieved a gold bowl from his pocket, handing it to the waiter with a smile. "Please enjoy a cup of tea on us." "Thank you." Qin Lang assisted Zhang Yu to the entrance of the restaurant, gently placing her in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. "Where's your home?" he inquired. "In the Sky Garden," she replied. With a playful grin, Qin Lang jested, "I never expected you to be a little heiress." Zhang Yu, in high spirits from the drinks, patted her chest and laughed. "Indeed, I am wealthy. Very wealthy, quite affluent, haha." Without further delay, the vehicle gradually set off towards the Sky Garden in Tsimsha. At the entrance of the community, Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Shall we go in for a drink?" Of course. A man must never refuse, especially at such a moment. It is not taking advantage of someone, but rather seizing the opportunity. Fortune favors the bold. Fear not failure. Be a little audacious and charge ahead. The interior, spanning over 1,000 square feet, is what the residents of Hong Kong refer to as a grand mansion, which would equate to over 100 square meters back home. The decor is opulent, with a European style that exudes comfort. Zhang Yu kicked off her high heels and said to Qin Lang, "Make yourself at home. Treat it as if it were your own. My family resides in Taiwan, and I live here alone." Qin Lang changed into slippers, settled onto the sofa, removed his jacket, and leisurely crossed his legs. Zhang Yu approached the liquor cabinet, retrieved a bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses, then turned to the refrigerator to grab some ice. She placed the items on the coffee table before Qin Lang, smiling as she said, "I often indulge in a drink when I'm bored. Tonight, let's enjoy it together. Fill it up." Qin Lang waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Tonight, I shall accompany a beautiful woman. 1,000 cups are but a trifle for kindred spirits, and small talk is unnecessary. A drink on the lake brings to mind those thousands of miles away. Ah, I did not realize you possess such depth. You're not at all like a typical rogue." Qin Lang surprised her with numerous little delights. There are many renowned literati from Hong Kong, such as the 4 talents of Hong Kong, yet they are often older gentlemen. Young individuals with Qin Lang's mastery of classical poetry are exceedingly rare. Most can recite the first couplet, but few know the latter lines. They could converse about Shakespeare. It would be a challenge for them to recite a classical Chinese poem. This illustrates the cultural isolation in Hong Kong, particularly since the promotion of Cantonese by TVB in recent years. The title of Sir for Shao was no easy feat to achieve. Nowadays, only the elderly in Hong Kong speak Mandarin. The younger generation takes pride in speaking Cantonese, believing it to be the true representation of their identity. The two began their discussions with Tang poetry, and Qin Lang even created a modern rendition of Quiet Night Thoughts. For instance, he transformed it into, "The moonlight shines before my bed, 2 pairs of shoes upon the ground. I gaze up at the bright moon, then lower my head and sleep soundly." This is not merely a reflection of Qin Lang's intellect. Any contemporary individual could engage her in such banter. Contemporary information is abundant in ways that past generations could never have imagined. Novels, videos, historical short dramas, and commentary are practically limitless. Zhang Yu was amused to the point of tears. Look how scarce entertainment is in this age. These things have been thoroughly exhausted by countless netizens and bibliophiles in later years. If they cannot make you laugh, it is a sign that the literary friends have not performed well. The conversation flowed joyfully, and the wine was consumed even more swiftly. The topics delved deeper, and Zhang Yu displayed a keen interest in the history of the Huaxia civilization. The beauty of Tang poetry lies in its profound breadth and depth, reflective of an era brimming with passion and vitality. As Zhang Yu shared her insights, a hint of longing graced her countenance. Truly a literary young woman. However, Qin Lang was no novice either. He gradually steered the discussion towards modern songs. He was determined to see if his years of savoring fruit platters could not captivate her. Yet to his surprise, it did not. After he finished his impromptu rendition, she inquired about the meaning behind the song. With a blush blossoming on her cheeks and her eyes glistening with curiosity, Zhang Yu asked, Alang, did this Song Wukong arise from your own feelings? What do you wish to shatter with this iron rod? Qin Lang glanced at Zhang Yu and replied, I merely borrowed a song to sing. Breaking free from a cage seems quite a stretch, but perhaps knocking on a door would be more feasible. Chapter 30. The Displeasure of Talent and Monsters Good and Evil. The ephemeral world, the true and false realms, the entanglement of dust and fate, all remain indistinct and difficult to discern. What use is this iron rod? It is useful. Indeed, very useful. The following morning, bang, 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 a pillow fell upon Qin Lang's head like raindrops. I will kill you. Zhang Yu was on the bed, playfully attacking Qin Lang. Stop. Qin Lang seized the descending pillow, sitting cross-legged on the bed, and began to reason with Zhang Yu. Did we not both drink too much yesterday? Indeed. Zhang Yu, donning her nightgown, glared at Qin Lang and begrudgingly nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let's retrace our steps. Think carefully. Was it not you who took the initiative yesterday? A faint blush appeared on Zhang Yu's face as she retorted, I was drunk, and so were you. Qin Lang nodded, spreading his hands wide. I too was intoxicated. You are well aware of how much we drank yesterday. Under the influence of strong liquor, you expressed your desires, and how could I refuse? What? Just because you want me, I should comply. Is this not how friends ought to assist one another? Go to hell. Zhang Yu mounted Qin Lang and unleashed a flurry of playful punches. After their frolic, Qin Lang picked up a cigarette from the bedside and smiled. The performance is over. Is there anything else you wish to say? Zhang Yu shot him a sidelong glance and huffed. What do you mean by performance? Qin Lang chuckled. If you were not interested, would you have allowed me to join you for drinks? Perhaps it was a moment of impulsive passion, but the outcome was favorable. I feel that we harmonize well together. Let's simply make do with it. Zhang Yu laughed, recalling how Qin Lang appeared sleeping in the clinic, exuding a certain masculine vigor that indeed captivated her. Thus, she had invited him out for dinner and later back for drinks. She was not of the indecisive sort. When moved, one must act swiftly. Time waits for no one. A truth that applies to women as well. Zhang Yu wrapped her arms around Qin Lang's neck, playfully poking his forehead with her finger. You are mine now. You must return home on time and refrain from frolicking around with others. Do you understand? You are defying the heavens. It is imperative that you grasp the distinction of priorities. With a swift motion, Qin Lang flipped over, pinning Zhang Yu beneath him. No. Zhang Yu pressed her hands against Qin Lang's chest, pleading pitifully, I truly cannot. Qin Lang rolled over to lie beside Zhang Yu, his arm draping over her neck, fingers grazing her smooth shoulder. I am not deceiving you. You are the only one I dare not promise fidelity, for you understand better than anyone the nature of man. Zhang Yu playfully pinched Qin Lang's chest, exclaiming with mock frustration, Could you not deceive me just this once? There is no need. Such pretense would only tire us both. Speaking candidly reduces unnecessary mental exhaustion. The island has recently relaxed its regulations, and acceptance in this regard is quite high. Qin Lang inquired with a smile. Share with me your background. How do you know Lu Qichong? Understanding the implication behind Qin Lang's question, Zhang Yu began, I carry my mother's surname. My biological father's surname is Lei. After I began working, my mother also moved to Taiwan. Lei Lo, are you not afraid? Afraid? It has made me laugh. Qin Lang chuckled. In consideration of his relation to you, I shall show him a modicum of respect. The remainder is contingent upon his actions. You may have heard the saying, a chaotic flurry can fell even a master. I dare not declare myself invincible in this era of firearms. Yet those who provoke me shall find themselves perpetually ensnared in fear when I am pushed to my limits. Zhang Yu was quite taken by Qin Lang's audacious demeanor, which perhaps elucidated why the spirited young man attracted an abundance of female admirers. With a playful nudge of her head against Qin Lang's chin, Zhang Yu looked up with a mischievous smile and inquired, Tell me the truth. Are you a police officer? Does it truly matter? Qin Lang replied. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu laughed. Indeed, I've come to realize that your identity is inconsequential as long as you remain Qin Lang. As Qin Lang began to dress, he informed her, You shall rest at home today. I have matters to attend to in Shatian, but I will return to keep you company in the evening. Zhang Yu hesitated, but ultimately did not impede his departure. Very well. Go about your business. I shall make a call to the clinic shortly. As Qin Lang stepped out, Zhang Yu muttered to herself, what a peculiar situation, just as we have established our relationship. In the midst of her indignation, the door swung open once more, and Qin Lang re-entered, bearing breakfast which he placed upon the living room table. We shall eat shortly, he assured her. Once Qin Lang left, Zhang Yu limped into the living room, and upon witnessing the sumptuous breakfast spread before her, a smile of contentment graced her features. At least you have a conscience, she mused. At the Shatian Black Tiger Martial Arts School, Qin Lang and the prince were engaged in a lively exchange of blows upon the boxing ring. The prince charged at Qin Lang with a knee strike aimed at his abdomen, but Qin Lang countered by kicking the prince's knee, causing him to stagger back before regaining his balance. With a resounding thud, Qin Lang followed up with a powerful punch to the prince's chest. Due to the prince's unsteady stance, the impact left him momentarily breathless. This was still a restrained strike from Qin Lang. Otherwise, the prince would have found it unbearable. Stop! The prince waved his hand, declaring, this sparring session is futile. A mere tap from you leaves me unscathed, whereas your strikes inflict considerable pain upon me. I require a moment to recuperate. Qin Lang accepted the towel, tossed by a bystander, and handed one to the prince with a cheerful grin. Prince, your style is predominantly Muay Thai, brash and powerful, yet it poses little threat to me. Perhaps you should explore the nuances of Tai Chi from our homeland. Leveraging its principles could provide you with a slight edge. Breathing heavily, the prince took the towel to wipe the sweat from his brow and replied after a moment. It's of no use. Tai Chi's principle of yielding only proves effective against opponents of comparable strength. Our disparity in power renders it largely ineffective. Curious, the prince asked, how did you cultivate such prowess? Noticing Lai Fu entering the ring, Qin Lang mischievously suggested, take a breather, allow my brother to demonstrate his skills against you, and you shall witness true talent. The prince cast a skeptical glance at Lai Fu, remarking, do not be deceived by his stature. Size alone does not guarantee prowess in combat. An hour later, the prince was left in a state of introspection, seated within the ring, his expression fluctuating between despair and hope. Is it effective? Qin Lang inquired with a hint of schadenfreude. The crown prince glanced at Lai Fu, who was squatting beside Qin Lang, clad in shorts and grinning foolishly, then turned his gaze to the beaming Qin Lang. With a hint of bitterness, he remarked, it is indeed useful. You monsters truly possess no sense of reason. I pride myself as the king of fighters in Hong Kong Island, and even against the likes of Lien Haolong and Wang Bao, it would only be a 50-50 chance. Yet now, it appears to be nothing short of a farce. Qin Lang patted the boxing ring and inquired with a smile, Crown Prince, do you still wish to fight? I can have my brothers take turns challenging you. Bring it on. The Crown Prince, unafraid of battle, was a martial arts enthusiast who only feared the absence of worthy opponents. Oh, Wu-Ying, Xiaojiao, along with the newly joined Dong, took turns engaging the Crown Prince in combat. After the Crown Prince departed, the renown of Qin Lang's 4 heavenly kings began to spread far and wide. Chapter 31. The 4 kings under Qin Lang as the prince returned to Tsimsha Sui. The evening had already set in. Upon seeing the prince's bruised visage, Asa erupted in fury. Who dares to lay a hand on my boss? Boss, who has wronged you? I shall gather men and have their heads severed. The prince dismissed him with a wave. What are you fussing about? It was Lao Lu from Sha Tin who got the better of me. Go seek him out if you wish. Asa, tekan abak, dito defianti, satin. What's wrong with that? I'll gather people to confront him. No one dares to touch you. The prince chuckled, knowing that among his 3 valiant subordinates, Sa, Piao Hu, and Gue Wang, Asa was undoubtedly the most loyal. Calm down. The prince gestured towards his injuries and clarified, I'm merely engaged in a spirited bout today. Lao Lu is quite formidable. His 4 kings were no less impressive. He admitted, I couldn't best Wang Jiao, while a Wu and Wu Yu matched me evenly. Only the Dong fell short. The prince refrained from mentioning Lai Fu, for, as a leader in the underworld, he valued his reputation. How embarrassing it was to be bested by a child with a mere 8 or 9-year-old intellect. Such a tale was unutterable. In the boxing gym, The disciples of Hongxing were left in disbelief at the prince's confession. Is the prince jesting? How could he possibly lose? He is the god of war in Hongxing. The prince, now addressing the assembly with gravity, asserted, losing is not disgraceful. It is the refusal to acknowledge defeat that is truly shameful. If one cannot prevail today, let them toil harder and return to reclaim their honor. There are always greater talents beyond our own. He cautioned, when you venture into the world, do not let your guard down. In our line of work, a moment's negligence could cost you your life. Do you understand? Understood. Resounded the chorus from the boxing gym, their voices echoing to the rafters. Many who had come to train were keenly aware of the prince's predicament. At the Lee's Tea restaurant in Yaoma, Tea, the news was electric, a momentous event. The god of war, the prince, has been defeated. What happened? I'm parched and famished, lacking the strength to elaborate. Waiter, bring a good pot of tea and some shrimp dumplings on my tab. I tell you, today, at the prince's gym, I heard him confess that he was bested by Lao Lu from Sha Tin. Not only that, he couldn't even best Wang Jiao and fought a Wu and Wu Ya to a standstill. Only the Dong was no match for him. The prince himself has dubbed these four as the Four Kings. After a sip of tea, the storyteller relished the moment, pleased that dinner cost him nothing. What a comfortable life. However, the one who had just treated him, De Sheng, was less than pleased. Is that all? Hurry up. That is not enough to satisfy anyone. The storyteller, with a twinkle in his eye, sighed dramatically, alas. Times are tough, and I can scarcely afford a cigarette. Life is hard. You, De Sheng pointed at the storyteller, wanting to scold him, yet he remained eager for more of the unfolding tale. He withdrew 50 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Addressing those around him, listen to the story, everyone contribute a little, otherwise you won't sleep well tonight. The crowd, pooling together 30 and 20, managed to scrape together enough for a cigarette, a clear indication of the dire financial state of the underprivileged ruffians. Indeed, they had little money. Shui Fa took a red cigarette and tucked it under his arm before commencing his tale. Once upon a time, there was the northern king, Wang Jiao, as steadfast as a mountain, possessing remarkable external skills. Even the prince, employing all his might, could not breach Wang Jiao's defenses and had no choice but to concede defeat. Then there was the southern king, Crow, whose Hongquan style was as fierce as flames, each punch imbued with a gale, engaging the prince in a stalemate after dozens of exchanges. The eastern king, a Wu, was agile and swift, his movements as quick as lightning, preventing the prince from getting close, and after numerous exchanges, the match ended in a draw. The western king, known as the Dong, was somewhat lacking, having never bested the prince, merely managing to keep pace with the four great kings. Da Shenggang promptly interrupted Chui Shuifa, scolding him brusquely. Have you lost your senses? How dare you use the prince as a benchmark for combat prowess? Isn't it natural to be unable to defeat the prince? Who is the prince? He is the king of fighters from the island, the god of war of Hongxing. Do you think that title was earned in jest? It was forged in battle. Shui Fa paused, realizing he had become too engrossed in the story, and hastily sought to amend his words. What I meant was that sixth brother of Sha Tin is indeed formidable. Not only is he powerful himself, but he also commands numerous capable subordinates. It's no wonder he obliterated the Hong-Ing Mong Coke gang just days ago, with sixth brother's strength. Who would dare to provoke him in Sha Tin? The Sheng Hung nodded in agreement. You are correct. Sixth brother of Sha Tin is quite impressive. He neither seeks conflict nor stirs trouble, choosing instead to develop in Sha Tin. With Hong-Ing's notorious reputation, any other troublemakers contemplating provoking sixth brother would do well to reconsider. The following morning, the phone rang incessantly, rousing the prince from a deep slumber. Annoyed, he answered with a curse. Damn it, waking me so early. You better have a good explanation, or I'll provide one for you. Prince, it's me. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Do you realize what you are doing? What is the matter? Jiang Tian Sheng, visibly enraged, had veins bulging on his forehead as he scolded. Do you not remember what you said yesterday? The prince, now irate himself, retorted. Mr. Jiang, what did I say yesterday that incited such fury? Have I violated some sacred law? Jiang Tian Sheng, frustrated, realized this martial enthusiast truly did not grasp the ramifications of his words from the previous day. Various gangs were striving to elevate their own names. Yet this fool had inadvertently bestowed prestige upon their rivals. Prince, I do not care about your contest with others. But why did you disclose the fact that you were defeated by the Mad Tiger of Shatin? What benefit does that bring you? Moreover, you even mentioned your defeat at the hands of the Mad Tiger and bestowed upon him the title of one of the four kings. Are you aware of the immense effort and resources that each organization must invest to elevate its own reputation? The notion of providing aid to the enemy is blatantly treacherous, akin to betraying one's own. Such words from Jiang Tiansheng are difficult for the proud crown prince to accept. His countenance darkened as he retorted fiercely, Mr. Jiang, since my debut, I have forged my path through sheer strength, and I hold myself accountable to Hongxing and its brethren. I Ganzitai can bear the weight of my losses. When I lose, it is I who bears the defeat. I cannot accept the label of treachery. Reputation? What reputation? Is it merely a matter of avoiding acknowledgement and defeat? Reputation is forged through action, not mere words. Regardless of whom Hongxing confronts in battle, I, Ganzitai, have always been at the forefront. To suggest otherwise due to this matter is utterly unfounded. Chapter 32. The token exchange with Lao Lu. If Mr. Jiang, you do not find me agreeable, I can transfer. I lack the decisiveness of Axe Jun. I am willing to relinquish Simsha Sui back to Hung Hing. You may send someone to take over, just like that. Click. Beep. 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 Jiang Tiansheng listened to the busy tone on the phone, raising his hand to pat his forehead, his frustration causing him to speak without thinking. He was well aware of the prince's temperament. To call him headstrong might be an exaggeration, but to say he was proud and arrogant would be absolutely accurate. Sigh. Jiang Tiansheng let out a breath. He understood the prince well. After that statement, an inevitable rift would form between them. To restore their relationship to its former state, one would have to concede. Prince, why can't you comprehend my heartfelt intentions? Jiang Tiansheng silently lamented. Whoever could untangle this knot would surely receive a grand reward. On March 16, 1982, the Sansheng Palace was bustling with activity, a red carpet unfurling from the mountaintop for 660 meters. Key figures from the underworld of Hong Kong had gathered, with Camel extending invitations to all to witness the occasion. Dong Fu and the leading red poles, Shuang Fan Dong, welcomed Qin Lang at the end of the red carpet. Qin Lang arrived with his four great kings in tow. After several days of anticipation, the title had been acknowledged by the underworld. The Eastern King, Ao, the Southern King, Wu Ying, the Western King, Dadong, and the Northern King, Wang Jiao. Shuang Fan Dong clasped their fists. Dong Fu and the 426 red pole, Wu Dong. Qin Lang returned the gesture. Dongxing Society, 426 red pole, Qin Lang. Please. Shuang Fan Dong extended their right hands to respectfully usher Qin Lang up the mountain. Dressed in a black short outfit and black cloth shoes, a red silk flower stood out vividly on his left shoulder. Ao, Wu Ying, Xiao Jiao, and Dadong followed closely behind. The onlookers from the underworld, standing on either side of the Sansheng Palace, could hardly contain their envy, tears of admiration brimming at the corners of their eyes. Goodness! The grand dual flowers of ancient rites. It has been years since we have witnessed such a scene. Dongxing has truly invested heavily. This spectacle is beyond words. If given the chance to experience it, we would gladly sacrifice 10 years of life for such prestige. It is simply magnificent, more exhilarating than any tremor. In front of the Sansheng Palace, upon seeing Qin Lang's arrival, Camel laughed heartily and said to Deng Bo beside him, Deng Bo, I am grateful for your esteemed presence. Do indulge in a few more drinks later. For today, I shall ensure we leave no bottle unturned. Deng Bo shot Camel a sidelong glance, retorting with irritation, You were stationed at the entrance of Chaguoling as the gatekeeper. How could I not come? Camel chuckled, determined that this grand performance must be witnessed by all in the Hong Kong underworld. The first incense. From this moment forth, the first incense would belong to Dongxing, and it was Camel who would receive it. Uncle Jing personally welcomed Qin Lang, proclaiming loudly, Whether I flow or not. The three rivers combine to flow for millennia. The five lakes converge with the waters of the three rivers, and the iron chain shall rise to the surface. Qin Lang bowed, clasping his fists. One bay after another, my home resides in Wuzishan, seeking the ancestral temple, the third on the left. Uncle Jing glanced at Camel, suddenly altering his tone. Heroes of the underworld are matched with dual flowers, sharing bloodlines between the two families. Dragons and snakes rise heroically. From this day, forth never to part. Camel furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Something felt amiss. Uncle Jing turned to Camel with a faint smile, placing a red silk flower on Qin Lang's right shoulder. He continued, the East character establishes the Dongfu, and the 489 Jing Mountain bestows the 426 red stick Qin Lang as the head of Dongfu, presenting the token. Boom! Upon hearing this, Camel felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Damn Jing Mountain, not only do you need to eat, but you also want to take away the pot. Qin Lang furrowed his brow, looking at Jing Mountain in confusion. This place seems off, doesn't it? He glanced back at Camel, his eyes clearly questioning. What on earth is happening? Camel's heart bled, cursing Jing Mountain's ancestors through generations, exhausting his vocabulary in frustration. Gritting his teeth, Camel thought, Old Liu, my apologies. For the sake of establishing Dongxing, I can only reluctantly let you adopt Dongfu. Otherwise, there is truly no way to step down today. But you remain the true son of Dongxing. The big boss will compensate you later for Dongxing. I must trouble you. Around them, the river and lake dignitaries exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with schadenfreude. Just a few days ago, they had been gnashing their teeth over the emergence of another 4 heavenly kings for Dongxing. Guess what? Today they're gone. Camel, oh Camel. This was the Hero-S invitation you sent us. Let us see how you step down. Everyone looked at Uncle Jing with benevolent gazes, silently applauding him. Uncle Jing played his cards well. The old still hold their wisdom, and vinegar does indeed grow sour with age. This maneuver was executed beautifully. It all boiled down to whether Camel desired the title of establishing the hall or valued the talent of Qin Lang. You choose whatever you select will please us. Opt for fame, and Qin Lang, along with his 4 heavenly kings, will depart from Dongxing. Choose Qin Lang, and Dongxing shall never again lift its head in the harbor's river and lake. Camel glanced at the token in Jing Mountain's hand, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot, nodding at Qin Lang. Qin Lang understood what transpired, his gaze fixed intently on Camel. Camel, feeling guilty, lowered his head, unable to meet Qin Lang's eyes. Qin Lang's expression was stormy, yet his heart remained unperturbed. In fact, he felt a hint of joy as the disposable item from the system had fled, and no rewards would come his way. Taking over the old Dong was more beneficial than detrimental for Qin Lang. However, Lu Qichong would surely weep. Yet, he couldn't let it show. Boss, you've sold me. Isn't it reasonable for me to ask you for a little pocket money? With a gloomy face, Qin Lang accepted the hall's token from Jing Mountain's hand, turning to Dongfu and the other dignitaries. He spoke loudly, the token is here. Anyone who wishes to take the position may step forward, and I shall present it with both hands. The double fan Dong had long reached a tacit understanding. With Dongfu currently lacking talent, if they didn't find a strong figure to take charge soon, they might not last much longer. Jing Mountain, the old fox, had concealed the truth from everyone in Dongfu to achieve his own ends. He hadn't leaked a word about Dongfu's relocation to the northern district. The double fan Dong clasped their fists and bowed, declaring, Dongfu's 426 red stick Wudong has come to sit at the helm. Dongfu's 415 white fan Lu Qing has come to sit at the helm. Dongfu's 426 red stick Chun Fei has come to sit at the helm. The dignitaries of Dongfu collectively paid their respects, loudly exclaiming towards Qin Lang. As Qin Lang's gaze gradually turned crimson, he strode purposefully towards the camel, forcefully removing the red silk flower from his left shoulder and placing it atop the tokens of Dongfu and his pledge. Kneeling before the camel, he spoke solemnly, Esteemed one, I present this red flower as a token of gratitude for your past kindness. I have nothing else to offer, but let this item settle our debts. The camel's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Despite his usual temperament, he refrained from losing his composure. This gesture indicated that he held the old six in high regard. While the old six treasured him, he had cast the old six into a pit. Had it not been for the unavoidable circumstances of the day, he would have never considered sending his trusted confidant away. Old six. The camel's eyes reddened as he accepted the token, gently placing the red silk flower back on a Qinlang's shoulder, smoothing out the creases. Dongxing has prepared a pair of flowers for you. From this day forth, Dongxing shall deploy troops on your behalf. The camel's gaze swept around the gathering, and he declared loudly, I hereby establish the Dongxing Society, led by Luo Bingrun, and I bestow upon Qinlang the dual flowers. From now on, the Dongxing Society shall fight for him. The surrounding figures of the martial world discerned the camel's intent, as he made it abundantly clear, even if Qinlang were to take over the old Dong, he would still remain one of their own within Dongxing. Chapter 33. The Great Red Staff. As the crimson hue in Qinlang's eyes gradually faded, he rose to address the assembled crowd with a respectful gesture. Today, I wish to clarify a matter. The rumors circulating in the martial world regarding the Crown Prince are unfounded. My encounters with the Crown Prince have been marked by mutual respect and equal prowess. Jiang Tianxing's expression brightened. Despite his eccentricities, the old rogue possessed a commendable character. Qinlang then turned to the Crown Prince, bowing slightly, and boldly declared, Your Highness, I acknowledge your strength. Before our esteemed friends today, I propose a blood oath of brotherhood here at the Sanxing Palace. The Crown Prince, having been troubled in recent days, recognized that his earlier words had been spoken in frustration. He stepped forward with a grateful countenance and proclaimed, Through martial prowess we meet, through righteousness we bond, and through emotion we gather. I, Ganzitai, willingly pledge brotherhood with Qinlang. Hold on, Jiang Tiansheng interjected, stepping forward with a hearty laugh. You two are paragons of the martial world, and this brotherhood is indeed a joyous occasion. However, I wish to add a flourish to this celebration. May I inquire your thoughts on this, Old Six? Mr. Jiang, please proceed. Qinlang gestured invitingly with his right hand. Jiang Tiansheng turned to the assembly and announced, Today, Old Six has not taken his rightful place. Thus, our Hongxing Society presents him with a flower as a token of congratulations. He then directed a playful question at Qinlang. Old Six, will you accept this flower? Qinlang glanced at the camel, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Qinlang replied with a respectful bow. In silent accord, Qinlang, the camel, and Jiang Tiansheng reached a mutual understanding. Jiang Tiansheng produced a decorative red handkerchief from his pocket, skillfully folding it into a flower and affixing it to Qinlang's chest. Qinlang expressed his gratitude once more and then extended his hand toward the Crown Prince, inviting, Your Highness, please. With all witnesses present, the Sanxing Palace stood as the backdrop for the solemn oath between the Crown Prince and Qinlang, with the Crown Prince assuming the role of the elder brother. Jing Shu, the ever-charming host, welcomed guests with a radiant smile, while the camel wore an expression more grotesque than tears, engaging with the attendees. Jiang Tiansheng enthusiastically urged the Crown Prince to raise glasses in toast with the guests, reveling in the joy of the moment. Today was truly a momentous occasion. Old Six had provided both himself and the Crown Prince a new path forward, and future matters could be smoothed with the help of Old Dong. The martial community bore witness to the birth of a triumvirate, as the day's events unfolded spectacularly. First, Dongfu and he paired Qinlang with dual flowers, followed by Dongfu and he exchanging tokens for Qinlang. Then, the camaraderie between Qinlang and the Crown Prince flourished, culminating in Jiang Tiansheng adorning Qinlang with the 3 flowers, amplifying his stature. This event would be the talk of the martial world for at least half a year, securing its place as the headline story. In the present martial society, those at the helm of various factions could aptly refer to Qinlang as Old Six, while other groups would respectfully address him as Sixth Brother. Yet, there was a genuine admiration for Qinlang. A prominent figure from the Dongxing faction willingly took on the leadership of the third-rate Dongfu, and he, a display of loyalty that was truly remarkable. Although the Dongfu and he boasted a respectable name, it could not rival the standing of the 5 tigers of Dongxing. Despite the old adage of preferring to be a rooster than a hen, the Dongfu and he was on the brink of disbandment. Currently, What remained of Dongfu and he? Nothing. Just a shadow of its former self, with remnants of the old and frail. Once the grand performance concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes and sought the comfort of their mothers. At the shot-in-black Tiger Martial Arts School, Qin Lang and the camel glared menacingly at Uncle Jing. With an awkward smile, Uncle Jing explained, "I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. I am about to depart, and wish to leave something behind for Dongfu and the others." The camel retorted angrily, "Why didn't you discuss this matter with me beforehand?" Uncle Jing countered, "Would you have agreed if I had?" "Of course not. So what was the point of consulting you?" With conviction, Uncle Jing stated, "You see, I have given you the token. From now on, Dongxing will rightfully be led by you. I have not broken my promise." The camel pointed at Qin Lang with disdain, saying, "And what about Lao Lu?" Qin Lang, with a stern expression, confronted Uncle Jing. "You have tricked me, Uncle Jing. I demand an explanation. You have turned the proud 5 tigers of Dongxing into the mess that is Dongfu and their pitiful establishment. Without a proper resolution, you know I cannot let this go. You are well aware of my temperament. Choose your words wisely." Uncle Jing, exuding confidence, replied, "Lao Lu, the Lu family is my parting gift to you. I also possess several plots of land in Kowloon City, which I will hand over to you on the day of the opening ceremony. Although land prices are currently fluctuating, they still hold considerable value. I will also gift you my villa, but I ask one thing in return. Ensure the remaining brothers of Dongfu have sustenance." Narrowing his eyes, Qin Lang inquired, "Why me?" Uncle Jing chuckled, "Because you are audacious and loyal. As long as you take over Dongfu, you will not allow this name to fade away. I am aging and unable to safeguard this legacy. I must find a fierce protector to uphold it. This venerable establishment cannot be tarnished on my watch." Qin Lang seethed. "You never even asked if I wanted to take over before shoving this responsibility upon me. Are you not afraid I might eliminate you?" Uncle Jing leaned closer, tapping his neck. "Come do it. At my age, all I desire is for the name of Dongfu to endure. I would willingly sacrifice my life for that cause." Qin Lang silently cursed. Is this not the height of shamelessness? Not wishing to overact, Qin Lang turned to the camel and said, "Boss, let us discuss our affairs." The camel, with a forced smile, replied, "Lao Lu, today is the boss who has wronged you. There was simply no other option. Had there been even the slightest alternative, I would never have let you take over Dongfu. I posted the notice, and people arrived. But this old rascal pulled the ladder away. What was I to do? If you do not set the ladder upright, we will lose all face in Hong Kong's underworld. You are aware of the recent events. Several factions united to push Yaoyang back to Sham Shui Pa, and Hong Ying has reclaimed Mongkok. If we do not polish our reputation, Dongxing will be disgraced. Propose any conditions you wish. I assure you, the boss will comply." Seeing that Qin Lang remained unmoved, the camel, in a bid to preserve their relationship, exclaimed, "Boss, I will lend you that sum. Pay me back whenever you are able." Qin Lang sighed. "I am deeply saddened." The camel glanced at Qin Lang, then at Uncle Jing, and with a clenched jaw, declared, "I shall settle the accounts for Xiaomeng." "Xiaomeng, I am grateful to you." Qin Lang, maintaining a reserved demeanor, nodded slightly and sighed. "I once directed my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon illuminates the ditches. Sigh, boss, in the future, remember me when fortune smiles upon you. I have sacrificed too much for Dongxing." The camel shot Qin Lang a glare and retorted, "Enough already. It's true that Dongxing has wronged you today, and we have managed to reclaim the sign for the establishment of our household. Otherwise, these matters would have been beyond your reach." Qin Lang put his arm around the camel's shoulder and chuckled. "Boss, you will always remain my boss. Rest assured, even if I am no longer with Dongxing, who would dare to lay a finger on you? I would flay them alive." Chapter 34. Sixth Brother. I wanted to. The corners of the camel's mouth curled slightly upwards, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Among his numerous disciples, the reason the camel held the sixth brother in such high regard was due to the latter's unwavering loyalty to friendship. With a smile, the camel inquired, "Do you still want the Northern District?" Qin Lang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, they refuse to let Dongxing enter Mongkok, so I will send Dongxing into East Kowloon. To ensure this matter proceeds smoothly, we must deploy a smokescreen in the Northern District. I am aggrieved by your use of me as a mere pawn. Our two factions must clash, driving He Lianxing out of the northern district. This fire must be ignited by Dongxing. The camel laughed and chided. You intend to use Dongxing as a shield, don't you? Nevertheless, I agree. Let us allow Wu to set this fire. Qin Lang nodded. All right. We shall proceed as you say, boss. For now, I must focus on solidifying our foundation and refrain from stirring up trouble. Without a strong backing, nothing can be accomplished. Uncle Jing now regarded Qin Lang with increasing approval. He was not only capable, but also possessed the wit necessary to uphold the Dongfu banner. Qin Lang turned his gaze towards Uncle Jing and stated, Uncle Jing, given the current situation, I must clarify. I have taken over Dongfu. But should anyone dare to act out of line, do not blame me for being ruthless. I will deal with them severely, making examples of each one. I will leave them a way to survive, but if they provoke me, they shall face dire consequences. Uncle Jing replied, This matter is at your discretion. After Shuang Fandong engages with you in the northern district, they will emigrate abroad, and the other elders will voluntarily retire. However, you must ensure that the lower-tier members are given a means to make a living. Qin Lang assured him, That is not an issue. You should be well aware of how I treat my own. Indeed, Uncle Jing chuckled. Had I not known you well, I would never have entrusted Dongfu to you. Old Dong, do not let it perish. It is settled then. A promise is a promise. After the camel and Uncle Jing departed, Qin Lang summoned the crows. As they arrived, Lai Fu approached Qin Lang eagerly. Sixth brother, I want to be one of the 4 great kings too. What do you want? Qin Lang playfully ruffled Lai Fu's hair and replied, Listen well, Lai Fu, we will not meddle with them. If you desire a title to play with, I shall bestow upon you the title of Zhongtian King Lai Fu. Go out and enjoy yourself. Lai Fu glanced at Qin Lang, then at the Dong, and asked, Sixth brother, I am now Zhongtian King, right? Indeed, Qin Lang confirmed. Now go and have fun. I have matters to attend to. All right. Thank you, sixth brother. I'm off. Xiao Hai is still waiting for me to play football. Once Lai Fu departed, Qin Lang addressed the others. This time, you all will act together. Following behind Dongxing to engage as you see fit. Crow pounded his chest and vowed, Boss, leave this matter to me. I can easily take down those lackeys of He Lianxing in 1 round. Little Jiao then spoke up, Boss, I will keep an eye on Di and Suan. Should he dare to overstep, I will strike in at Suan. Qin Lang shook his head and replied, Little Jiao, just keep an eye on the black forces in Taipa. Do not concern yourself with Di. In this election, Lianxing was denied even the slightest opportunity, leaving Di discontented. Even if he were to take action, he would not exert his full strength. He would merely engage in playful antics with Hongmen. Observing that he had no part to play, spoke up, stating that he would take charge of reclaiming territory, conveniently clearing it while establishing a couple of additional recycling points. Qin Lang quickly interjected, advising not to cleanse the area too thoroughly, suggesting that a couple of smaller gangs should remain intact in accordance with Shaishan's regulations. What is the Dong up to? Qin Lang inquired with a smile directed at the Dong. This time, you will coordinate from the center. Wherever manpower is lacking, you shall provide assistance. The Dong nodded affirmatively, assuring, Rest easy, boss. I have engaged in many fights on Boland Street. Despite my subordinates appearing to be merely horsemen, their skills are commendable. Kinlang Aknotget. I harbor no doubts regarding your capabilities. Your ability to establish a foothold on Boland Street attests to your prowess. Proceed with confidence, should any issues arise. I shall bear the burden. The Dong felt a sense of comfort upon hearing this assurance. A true leader who shouldered the troubles for his subordinates was indeed admirable. At Yuan Long's Tai Wangton, Lusimin Gutlin and Shui Ling, addressing the matter directly. As you are aware, Old Lu has reluctantly taken over Dongfu, for the sake of Dongxing's reputation. This is a loss for us, yet Old Lu values loyalty. Even after this, he still addresses me as boss. He seeks to expand into the northern district and will subsequently transfer Kowloon City, Kuntong, and Wangtai Sin to us as per our agreement. What are your thoughts? Shui Ling furrowed her brow and replied, Leader, although we have reclaimed our storefront, exchanging it for the madman Lu and his 4 heavenly kings seems somewhat unworthy. Guo Luan sighed, This is unavoidable. Today, Uncle Jing has cornered the leader. And if old Lu does not take the helm, we will face significant troubles in Dongxing. Once our reputation is tarnished, who will still come to Dongxing? Without fresh blood, our decline will be imminent. Regrettably, this time it has indeed placed old Lu in a difficult position. Taking over a crumbling Dongfu, he holds little appeal. Old Lu inherits a mess. We should assist him whenever possible. Luo Tuo slammed the table, declaring loudly, not just whenever possible. We must assist him without fail. This is my commitment as the leader of Dongxing in the underworld. As long as old Lu still regards me as his boss, I shall support him unwaveringly. It must be said, Luo Tuo's dedication to his subordinates is commendable. Shui Ling then queried, Leader, what do you propose? Luo Tuo thoughtfully responded, I envision having Wu Shang lead the team for this task, and afterwards we shall hand Kowloon over to him, with Kailei assisting him. Subsequently, he will take charge of Kuntong. A glimmer of delight crossed Shui Ling's face as she responded, No problem. We shall proceed as you suggest, leader. Who do you intend to assign to Wang Tai Sin? Luo Tuo glanced at Guolin, who spoke up, Leader, since old Lu is transitioning to Dongfu, we should assign Wang Tai Sin to me. He has little room for development on Bolin Street. Let him handle his own affairs. Only the nightclub and Feng Lu will remain untouched by others. It is simply not worth the effort. The camel nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Alan's remarkable intellect. Very well. Let us proceed with this arrangement. We shall have the Supreme perform a ruse with old six men, and in the process, drive out He Lianxing. We at Dongxing will bear the brunt of the firepower. Shui Ling nodded in agreement, saying, I will return immediately to make the necessary arrangements. Upon returning to her residence, she summoned Wu Shang and Qi Qiao. Master, Master, Shui Ling gestured towards the chairs. Today, the leader spoke with me about a matter. He wishes for you, Wu Shang, to remain on Hong Kong Island to undertake some work. What is your opinion? A peculiar glint appeared in Wu Shang's eyes, his laughter tinged with madness. Hong Kong Island is splendid. It is vibrant and filled with things I cherish. Qi Qiao frowned, harboring no fondness for this deranged individual, and inwardly lamented. A storm is brewing over Hong Kong Island. With this lunatic around, it is impossible to avoid trouble. Chapter 35. Neither good news nor bad news is welcome news. As Qin Lang anticipated, just after he had made arrangements for a few brothers, Lu Qichang's call came through. Qin Lang returned to the third-floor bedroom to answer. Sir, is there something amiss? Lu Qichang was caught in a conundrum, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The good news was that an undercover agent had successfully infiltrated a major organization. The bad news? That organization was none other than Dongfu. What is it? This is serious. Lu Qichang exclaimed urgently. Lang, what on earth is happening? I received word that you've taken over the old Dong. Didn't you tell me you were going to partner with Shuanghua? A smirk played on Qin Lang's lips as he solemnly explained, Sir, I had no choice. Luo Tuo sold me out to establish his own standing. Since you've heard about it, you must also know what transpired today. That old fox, Uncle Jing, has completely outmaneuvered us, executing a preemptive strike. The situation had become irreversible. Moreover, Luo Tuo was pressuring him to hand over territories like Kowloon City to Dongxing. No way. Lu Qichang insisted vehemently. Lang, we absolutely cannot allow Dongxing to enter Kowloon City. You must stop this from happening. Qin Lang retorted, How am I supposed to stop it? I have only a handful of loyal brothers from the city to contend with Dongxing. What resources do I have? Lu Qichang softened his tone, speaking gently, Lang. Dongxing's entry into Kowloon City is simply unacceptable. Just days ago, the police force intervened to prevent Dongxing from entering Mongkok. You need to devise a plan. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Qin Lang's eyes as he inquired, Sir, let me ask you this. If Dongxing does not enter Mongkok, will you be able to eradicate the demolitions there? Lu Qichang was left speechless, as the matter was beyond his control. Qin Lang pressed on, Sir, what happens to all the laundry detergent confiscated each year? Is it all destroyed? Well, who is the largest supplier of laundry detergent on the island? That. Qin Lang's anger surged. Lu Qichang, while we are out here fighting for our lives, what are you doing? Are you staining your insignia with the blood of your brothers? Do you know what my first thought was after understanding the laundry detergent market through Dongxing? Lu Qichang, feeling guilty, attempted to placate him Lang, please listen. Listen? What is there to hear? Lu Chichong, do you even consider yourself a man? Qin Lang continued his tirade. My first thought was that I wanted to eliminate you. What were we undercover brothers fighting for? To allow certain scoundrels to profit further? Or for your so-called justice and law? Whose justice? Whose law? To hell with it. Don't push me. Do not force my hand. You should know the consequences of pushing me to the brink. Do you think I would hesitate to launch an attack on the police headquarters and the governor's office? Lang. Lu Chichong quickly interjected, please calm down. Stay composed, for the sake of all that is reasonable. Ever since Qin Lang had stormed the arena with a rocket launcher, Lu Chichong had firmly believed that his mental state was questionable. Such a task could only be undertaken by someone with a touch of madness. Hence, Lu Chichong harbored a profound fear that Qin Lang might succumb to his erratic tendencies, for it would undoubtedly incite chaos across Hong Kong Island. Should the police force compel undercover officers to unleash their grievances against the police headquarters and the governor's office, it would culminate in an unprecedented scandal. Moreover, Qin Lang's recent remarks had struck a deep chord within him. Indeed, what was he truly attempting to accomplish? In his efforts to combat the proliferation of laundry detergent, he seemed to inadvertently exacerbate the situation. Not only that, but he had also confiscated a substantial amount of previously seized laundry detergent from the market, carelessly leaving the original packaging intact. Each time he contacted an undercover operative, he was engulfed by a sense of shame. Gritting his teeth, Lu Chichong declared, Lang, grant me some time. I shall contemplate my next call. Upon hearing the dial tone, Qin Lang finally broke into a smile. After more than a year of groundwork, a resolution was finally at hand. Establishing a persona was a long-term endeavor, and he was acutely aware of the boundaries between what was feasible and what was not. Though often labeled as mad, he had only once lost his composure in the lawless enclave of the city. While the police were aware of his actions, they could not pursue him, for they lacked jurisdiction in that area. He had never aspired to alter the grand scheme of things. Rather, he wished to effect small changes within his means. After all, the tides of fate could not be swayed by a mere individual. The sun would rise anew regardless of anyone's absence. Over the past year, Qin Lang had settled in Sha Tin and devoted himself to weaving a web of connections. Without a solid foundation, all other endeavors would be mere fantasies, easily swept away by a sinister wind. Naturally, such an eventuality would infuriate him, and if necessary, he would unleash havoc and depart from Hong Kong Island, confident that in the vast expanse of Southeast Asia, a sanctuary awaited him. At 8 in the evening, in the Dongxing district of Sham Shui Pa, Lei Yaoyang sat gloomily at the piano, passionately playing a tempestuous melody. One could only imagine the turmoil within his heart. The situation was far from playful, as multiple gangs had joined forces, only to find the police intervening on the opposing side. Could one still engage in such antics? A subordinate approached Lei Yaoyang, reporting, "Boss," a call from the top. Casting a sidelong glance at his underling, the young man felt a chill run down his spine. Remember, should you disturb my piano playing again, you must bear the consequences. With that, Lei Yaoyang strode to the phone and answered. "Boss, what is it?" "Yes, Yaoyang. Have you heard about Lao Lu?" "I see. It's good that you know. Lao Lu has his sights set on the North District and will subsequently hand over Kowloon City, Kuntong, and Wangtai Sin to us at Dongxing. Keep an eye on the reinforcements from Yilianxing. Yuan Long and Shamong will act together, and Lao Lu will dispatch someone to monitor Taipa." Luo Tuo inquired. "This pertains to our strategic positioning at Dongxing. Do you foresee any issues?" Lei Yaoyang replied with vehemence. "Rest assured, boss. I am currently quite incensed. I shall assign Shamong to deal with the big shots while I confront the reinforcements from Yilianxing. Dispatch more men from the criminal hall. If any other factions from Yilianxing dare to intervene, I shall respond with severity." Luo Tuo chuckled. "You think ahead as always, Yaoyang. I will send support from the criminal hall your way. Proceed with your plans. If they attempt to penetrate West Kowloon, I shall take matters into my own hands in East Kowloon." Ray Yaoyang responded, "Very well then, my friend. I shall proceed to make the necessary arrangements. Shall we ensure that they are incapacitated before they even arrive?" The camel replied, "I have complete faith in your abilities. I entrust everything to you." After hanging up the phone, Ray summoned his subordinates and commanded, "Raise the flag. We have tasks to accomplish tonight. Understood. After his subordinates departed, Ray gazed towards the direction of Mongkok, muttering, "It would be best if they remained still. Should they move, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them." Ray approached the piano and took a seat, his fingers dancing gracefully across the keys with remarkable proficiency, rendering a rendition of F. R. Elise that was nothing short of exquisite. His passions were notably refined. He reveled in aerial acrobatics, music, and literature, with a particular fondness for philosophical texts that often left him in a state of profound contemplation. Chapter 36. There are quite a few madmen in Dongxing at the Wanlong Property Company base on the outskirts of Shatian Town. Wang Jiu addressed his comrades, stating, "The boss has commanded me to lead the team to confront the Dapa gang. What are your thoughts? Brother Jiu, worry not. We dare to draw our blades, not just against the Dapa gang, but even against the King of Heaven himself. It is not easy to secure a good livelihood. Anyone who obstructs our path becomes our enemy. Indeed, Brother Jiu, I shall return to prepare. I have personally acquired a leather vest for this very day. Yes, Brother Jiu, having received the company's funds, we must fight for the company with all our might. We shall return to gather our gear." The three who spoke first were individuals who had clashed with Qin Lang in the city fortress over a year ago. Although they were initially mercenaries, Qin Lang did not abandon them after their contract ended. He led them out of the fortress. One must never overestimate the bottom line of the fortress. These individuals have no limits. There are few good people in the martial world. Wang Jiu finally grasped the boss's saying. Those who have wallowed in the mud will cherish a life they once dreamed of. The people emerging from the fortress were indeed earnest. Wang Jiu surveyed the crowd and declared, "The relocation fee will be doubled, all medical expenses will be covered, and there will be bonuses afterward. Return and prepare. Leave the tiger behind." Understood. After the crowd dispersed, Wang Jiu took the tiger, known as Chun Huju, to the office. A year ago, he had made quite an impression in the fortress. His appearance could be succinctly described. Clad in a green military uniform with a red insignia, squatting in a horse stance while holding a firearm at an angle, Wang Jiu tossed a cigarette to Hu and said, "Tiger, this time your logistics team need not intervene." "Why?" Hu asked, puzzled. Wang Jiu explained, "This is the boss's directive. He regards you as his trump card. It would be a waste of resources for such a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Hu relaxed, feeling a sense of pride at being considered a trump card. After midnight, chaos erupted in the northern district as the Crows and Shuangfan East clashed with Dongxing's members. However, their brawling resembled a mere playful scuffle. They shoved and kicked without anyone delivering a serious blow. Gradually, the conflict expanded, drawing in He Lianxing as well. The scene became lively, as both Dongxing and Dongfu charged at this outsider. The formidable Wushang led the charge, and He Lianxing's members were unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering continuous defeats. He Lianxing's northern district leader, Lan Mingquan, pointed at Wushang and shouted in fury, "You lot from Dongxing have crossed the line. Do you truly believe we are easy prey? Who is Wushang? Up with a beast." Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he lunged at Lan Mingquan with a knife, bellowing, "I am Erlang Shun, the true deity. Prepare to meet your end." Lan Mingquan was left bewildered by this declaration, pondering if the man was delusional. However, his confusion was short-lived, as he fell to Wushang's blade before he could even withstand 3 strikes, the knife striking his throat. The wretched figure of L and M Ing Chu In collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck, his legs flailing momentarily before falling silent. Visage Nge, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, extended his tongue to savor the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, emitting a guttural moan of pleasure. With a sudden push of his feet, he charged towards the forces of H. Li in Shing. In an instant, hundreds of individuals were embroiled in a melee, the air filled with furious shouts and the clashing of weapons. The glint of blades flickered as blood spattered, leaving H. Li in Shing's men dazed by the ferocity of this madman. Nudged W.Y.'s arm and inquired, "Are all of D. Ing X Ng's ilk like this madman?" W.Y. initially nodded, but quickly registered the context, pushing Shu Ing F. N. D. Ing away and retorting, "Who are you calling a scoundrel? Realizing the miscommunication, Shu F.N.D. promptly covered his mouth. My mistake, W.Y. Our sixth brother is the esteemed host of D.F.H. and has no ties to D.X. W.Y. shot a glare at Shu F.N.D. gesturing forward while bellowing to those behind. Eliminate D.X.'s men. The boss is furious. Meanwhile, the phone at CH-Gu-L, the headquarters of H-Li N.S.H. rang urgently. A subordinate, upon completing the call, hastily dashed to a nearby two-story building. The door swung open with a loud bang, and D.B's close aide frowned and scolded, "Fool, are you unaware that D.B has a weak heart? What brings you here at such an hour?" The subordinate, catching his breath to calm his racing heart, exclaimed, "It's bad news. The Mad Tiger is clashing with D.X. and we are caught in the fray." "Which area is embroiled in conflict?" the aide asked. "The Northern District." At that moment, D.B., clad in pajamas and trembling, approached the door, inquiring, "Are you saying that SHT-N-L-O Lee and D.X. are battling in the Northern District?" "Yes, and we have been dragged into it as well." "Correct. Return and inform the decision-makers and the elders to convene at the headquarters," D.B. instructed, not even changing out of his pajamas as he leaned on his cane and made his way to the main hall. By 3 a.m, the headquarters of H-Li N.S.H. was ablaze with light as vehicles pulled up to the entrance. Individuals hurried from their cars towards the conference room. Seated at the head of the table, D.B. leisurely brewed his tea, seemingly unaffected by the chaos that had unfolded, showcasing remarkable composure. "Please serve the tea," he said, waiting for everyone to take their cups before speaking. SHT-N-L-O Lee and D.X. are engaged in conflict in the Northern District, and we have been drawn into it. What are your thoughts on this matter? CHB-O slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Is there any need to deliberate? It must be D.X. colluding with that scoundrel SHT-N-L-O Lee, aiming for our territory in the Northern District." L.G.N. chimed in, "Indeed. Who in the underworld is unaware of the relationship between D.X. and SHT-N-L-O Lee? Moreover, SHT-N-L-O Lee is a man of profound loyalty. Would he truly turn against the camel over yesterday's trivialities? Damn it, are the camel and L-O Lee playing us for fools? Acting without sincerity." Deng Bo turned to the person beside him, Chu A-G, and inquired, "What do you think should be done about this matter?" In his heart, Chu A-G secretly scoffed, "Do I have the authority to decide how to resolve this?" However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Instead, he glanced around at the others and suggested, "I believe our first step should be to have the Tsunwan and Taipa factions promptly assist the North District. We can discuss other matters after dawn." Alas, Deng Bo sighed inwardly, thinking, "This fool, what is the use of support at this juncture?" Moreover, the fact that Dongxing and Shatten's old six dared to act indicates they must have made preparations. Their reasoning is truly lacking. Deng Bo tapped the table and spoke in a steady tone. "The primary task at hand is not to provide support. The territory remains intact, and they cannot seize it. We can reclaim it at any time. What we need to clarify now is whether Dongxing and Shatten's old six target the North District or have other intentions. Their duplicitous schemes could deceive even a fool, which means they surely have ulterior motives. Look at this old schemer. He is overly cunning, often complicating simple matters. The old adage holds true. Sometimes, intelligence can lead to one's own downfall." Chapter 37. Overthinking can be detrimental. The attendees in the conference room pondered deeply upon Deng Bo's words. The resources in the North District were limited, with the prime locations already under the control of Dongxing. Was the maneuver executed by Dongxing and Lao Dong today merely for the sake of the North District, or did it serve a broader purpose? Boss Quan slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must urgently inform D of Tsunwan. Dongxing's aim is not the North District, but rather Tsunwan. Ever since Shatin fell into the hands of Lao Lu a year ago, I warned you that Dongxing might have intentions towards Tsunwan. We can afford to lose the North District, but Tsunwan must not falter." Deng Bo nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for calm as he addressed Boss Quan. "Calm down, Quan. Sit down and let us discuss this. You must temper your impulsive nature. With D guarding Sun Wan, Dongxing and Lao Lu from Shaodin cannot seize it in the short term, so there is no need for undue haste. Tomorrow morning, I will confer with Luo Ma to discern their true intentions. If Dongxing wishes to engage us, we shall stand firm alongside Lianxing. Prepare your men for action by dawn. Should Dongxing decide to strike, they must be ready to support in the new territories. Particularly you, Quan, ensure that He from Taipa is on alert. If Dongxing and Lao Lu do not relent, let Taipo's He be prepared to intervene in Shatin. They truly underestimate us and Lianxing. This act is far too theatrical. Boss Quan nodded in agreement, replying with indignation. Rest assured, Deng Bo, I will relay this information immediately. While we may struggle against Dongxing, we are certainly capable of dealing with Shatin. Unbeknownst to them, Chuan Bao and Long Jin exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in silence, sipping their tea. Watching the unfolding drama was far more suitable than intervening. Within Lianxing, there were many cunning individuals, each harboring their own schemes, making it difficult to unite them. As the morning dawned, in Tsuan Wan, D extricated his arm from D's wife's neck, donned a bathrobe, and ventured to the bathroom. Observing the second brother's predicament, he muttered, "You truly are disappointing. Today, I shall procure some kidney and oysters to restore your vigor." "Boss, is he up yet?" Chang Mao called out loudly as he pushed open the villa's door, directing his voice upstairs. D descended the staircase, grumbling in annoyance. "What are you making such a racket for? Are those old bastards dead? Why the urgency?" "No, boss," Chang Mao quickly replied. "Dongxing and Lao Lu from Shaodin have decimated our Lianxing stronghold in the North District." "What?" D's eyes widened in disbelief. "The North District stronghold is gone overnight?" Chang Mao nodded, responding, "Indeed, boss. Dongxing is led by someone named Wu Shang, a madman in battle. And last night, several of our men suffered severe injuries, with many casualties. By 3 a.m, we were driven out of the North District." D cursed in frustration. "Is Lan Mingwen incompetent? He couldn't hold the position for a single night? Where is he?" Upon witnessing the fury of his superior, Chang Mao hastily remarked, "Boss, the reckless life fountain perished at the hands of Dongxing Wushang, unable to withstand even 3 moves before being silenced with a swift cut to the throat." "Incompetent fool," roared the D, turning to ascend the stairs, instructing Chang Mao as he walked, "Gather the elite fighters. The coming days will be tumultuous." "Understood." Chang Mao nodded and promptly departed from the D's villa. Returning to his upstairs chamber, the D began to dress, rousing his sleeping wife from her slumber. She yawned and stretched her arms, her ample bosom on full display. Were it not for the absence of Chancellor Chao, the D's life would surely be at stake. This wife has grown quite audacious. With a flick of her hand to smooth her hair, the D's wife turned to him and inquired, "What troubles you?" D, closing the door behind him, answered with a grim tone, "The reckless life fountain is dead. I must visit Cha Guoling. If I return late, I shall sleep in the guest room." Taken aback, the D's wife pressed further, "Who is responsible?" As the D donned his outerwear, he replied, "Dongxing and Sha Tian's Lao Lu resolved the Northern District's matters in a single night." Rising, the D's wife approached him to adjust his attire, cautioning, "When you arrive at the main hall, remain silent and listen to what those elders have to say. If they urge you to take action, merely feign compliance. Dongxing and Sha Tian's Lao Lu are not to be trifled with. If we can avoid entanglement, we shall. They claimed 2 months ago that your qualifications were insufficient, so use that as your excuse to deflect their demands. We have enough merit and toil, yet they still insist on qualifications. Very well, we shall endure until our qualifications are established." The D affectionately cradled his wife's head and planted a kiss upon her forehead, exclaiming with mirth, "You are indeed my wise partner. Your counsel is sound. I shall employ that excuse. Damn it, even that inept coward from the chicken coop has ascended. Yet those old bastards claim I lack merit. This time, let them summon those they deem qualified to take action. Good fortune they shall reserve for themselves, while I refuse to bear the brunt of their misdeeds. Let us see how they meet their demise." Meanwhile, in the Tsim Sha Sui Sky Garden, Qin Lang practiced his martial arts downstairs, each movement punctuated by the fierce gusts of wind, gliding effortlessly without a hint of obstruction. Since his arrival on Hong Kong Island, he had never neglected his skills. Everything else was but illusion, while his abilities remained steadfast. After completing his routine, Qin Lang returned upstairs for breakfast. Zhang Yu placed a glass of milk before him, saying, "Someone called for you earlier. He said his name is Crow." I shall address it shortly," Qin Lang replied, devouring a few bites of his sandwich before finishing the milk. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and approached the phone. "Crow, what brings you here?" Crow responded with a chuckle. "Boss, all is well. Yesterday went smoothly. Neither did D nor the black factions of Tai Po made a move, and I thought it prudent to inform you." Lighting a cigarette, Qin Lang replied, "It seems the old guards of Lianxing have their minds racing. In light of this, let's go with the flow. Have Ao guard the northern district. Tonight, we shall confront the D. This matter will not settle without a confrontation. Please conclude this tedious matter swiftly. I have numerous tasks at hand and no time to engage in a back and forth with Lianxing." The Crow, perplexed, inquired, "What matter? How am I unaware?" Qin Lang chuckled lightly. "It pertains to those images you observed that day. Please procure a few electronic engineers for me from Guangdong." The Crow smacked his lips and remarked, "Boss, your intellect is truly commendable. I shall prepare immediately." Qin Lang then reached out to Camel to convey his thoughts. Upon hearing, Camel laughed heartily and replied, "Very well, let us proceed with the plan. Otherwise, I fear prolonged delays may lead to unforeseen complications." Chapter 38. After seducing someone's daughter, old Deng comes knocking. Qin Lang, having hung up on the sat in a chair contemplating the matter of household appliances, dismissing the brawl entirely. If the quartet, Wu Ying Ao, Xiao Jiao, and Dedong, could not resolve such a trivial issue, they might as well seek solace in a small puddle. After Zhang Yu tidied up the dining table, she approached Qin Lang from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, and inquired, "Do you have any plans today?" Qin Lang patted her hand and replied with a smile, "Due to the nature of my work, I generally have little to do during the day." Zhang Yu, fully aware of what he meant, chuckled, "While you're free, I have quite a few matters to attend to. I must hurry to work." Not long after Zhang Yu departed, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Qin Lang was met with the sight of two unfamiliar burly men. Frowning, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" The leader, wearing sunglasses, scrutinized Qin Lang and inquired, "Are you Qin Lang?" "Yes. Come with us. Someone wishes to see you." Before they could react, Qin Lang swiftly incapacitated them with punches to their necks, rendering them unconscious on the floor. "Look at that. My training was not in vain. My speed has become quite remarkable, leaving most unable to react." Observing the two men on the ground, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes, Qin Lang scolded, "Seeking death. Returning indoors, he dialed a number, sir. There has been a home invasion at Unit 601 of the Sky Garden in Tsim Sha Sui. Please hurry and deal with the intruders." Listening to the busy signal, Lu Chi-chong was taken aback. Who in their right mind would attempt a home invasion at the Sky Garden, especially targeting Qin Lang? Lu Chi-chong, the head of the drug investigation unit at the West Kowloon Police Headquarters, realized this matter should be directed to the Tsim Sha Sui police station. Just as he was about to make that call, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. The Sky Garden? Qin Lang? Goodness! Lu Chi-chong internally lamented, hoping fervently that his suspicions were unfounded. He hastily exited his office. "Head, where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you?" "No need." Lu Chi-chong waved off his team member. "I have a personal matter to attend to. You carry on." He sped towards the Sky Garden in his official vehicle. Displaying his credentials to the guard, he declared, "I am Senior Inspector Lu Chi-chong from the West Kowloon Police Headquarters. A report was just made regarding an incident here." The guard, after glancing at Lu Chi-chong's identification, permitted him entry and called out, "Someone come to the gate. I'll accompany the sir to investigate." At the entrance of Unit 601, Lu Chi-chong scrutinized the door number, and the two unconscious figures sprawled on the ground. "Oh, how I want to cry. This is a significant mess. Qin Lung, I intended for you to see a psychologist, not to become a patient yourself. Moreover, not just anyone can have their way with this psychologist." Ding dong. Upon hearing the doorbell, Qin Lang rose to open the door, only to find Senior Inspector Lu Chi-chong wearing a distressed expression. Qin Lang suppressed a laugh and pointed at the two men lying on the floor. The two robbers entered by an unknown means, indicating that the security of the Sky Garden requires enhancement. Before Lu Qichong could speak, the security guard took the initiative to apologize. Mr. Qin, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by our oversight. Qin Lang glanced at the two individuals on the ground and inquired, how did they manage to get in, especially to the 6th floor? The guard recognized them, stating that they had entered the Sky Garden complex alongside the security supervisor. He stammered an explanation. Mr. Qin, we will thoroughly investigate the security lapses and provide you with an explanation. Lu Qichong waved his hand dismissively at the guard, saying, this is no longer your concern. I will handle it. Upon receiving a nod from Qin Lang, the guard turned and left the scene. Lu Qichong paid no heed to the two on the floor, for he recognized them as associates left by Lei Luo in Hong Kong. He forcefully pushed Qin Lang into the room and collapsed onto the sofa, glancing at Qin Lang and then towards the bedroom. Sleeping? Yes, you should not be sleeping. Yet I still did. Lu Qichong lamented, Lang. I am not jesting with you. Zhang Yu's identity is delicate. Why, of all people, did you have to seek her out? Qin Lang sat beside Lu Qichong with a smile, as if he had not berated him the day before. He retrieved a cigarette and offered it to Lu Qichong, reassuring him, it's nothing, it's just Lei Laohu. Can he truly harm me? Lu Qichong accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding, Lang. Do not be misled into thinking that Lei Luo's departure to Taiwan has diminished his influence in Hong Kong. I owe him a favor, and there are many like me in this city. If he wishes to create trouble for you, it will be quite simple. Zhang Yu is a fine girl. Yet there are many beautiful women in Hong Kong. Why did you have to pursue her? It was merely a matter of mutual attraction. Qin Lang replied nonchalantly, taking a puff of his cigarette. I will handle this matter myself. Just take those two fools outside away. Tell them that should they dare return here, I will ensure they face dire consequences. Lu Qichong gained a new understanding of Qin Lang's audacity. There seemed to be nothing this young man would shy away from. With a sigh, Lu Qichong remarked, how am I to explain this to Brother Luo? When he departed in 74, he entrusted Zhang Yu to my care with countless admonitions. And now, it appears, you have taken liberties with her. This is only within a few days. Qin Lang, draping an arm around Lu Qichong's shoulder, laughed, do not worry. Just inform Lei Luo that once I conclude my business, I will visit him in Taiwan. Please refrain from sending anyone else to pester me. Lu Qichong resigned. Nodded in agreement. Very well. I will relay your message, but I cannot guarantee his approval. His temper is notoriously unfriendly. Lu Qichong was genuinely unsure about this situation. Although Lei Luo had fallen from grace, a frail camel is still larger than a horse. Qin Lang's current strength was insufficient to contend with Lei Luo. Why was Lei Luo able to leave Hong Kong? It was because numerous individuals were eager to see him go, yet none dared to eliminate him. In the unfortunate circumstances of Lei Luo, many individuals on Hong Kong Island would inevitably be affected. Qin Lang understood that Lu Qichong was concerned, and refrained from dwelling on the topic. Instead, he inquired, Sir, have you contemplated the path ahead? Lu Qichong glanced towards the door and replied softly, Lang, grant me some time to ponder this matter thoroughly. Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall not pressure you. After all, a fruit forcibly twisted from its stem will not be sweet. Once you have made your decision, give me a call. Lu Qichong stood up and earnestly addressed Qin Lang. Lang, the words you uttered yesterday were indeed correct, but this matter cannot be altered by merely one or two individuals. Qin Lang lightly tapped his chest and responded, If you choose not to act, and I choose not to act, this situation will remain unchanged indefinitely. It is only through action that transformation can occur. I do not wish to engage in discussions of lofty ideals. I merely desire to lead a more comfortable life in our own territory. Is that too much to ask? Chapter 39. These predicament I find myself unable to contend with Dongxing and Laodong. Qin Lang's situation is rather unfavorable, and the dealings with Lianxing are becoming increasingly vexatious. At Chaguoling and the Lianxing headquarters, all the leaders and elders gathered by afternoon. As customary, Deng Bo occupied the central position and addressed the assembly. You are likely aware of yesterday's events. Your respective leaders should have communicated strategies with you. If there are any pressing questions, please express them now. Di raised his hand and spoke. Dengbo, I require assistance. Yuan Long is the stronghold of Dongxing, well-staffed, while Sha Tin's Lao Lu, though not entirely homogeneous, is still formidable. I find myself caught in the middle, and it is quite discomforting. With my limited manpower, I cannot adequately defend Sun Wan. Di's strategy hinges on a preemptive approach. Without waiting for Deng Bo and the others to respond, he hastily sought reinforcements. Hearing Di's request, Lao Guiyin, seated below the table, became displeased. He turned to Di and said, Di, your Tsuan Wan faction possesses the strongest strength amongst Lianqing. Now that the society faces challenges, you are reluctant to contribute. Are you aligned with Lianqing? Does the Lianqing banner not encompass your share? Lao Guiyan's keen perception saw through Di's intentions. Unbeknownst to him, Di's absence from yesterday's meeting, due to being invited out by a Lu for leisure, left him unaware of Deng Bo's analysis of the situation. Di, incensed by the remark, slammed his hand on the table, creating a resounding noise. How dare you? Lao Guiyan, just 2 months ago, you did not voice such sentiments. So what if I am associated with Lianqing? Good fortune never seems to favor me. Yet when adversity strikes, you expect me to bear the brunt. Your expectations are quite audacious. As for the banner, do you think it belongs to me? I may lack the qualifications to uphold Lianqing's standard. Deng Bo discerned Di's underlying grievances. He understood that the previous election for the spokesperson had been unjust to Di. However, the society required equilibrium. Dominance by a single faction could not be permitted. Di's Tsuan Wan faction already surpassed Lianqing in strength, and should Di ascend to the position of spokesperson, it could lead to uncontrollable circumstances. This was something Deng Bo would never allow. Hence, during the last election, he conspired with the elder generation to elevate the Wanchai leader, Lao Gui, to prominence. Deng Bo rapped the table to regain attention and offered reassurance. Di, I recognize your discontent regarding the last election for spokesperson, but this is a long-standing tradition of Lianqing. We, the elder generation, have navigated through similar paths. What grounds do you have for complaint? Di scoffed. What is it that I've complained about, Deng Bo? I merely stated that the Tsuan Wan faction cannot withstand the assaults from Dongxing and Liaodong, and I am requesting support from the headquarters. The current Liaodong is no longer the languishing Dong Fu. It is led by the formidable Feng Mo Hu. You are well aware of the prowess of Feng Mo Hu and Lao Lu. With their ability to swiftly dismantle the Hong Ing Mong Coke faction in just 2 hours. How many factions within Lianqing could achieve such a feat? Now, caught between Dongxing and Liaodong, if you do not dispatch personnel to aid me, how am I to contend with both sides? Therefore, Deng Bo, I cannot bear the weight of the cap you have placed upon my head. Lacking qualifications, lacking strength, yet I am still unable to voice my concerns to the headquarters? Am I still not with the people of Lianqing? Big D is a quintessential figure of the underworld, his thoughts governed by rules, yet this does not imply he is a mere brute. Were he truly a simpleton, he would not have attained his current stature. Although his dominance over Tsun Wan is largely attributed to his wife, the external brain, it is undeniable that without his capabilities, he could not have achieved such power. There is a saying in the underworld, those who do not think are akin to mere pawns, and pawns are only worthy of scraps. The ones who feast upon the meat are the wolves and tigers, none of whom are to be trifled with. Deng Bo was not angered, for what Big D articulated aligned perfectly with their findings from the previous day. The aims of Dongxing and Sha Tin are not directed towards the impoverished outskirts of the North District, but rather towards the lucrative opportunities in Tsuan Wan. At this moment, the elder Quan interjected to alleviate the tension. Big D, your reasoning is sound. The black forces from Tai Po will send troops to assist you, directly deploying to Sha Tin to alleviate your pressure. Is there any issue with this? Big D gazed at Elder Quan in astonishment, pondering the ulterior motives of this old fox. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, and he promptly responded. Then let us proceed as Uncle Quan suggests. I shall bear the pressure from Yuan Long, while Sha Tin will be entrusted to Tai Po. Thaipohe Glun said at the Elder One, equally perplexed by the intentions of this influential figure. However, he refrained from contradicting him, as he still required Elder Quan support in the main hall. His goods still needed to be distributed in Suan, and assistance was only fair. At the Shatin Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, Qin Lang disembarked and was instantly met by the somewhat troublesome Hei Feng. "Sister Feng, didn't we just have a falling out? What brings you here again?" Hei Feng shot him a glare, cutting to the chase. "I have no time for idle chatter. Did you not claim you would act as an intermediary for me? Now that you have become Lao Dong's right-hand man and don the emblem of Hongxing, you must promptly contact Hongmen. Once the matter is settled, I need to hurry back to the Netherlands." Qin Lang had indeed forgotten about this arrangement and chuckled. I will reach out to Shi Yin and have him connect with Hongmen." He walked into the martial arts hall, seized the phone on the first floor, and dialed Shi Yin. "Shi Yin, this is Qin Lang. I need to discuss something with you." "Sure. Let us meet at the Hongyan Tea House in Kowloon City." Qin Lang hung up and informed Hei Feng, "Let us go. Hongmen is currently on Hong Kong Island, so we shall head to Kowloon City." Hei Feng nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Old Six, I will remember your assistance this time. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything in the future." A convoy of 5 vehicles sped towards Kowloon City, with Qin Lang leading the way, followed by 4 of Hei Feng's bodyguards. Hei Feng occupied the front passenger seat. A lady's cigarette perched between her lips. "Old Six, now that you are with Lao Dong, carefully contemplate the matter I mentioned earlier. Afterward, I shall allocate you 20%. With one hand on the steering wheel, Qin Lang rolled down the window and flicked away the ash. "Sister Feng, there is no need to reiterate this matter. Whatever you wish to do is your business, but do not harm the elder, otherwise, even if you hide in the Netherlands, I will not spare you." Hei Feng turned her gaze towards Qin Lang, studying him for a long moment before breaking into a smile. "Old Six, do you know what I admire most about you?" Qin Lang chuckled. "I possess few merits, am not aligned with the virtuous, and fall short of being thoroughly villainous, aside from having a slightly unorthodox mind. I truly do not know what it is that you find admirable." Hei Feng took a drag from her cigarette and remarked, "Everyone who knows me would call me a madwoman. But one must possess a certain prowess to navigate the underworld as a woman. Moreover, I sense that, like me, you are merely feigning madness. Do not deny it. No one understands the guise of insanity better than I. The essence of kinship emanating from you is unmistakable." Qin Lang, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at this eccentric woman and inquired, "Why are you sharing this with me?" Hei Feng chuckled softly and replied, "Because I seek a true ally. And what I admire most about you is your unwavering sense of loyalty." Chapter 40. Benny Tiger and Han Bin reflecting on past strategies. "I finally discerned the point of failure. You have never regarded me as a friend. Moreover, your madness is merely a fade. Thus, to forge a genuine friendship with you, one must open their heart." Hei Feng turned to Qin Lang with a smile and inquired, "Am I correct in my assessment?" Qin Lang did not directly address her question. Instead, he remarked, "Whether your madness is feigned or genuine, I possess an official certification from Qingshan. Whether truly insane or merely pretending, to cultivate friendship requires sincerity. My heart is not vast enough to accommodate insincerity." Hei Feng refrained from further speech, for she had already gleaned the answer. After a considerable pause, she suddenly realized and asked in astonishment, "Did you just say you have formal certification from the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital?" Qin Lang chuckled. "Indeed, my insanity is certified. Furthermore, I am classified as a mentally ill individual without criminal responsibility. According to the laws of Hong Kong, if a mentally ill person causes harm while unable to discern or control their actions, they're exempt from criminal liability upon formal evaluation. They merely require close supervision and medical care from family or guardians, with the government intervening forcibly only when deemed necessary, though what constitutes necessity is subjective. Thus, the most severe punishment I might face would be a brief stay at Qingshan, a place I rather enjoy, filled with talented individuals and pleasant conversations." Hei Feng queried, "What means did you employ to pass the mental evaluation?" Qin Lang rubbed his fingers together and responded, "Money can move even the most resistant of spirits. Coupled with a few clever tactics, passing the formal assessment becomes quite effortless. In Hong Kong, as long as one possesses wealth, nothing is insurmountable. If something remains unachievable, it simply means you have not offered sufficient funds." Having shared a small secret, Heifeng praised him. Old Lu, your skills are truly remarkable. The journey from Sha Tin to Kowloon City was brief, and soon the convoy arrived at the entrance of Hongmen Tea House. Upon spotting Qin Lang's BMW parked out front, Shi Yin hurried over, smiling gratitude. Brother Lu, thank you. Your increase in the recycling price will significantly ease my financial situation from now on. Previously, Shi Yin had referred to Qin Lang as Old Lu. But now that Qin Lang had taken the position of the old boss, it felt somewhat inappropriate to maintain that address, particularly as respect and reputation are paramount in the underworld. Even if the old boss had fallen on hard times, he still commanded respect. Why the formality? Just call me Old Lu. We have known each other for quite some time, and excessive politeness feels rather distant, Qin Lang replied with a smile. In matters of mutual benefit, if you profit, I do not suffer loss. Why not embrace it? Is Longgu also expanding? Qin Lang inquired. Shi Yin explained. I am collaborating with Longgu to expand into other areas of Kowloon City. However, we have clashed with other societies twice over the recycling business. It's quite absurd. We once fought for territory, and who would have thought we would end up brawling over scrap collection? Qin Lang laughed. Do not underestimate the recycling business. The profits here can be astonishing. Moreover, there exists a dearth of large-scale recycling companies on Hong Kong Island. Qin Lang, having ventured into this field, has seen Wanlong Recycling Resources ascend to a position of prominence. Without the identity of Dongxing's master, this endeavor would indeed be quite challenging. Such is the nature of one's standing defining one's earnings. The company is helmed by Ao, who has earned the moniker Lace Wu, although few dare to utter it in his presence. Qin Lang turned to introduce Heifeng. Sister Feng, this is Hongxing's detail, Shi Yin. Heifeng nodded at Shi Yin. A pleasure. I am Dongxing's Hei Ao Jun. Shi Yin clasped his hands in greeting, smilingly flattering. I have long heard of your illustrious name. Abin speaks highly of you. Not all good things, I presume? Shi Yin jested. Not at all. Abin regards Sister Feng as a paragon of female prowess, one who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. He greatly admires your abilities. Shi Yan's words bore a kernel of truth. Heifeng possessed the requisite prowess. A woman who could hold her own against Hongmen on the sea certainly showcased her formidable skills. As the three exchanged pleasantries, a convoy of 4 vehicles came to a halt before the tea house. Hongmen emerged, approaching Qin Lang and the others, and clasped his hands in greeting. Sixth brother. Sister Feng, it is an honor to meet you. Brother Bin, too kind. Heifeng returned the gesture, acknowledging the customary distinctions between genders in the martial world, yet adhering to the same principles. Qin Lang extended his hand to shake Hongmen's, saying, I share a good rapport with Shi Yin. Calling me Old Six is perfectly acceptable. Hongmen shook his head, chuckling, that won't do. You are not only the esteemed host of Dongxing, but also a prize flower of Hongxing. So addressing you as sixth brother seems fitting. Haha, if Brother Bin insists, let us abide by the customs of our world, lest we become the subject of ridicule among our peers, Qin Lang replied. Hongmen waved his hand, quickly asserting no. Sixth brother, please call me by my name. I cannot bear the thought of being mocked for lacking decorum. Very well, we are friends, so let us step inside and converse. At this moment, Shi Yin gestured towards the tea house. On the second floor, in a private room, the 4 took their seats, and once the server had poured the tea, they turned to the matter at hand. As the intermediary, Qin Lang lifted the purple clay teapot and poured 4 cups of tea. Enjoy the tea. After taking a sip, Qin Lang addressed Hongmen. I am here to mediate the maritime disputes between Sister Feng and you. Within the 4 seas, we are all brothers. Harmony is of utmost importance amidst the tumult of the 5 continents. Although there are minor frictions between our factions, it does not hinder the cultivation of friendships. The society belongs to all, yet the business is individual. Would you not agree, Brother Bin? Hongmen nodded in agreement, responding, Sixth brother, you speak true. I largely refrain from engaging in society matters. My conflict with Sister Feng at sea are merely struggles for profit. If we can resolve this peacefully, it would be most advantageous. The sea is unlike the land. Every skirmish equates to throwing real gold and silver into the fray, with each conflict necessitating a fruitless journey. The question remains, how shall we divide the benefits? Heifeng set her teacup down and spoke slowly, Brother Bin. We both understand that continuing this way yields no benefits for anyone. In tumultuous seas, earning a meager sum is arduous, rather than casting it all into the depths. Why not share it among us? Please go on. Hongmen gestured with his right hand, encouraging Hei Feng to continue. The Black Phoenix raised 5 fingers and declared together, "We could easily dominate at least half of the underground arms market in Southeast Asia. At that point, this market would be sufficient for our sustenance. You handle OM goods while I manage the wares of the Russians. We can negotiate a mutually agreeable arrangement. This way we both benefit, which is far more advantageous than a mutually destructive outcome." Hongmen glanced at the Black Phoenix and inquired collaboration is feasible, but we both understand that such an alliance offers no guarantees. If you have the chance, you would not hesitate to strike at me, and I would do the same to you. Who can act as a guarantor? The Black Phoenix pointed to Qin Lang and stated, "Lao Lu is currently the esteemed host of Lao Dong and is qualified to serve as our guarantor. He holds the red flowers of both the Dongxing and Hongxing factions, allowing him to wield influence in both societies." What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 41. Mutual benefits. Qin Lang gained a new understanding of Hei Feng's ambitions. Her appetite was truly astonishing. Presently, the underground arms market in Southeast Asia holds significant shares, particularly along the Jinshui River, in Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and several small war-torn regions. If these two could consume half of the underground arms market in Southeast Asia, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a bounty of gold and silver. Hongmen turned his gaze towards Qin Lang and inquired, "Sixth brother, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Qin Lang shook his head, declining. "The risks do not align with the potential gains. There is no need to elaborate on your strengths. I lack the capacity to serve as a guarantor. A guarantor without absolute strength is merely a jest, and I possess the wisdom of self-awareness. You may not be able to contend with Lao Dong on Hong Kong Island, but does he possess the qualifications to be a guarantor beyond its borders?" Qin Lang's assertion was far from exaggerated. Previously, Lao Dong, alongside Sha Tin, might have had a slight gap compared to second-tier organizations, yet they could certainly outshine the third-tier ones by a wide margin. Hongmen and Hei Feng were not his equals on Hong Kong Island. However, Hongmen, lacking principles of martial ethics, might resort to violence. Hei Feng, incensed by Qin Lang's dismissive attitude, clenched her teeth. Just moments ago in the car, they had spoken of friendship, yet now it seemed this was merely a transaction. She produced a lady's cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a plume of smoke before speaking. "Lao Lu, I shall not let you suffer losses. Send some of your men to assist me, and I will grant you half of this deal." Qin Lang replied, "Sister Feng, I am wary of falling for the allure of easy profits. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I lack both connections and manpower at sea, and I cannot afford to engage with you." Hongmen's eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with his elder brother, then spoke, "Sixth brother, I will also offer you one share, provided that your recycling resource company allows my brother to partake. Thus, a foundation for cooperation would be established. Losses at sea would be compensated on land. What do you think?" Hei Feng glanced at Hongmen and smiled at Qin Lang, saying, "Lao Lu, I will give you 1.5 shares, with the same conditions as Hongmen. The additional half share is my token of gratitude. Please respond candidly." Only then did Qin Lang respond with a smile. "Since both of you are so insistent, it would be petty of me to continue resisting. The risks and rewards at sea coexist, while my recycling resource company assures steady returns. How should we calculate the shares?" Hongmen suggested 334. Hei Feng remained silent, clearly aligning with Hongmen's perspective. Qin Lang shook his head, stating, "That is impossible. My most profitable venture is the recycling resource company. I can only concede a maximum of 30%, no more." Hei Feng retorted, "We should split it evenly. You must understand that the profits from arms trade far surpass those of your modest company. Granting you half a share is merely to bring you aboard, but I shall not yield excessively when it concerns my own interests." After contemplating, Qin Lang tapped the table and proposed, "Let's settle on 2 shares, each taking 2. This is my final bottom line." Hongmen and Hei Feng exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. The two were well aware of the true purpose behind this transaction. Ultimately, it was to bring an intermediary on board, thus mitigating the risks associated with their collaboration. At its core, this endeavor was driven by profit, As the losses incurred from conflict would far outweigh the benefits of the meager, some offered to Qinlang. They were not without their gains. For Qinlang's recycling company promised to provide them with a steady stream of income. Although this revenue paled in comparison to the profits from arms dealing, it was clean money that could be readily utilized for investments in the harbor city. Once the matter at hand was concluded, Xiyin interjected, suggesting that the joyous tea gathering be replaced with a more spirited drinking session elsewhere. Qinlang and the others did not decline, rising to follow Xiyin out of the tea house. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a palpable tension as the individuals accompanying Haifeng and Han Bin exchanged fierce glares. This animosity was understandable, given the history of conflict between their factions at sea. Han Bin and Haifeng each stepped in to de-escalate the situation. Han Bin pulled his companion, Gongzi Jun, to the side and whispered, "I'll explain everything later. For now, make sure to keep our brothers in check around Haifeng's crew. After all, Kowloon City is my brother's territory." Gongzi Jun cast a glance at Haifeng in the distance and quietly inquired, "What is going on? Are we not fighting?" "Fight? Nonsense," Han Bin replied in hushed tones. "Haven T, we've been battling tooth and nail just for money. Joining forces to make a profit is surely more advantageous than killing each other." Gongzi Jun grimaced, acknowledging the logic yet feeling a tinge of discomfort, as many of his brothers had perished at the hands of Haifeng. However, he knew better than to disregard Han Bin's orders, for the boss had never failed to look after them. Nodding begrudgingly, he muttered, "I'll make sure to drown those bastards and drink later. Damn it, I really want to wipe them out." "Enough." Han Bin clapped a hand on Gongzi Jun's shoulder, turning to board the car that would follow Xiyin's vehicle to the villa district at number 99 Kowloon Tong. Once Qinlang alighted from the vehicle, he glanced at Xiyin and asked, "Is this the place for drinking?" Xiyin wrapped an arm around Qinlang's shoulder as they entered, murmuring, "This is the finest establishment in Kowloon City. It has everything one could desire inside, especially the ladies, hailing from various nations. Moreover, numerous celebrities and affluent patrons frequent this place. Had it not been for your visit today, I would hardly have indulged in coming here. While it's entertaining, the prices are exorbitant." Han Bin and Haifeng followed closely behind, exchanging laughter and banter, completely oblivious to their prior hostilities. Such is the nature of the underworld. When the allure of profit is sufficient, even foes can transform into allies. As the group arrived at the villa entrance, the manager greeted them with a professional smile. Addressing Xiyin, "Brother Xiyin, what is the specification for today?" Upon hearing this, Qinlang cast a sardonic glance at Xiyin, thinking to himself, what a rascal. Moments ago, he claimed he could hardly bear to come here. The manager, however, wasted no time in inquiring about the specifications, indicating that he was no stranger to this establishment. Xiyin shot an irritated look at the manager before turning to Qinlang to clarify, "Six brother, don't mind his nonsense. I've only accompanied others here a couple of times." Qinlang nodded solemnly, replying, I believe you." Xiyin, with a grand gesture, the man with narrow eyes commanded the manager, "Arrange for the finest private room, the best wine, and the most exquisite companions." In a lavish private suite on the third floor of the villa, Qinlang reclined on the sofa, surveying the opulent decor. The room was adorned with resplendent furnishings. Laser chandeliers, genuine leather sofas, marble countertops, and state-of-the-art karaoke equipment. Such equipment was indeed a rarity elsewhere on Hong Kong Island, indicating that the proprietor of this establishment possessed considerable connections. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous Black Phoenix, having just reached a verbal agreement with Han Bin, was now ignoring Qinlang, whispering to Han Bin about their subsequent collaboration from the opposite end of the sofa. Shortly thereafter, the manager entered with a cadre of waitstaff clad in crisp white shirts and black vests. The waiters meticulously placed the bottles of liquor upon the bar and bowed courteously before departing. Their service was impeccable, characterized by professionalism. The manager, holding a bottle of whiskey, poured drinks for everyone and remarked with a smile, "Today, as Brother Narrow Eyes graces us with his esteemed presence, I shall raise a toast in gratitude." Chapter 42. A lackluster showdown. The manager, a man adept at handling situations, tilted his head back, and downed a glass of whiskey in one go. Qin Lang raised his glass to join him, and after finishing, he gestured for the manager to come closer, patting the sofa beside him. The manager settled next to Qin Lang, smiling as he inquired, "Haven't had the pleasure of your introduction yet?" Xiao Yin, who was quite familiar with the manager, interjected, "This is Brother Liu from Sha Tin, the esteemed host of Lao Dong's establishment. You must treat him well. Brother Liu has a temper, and if he isn't entertained, he might just wreak havoc here." Qin Lang shot a playful glare at Xiao Yin, chiding, "You fool, can't you speak properly?" The manager quickly poured another drink, complimenting, "Brother Liu's reputation precedes him. Allow me to raise another toast in your honor. I shall drink, and you may follow suit at your leisure." Qin Lang clinked his glass with the manager's and downed the drink. "My friend, may I inquire where you procure your latest model of karaoke equipment?" The manager responded readily. "Brother Liu, our boss has some connections with the footbath chicken place. Do you have something in mind?" Qin Lang nodded, stating, "I'll be straightforward. My club in Sha Tin is nearing completion, and I wish to acquire the latest karaoke equipment. I've done my research, and the options available in the market are outdated. Would it be possible for you to introduce me to your boss?" The manager pondered for a moment, then replied, "Brother Liu, I can't make any promises. I need to check with the boss first to gauge his interest." "Much appreciated," Qin Lang said, retrieving a business card from his pocket and handing it to the manager. The manager glanced at the card, noting its simple design. The front bore the name Qin Lang, while the back displayed a phone number. A smile spread across his face upon realizing it was a personal card. In the high-end nightclub business, one must be cautious, and possessing a personal card from Brother Liu of Sha Tin was certainly advantageous. The name Mad Tiger carries weight in the underworld of Hong Kong. Not an exaggeration to call him a local bigwig. The manager tucked the card safely into his jacket pocket, grinning, "Brother Liu, I must take my leave for now. I will get back to you as soon as possible." "Thank you." Qin Lang patted the manager on the shoulder. Once the manager departed, Xiao Yin nudged Qin Lang's arm, asking, "Brother Liu, do you think running a high-end club in Sha Tin is feasible?" Qin Lang clinked glasses with Xiao Yin and responded nonchalantly, "We'll give it a shot. If it doesn't work out, we can consider it an expensive lesson learned." Knock, knock, knock. The head waiter of a nightclub rapped on the door, ushering in a multitude of lovely ladies. In the world of the underworld, a drinking venue is quite simple, centered around alcohol and women. "Good afternoon, esteemed gentlemen." A chorus of beautiful ladies greeted in unison. Black Phoenix, invigorated by the sight, pointed to two local girls and proclaimed, "You two are here with me. I've grown weary of foreign girls. Nothing compares to the charm of Hong Kong ladies." Qin Lang and Hongmen, accustomed to Black Phoenix's preferences, exchanged knowing glances. Xiao Yin cast a curious gaze at Black Phoenix before hastily averting his eyes. Hongmen had informed him of Black Phoenix's unpredictable nature, and he wished to avoid any trouble. Qin Lang, too, had witnessed Black Phoenix's remarkable skill, a mastery of a unique technique that she had honed to great proficiency. The encounter opened the eyes of Qin Lang and his companions, revealing an array of unexpected delights that left them in admiration. After a playful gathering, as they parted ways, Black Phoenix gently embraced Qin Lang's shoulder and whispered, "Old Six, I owe you a favor. Do not hesitate to call upon me." Qin Lang quickly brushed her hand away, wary of any potential mishaps that might mar his attire. Their rapport was merely one of mutual benefit, not something to dwell upon. He waved goodbye to the trio and drove back to Tsim Sha Tsui, where the notion of drunk driving was alien to him. As for Sha Tin, he had faith in the crows to manage things without his intervention. After midnight, the Sha Tin crew gathered at the boundary of Sun Wan, poised for an imminent assault on Sun Wan Di. Crow nudged Wang Jio with a shoulder and quietly inquired, "What do you think about taking a bite out of Sun Wan directly?" Wang Jio shrugged indifferently, responding, "If you're not afraid of the boss giving you a beating, we can proceed as you suggest." Crow raised a middle finger in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, aren't we brothers? Why must I bear the brunt of everything?" Wang Jio chuckled, "There's nothing I can do. I prefer to avoid a thrashing. The boss's punches are too heavy, and even if my martial arts improve, I wouldn't withstand it. Every time I spar with him, the following day, my insides feel like they're in turmoil, burning with pain." Dejected, Crow sighed, Then let's settle it with a fight. I don't want to be beaten either. He gestured to the surrounding underlings, commanding, advance into Xinhuan. Just as Crow initiated the skirmish, Dee received word of the unfolding situation. He hung up the phone and instructed his associate, Long Mao, take some men over to provide support. Let the main hall's crew lead the charge. We must minimize our own losses and save on medical expenses where possible. Long Mao nodded, understood, boss. I know what to do. Upon Long Mao's arrival at the junction of Shatin and Xinhuan, he found over 1,000 individuals embroiled in chaos. The Shatin crew, led by Crow, was attacking with minimal ferocity, wielding steel pipes and blunt knives, tools that, unless aimed at vital points, would not be lethal. These seasoned fighters understood the nature of the conflict at a glance, based on their weaponry. Long Mao waved his hand to rally his men, shouting, "Drive this bunch of ruffians from Shatin out of Xinhuan." Crow still had some interest in the fray, while Wang Jiao had no intentions of engaging. Content to watch from the sidelines, with two hammers in hand, a few hardened individuals from Kowloon Walled City stood behind Wang Jiao, observing the spectacle while offering commentary on the farcical skirmish. TSK. How unprofessional. A slight misalignment of that blade could incapacitate the opponent. Indeed, the accuracy of these fighters was lacking. Their strikes missed the mark. After watching for a while, Long Mao turned and headed to the Blue Sea Bar on Huilong Street. Picking up the phone to contact D. Boss, the Shatin crew does not appear to be here to seize territory. It seems more like a mere formality. D pondered for a moment, then instructed Long Mao, engage with them. Send the main hall's crew to the border of Yunlong. I just received a call from Dao Zai indicating that Dongxing's offensive is quite intense. Long Mao replied, understood, boss. I will dispatch vehicles to send them to Dao Zai immediately. That's settled. Chang Mao returned to the battlefield, shouting loudly, there are not enough men in other areas. Brothers from the headquarters, quickly withdraw from the battlefield to provide support. Hearing Chang Mao's call, the leader of the Red Stick from Lianxing Tong sliced through a steel pipe and exclaimed, brothers from the headquarters, follow me to retreat from the battlefield and assist in other locations. The Red Stick approached Chang Mao, furrowing his brow, and inquired, is the situation in Shatian merely a feint? Is Daozi unable to hold on? Chang Mao nodded in response. Indeed, Daozi has just received a call from my boss. The assault led by Sha Meng and his Dongxing forces is quite intense and requires reinforcements. The Red Stick acknowledged, understood, send a vehicle to take us there. Uncle Tank mentioned earlier that Xinhuan must not suffer any losses. Chang Mao replied, the minibus has long been prepared. My boss requisitioned several minibuses from the Xinhuan routes earlier today, waiting for this moment. Chapter 43. The Wanlong Company in Sha Tin. While the chaos unfolded at the Crow's side, trouble brewed at the headquarters of the Dong in Sha Tin New Town. Brother Dong, the black belts from Tai Pa have invaded the new town. A young subordinate, drenched in sweat, rushed into the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall. De Dong immediately sprang to his feet, seizing a machete nearby as he strode out, declaring, you head to Huilong Street and find Brother Jiao. I will hold them off. With that, De Dong led the over 100 members from the Martial Arts Hall towards Sha Tin New Town, the most bustling territory in the area, which absolutely could not be compromised. Upon arrival, De Dong was left utterly dumbfounded. The members of Yulian Sheng, identifiable by their white towels tied around their arms, were being ruthlessly pursued by the locals of Newtown, wielding hoes, kitchen knives, and mop handles, retreating in disarray. What is going on here? A man in his 40s, swinging a hoe with vigor, shouted as he fought, you bastards dare to wreak havoc in Newtown? Do you think I'm too old to move? I'll kill you, you scoundrels. Do you know whose territory Sha Tin is? It belongs to us, Wanlong Company. This man was the property guard of Sha Tin, who had once roamed the underworld in his youth. As he aged and found it difficult to secure a decent job, his son had brought him into a security company, providing him with a comfortable position. Awakened from his slumber by the sound of chaos outside, he rushed out with his hoe. Those who had come out to assist, in varying degrees, were connected to Qin Lang's Wanlong Company. In Sha Tin, even a fallen coin had to pass through Wanlong's hands. De Dong waved his hand and shouted to his men, kill those scoundrels from Lian Sheng. Damn it, kill them. The security team's remaining personnel charged forward, their machetes raised high. In Sha Tin, they typically only attacked others who dared to cause trouble within their domain. The leading Dongguan contingent was left aghast. How could they possibly fight against this? Since entering the underworld, he had seen his fair share of brawls, but never had he encountered such a scene, especially the older men, who fought with more ferocity than his own subordinates. Seeing another 100 individuals joining the fray, Dongguan Boy quickly shouted, "Retreat. This battle cannot be won." The members of Liansheng from Tai Pa hurriedly gathered around him, retreating towards Tai Pu while still engaging in combat. The Dong relentlessly pursued from behind, shouting angrily, "How dare you cause trouble in Sha Tin? Leave some for me. Kill them." When Dongguan Boy noticed the Dong's relentless pursuit, he swung his knife towards him. The Dong sidestepped, retaliating with an upward slash aimed at Dongguan Boy's chest. Clang! Dongguan Boy parried the blow, producing a resonant clash of metal, sparks flying from the contact. A sharp pain shot through Dongguan Boy's chest. While he had deflected the strike, it had not been entirely successful. This ignited his ferocity, and he swung his knife back at the Dong, plunging them both into a fierce melee. The older men, who had arrived slowly due to their stamina, saw that the Liansheng members dared to fight back and charged in with their hoes. The brawl raged from the heart of New Town to its edges. Without the feeble glow of streetlights, it would have been impossible to distinguish friend from foe. A few individuals affiliated with Liansheng took a moment to remove the towels from their arms and toss them aside, mingling among the crowd in Shatian as they paddled through the chaos. However, this location served as the final battleground, where the pursuit rendered human figures nearly invisible, and beyond the main urban area, there was scarcely any light. At this juncture, several lackeys from Liansheng approached Dazhong, brandishing their blades menacingly. Dazhong swiftly retreated. Seeing that they had forced Dazhong back, the Liansheng thugs seized Dongguanzi and fled, shouting, "Brother Dongguan, we must hurry. A throng of people is surging out from Xinqing. If we don't run now, we'll be trapped here." Dongguanzi glanced at his wounds and, raising his weapon, cursed at Dazhong, "You wait. I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Don't think you can escape. I'm going to kill you right now." Observing that his comrades were closing in, Dazhong charged towards Dongguanzi. Upon seeing the group of followers behind Dazhong, Dongguanzi turned and fled, cursing under his breath, "Damn it. The people from Shatian have no sense of honor. This isn't how one conducts themselves." Dazhong halted at the city's edge, fuming, "Damn it. You lot are quick on your feet." Just as he was about to head back, he encountered Wu Ying and Wang Jiao, who were arriving on the scene. Wu Ying rushed up to Dazhong and inquired, "Where are those scoundrels from Yanqing?" Dazhong pointed towards the pitch-black outer district and replied, "They've escaped." Wu Ying erupted in a tirade. "Damn it, they can run. While the monks may flee, the temple remains." He turned to his lackeys and commanded, "Return and get the car. We're going to pursue them." Dazhong intervened, asking, "Why have you all returned? Is the situation at Huilong Street resolved?" Wu Ying nodded. "We didn't intend to engage in a real fight. Upon hearing about the incident in Xinqing, we rushed back. The leader sent by D is perceptive. Upon seeing us halt, he refrained from continuing the skirmish." Dazhong glanced at his watch and remarked, "It's already 4 o'clock. Any attempt to strike now would be futile. We'll leave it for tonight. Liansheng cannot escape our grasp, and it isn't too late to act later." Wu Ying swung his weapon in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, letting them live for another day. Tonight, we shall eradicate them." Wang Jiao, ignoring Wu Ying's outburst, carried 2 hammers and began to return, feeling a bit fatigued after a night of chaos, and decided it was time to rest. The night had devolved into utter disarray, and the members of Liansheng's Yamen were no easy adversaries. Shaman had gained no advantage. As dawn broke, each faction withdrew, tending to their injured. In the heat of battle, until territory was claimed, it was impossible to ascertain who had truly gained from the conflict. Substantial medical expenses would ensue regardless. The most afflicted were the lower-tier fighters, who would gain little from either victory or defeat, often left bedridden for 10 days to 2 weeks. The bosses, however, ensured they received a stipend for nutrition. Otherwise, they would only receive a meager sum for medical expenses and travel costs. If their wounds were minor, they might only receive a small amount for travel expenses, and even the purchase of antiseptic would have to come from their own pockets. During this fierce clash, not a single leader showed their face. They remained at home, sipping their drinks while awaiting the outcome of the skirmish. For instance, Dabu He set down his wine glass, looking at the blood-soaked Dongguanzi, and inquired what happened. Was he the main force from Shatian dispatched to Tsuanwan? The young man from Dongguan discarded his t-shirt onto the ground and sat on a chair, allowing someone to tend to his wounds. Grimacing in pain, he cursed, "Damn it." Initially, everything went smoothly, and we reached the city center without a hitch. However, a throng of middle-aged men suddenly emerged, each wielding a pickaxe and swinging it fiercely. Moreover, these individuals were quite formidable, able to engage in a back-and-forth battle with my companions. When a man named Dadong arrived with reinforcements, we could no longer withstand the assault. Had we not fled swiftly, we would not have returned today. Upon hearing this, Dabu He's expression darkened. If even the main forces from Shatian had not appeared, and Dongguan Zai could not prevail, the situation had become dire. If Shatian were to unleash their full strength, what could Dabu Tonko possibly use to defend itself? Nevertheless, as the leader, Dabu He could not voice such concern aloud. Instead, he glanced at Dongguan Zai's injuries and inquired, "Were those wounds inflicted by Dadong?" Dongguan Zai nodded and replied, "The four heavenly kings truly live up to their name. Even the least impressive among them, Dadong, possesses such formidable strength." Chapter 44. A true man's night of 7 encounters. As dawn broke, the sun ascended as usual, reminding all living beings that the world continues to shine regardless of who is absent. After completing his morning workout, Qin Lang returned to find Zhang Yu still in slumber. He placed breakfast on the dining table in the living room before heading to the bathroom. Zhang Yu, clad in her pajamas, approached the bathroom door and tapped lightly. Her voice laced with laziness. "Alang, someone is looking for you." Qin Lang, wrapped in a towel, opened the bathroom door, a towel in hand to dry his short hair, and smiled at Zhang Yu. "Hurry and wash up so we can have breakfast." With open arms, Zhang Yu lunged toward him, playfully declaring, "Alang, come here. I shall reward you with a sweet kiss." Qin Lang pressed his hand against her forehead, his expression one of playful disdain. "Quickly go wash up." Zhang Yu pouted, muttering, "You didn't say that last night." Indeed, Qin Lang and Zhang Yu enjoyed a harmonious relationship. Beyond their intimate moments, they found great compatibility in their conversations. Their discussions often revolved around the history of their hometown, and recently, they had been engrossed in tales of Qin Huang's conquests, particularly about the legendary figure from ages past. Qin Lang picked up the phone from the bedside and inquired, "What is up?" The only ones who could call him here were the crows. Yawning, the crow replied, "Boss, yesterday the Dapo Black sent someone into our territory in New City. I've been so agitated about it that I couldn't sleep." Qin Lang responded, "We can engage in a standoff with Lian Sheng. They can strike at us, but they must bear the consequences. You take your men to pursue Dapo Black tonight. Don't worry about Tsuanwan." "Understood." After hanging up, Qin Lang rose and warmed up the breakfast in the living room. Zhang Yu emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp, and upon seeing the steaming breakfast, blew a kiss toward Qin Lang. "I have faith in you." Qin Lang gestured for her to sit and eat, while he picked up his chopsticks and savored the Xilong Bao. Ever since arriving on Hong Kong Island, his breakfast had mostly consisted of these and shao mai. While he could afford other options, he found these two dishes particularly delightful. Once Zhang Yu finished her breakfast and grabbed her bag for work, she left. She was dedicated to her role as a psychologist, always punctual unless faced with insurmountable obstacles. Just as Qin Lang was about to visit Prince, the crow called again, instructing him to return the call to Camel. Qin Lang dialed Camel's number and asked, "Boss, is there something you need?" Hearing the term boss made Camel feel particularly gratified. Even after becoming the mainstay for Lao Dong, he was still addressed as boss by Lao Lu. With a gleeful expression, Camel replied, "Lao Lu, Dingbo just called me, saying he wants to settle accounts. What do you think?" Qin Lang furrowed his brow and asked, "Given that we just started, shouldn't he Lian Sheng be able to hold their ground?" Camel chuckled. "New Ji's Axe Jun noticed our clash with Lian Sheng and has mobilized troops into Jordan. Have they made it in?" "Not yet. The reinforcements from Yao Ma Ti and the fishhead at Lei Yuman have arrived swiftly. With the combined strength of the three factions, they are barely holding Jordan. Axe Jun's capabilities are quite evident." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang grasped Camel's intent. "My esteemed friend, You must have heard about yesterday's events. The audacity of the local gang to intrude upon my territory in New City is something I shall undoubtedly reclaim. Should you wish to negotiate, I will certainly give you the respect you deserve." Upon hearing this, Loatu felt a surge of fervor and replied, "Old Six, let us put this matter aside for now. I assure you, I will not allow you to suffer a loss. Our foremost priority is to ensure a smooth transition in Kowloon City." Qin Lang responded affirmatively. "Very well, I have no issues on my end. What is the address?" Loatu replied, "Cross the sea, at the Beicheng restaurant." After ending the call, Qin Lang adjusted his attire and descended to his car, driving straight toward the Hongmen tunnel. As he passed through the tunnel, he gazed at the scenic views. It was his inaugural visit to this political and financial hub. The splendor of Causeway Bay unfolded before him, undeniably one of the world's largest shopping centers. Truly remarkable. Qin Lang, captivated, parked his car in front of a tea restaurant. Indeed, he had lost his way. "Boss, may I use your phone?" Qin Lang greeted the proprietor behind the counter. "Do not stand on ceremony. Feel free." The owner, noticing Qin Lang's distinguished appearance, smiled and gestured toward the phone on the counter. Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement, picked up the phone, and dialed Sit Honam in Saiwan. "Honam, it's Old Six. I'm lost. Could you send someone to drive me?" "Huh? Where are you?" Sit Honam laughed heartily. "I'll send someone over." Qin Lang turned to the owner and inquired, "What is the exact address here?" "Lu St Restaurant on Pak Tak New Street in Causeway Bay," the owner replied with a grin. Qin Lang relayed this information to Sit Honam, hung up, and retrieved a $100 bill from his pocket, placing it on the counter. The owner promptly returned the money, chuckling, "It's just a phone call. It's nothing. Please take it back." Qin Lang declined, stating, "I'll have a glass of orange juice." He was not one to easily owe favors. Gold may have a price, but favors are hard to repay. Half an hour later, a man resembling Sha Meng entered the tea restaurant and respectfully approached Qin Lang, saying, "Brother Six, I'm He Yong. The boss sent me." Good fellow. Is this not He Yong, who has been renowned for his prowess?" Qin Lang stood up, waved goodbye to the owner, and walked out with He Yong, conversing as they went. Yong, heed this advice from Brother Six. Do not exceed 5 times in one night. You won't be able to handle it." He Yong was left perplexed by this remark, yet he dared not inquire further, as Brother Six's mood was unpredictable. At the entrance of the Beicheng restaurant, He Yong promptly exited the vehicle and opened the back door for Qin Lang. Qin Lang took out a gold bowl and slipped it into He Yong's pocket, saying, "When you have time, come to Sha Tin. I'll have someone teach you a few moves." "Thank you, Brother Six." He Yong's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this, for he had heard of the combat skills possessed by Brother Six's subordinates. For a fighter like him, such an opportunity was invaluable. Even when Brother Six was with Dongxing, it would have been awkward for others to approach the Sha Tin Black Tiger Martial Arts School without his endorsement. It would have been a matter of face for his boss. Due to some delays on the road, by the time Qin Lang arrived at the private room, Lianxing and the Dongxing members had already gathered. Qin Lang clasped his hands together and spoke, "Thank you all for your patience. I'm unfamiliar with the area, so I have borrowed a driver from Haonan." Upon hearing this, Luo Tuo felt even more pleased, remarking to himself, "See, even if Lao Lu has transitioned from Lao Dong, he still regards Dongxing as his own." Luo Tuo then rose and approached Qin Lang with a smile, saying, "Lao Lu, we have just arrived as well. It is not too late." Esteemed leader, Qin Lang respectfully cupped his fists in salute. The elder relatives of Dongxing in the private room regarded Qin Lang with warm expressions. The gaze of the elder relatives from Liansheng towards Qin Lang softened, diminishing their hostility by a fraction, leaving still a significant 98%. Not only did he come to the meeting unaccompanied, but his attitude towards Luo also endeared him to them genuinely. His prowess, loyalty, and appreciation for old friendships were indeed rare qualities, though perhaps he exhibited a hint of eccentricity. Chapter 45. The old fox and the young fox. At the main table sat 4 individuals: Deng Bo, Chue Ji, Luo Tuo, and Qin Lang. Deng Bo poured 4 cups of tea from the teapot and extended his right hand, saying, "Please enjoy the tea." Qin Lang took a sip from his cup, surveying the surroundings. Noticing the absence of other gang members, he felt reassured. This time, there were no intermediaries. It It was merely a closed-door discussion among the three factions. Indeed, discussing matters between two factions would suffice. Old Dong truly was not up to the mark. Deng Bo took the initiative to speak. A run, Lao Lu. You are well aware of the reasons for our conflict this time. I shall not elaborate further. I will only ask one question. What is it that you desire? Suan Wan. Suan Wan? Luo Tuo and Qin Lang echoed in unison. Impossible. DD exclaimed furiously, rising from his seat. Sit down. Do you have a say here? Such lack of decorum. Deng Bo shot a glare at DD, then glanced at Qin Lang. Internally, he sighed. How come Lianqing could not attract such individuals? This old fellow ought to consider the price Luo Tuo paid to recruit Qin Lang. To speak frankly, had Lianqing made an offer over a year ago, Qin Lang would undoubtedly have chosen them. The prestige of a top-tier gang was all Qin Lang sought. Luo Tuo chuckled. Deng Bo, you are senior in the underworld. I respect you, but when it comes to the development of our gang, I cannot afford to show mercy. With Kowloon off limits, I must devise a strategy within the new territories. Suan Wan stands as a barrier between Lao Lu and me. We can only join forces to seize Suan Wan. Deng Bo rapped the table with his hand and declared a run. Lao Lu, it is impossible for you to acquire Suan Wan, even if it severely injures Lianqing. I will not hesitate. Let us speak plainly. Without Suan Wan, Lianqing's future in the new territories will be bleak. This matter is utterly unfeasible. If you do not relent, Lianqing will mobilize our forces to confront you until one side is annihilated. After speaking, Deng Bo's gaze remained fixed on Qin Lang. Huh, this old fellow is trying to intimidate him, Qin Lang mused. Was he the kind to be cowed? Certainly not. With a cold smirk, Qin Lang retorted, Deng Bo, you need not try to frighten me. Since my debut, I have never been threatened by anyone. When the city fortress dared to assault me and injure my subordinates, I retaliated fiercely. When Hong Ying and my Yao Dong dared to invade my territory, I dealt with him decisively, testing his courage. They are merely ordinary individuals, which I generously gifted to Uncle Quan for his indulgence. My life is inconsequential. As long as my adversaries perish, that suffices. You and Lianqing may be wealthy and powerful, but I, Qin Lang, am but a reckless life. Let us fight until one side is vanquished. If I could be intimidated by a few words from you, Deng Bo, I would not need to venture into this world at all. Qin Lang's defiant demeanor was unmistakable. DD, known for his fiery temper, stood up abruptly, pointing at Qin Lang. Mad Tiger, others may fear your madness, but I, DD, do not care. If you wish to fight, I will gladly join you. Let us battle until one side is vanquished. DD's retort echoed Qin Lang's earlier proclamation. Qin Lang lifted his teacup, took a sip, and smiled as he addressed it. D. I am the host of Lao Dong's establishment. I hold the authority here. By what right do you speak to me? Dade tremble in rogue, pointing at Qin Lang, utterly speechless. Indeed, what status did he possess to engage in dialogue with Qin Lang? Despite Lao Dong's current desolation, he still represented a prestigious establishment. Even relinquishing the token, Qin Lang remained a figure of significance within the hierarchy. What was the D standing? The master of the Suan Wan Hall, one of the 9 great halls of Lianqing. At times, status may bear little weight, yet in this instance, it was of paramount importance. A glance at the hierarchy of power within the Hong Kong underworld made it abundantly clear. Qin Lang could sit at the main table, while the D could only occupy a subordinate position. Seeing the D humiliated by Qin Lang, what could Luo Tuo do? It was simply impossible for him to intervene. Even now, Lao Lu still referred to him as Big Brother, a gesture of warmth. What was Lao Lu's status at present? Regardless of rank, he was still a member of Lao Dong's establishment, and his ability to publicly address the D in such a manner solidified his loyalty to Lao Lu. Luo Tuo, without even glancing at the D, turned to Deng Bo and inquired, Deng Bo, is this the kind of upbringing you've received from Lianqing? To annihilate a family? You may attempt it, but should you lay a hand on Lao Lu, I shall not hesitate to wage an all-out war against Lianqing. In Kowloon, we may not stand tall, but in the new territories, you and Lianqing will find yourselves at a disadvantage. You possess backing, but we at Dongxing have a different asset. We have many desperate men prepared to fight to the end. Deng Bo fixed a sharp gaze upon Didi, who, sensing the hostility in Deng Bo's eyes, reluctantly took a seat. Despite the D's boisterous demeanor, he was at heart a man of the underworld, tightly bound by its rules. Deng Bo returned his attention to Luo, Tuo, and Qin Lang, stating, "Since we have convened today, I come with sincerity. Sun Wan cannot be relinquished. Other matters can be negotiated, and together we can seek a balanced resolution." Qin Lang remained silent, sipping his tea leisurely. Luo Tuo exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Lang, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He understood Lao Lu's intentions, which were to empower him to take charge. The people of Dongxing had often claimed that he favored Lao Lu, yet how could he not regard such a devoted subordinate with admiration? Truly considerate, with measured words, Luo Tuo addressed Deng Bo. "Deng Bo, I am a man who values the principles of the underworld. I would not wish to exploit the misfortunes of others. Should you agree to conclude this matter, I propose we divide the territories of the North District and half of the Taipa domain with Lianxing." Luo Tuo recalled Qin Lang's earlier remarks. The Taipa Black could venture into the heart of Sha Tin. Thus, they should be prepared to take half of the Taipa Hall as a trial. Deng Bo turned his gaze to Qin Lang, chuckling. "Lao Lu, one should not be too greedy. It can lead to indigestion. Axe Jun is a good man." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lang sought to negotiate a favorable arrangement. "For such chances are fleeting." With a smile, he replied, "Deng Bo, I am young and in good health with a rapid metabolism. I can digest quite a lot. However, as a senior in the underworld, it is no easy task to make a request to a junior. I must consider my big brother's reputation. Thus, if the Taipa Black can send me 5 million, we shall consider this matter resolved. Should they dare to enter Sha Tin, they must be prepared for the consequences. I can consume anything, but I shall not suffer losses." The reason Qin Lang expressed this was to provide a way out for Helian Sheng. Old Dong's foundation is too weak. He could never contend with Helian Sheng using Shaishan's meager resources. This is simply an unavoidable reality. One can only consume as much as one's capacity permits. Deng Bo achieved the results he desired. Although Helian Sheng lost the northern district this time, being caught in a two-front battle would yield even greater losses. Between two evils, it is wiser to choose the lesser one. Thus, addressing the situation in Jordan takes precedence. "Old Lu, you have given Helian Sheng a way out. They acknowledge this incident. Yet the road ahead remains long. Let us proceed and enjoy some tea." Qin Lang raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Smiling as he said, "Deng Bo, not only do I relish the tea, but my actions are even more decisive. There is nothing else. I have plenty of brothers willing to risk their lives. With 2 territories at hand and Old Dong's reputation intact, feel free to take what you desire at any time. Do you wish to intimidate him? Nonsense." Chapter 46. Qin Lang's network of relationships. What an impressive gathering. The prominent figures. The dragon head of Dongxing, Brother Camel. The supreme leader of Lianxing, Uncle Deng, and the veteran host of the Old East, 6th brother with the grand red cane. The tense atmosphere in the private room was utterly shattered by this statement. A police officer stepped in, displayed his credentials, and spoke. "I am Chen Guai, the chief inspector from the police headquarters, and I kindly request that you gentlemen accompany me for a moment. I would like to treat you to some tea." Qin Lang rose, exchanged a glance with Chen Guai, a smile gracing his lips as he was the first to exit the room. Over the past year, Qin Lang had become acquainted with Li Wenbin and Sha Tian, and through him, he met Deputy Director Yu Chiosu, who then introduced him to Chen Guai. Through several collaborations, they had developed a seamless rapport. Qin Lang provided them with numerous case leads, while they facilitated various conveniences for him. Do not inquire why Qin Lang refrained from offering valuable intelligence to Lu Qichong. It is akin to the plight of modern-day workers, where no matter how much effort one pours in, superiors often take it for granted. Cases that the police sought to investigate were as challenging as scaling the heavens. Yet for Qin Lang, they were a mere walk in the park. The disparity in information and channels led to vastly different outcomes. After more than a year of cooperation, their interactions have been quite delightful. The reason Li Wenbin, Yu Chiosu, and Chen Gui were willing to collaborate with Qin Lang stemmed from the outcomes of his previous actions. Perhaps the trio regarded him as a relatively principled figure in the underworld. Should Lu Qichong provide Qinlang with a definitive response, another individual would be added to this network. Currently, the network consisted of just 4 individuals: Li Wenbin, Yu Qiusu, Chen Guoyi, and Zhang Hao. The district councillor of Shatian, New Territories hereditary councillor. Though few in number, they were all elite, save for Zhang Hao, who lagged a bit behind. Nevertheless, he was well regarded in Shatian, often visiting relevant departments to secure benefits for the area. At the police headquarters in Hong Kong Island, in the office of Chief Inspector of the C Group, Chen Guoyi sat in his chair, smiling as he inquired, "Can you gentlemen provide me with a clear answer regarding when this will conclude?" Uncle Deng, Brother Camel, and Qin Lang, seated opposite Chen Guoyi, remained silent. Their silence served as the most eloquent response. As for the Lianqing spokesperson, he could only wait outside. Chen Guoyi observed the trio and remarked with a smile, "I believe I have discerned the answer. The police are not denying you a way out, but you must adhere to the rules and refrain from causing trouble for us. Would you not agree?" Uncle Deng, his expression unyielding, replied, "Chen sir, we are old acquaintances. Have you ever brought us here for tea while upholding the rules?" Chen Guoyi scoffed softly, looking at Uncle Deng, and solemnly stated, "I, Chen Guoyi, do not lack compassion. But you have ventured too far this time. The entire New Territories have descended into chaos. While you may wish to partake in business, it is contingent upon my willingness to allow it. Do not speak to me of your underworld principles. I am concerned with the regulations of the police, and the order of the New Territories significantly impacts me. You and Camel should be well aware of my temperament. Do not overstep your bounds, or I shall keep a close watch on you. And strike hard." The Camel chuckled, "Mr. Chun, I believe your words. The jurisdiction of your O Division C Group is indeed the New Territories, making it quite effortless for you to create trouble for us. However, where there is a fraternity, there exist conflicts of interest, and with conflicts come inevitable confrontations. We adhere to the rules and have refrained from causing any incidents during daylight." Chen Guoyi nodded in tacit agreement, then turned to Qin Lang with a smile. "Old Dong, the 6th brother, do you have anything to say?" Qin Lang shrugged and replied, "Here we have the Chief Inspector of the police force, esteemed elders of the underworld, and my respected boss. What place do I have to speak? One must possess self-awareness and avoid being a nuisance." "Clever." Chen Guoyi nodded in satisfaction. "This is excellent. Your discretion eases my concerns. Since you haven't been invited for tea by the frenzied tiger of the police force, consider this a compensation for the oversight. After spending a full 24 hours at headquarters, are you pleased with this token of goodwill?" Qin Lang nodded. "This is the protocol of the police. I have no reason to refuse. Guests shall follow the host's wishes." Before leaving, the Camel asked Qin Lang, "Old 6, do you have any instructions?" Qin Lang glanced at Uncle Deng and replied with a smile, "Boss, please instruct Crow to collect the tea expenses from Lianqing." The Camel nodded. "Understood. I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Qin Lang waved his hand in refusal. "Boss, it's not a matter of great honor. I will drive myself back. There's no need for you to make the trip." After the Camel and Uncle Deng departed, Chen Guoyi led Qin Lang out of the office and onto the rooftop of the police station. Observing the officers bustling below, Qin Lang inquired, "Mr. Chun, is there something on your mind?" Chen Guoyi laughed heartily, acknowledging Qin Lang. "Old 6, you truly have sharp insight. I have a rather tricky matter for which I seek your assistance." "Just speak plainly," Qin Lang said, lacking patience for any circumlocution. Chen Guoyi wasted no time. "Here's the situation. There's been a robbery in Mong Kok, resulting in the loss of diamonds valued at 15 million. I'm not concerned with the details of the incident. I simply wish to recover those diamonds. They belong to Shark Tong, and my former superior has some connections with him, so you understand the stakes. Shark Tong is set to host a jewelry exhibition in May, and failing to retrieve them this month will pose significant complications, as reordering will be too late." Qin Lang understood all too well. This was reminiscent of the shared trials theme. He looked at Chen Guoyi and asked, "What is in it for me?" Chen Guoyi widened his eyes in disbelief. "Old 6, are you truly negotiating conditions with me over such a trivial matter? Do you not recall how I assisted you 6 months ago?" "Damn!" Qin Lang raised a middle finger, smirking. "Since our introduction through Sister Sue, have I not offered you ample assistance? Do not expect to reap rewards without giving in return. Speak of something I wish to hear. Ha! Shengwei laughed. Old six, I jest not. Should we succeed in recovering the diamonds, Shark Tong will express his gratitude at 70% of their market value. How does that sound? Is that more agreeable? Qin Lang nodded in response. That seems fair. I do not know Shark Tong. I only recognize you. You owe me a favor. Chun Guai inquired. How would you like me to express my gratitude? Shall I introduce you to some lovely ladies? Qin Lang politely declined, firmly stating, I do not possess the habit of ingratiating myself with others. You may keep them for your own amusement. I owe you a favor, and I shall call upon you when the time comes. Chen Guai responded succinctly, no problem. Lao Lu, your need for my assistance in Shatian is minimal, with the formidable Mother Tiger and Li Wenbin at your side. Should you encounter any issues in other regions of the new territories, do not hesitate to speak up. Your dealings are not of a dubious nature. As long as you refrain from engaging in laundering activities, all else can be discussed. Chen Guai then shifted the topic. Lao Lu, what is it like to be an undercover agent? Taking a break today, and an additional update. Chapter 47. The Seraphim Inspector Qin Lang inquired with a composed demeanor. Chun, sir, given my current mental state, do you think I can pass the police assessment? It is essential to adhere to a certain decorum, and this jest lacks humor. Chen Guai chuckled softly, acknowledging Qin Lang with a nod. Old Lu, while you claim your mental state is somewhat unstable, your reliability in executing tasks surpasses that of the average individual. Were I your superior, I would never allow you to harbor any distrust towards me. It is folly for a superior to neglect a capable subordinate, leaving them to navigate the treacherous waters of relationship building alone. That is a dereliction of duty on Lu Qichong's part. Qin Lang grimaced, dismissing the notion. I can hardly comprehend what you are saying. Chun Guai candidly responded, Old Lu, do you genuinely believe that your actions in Sha Tin would engender such trust in me? I am well aware of your affairs. By mentioning Lu Qichong, you ought to recognize that I speak the truth. However, rest assured that I am not one to spread rumors. Aside from my channels, this information remains confidential. Qin Lang's ire flared, and he retorted sternly. Is anything known by more than 2 individuals still considered a secret? Qin, sir, the undercover files within the police force should only be accessible to direct superiors and the headquarters archives. For you, a chief inspector, to access them so freely is a grave disrespect to those of us operating undercover. Chen Guai shook his head, clarifying, you have misunderstood. A year ago, I attended the police academy, and Principal Chun happens to be my uncle, hence you understand my position. The likes of Ma Laohu and Li Wenbin have much to gain in Sha Tin, thus they will wholeheartedly support your ascendancy. However, I am different. I adhere to my principles. Without absolute certainty, I will not engage in a deep collaboration with you. Through a year of observation, I am convinced that you are the partner I seek. Should you still be the mad tiger of Dongxing, I would keep this matter to myself. Now that you have become the mainstay of the old guard, it matters not. With your skills and the capabilities of your subordinates, the old guard cannot stir the waters under your command. An undercover officer becoming a figurehead is unprecedented within the police force. Given this, why not maximize this identity? You assist me in resolving my troubles, and I will clear your path. Qin Lang scoffed. Chen, sir, do not sugarcoat your intentions. You expect me to be your dark love. How naive of you. Chen Guai laughed. There is no need for such hostility. I am not merely seeking to take. I will provide commensurate rewards. You must realize that having attained your current status in the underworld, the notion of returning to the police force is but a fantasy. Tonight, I shall escort you to a place that offers you assurance. Qin Lang cast a glance at the Seraphim Inspector Chen. You are the one begging for my involvement. Let us not entertain regrets. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the nameless mountains of the southern district, Chen Guai parked the car at the foot of the mountain, retrieved a burlap sack from the trunk, and began ascending the mountain alongside Qin Lang. As the 2 individuals reached the mountainside, Chen Guai unfastened the burlap sack, extracting a foreigner from within. Qin Lang scrutinized the man closely, finding him somewhat familiar. Chen Guai spoke, introducing the man. This is the perpetrator of the widely publicized case of child molestation from some time ago. The law could not bring him to justice, so I shall take it upon myself. When the law falters, I am the tempered blade. When justice is delayed, I am the timely avenger. Lao Lu, are you satisfied with this assurance? Qin Lang chuckled, already aware of Chun Guai's identity, relishing the moment of his revelation. Qin, sir, do you dare to speak such words in front of me, an undercover officer? Aren't you afraid I might expose you? Chun Guai shook his head, his tone resolute. I have studied you. You are a nationalist with little fondness for foreigners. We are akin in spirit, and shared ideals often outweigh mere interests. You are the partner I sought for this endeavor. Will you accept this assurance of safety? Of course. Why would I refuse? Qin Lang responded, retrieving 2 silenced pistols from his lower back and offering one to Chun Guai. Chun Guai's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man was indeed audacious. He dared to bring a firearm into the police headquarters, evading detection. The foreigner, witnessing the scene, writhed in panic like a trapped animal. Understanding Qin Lang's intentions, Chun Guai took the pistol and fired 2 shots, one to the head and another to the chest. Qin Lang mirrored his actions, squeezing the trigger in unison. Afterward, they exchanged their weapons, sharing a knowing smile that spoke volumes. It is said that life is bound by 4 ironclad ties, shared experiences, battles fought together, indulgences enjoyed, and spoils divided. Their camaraderie, from this moment forth, surpassed all these ties combined. Qin Lang tucked the 2 pistols into his waistband and declared, the deed is done. So let us complete it thoroughly. I shall handle the aftermath. Chun Guai nodded, smiling. No problem. I will be working late at the police station tonight. Many colleagues can vouch for me. Qin Lang added, I do not like the name Seraphim you chose from now on. We shall refer to you as King Yan, a name befitting our divine partnership. Chun Guai shrugged. Seraphim was merely a casual moniker, as long as you are pleased. That is what matters. The following day, a sensational news story erupted across Hong Kong. Steele, the suspect in the child molestation case who had been acquitted due to insufficient evidence, was found murdered with the weapon seized. Moreover, the killer had hung Steele's corpse from a tree not far from the courthouse, leaving a black placard on his chest inscribed with the words, King Yan's Decree. This was an audacious and blatant provocation, the assailant showing utter disregard for the Hong Kong government. Despite the court's verdict of not guilty, the murderer displayed Steele's body at the courthouse entrance. The incident sent shockwaves throughout the community, prompting the governor to question the police force's ability to ensure public safety. The citizens. Within the police headquarters, the chief banged the table with resounding force in the main conference room. Pointing at the high-ranking officer in the conference room, he bellowed, I do not care what methods you employ. You must resolve this case within a week. If I do not receive the desired outcome, you may submit your letters of resignation. The room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to respond. His anger intensified, and he shouted, Incompetent fools! Listen closely. This matter has drawn the attention of the governor. It is no longer merely a criminal case, but a provocation against the government and the police force. If we fail to resolve it within the stipulated time, not only will I bear the consequences, but none of you will escape unscathed. At that moment, Chief Inspector Huang Bingyao from the Major Crimes Unit rose to his feet. Chapter 48, East Fortune and the Kaishan Hall, Sir. I wish to transfer Senior Inspector of the Central District Major Crimes Unit. Currently, Chief Inspector Chan Kwaki is leading the investigation into this case. Huang Bingyao began to introduce Chan Kwaki's past achievements. Since joining the police force, Chan has solved numerous major cases and possesses extensive experience in criminal investigations. He was at the helm during the Central District's 6/12 murder case and the 8/3 dismemberment case, proving himself to be an invaluable asset to the police force. Upon seeing Huang Bingyao step forward, the others cheered him on. With Huang taking the lead, Brother E, you cannot seek our assistance any longer. Seeing Huang Bingyao stand up, Brother E.'s anger began to dissipate. He praised, Inspector Huang, you truly are a role model within the police force. This time, you shall form the Special Task Force, and you have complete discretion over personnel. I grant you the utmost authority. Yes, sir, Huang Bingyao responded, standing at attention. At the headquarters of the Major Crimes Unit, within the office of the Chief Inspector, Huang Bingyao sat in a chair, patting his ample belly, and cheerfully inquired of Chan Kwaki, would you like a promotion? Upon seeing Huang Bingyao's demeanor, Chan Kwaki felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing the predicament he was in. Adjusting himself in his seat, he cautiously asked, "Boss, you aren't planning to set me up again, are you?" "What nonsense!" Huang Bingyao retorted, displeased by the insinuation. "Am I the type to set traps for my subordinates?" "Indeed," Chan Kwaki replied with unwavering certainty, his expression grave. Huang Bingyao approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder, and enticingly said, "Haven't you been feeling discontent in the O unit? If you perform admirably this time, I'll transfer you to the Major Crimes Unit. With some time here, a promotion to Chief Inspector could be in your future. What do you say? Are you tempted?" Chan Kwaki decisively shook his head. "I'm quite comfortable in the O unit. Thank you for your kind offer, boss." Huang Bingyao, seeing that Chan Kwaki was impervious to persuasion, instantly changed his demeanor. Brother E issued an order to transfer Chief Inspector Chan Kwaki to the Major Crimes Unit to assist Inspector Huang Bingyao in solving the case of the corpse. A deadline of 1 week was set for resolution. With resignation, Chan Kwaki stood and saluted. "Yes, sir." Huang Bingyao flashed a sly smile and reassured him. "Others covet this opportunity, but I have reserved it solely for you because you are my trusted aide. Do your best, and I shall ensure you have all the support you need. Go for it." Chan Kwaki rolled his eyes, turned, and exited the office, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Am I capturing myself?" he mused with a chuckle. How intriguing. Today, the island was bustling with activity. An elderly man playing chess abandoned his pieces, while a grandmother shopping for vegetables paused to join the crowd, discussing the corpse case. Good riddance. That wretched foreigner finally met his end. A white-haired grandmother cursed vehemently. An elderly man chimed in. "Let me tell you, this is the work of the King of Hell, who could no longer tolerate that foreigner-esque tyranny on the island. Just look, the court acquitted that scoundrel, and the King of Hell took it upon himself to carry that beast away." The elderly woman whispered mysteriously to a group of old men. "It is not quite as it seems. That dark sticker is known as the Yama King sticker, signifying that the Yama King demands your demise by the 3rd watch of the night. Who would dare allow you to linger until the 5th? This pertains to a clandestine organization, rumored to have been passed down for several millennia, dedicated to punishing evildoers. This is a branch that has descended from the Mahist teachings of the Warring States period." The old men regarded her with skepticism, their gazes conveying a singular message. "Continue your fabrication if you will. Do you think we are convinced?" Noticing their disbelief, the elderly woman hoisted her cloth bag and turned to leave. "Humph. If you do not believe, so be it. I'm off to buy groceries." The marketplace bustled with activity, and the underworld was even more lively. At the Yama Lee's Tea Restaurant, familiar faces engaged in banter. Chue Shue Fa and Dai Sung Hang. Chue Shue Fa was the first to speak. "Have you all heard the news?" "Heard what?" Dai Sung Hang, being a longtime partner, was well aware of what Chue Shue Fa sought to discuss. Chue Shue Fa nodded in satisfaction, revealing that last night, Dongxing had taken over Old Dong's territories in Kowloon City, Kuntong, and Wang Tai Sin, while Old Dong had assumed control of Dongxing's domain in the Northern District. It seemed Old Dong will be taking a respite following his handover to Lu Ge. Dai Sung Heng nodded in agreement. This is understandable, with Lu Ji's lethargic disposition. He surely would prefer to avoid endless conflicts with other gangs in Kowloon City. Moreover, possessing Shatin and now the Northern District, as long as he wishes to remain undisturbed, the gangs on the new territory's ground would hardly dare to provoke him. Chue Shue Fa nudged Dai Sung Heng on the arm and inquired softly, "Do you think Lien Sheng will simply retreat?" Dai Sung Heng glanced around before responding in a hushed tone. What if the fire does not extinguish? With Old Dong having Dongxing as a backing, how could Lien Sheng contend with these two factions in the new territories? What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, a subordinate of Lien Sheng rose and pointed an accusatory finger at Dai Sung Heng. Dai Sung Heng looked at the interrupter and asked Chue Shue Fa, "Was my voice too loud? How did he overhear me?" Chue Shue Fa rolled his eyes. "You truly lack self-awareness regarding your volume." The Lien Sheng subordinate, seeing Dai Sung Heng's disregard, charged forward, and a brawl ensued. The restaurant erupted into chaos. with the sounds of clashing filling the air. As onlookers cheered for the free entertainment. Go for the groin, Dai Sung Hang. Aim for his groin. Yes, yes, just like that, pin him down. For heaven's sake. Shui Fa. How can you be so biased? The restaurant owner, accustomed to such disturbances, took up a notebook and pen to document the damages. You'll have to compensate for any broken items. At the shot-in black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, an unusual solemnity enveloped the premises today. The doors were shut tight, adorned with a sign indicating renovations. Inside the hall, an altar was constructed from 4 tables stacked in 3 tiers. The uppermost tier bore offerings to the goat horn morning, while the middle tier honored the 108 heroes of Liangshan, and the lower tier recognized the 5 ancestral founders. All the plaques were inscribed in red ink on yellow paper, with a paper tower positioned before the altar, the entrance labeled with the words Gao Shi Pagoda. Flanking the altar were a sword and a staff, symbolizing the Hongmen knife and the dragon and phoenix staff, respectively. In the center of the offering table, a wooden basin made of poplar is placed. Beneath it lie 2 wooden planks, referred to as the urban bridge. As a venerable establishment with a long-standing tradition, significant emphasis is placed upon these time-honored customs. Once all matters are prepared, the venerable Dong by paper fan, Lu Qing, offers incense and subsequently kneels to present the knife and the staff. After Lu Qing rises, he clasps his hands in respect and proclaims loudly, "We humbly invite Dong Fu and the 8 and 9 to open the mountain gate." The assembly of over 100 voices responds in unison. "We respectfully invite you to take your seat." Qin Lang, clad in a traditional black gown, approaches the specially designated seat at the offering table and settles down. "Please rise, my brothers." At present, the venerable Dong can only conduct his affairs behind closed doors, as venturing to the Sanxing Palace for an open assembly is utterly unfeasible. Such a move would be too humiliating. A few cats, large and small, may quietly pass through, but a grand gathering would only serve to provide fodder for ridicule among the martial community for half a year. Chapter 49. A new dawn for the Old East in a ceremonial act. Shuang Fan Dong presented a rooster, swiftly drawing its blood into a bowl. The trio of Yutsai Dadong and Chun Gaia took turns sipping the sanguine offering. Qin Lang sat quietly on a chair, pondering the potential dangers of avian influenza if it were to strike. Yutsai and Dadong would be in dire straits. Chun Gaia, being a mere bystander among the Old East folks, seemed less likely to be affected by such ailments. Upon witnessing the completion of the blood-drinking ritual, the esteemed Chun Fei of the Red Stick spoke. "The phoenix is born with 4 heads aligned. From the 5 lakes to the 4 seas, all shall seek refuge. With benevolence and righteousness, we share both fortune and misfortune, shedding our gray garments for purple robes." He then inquired, "Do you cherish gold and silver, or do you value your brothers and sisters?" The trio answered in unison, "We cherish our brothers and sisters." Once the formalities concluded, Chun Fei turned to Qin Lang, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. "Please be seated, esteemed guest, as we honor the 3 degrees of merit." Qin Lang, taking the red stick from Shuang Fan Dong's tray, presented it to Yutsai. "Chun Tianxiong, today you are bestowed with the Eastern Blessing and the 426 red stick. May you charge forth with valor." "Thank you for the honor." Yutsai accepted the red silk stick, grinning. This rudimentary object is made of mahogany, albeit a tad short. Qin Lang shot Yutsai a disapproving glance before handing a white paper fan to Dadong. "Liang Dongsheng, today you are granted the Eastern Blessing and the 415 white paper fan. May you dedicate yourself to strategizing for the society." "Thank you for the honor." Dadong took the fan and cast a glance at Yutsai, internally musing, "At least my fan can create a breeze, while your stick serves merely as firewood." Qin Lang then presented a pair of straw sandals to Chun Gaia, chuckling, "Chun Gaia, today you are awarded the Eastern Blessing and the 432 straw sandals. May you connect the 4 seas." "Thank you for the honor." Chun Gaia received the sandals with visible disdain, pondering how to wear such an impractical item when he could have received cloth shoes that might save him some coin. From this day forth, Yutsai Dadong and Chun Gaia would be recognized members of the Easter Blessing, each possessing the right to recruit others. The initiation required a minimum of 3 participants. Thus the term 3 degrees of merit was coined. The titles within the society included the head of the hall, 489, the second route marshal, 438, red sticks and twin red sticks, 426 with 12 subordinate ranks. The red stick represented senior staff, akin to a foreman of enforcers. The white paper fan, 415, designated the strategist, akin to a civilian officer. The straw sandals, 432, were the society's broad-shouldered informants, serving as liaisons. The rank of 49 denoted the most basic members. The Blue Lanterns, however, were not considered formal members. They merely hung the society's name while benefiting from its resources. This elaborate procedure resembled an elderly woman's foot binding, odious and protracted. Once the rituals were complete, Qin Lang, alongside the Eastern Blessing and the lower ranks, ascended to the second floor. The makeshift meeting room was rather Spartan. Qin Lang took the seat of honor, with Uncle Jing positioned to his immediate left. Shuang Fan Dong, displaying keen awareness, offered the seat of prominence on the right to Yu Tsai. Qin Lang rapped the table, declaring, "Now that I have assumed the mantle of Eastern Blessing, I shall ensure my brothers have sustenance. However, let me be clear. Should anyone dare to feign allegiance while harboring ulterior motives, I shall not hesitate to act decisively. You esteemed uncles and elders, I consent to your retirement, and the association shall duly provide you with a monthly stipend. Presently, Dongfu has only 2 branches. I propose that the Crow preside over the Shatian branch. What do you think?" Uncle Jing chuckled. "This is only fitting. You shall govern the affairs." "Govern the affairs." The others from Dongfu echoed in unison. They understood quite well. A new ruler brings forth new subjects. A generation of freshness replaces the old. Those who are perceptive may still receive some retirement benefits. Otherwise, the depths of despair await them. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction, pointing to Chun Fei. "The Northern District is entrusted to you. After all, you were previously the master of Kowloon City. So the matters of the territory shall pose no challenge. You may choose from the 3 major branches and later report to the Grand Elder of the Hall. Is there any issue?" "None." Chun Fei was taken aback. He had anticipated being marginalized, but instead, the governance was bestowed upon him. He respected this broad-mindedness. The gaze of the elders of Dongfu shifted towards Qin Lang, recognizing the audacity of the newly appointed leader. Qin Lang paid no heed to their thoughts and addressed to Dong. "From now on, you shall be the Grand Elder of Dongfu, overseeing the monthly meetings of the association. Expedite the distribution of this relocation fee, medical expenses, and red envelopes. Those severely injured and unable to perform heavy labor should be arranged for employment with the property company, ensuring they have a means of livelihood." "Yes, boss." The Dong rose, clasping his fists in salute to the 4 directions. The crowd nodded and smiled at the Dong. He would be the future fortune bringer of Old Dong and must not be offended. Qin Lang smiled at Lu Qing, saying, "Uncle Qing, you are well acquainted with the internal regulations. I kindly request you to serve as the Grand Elder of the Hall. After all, the Criminal Hall and the Grand Hall represent the face of the association, and it is most appropriate to have someone as seasoned and prudent as you at the helm." Lu Qing scanned the meeting room, stood, clasped his fists in respect, and replied earnestly, "I shall abide by the order of the presiding elder. Lu Qing shall not be remiss." Lu Qing understood Qin Lang's intentions. This signaled to the elders of Dongfu that there would be no major purges. Qin Lang then turned his gaze to Chun Gaia, stating, "Gaia, you are well acquainted in the realm. Henceforth, you shall work by my side. Is that agreeable?" Chun Gaia was taken aback by this unexpected honor. He had presumed he would be cast aside after the appointment, yet such a substantial opportunity had fallen into his lap. Could the role of the presiding elder's aide be compared to that of a branch leader? Do you comprehend the essence of loyalty? This is truly remarkable. Chun Gaia, filled with excitement, rose, clasped his fists, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the promotion. I shall not hesitate to plunge into the depths of fire and water." Having arranged the positions of these individuals, Qin Lang turned his attention to the retiring uncles and elders. "Esteemed uncles, you have dedicated your lives to the association. I have prepared a golden bowl for you, ensuring you will not be left without support. I shall invite friend from the realm to witness the occasion and convey a message throughout the community. As long as old Dong stands, no one shall dare to threaten you. Should anyone seek to take advantage of your misfortune, my blade, Qinlang's blade, is equally formidable. They were utterly convinced, completely convinced. Uncle Jing truly had foresight. This new leadership was indeed a commendable choice. The elders regarded Uncle Jing with expressions of gratitude, for they lacked the financial means to emigrate abroad as he did, remaining solely on Hong Kong Island. They found solace in the fact that the establishment had alleviated their worries. After navigating the complexities of life for decades, who could claim to have no enemies? Now, they could comfortably embrace retirement. The elder gentlemen rose to express their gratitude to Qinlang with respectful gestures. Thank you for the establishment. Uncle Jing, seated beside Qinlang, wore a beaming smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, silently applauding his own astuteness. The arrangement had been remarkably astute. Exchanging the token of the old master for the transaction involving the sixth brother had proven to be a lucrative endeavor. Qinlang waved his hand and chuckled. It is only right. If you do not mind that Sha Tin is a rural area, feel free to relocate your families here. If any issues arise, simply communicate with Crow. Crow patted his chest and responded, in the future, if any of you uncles have matters to discuss, do not hesitate to approach me. The elder gentleman nodded in agreement, stating, Sha Tin is indeed a fine place. We shall move here in the next few days. Very well, let it be so. Now, go about your own affairs, Qinlang replied, then turned to Crow and instructed, take Chun Fei to the North District for the handover shortly. Let Ah Wu manage his own matters. Understood, boss, Crow nodded in affirmation. Qinlang then smacked his forehead and inquired, have you found the electronic engineer I asked you to locate? Crow grinned sheepishly and replied in a hushed tone, boss, with so much going on lately, I haven't had the chance to search for anyone yet. Qinlang shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, is it always a storm when I ask you to get something done? How many days has it been? Enough of this. You need not concern yourself with it any longer. He then turned to Chingaya and commanded, this task is now entrusted to you. Please expedite the search for the individual. Chingaya thumped his chest in assurance, saying, rest assured, boss, I will head to Guantong immediately to find someone suitable. After the meeting adjourned, Uncle Jing accompanied Qinlang to the tea room on the 4th floor. Shuang Fandong followed closely behind Uncle Jing and began preparing tea. Seated comfortably, Qinlang looked at Jing Shan and asked, are you leaving? Uncle Jing nodded and explained, a few years ago, I sent my family to Maple Leaf. And Dong's family is also there. I trust you with old Dong, and today, you acted with great magnanimity, displaying a truly broad-minded spirit. I never expected you would entrust the North District to Chun Fei, allowing for a division of the two factions. I must commend you for that. Qinlang patted the armrest of his chair and replied with a smile. Uncle Jing, having taken over old Dong's responsibilities, I shall not differentiate between insiders and outsiders. We are all brothers. As long as they do not cross the line, I will treat them as my own. Once benefits are dispensed, who would dare to make any moves? If I handle them, no one will have anything to say. Uncle Jing nodded in agreement. Indeed, you have done what is necessary. If anyone remains ungrateful, I shall feel no shame in refusing to intercede on their behalf. Please enjoy some tea, esteemed guest. Shuang Fandong respectfully placed a cup of tea beside Qinlang. Qinlang took a sip and remarked, Dong Ge, feel free to return to Hong Kong Island whenever you wish. Old Dong will ensure you have a meal. Shuang Fandong, now genuinely respectful of Qinlang, replied with a smile, very well, with your assurance, boss. If I find it difficult to adapt in Maple Leaf, I will return to seek sustenance from you. Qinlang waved his hand and said with a cheerful smile, the use of the word request is inappropriate. We all share the bounty of the rivers and lakes, and what belongs to the old master is also shared among brothers. Since we are brothers, there is no need for formality. Uncle Jing presented 2 ledgers before Qinlang, his face beaming with joy as he spoke. Old Lu, these are the underwater roster and accounts of the old master. Your indongxing is included as well. The camel has sent these items to me. He continued, there should be over 10 million in the account, along with the password for the overseas account and the old master-esque connections nestled within the ledger. Currently, the old master has little in his clear accounts, and this sum was specifically set aside to extend his life. I now entrust it entirely to you. Qin Lang opened the ledger and slid the account numbers and passwords across the table to Uncle Jing. Uncle Jing, I will be quite pleased if you could hand over the account. Consider this sum as my treat for tea. Uncle Jing shook his head and pushed the paper back towards Qin Lang. Old Liu, I have sufficient funds. This is the old master's lifeline. You decide how to use it. Uncle Jing then slid his handbag towards Qin Lang, stating, Here are the property deeds and land documents for the villa. I have fulfilled my promises to you, and do not forget your commitments to me. Qin Lang accepted the handbag and returned the paper once more, smiling. Uncle Jing, I will accept these items, but you must take this money. Do not refuse. I, Qin Lang, am not one to be overly greedy. A taste is acceptable, but one must not indulge too shamelessly. Chapter 50. Logistics Support Team of Wanlong Company Boss. There's a call for you downstairs, the Dong announced as he entered the room, addressing Qin Lang. Rising from his seat, Qin Lang descended to the ground floor and answered the phone. Who is this? All right, I understand. See you tonight. After hanging up, he quietly instructed the Dong. Take some in to Yao Ma Ti and bring back that underground agent, Li Yunfei. The Dong nodded in silence and promptly exited the Black Tiger Martial Arts School. At that moment, Uncle Jing descended the stairs with Shuang Fan Dong, and addressing Qin Lang, he said, Lao Lu, I'll take Ah Dong with me. After a few days, once I attend the retirement ceremony of the elders, I will head directly to Maple Leaf. Qin Lang escorted Uncle Jing to the door, replying, Right, I have a small matter to attend to as well. Uncle Jing waved goodbye as he entered his car and returned to Kowloon City. By 8 p.m., after waiting for considerable time without the Dong's return, Qin Lang decided to drive to Tsim Shui. As he passed through Mong Kok, his speed was leisurely, allowing him to glance at the streets on either side. Many believe that the 1980s on Hong Kong Island was a land of opportunity, a coveted paradise. However, the reality was far more complex. Despite the vibrant nightlife and seemingly boundless business prospects, this was merely a facade of prosperity as ordinary citizens continued to face hardship. The neon lights of nightclubs gleamed solely for the affluent, while groups of triad members gathered outside bars, busy securing their meals for the next day. Clusters of brightly dressed women frolicked, adding a touch of spring to the night. It was only after sunset that the darker side of Hong Kong Island emerged, rife with violence, bloodshed, and brawls that became a daily spectacle. In such an era, starting from nothing was a Herculean task, with too many predators lurking, eager to feast on the unwary. Foreigners, wealthy tycoons, and underworld magnates. All these marauders bore no goodwill. Navigating through Mong Kok and Yao Ma Ti, Qin Lang parked his car at the base of a high-rise in Tsim Shui and ascended the stairs to the rooftop. There stood Chen Guai, a cigarette dangling from his lips, unperturbed by the gusty winds as he balanced precariously on the edge. Approaching him, Qin Lang inquired, Why not find a proper place for a drink? Must you come here to inhale the wind? With a smile, Chen Guai replied, You wouldn't understand. The rooftop is spacious and offers a wide view, an ideal setting for conversation. Turning to Qin Lang, he continued, Lao Lu, let us get to business. I've been reassigned to the headquarters Major Crimes Unit to investigate that hanging corpse case. Qin Lang lit a cigarette and responded, A trivial matter. Just wait for my news. I will have the evidence and the perpetrator ready for you, but it will take a few days. Along with the diamond robbery case, you'll be able to close both. Remember, good deeds should be rewarded. I don't engage in losing ventures. Chen Guai shook his head with a smile, asking, How many days will it take? Tossing his cigarette but aside, Qin Lang turned to descend, stating, At most 5 days. I'll be at the office at night. Once I'm done, I'll call you. After speaking, he returned directly to Sha Tin. On the rooftop of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, Li Yunfei looked nervously at Qin Lang as he approached. As a seasoned veteran in the underworld, Li Yunfei was acutely aware of whose territory he was in. Although he had never encountered the notorious Qin Lang in person, he was certainly familiar with his name. Qin Lang settled beside a Dong, cracked open a bottle of beer, took a sip, and then addressed Li Yunfei directly. Let us not beat around the bush. Where are those diamonds? At this, Li Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes flickering as he forced a smile and replied, "Sixth brother, I am merely an intermediary. The matter does not concern me." Qin Lang scrutinized him, recognizing the cunning nature of this old fox. "Since I have found you, it indicates that this matter has not escaped my notice. The intermediary business is fraught with peril. Think carefully before you respond." Li Yunfei grasped the gravity of Qin Lang's implication. If he delayed, his life would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. He held a deep-seated fear of the maniacal Qin Lang, understanding that the underworld had various tiers. Whether it was the former Dongxing Five Tigers or the current Old Dong's establishment, Qin Lang undoubtedly occupied a prominent position in the hierarchy of the underworld. Professional ethics and commercial reputation were the cornerstones of his existence, and thus Li Yunfei wished to make one last plea. With a determined resolve, Li Yunfei ventured, "Sixth brother, you know our line of work relies on reputation. After this, how shall I make a living?" Qin Lang leaned closer, draping an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Relax. Why would I jeopardize your livelihood? Just contact an external buyer to introduce to the seller for a straightforward transaction. Other matters do not concern you. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Yunfei's eyes widened in disbelief at Qin Lang's demand. Not only did he want the goods, he also wanted money. Sixth brother, if I dare proceed as you suggest, the slightest hint of a leak could result in me being hunted to the ends of the earth by both parties. Please spare me." His anxiety rendered his speech disjointed. That is not an option," Qin Lang chuckled. "Keep your worries at bay. Should anything go awry, I will ensure your safety. I await your news." With a furrowed brow, Li Yunfei exited the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, sighing inwardly, "Alas, how did I become entangled with this madman?" The thought of fleeing never crossed his mind. His family and business were firmly rooted in Hong Kong, making a discreet escape utterly impossible. A figure like Qin Lang, a formidable underworld boss, possessed countless means to coerce compliance. On the afternoon of the third day, after concluding a call with Li Yunfei, Qin Lang promptly dialed Xiao Jiao. "Xiao Jiao, instruct Lao Hu to bring some men to my location. There is work to be done." "Understood." Wang Jiao hung up the phone and headed toward the property company's warehouse. Upon arrival, he observed Lao Hu directing his subordinates as they transported packages into the warehouse. "Lao Hu, what is this?" Lao Hu waved a hand dismissively and replied, "Work uniforms. Not long ago, the boss mentioned that we should unify our work attire. I procured a batch of black suits and work clothes from a clothing factory, significantly cheaper than purchasing from the market." Wang Jiao nodded in agreement, saying, "I will oversee things here. Take your team to the martial arts hall. The boss needs you." The tiger removed his gloves and tossed them onto the package, calling out to several members of the logistics team who were engaged in their tasks. "Logistics team, follow me. The remaining work will be handled by others." Upon hearing this, 6 members of the logistics team set down their packages and trailed behind the tiger towards the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall. At 6 o'clock in the evening, in the basement of the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, 7 individuals were selecting their weapons. The tiger picked up an AK, pulled back the bolt, raised it to test its weight, and nodded in satisfaction. Quality equipment. He set the AK down and reached for a large black star, which he slid into the holster on the right side of his tactical pants. After surveying the selection, he attached 2 grenades to his belt. One team member approached the tiger with a grin and said, "Brother Tiger, once this mission is completed, I would like to return home and bring my family over." The tiger nodded in agreement and replied, "Very well. It's a good opportunity for you to make the trip and fetch the families of our brothers as well. We cannot enjoy a life of comfort here, while our loved ones endure hardships back home." During this period, the living conditions on Hong Kong Island were significantly better than those in their hometown. If one had a bit of money in hand, the comparison was even more stark. Chapter 51. Inspector Chun seeks advancement. At 10 o'clock in the evening, several vehicles were parked along the smooth expanse of the Saigon No. 5 smuggling dock, their headlights illuminating the surroundings to reveal both parties. Li Yunfei, accompanied by a short man with a slightly darker complexion, approached the towering figure known as Big Bold. "Big Bold, you both may inspect the goods now, just as per our usual arrangement." Big Bold grinned widely. "No problem. This isn't our first collaboration. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to deliver your remuneration." Li Yunfei nodded at the short man, and turned to leave the transaction site. The short man gestured to his subordinate, who approached Big Bold with a briefcase and inquired, "Where are the goods?" Big Bold retrieved a black cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it to the other party. The short man's subordinate set down the briefcase, opened the cloth bag, and raised a cylindrical magnifying glass to his eye. Professional. After completing the inspection, he nodded at the short man, who then told Big Bold, "The exchange is complete." Big Bold glanced at his subordinate, who was counting the cash, and received an affirmative nod in return. "Pleasant cooperation," he exclaimed, and both parties expressed their satisfaction. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted, and half of those present collapsed in an instant. The short man reacted swiftly, grabbing the subordinate who had just inspected the goods and shielding him with his body, while snatching the black cloth bag from the ground and tucking it away. He scrambled to take cover behind a car, shouting at Big Bold, "You lack integrity. Are you attempting to double-cross us?" Big Bold drew his weapon, the big black star, and fired back, cursing, "You dare to play the victim and bite back?" He shouted to the remaining men, "Eliminate them." Gunfire erupted from both sides, and the Tiger, leading his crew, joined in the fray. The vehicles offered little protection against the onslaught of AK fire. The movies had lied. Within 10 minutes, the battlefield fell silent. After inspecting the scene, the Tiger whistled. Qin Lang received the signal and arrived at the site with Li Yunfei, a briefcase in hand. Noticing the short man still clinging to life, he pulled out a handgun and handed it to Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei understood that without stepping onto this pirate ship, he would meet his demise. Taking the handgun, he fired 3 shots at the short man. Qin Lang, wearing leather gloves, took back the weapon, patting Li Yunfei on the shoulder, reassuring him, "From now on, you are one of us. I will protect you." Li Yunfei, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth, replied with a furrowed brow, "Thank you, Brother Liu." Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. "Good. You understand." As the Tiger organized the battlefield, he placed the weapons used today into the hands of the deceased from both sides. Emphasizing professionalism, Qin Lang withdrew 2 guns from his waist, emptied the magazines, and placed them in Big Bold's hands, exchanging the briefcase on the ground with the one in his possession. He then led the Tiger and others away from the scene, driving to the main street of Saigon. He inserted a coin into a public phone booth and stated, "Saigon number 5 smuggling dock." When Chun Guai arrived, he surveyed the small battlefield before him, his mind racing with one thought. Is it too late to sever ties with this madman? The following day at noon, TVB interrupted its programming with a police press conference. Inspector Qinguai appeared on screen, clad in his full uniform. Qin Lang, seated in the tea room on the 4th floor of the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, watched him on television while holding a bottle of beer. Inspector Chun was earnestly spouting nonsensical claims. The recent resolution of the corpse case and the diamond heist was attributed to the meticulous planning of Brother E and the robust leadership of Chief Inspector Huang from the Major Crimes Unit. This case was a series of murders, and the murder weapon used to shoot steel was found at the scene, perfectly matching the ballistic comparison. Furthermore, the perpetrator was the mastermind behind the diamond robbery, and stolen diamonds were recovered on site. A reporter inquired, "Inspector Chun, did the police suffer any casualties in resolving such a significant case?" Chun Guai smiled and replied, "No. This time the police department achieved a 0-casualty resolution to this heinous case. Such an outcome is thanks to Chief Huang's on-site command and the bravery of our frontline officers." Qin Lang promptly stood up and switched off the television, thinking to himself that this man was even more shameless than he was. In the large conference room at police headquarters, Brother E nodded in satisfaction as he watched Chun Guai on screen, recognizing his potential. He waved to have the television turn off and smiled at Huang Bingyao, saying, "Huang, you did exceptionally well this time. I am very pleased." Huang Bingyao, adept at flattery, replied, "It's all thanks to your leadership, Brother E. I merely contributed a small part." Brother E chuckled, "Huang, I don't care how you solve the case. I only want results. With a vacancy in the position of Deputy Commander of the O Division, you are more than capable of filling that role. I have already approved your promotion report, so prepare for the handover." Huang Bingyao felt a surge of joy, but maintained his composure as he asked, "Brother, who will take over my position?" Brother E took a sip of coffee and pointed at the television, saying, "Inspector Chun is a rare talent. He will be promoted to your former position." Huang Bingyao stood at attention and saluted, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir." Huang Bingyao, with his prominent belly, returned to his office, where he informed Qingguai, i.e., after some persuasion with brother, I finally managed to secure a promotion for you to the rank of inspector. Qingguai was taken aback, surprised by such good fortune. He had merely hoped for an award or a medal and was thrilled by this unexpected surprise. Steele was indeed a good person. "Thank you for your support, Chief," Qingguai said as he stood to salute. Huang Bingyao waved his hand with a smile. "Sit down. We are all on the same team. If I don't promote you, who else will? I will be transferring to the O Division as Deputy Commander, and I am handing over the Major Crimes Unit to you. Is there anything you wish to discuss?" Qingguai replied earnestly, "Chief, I've heard that Kowloon City No. 99 is quite good. Shall we go check it out tonight?" Huang Bingyao, pleased, chuckled mischievously, i.e., let us just have some vegetarian dishes. There is no need to splurge. Qingguai rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Chief, we both know each other too well. If I treat you to vegetarian dishes today, you'll surely make things difficult for me during the handover tomorrow." After leaving the office, Qingguai went to a phone booth outside headquarters to call Qinlang. "Old Liu, I have been promoted to the rank of Chief Inspector in the Major Crimes Unit. Congratulations. Likewise, how do you plan to receive that remuneration?" "Let Shark invest in the Lau family property in Kowloon City." "Understood. By the way, Old Liu, let us discuss something. In the future, let us try to keep a lower profile when we operate. With AKs and grenades involved, it becomes quite challenging." "Challenging? Aren't you doing quite well? Keep it up. My partner." Qingguai hung up the phone and rubbed his face. "Well then, the road is chosen by oneself, and I must continue to tread it, even if I have to crawl." Qinlang set down the phone and exited the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall, heading towards the Fudu nightclub in Tsim Sha Sui with the Dong. Today marks the grand opening of the establishment owned by Ji Bao, the leader of the previous generation of the Four Tigers. At the entrance of the Fudu, Ji Bao, welcoming guests, spotted Qinlang alighting from the car and laughed heartily, extending his hand. "Old Liu, thank you for your support." Qinlang shook his hand and pointed to the Dong beside him, saying with a smile, "I brought my brother along to learn from you." Ji Bao pulled Qinlang into the nightclub, conversing as they walked. "It's a small matter. Your presence alone is a great honor for me. As everyone knows, you rarely venture out." Upon entering, Qinlang admired the luxurious decor of the nightclub and inquired, "Bao Ge, how much did it cost in total?" Ji Bao held up 2 fingers. "This is the amount I invested with my partners. If we can't recoup it, I'll have to survive on the northwestern winds." Chapter 52. A minor conflict at the rich city nightclub. Qinlang took a glass of whiskey from the tray held by a waiter and began to stroll through the hall with the Dong. The venue was filled with renowned figures from the underworld, as well as numerous notable individuals from both the political and business spheres, which highlighted the significant reputation of Ji Bao and his partner. "Old Liu." Qinlang turned around and, upon seeing Uncle Ben, hurried over. "Uncle Ben, it's been a while. How have you been?" After speaking, Qinlang's gaze drifted momentarily to the striking woman beside him. "Little rascal." Uncle Ben playfully patted Qinlang's arm and inquired with a smile, "What brings you out today? I thought you were quite averse to socializing." Qinlang gestured towards the Dong and explained, "My venue will be completed in a couple of months, so I thought I'd bring the Dong out for some exposure." Uncle Ben nodded, and the Dong greeted him with a smile. Uncle Ben then pointed to the woman beside him, saying, "This is Kola, who I brought along to broaden his horizons and help him make some connections in the underworld." Kulu clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect and remarked, "Brother Liu, I hope to count on your assistance in the future." Qinlang nodded, responding, "It's a trivial matter. Just reach out to a Wu. We're all family here. No need for formalities." Uncle Ben laughed heartily. "Old Liu, it's no wonder the boss holds you in such high regard. Your character and work ethic are truly commendable." While the two were conversing, the flamboyant Shui Min from the number gang approached, accompanied by a pregnant woman. "Uncle Ben." "Amin." Upon greeting Uncle Ben, Shui Min's gaze shifted to Qinlang, extending a hand for a handshake. "Old Liu, I missed your big day the other week while I was away from the island. Let us drink more when I return." Qinlang nodded in agreement. "No problem. I'm at your service." He glanced at the pregnant woman and inquired, "This must be your wife?" "Indeed," Shui Min replied, turning to introduce her. "This is Qinlang." the recently acclaimed Old Dong of the Underworld. Min Saw smiled at Qin Lang and said, "Hello, Mr. Qin. I often hear Min speak of you." Qin Lang responded politely, "No need for such formality, just call me Old Lu. We are all friends here." The group then settled into a corner to chat. And as time passed, Shui, Min, and Uncle Ben became increasingly flushed from drinking. "I'm heading to the restroom. We'll continue drinking when I return," Shui Min announced before unsteadily making his way to the washroom. "You want to fight me?" boomed Su Long, the head instructor of XING, as he raised his voice. Just as he opened the restroom door to relieve himself, he interrupted Shui Min's moment of respite. Frustrated, Shui Min thought to himself, "What position do you hold? You dare to challenge me? And then you have the audacity to question me afterward?" With that, he kicked the drunken Su Long, sending him tumbling, before storming out of the restroom. Shui Min brushed off the encounter and returned to the corner to continue drinking with Qin Lang and the others. Su Long rose, rubbing his waist, breathing heavily in frustration, akin to an enraged bull. He hastily exited the restroom, sprinting towards Shui Min. "Be careful, dear," Min Saw exclaimed, noticing Su Long brandishing a bottle towards her husband, instinctively shielding Shui Min with her pregnant belly. Fueled by anger, Su Long disregarded her condition and aimed a kick at Min Saw. In a flash, Qin Lang, with one hand braced against the table, launched himself at Su Long, delivering a powerful kick. Thud! Su Long was sent several meters away by Qin Lang's strike. After executing the kick, Qin Lang moved to Min Saw's side, supporting her as she grimaced in pain. Shui Min, shaken from his drunken stupor, glared with bloodshot eyes, seizing a bottle and charging at Su Long. Qin Lang swiftly grasped him by the nape, admonishing, "Are you insane? The priority is to get Min Saw to the hospital, not to seek vengeance against that scoundrel." Shui Min slapped himself awake, then hurriedly lifted Min Saw and rushed outside, expressing gratitude to Qin Lang. "Lao Lu, remember this favor. We have plenty of time ahead." Qin Lang waved him off, urging, "Hurry up, there's no time for idle chatter. The matter at hand is urgent." Once Shui Min departed, Su Long was helped up by his disciple, Shi Wangming. Limping, he approached Qin Lang, cursing, "Damn you, how dare you touch me?" Qin Lang was incensed. "You ungrateful wretch. I helped you, and yet you harbor a grudge against Shui Min. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to insult me? Was Qin Lang a pushover? Certainly not." He charged at Su Long, delivering a punch. Shi Wangming, unwilling to stand by and watch his master being assaulted, raised his knee, aiming for Qin Lang's groin, driven by personal vendetta. This golden opportunity was being squandered by this scoundrel. However, Qin Lang was quicker, landing a kick to Shi Wangming's stomach, seizing his hair, and forcefully slamming his head to the ground. Bang! 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 Blood splattered from Shi Wangming's face, painting it crimson. Dazed, he flailed his arms helplessly. Bang! Qin Lang delivered another punishing blow before releasing Shi Wangming's hair, causing him to collapse unconscious. Upon witnessing his master and fellow disciple being assaulted, Gue Tian rushed in. Qin Lang bent low, catching the charging Gue Tian and executing a suplex. Crash! It nearly knocked the breath out of Gue Tian, and before he could react, Qin Lang mounted him and unleashed a barrage of punches. Gue Tian's face blossomed with bruises, blood splattering onto Qin Lang's face, creating a rather unsettling contrast against his smiling visage. After dispatching Gue Tian, Qin Lang shifted his focus back to Su Long. "Damn it. Today, let you experience the might of Sixth Master's Iron Fist." Qin Lang had no particular strategy, merely employing a straightforward approach, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Su Long. The entire altercation transpired in a mere 2 minutes, leaving no opportunity for Su Long and his companions to retort. As others rushed over to mediate, Su Long and his 2 disciples had already lost their composure, leaving Qin Lang free to deliver a sound beating. Ji Bao, the host of the day, quickly helped Qin Lang to his feet, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Old Lu, what is this?" Rising to his feet, Qin Lang retrieved a decorative handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his face, gesturing toward the surrounding crowd. "It's not that I'm disrespecting you. You should ask them what transpired," he accused, Your XING is truly audacious, targeting pregnant women. Without hesitation, Qin Lang cast this accusation squarely upon XING. Hearing this, members of XING converged, and Dedong pushed through the crowd to stand beside Qin Lang. He shattered a bottle against the ground, holding the jagged edge toward the XNG individuals, and declared, "Come, take a step back, and I shall adopt your surname." Dedong shielded Qin Lang with unwavering resolve. Unperturbed by the presence of over a dozen of XING security personnel, Kola approached and stood beside Dedong, rolling his neck as his gaze fixated intently on the members of XING. Chapter 53. A man in the Jianghu is not free to act. As Ji Bao comprehended the situation, he mentally cursed Su Long's ancestors for 18 generations. How infuriating! Today marks the grand opening of my new venue. And of all days, why must trouble arise today? If only we could have emerged victorious. But instead, the three of us were thoroughly beaten, resulting in a tremendous loss of face for our establishment. Ji Bao gestured to the security personnel of the new venue, instructing them, "This is not your affair. Swiftly escort Long Gu and the two others to the hospital." Once the staff dispersed, Ji Bao hastily apologized to the guests in attendance. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I shall make amends on another occasion." The crowd, reluctant to leave, began to drift apart. While there is always a plentiful supply of alcohol, such lively commotion is a rare spectacle. Watching a few gang leaders brawl is not something one witnesses every day. Alas, if only the fight had lasted a bit longer. After the crowd departed, Ji Bao clasped his fists in gratitude towards Qin Lang. "Thank you, old Liu. Your timely intervention saved me from a great deal of trouble today. Who could have anticipated such an incident?" Su Long was also inebriated. "I promise to provide you with an explanation afterward. What mess this has turned out to be." Qin Lang, having dealt with the members of the new establishment, waved his hand and replied, "Forget it. As long as you don't blame me for lacking respect, that's all that matters. Let us just say, how has that scoundrel Su Long survived until now? He causes a ruckus on your opening day, and to make matters worse, he even laid hands on a pregnant woman. What kind of person is he?" Ji Bao, fully aware that old Liu was attempting to sow discord, could not suppress his rising anger. Damn it, everyone knows what day it is. They should have acted to prevent the situation from escalating. Yet Su Long, one of our own, decided to deliver such a shocking surprise. I will not let this slide. As Qin Lang and his companions exited the Fudan nightclub, remaining any longer would have seemed provocative. Before parting ways, Qin Lang remarked, "Old Liu, the matters concerning the gang have reached a conclusion. Please advise we to be vigilant." Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement, understood. "I will call you once I find a suitable location." With that, they parted ways, and Qin Lang waved farewell as he entered his vehicle. Qin Lang then instructed Dedong, "Take me to the Sky Garden. You may return on your own." Dedong accelerated the car, swiftly arriving at the Sky Garden. Yes, although this harbor city has expanded considerably compared to my previous life, its foundation remains stagnant. At the Tsim Sha Sui Medical Center, Shui Min anxiously paced outside the emergency room, filled with regret. Damn it, why did I have to provoke Su Long? Why did I have to bring my wife out on such a day? As Shui Min wrestled with his thoughts, a doctor emerged from the emergency room. Shui Min immediately stood up, his anxiety palpable as he inquired, "How is my wife's condition?" The doctor reassured him, "There is no major issue. She merely experienced some distress in her pregnancy. Just be cautious moving forward, but such incidents must not reoccur. Otherwise, it could lead to a miscarriage." Thank you. Shui Min tightly grasped the doctor's hand, expressing his gratitude. He quickly produced a roll of cash and tucked it into the doctor's white coat pocket. "Please don't refuse. This is just a small token of my appreciation for a meal." The doctor was momentarily taken aback, thinking, what a fool. Which of my eyes made you see me as an angel in white? Refuse? I only fear that your offering is insufficient. Denying it is absolutely out of the question. The doctor nodded at Shui Min and strode into his office without looking back. Upon glancing at the money in his pocket, he scoffed, 5,000? How dare you boast? A pauper. To an average person, that's nearly 3 months' salary, but to the doctor, it hardly registered. Unbeknownst to Shui Min, The doctor was silently mocking him while he conversed with his wife in the hospital room, holding his wife's hand. Shui Min felt a pang of guilt as he said, "This is all my fault. If I hadn't taken you to the nightclub, this wouldn't have happened." His wife, Min Saw, was an exceptional woman, smiling nonchalantly, "But everything is fine now, right? Thanks to Mr. Qin. Otherwise, the consequences of Su Long's kick would have been dire." Shui Min nodded. "I understand. I will remember the favor from Lao Lu and repay it when the opportunity arises. However, I will not let that bastard Su Long off the hook. I swear, I will not rest until he is dealt with." Min Saw shook her head and advised, "Let it go. In the world of gangsters, maintaining harmony is paramount. Don't escalate the situation unnecessarily. The reputation of the number gang is merely for show. Who would truly help you in this matter?" Shui Min gritted his teeth. "A good reputation is essential. If I allow this to tarnish my name, it will be arduous to regain my standing. Whether for you or for the sake of interests, this battle must be fought. I will seek out the big boss and express my willingness to expand the number gang's territory, hoping he will support me this once." Seeing she could not dissuade him, Min Saw gently cautioned, "Just be mindful. Do not let things spiral out of control." Shui Min nodded and exited the hospital room. It is often said that gang leaders exude power, but they have not witnessed their decline. In this world, one is seldom in control of their own fate. Ostensibly for the sake of face, but in reality, it is for profit. Lose face and one's livelihood in this world is at stake. At No. 12 in the Kowloon City Villa District, the residence of the number gang's Marshal Qing Shu, where many gang leaders reside. Shui Min knocked on the villa door. Qing Shu's aide opened the door, and upon seeing Shui Min, greeted him with a smile. "Brother Min, what brings you here at this hour? Is the boss inside?" "He is chatting with Lao Dong Jing Shu. Please come in." Shui Min entered the living room and greeted the two elders engaged in conversation. "Boss, Jing Shu." Qing Shu gestured towards a rosewood chair beside him, saying, Min has come. Please have a seat." Jing Shu stood and addressed Qing Shu. "Qing, I must take my leave now. Be sure to arrive early for Lao Dong's hand-washing ceremony in a few days." Qing Shu stood to see him off, smiling, "No problem. I may not be able to assist with other matters, but I will definitely be there for this." At this moment, Shui Min interjected, "Uncle Jing, I must extend my gratitude to Lao Lu today. Otherwise, I would be filled with regret. When is the hand-washing gala? I'll bring some people along." "Oh, please elaborate," Uncle Jing replied, settling back in his seat, eager to hear more about Lao Lu. A mere compliment about Lao Lu could brighten his mood for the entire day, which only attests to his discerning eye. Shui Min recounted the events at the nightclub in detail, concluding with a heartfelt remark. "Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old. Each is more formidable than the last. Lao Lu's skills are no mere boast. He propelled himself several meters away with a single hand against the table. The strength in his arms is astonishing. Previously, I prided myself on my own punches, but today, it's evident that I pale in comparison to Lao Lu. His prowess is truly formidable." Uncle Jing chuckled heartily, humbly responding, "Lao Lu is still young. His experience in the martial world cannot match yours." Shui Min thought to himself, this old man's praise was better left unsaid. Chapter 54. Only equal strength can reason Jing Shu return to his villa number 66, content and eager to hear news about Lao Lu. As for the subsequent troubles, he wished to remain blissfully ignorant, avoiding them as one would evade a plague. This is the survival strategy of seasoned individuals in the Jianghu. They are acutely aware of its perils and the fickleness of human nature. Thus they choose not to listen to what should remain unheard. In this world rife with deception and the survival of the fittest, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary entanglements, lest one inadvertently attract disaster. Involvement in others' affairs not only invites trouble, but can also endanger one's own safety. As the saying goes, each sweeps the snow before their own door, ignoring the frost on others' roofs. Therefore, they adopt a detached perspective, maintaining an indifferent attitude towards the matters of others. While this survival method may seem somewhat callous, it is the hard-earned wisdom of those who have navigated the Jianghu over many years. Only by refraining from meddling can one better protect oneself. What if someone were to say, you know too much, without the strength to safeguard oneself. Knowing too much is a path leading to demise. Qing Shu watched Jing Shu depart, chuckling and muttering, "Old sly fox." He shook his head, as if accustomed to Jing Shu's ways. Turning around, he leisurely returned to his slightly worn chair and settled down. Once seated, Qing Shu fixed his gaze upon Shui Min, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "Min, I understand your pent-up frustration and your desire to reclaim your honor." After a brief pause, he continued, "However, you must remember to act within limits. In our line of work, while we rely on reputation, that reputation cannot sustain us indefinitely. Leave yourself some room for retreat, and preserve a semblance of warmth for your later years. I do not wish to see you face a desolate old age." He elaborated, "In matters involving two major factions, a single misstep could ignite a fierce conflict. Should war erupt between the factions, the consequences would far exceed what you could endure with mere bravado. At that point, a single spark could engulf us all, drawing us into a mire of conflict with the Xing gang. You are well aware of the situation with the Haoma gang. There is no need for me to elaborate. Thus, Min, you must exercise caution." Shui Min grasped the elder's intent. While he was prepared to engage, he understood that if the scale of conflict escalated too greatly, the elder would not stand by him. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I understand, elder. Once this matter is resolved, I shall make my way to Jiao Penji to seek a foothold for the Haoma gang there." Qing Shu sat in his chair, his gaze fixed on Shui Min's receding figure, shaking his head in resignation. He silently lamented, "Ah, Jianghu, this realm, fraught with grudges and rivalries, with incessant struggles for power, seems to have never known true tranquility." Memories of the past flooded his mind, each one vividly resurfacing, blades gleaming, cunning plots, betrayal of brothers, and seduction of sisters-in-law. Such a plethora of sordid tales. In this realm of martial arts, there are neither eternal friends nor perpetual enemies. Only the relentless pursuit of interests and the struggle for power reign supreme. It is hardly worth the commotion over such trivial matters. After midnight, in the bustling district of Tsim Sha Sui, a fierce conflict is unfolding. The name Shui Min is not unfamiliar in the underworld. He boldly entered the territory of the esteemed leader Su Long, armed with a cadre of loyal followers. Su Long, a formidable figure in his own right, found his subordinates utterly powerless against Shui Min's sudden onslaught. Shui Min and his men acted with decisive swiftness, sweeping through Su Long's domain in Tsim Sha Sui with the force of autumn winds uprooting fallen leaves, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. Su Long's men, caught off guard, retreated in disarray, completely bereft of organization and resistance. Moreover, Shui Min took the liberty of renovating Su Long's own bar, transforming the once opulent establishment into a disheveled wreck, as if ravaged by a tempest. Throughout this tumultuous encounter, Shui Min encountered little to no substantial resistance. Su Long's faction floundered like headless flies, incapable of mounting an effective retaliation. Shui Min had reason to be grateful to Qin Lang, who had sent two of Su Long's key lieutenants to the hospital. Once Shui Min had vented his frustrations, Axe Jun leisurely approached, flanked by his own crew. With a solemn expression, Axe Jun addressed Shui Min, acknowledging his understanding of the day's events and the source of his ire. He expressed that while he had refrained from obstructing Shui Min's outburst, it was imperative to recognize that this was, after all, the territory of their faction, and he could not passively witness the number gang seize control of their venues. Otherwise, what face would I have to show to my fellow martial artists? He reasoned. Following this exchange, Shui Min's anger appeared to subside somewhat. He regarded Axe Jun with a softened tone. "Ah Jun, for your sake, I shall let it go today. However, you must convey to Su Long that this matter will not be so easily dismissed. He violated the code of our world by laying hands on my wife. Such an affront is utterly unacceptable. In any context, I am the aggrieved party." Shui Min understood the rationale for negotiation. Both the number gang and the new gang were significant factions, and their ability to sit down and discuss matters stemmed from their relatively equal power. Were they to encounter a third-rate gang, neither Shui Min nor Axe Jun would entertain the notion of dialogue. Ultimately, in the underworld, strength is the undeniable truth. When one party's power vastly eclipses that of another, the so-called principles become irrelevant, as the strong can effortlessly crush their adversaries without the need for discourse. Thus, it is only when the strengths of both parties are comparable that reason holds significance, allowing for the possibility of compromise and consensus. Otherwise, all discussions are mere empty rhetoric. Ultimately, in the realm of society, it is the might of one's fist that prevails. In this ruthless world, where the strong consume the weak, lacking sufficient strength renders one akin to a fishball, an object to be easily skewered by others. This tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong is not confined solely to the lower echelons of society, but is an age-old tradition passed down through generations. Such behavior is prevalent across all strata. There are few virtuous individuals who can rise above in any profession. Moreover, in this world, virtuous individuals seldom thrive, for the realm does not accommodate the good. Chapter 55. The Jianghu is a circle the following day. The events of yesterday swept through the harbor island like a tsunami. At Li GT restaurant in Yao Ma Ti, a man with a bandaged head was animatedly chatting away, attempting to charm his way into free tea. This man, known for his tall tales, had encountered a mishap while seeking a complimentary dinner. He had gotten into a scuffle with the younger members of He Lian Sheng, sustaining a head injury from a thrown bottle, which had yet to heal. Do you know why Brother Min from a number gang clashed with Su Long from XING yesterday? His steadfast partner, the Sheng Hung, promptly offered a way out. Why? The storyteller tapped the table, prompting someone to refill his teacup. Clearing his throat, he began, "You all know about the grand opening of the Fudu nightclub yesterday, right? Of course. Let's get to the point." The storyteller, forsaking any pretense, recounted the events. At the Fudu opening, for reasons unknown, Brother Min and Su Long had a minor altercation. Fueled by alcohol, Su Long swung a bottle at Brother Min, only to be intercepted by Sister Min. In retaliation, Su Long kicked at Sister Min, but at that moment Brother Dong Lu intervened. However, Sister Min, in a delicate condition, was not to be trifled with. Brother Min disregarded Su Long and rushed Sister Min to the hospital. At this juncture, he paused to sip his tea, leaving the audience in suspense, akin to an interrupted tale at a most inopportune moment. "Wrap it up. I'll cover the dinner at the night market," urged an impatient listener. With a modest bow, the storyteller replied, "Then I shall oblige." After Brother Min departed, Su Long, still seething with rage, hurled insults at Brother Dong Lu, who, with his fiery temperament, wasted no time in retaliating. In no time, he had dispatched Su Long and, along with Wang Ming and Gue Tian, sent all three to the hospital. One must commend Brother Lu for his formidable prowess. This incident laid the groundwork for Brother Min's subsequent vendetta against Su Long. An inquisitive patron, dissatisfied with the brevity, inquired, "Is that all?" "Indeed," the storyteller affirmed, adding, "What more do you wish to hear about a simple night market meal?" "How did you learn all this?" questioned a bemused listener. With a triumphant grin, the storyteller replied, "My cousin is a junior under Ji Bao, and he happened to be present." The news, spreading like wildfire through word of mouth, quickly permeated Kowloon. The denizens of the Jianghu buzzed with chatter regarding the altercation between the number gang and XING, while the two conflicting factions contemplated reconciliation. Yet, there loomed an unavoidable figure in their deliberations, Qin Lang. Commander Jiang Bo of the second route of XING was in discussions with Commander Qing Shu of the number gang, seeking an amicable resolution. Under any other circumstances, XING would never have considered yielding. However, the current climate was drastically different, as Axehead Jun was engaged in a fierce battle with He Lian Sheng, both sides consumed by bloodlust and the intensity of the strife. In this scenario, if XING chooses to engage in battle with the number gang and Detsi duo simultaneously, it would undoubtedly find itself besieged from both fronts. Faced with such a predicament, Jiang Sheng, after much contemplation, ultimately resolved to temporarily set aside pride and avoid direct confrontation with the number gang. This is the nature of the martial world. Brawls are seldom a solitary affair. Dongxing and Lao Dong initiated hostilities against Lianxing, and axe-headed Jun sought to seize the opportunity for his own advantage. Now, the tables have turned. With Xing clashing with the number gang, and Lianxing would certainly not miss this golden opportunity. Late last night, Lianxing launched a fierce assault on axe-headed Jun. After a moment of reflection, Jiangbo finally spoke. Uncle Qing, our families can settle this amicably, but given that the Mad Tiger is also involved, what do you propose? Uncle Qing, not wishing to escalate matters over such trivialities, replied, let us do this. I have a decent rapport with Brother Jing. I will ask him to intervene and arrange for Old Liu to meet. After all, Old Liu had acted with good intentions yesterday, and Sulong had repaid kindness with hostility. It would be best to resolve this matter peacefully, as a fight would be detrimental for all involved, and a degree of face must be preserved. Jiangbo lit a cigarette and responded over the phone, no problem, let us give the Mad Tiger a bit of face. This time Xing will host the tea, so I will trouble Uncle Qing to handle the arrangements with the Mad Tiger. All right, it's settled. Uncle Qing hung up the phone and turned to Shui Min, saying, Min, this is how we will proceed. You can propose conditions to Xing, but do not be too excessive. Shui Min nodded in agreement, replying, understood. I've done my part, and the rest is up to you, boss. At that moment, Shui Min bore no resemblance to the fierce speaker she had been to axe-headed Jun the day before. After hanging up with Uncle Qing, Jing Shu smiled slyly, muttering to himself, who would have thought that before leaving, I could enjoy being a middleman. In the Sky Garden 601 of Tsim Sha Sui, Qin Lang was discussing the potential move to the Kowloon City Villa area with Zhang Yu. Since Jing Shu had kindly offered him a villa, leaving it vacant would be a waste. Zhang Yu shook her head vigorously, decisively rejecting the idea. No way. We're quite comfortable here. What is so great about a villa? Hiring someone to clean makes it feel like strangers are invading our home, and I'm not accustomed to that. Seeing her strong aversion to the idea, Qin Lang refrained from pressing the issue, as his own comfort was of utmost importance. He languidly leaned against the living room sofa, nodding with a smile. All right then, it's your choice. Countless people on the island would love to live in a villa, yet for you, it's a burden. Zhang Yu glanced at the wall clock, rose, and kissed Qin Lang on the forehead. What is so special about a villa other than its size? This little nest of ours is far more comfortable. As the time drew near for her to go to work, she added, you stay here by yourself. Shortly after Zhang Yu left, Qin Lang received a call from Wuya. Boss, Jing Shu is looking for you. He wants you to return his call. All right, I'll call him back shortly. Also, early this morning, the Liu family and Boss Liu came by, saying they have something important to discuss with you. Qin Lang smiled faintly, appreciating the understanding nature of Liu Xingye and Liu Shaoyi. Once I finish my matters here, I shall return to Shatian. Qin Lang then made a phone call to Uncle Jing. After hanging up, he rose and descended the stairs, hailing a taxi at the entrance of the community, directing the driver straight to the new UT house in East Jian. Upon arriving, he made his way directly to the tea house. Waiting for him at the entrance was Uncle Jing, who approached with a cheerful expression. Lao Lu, I have a good relationship with Marshal A. Qing from No. 2 Road, so I've taken the liberty of acting as an intermediary. Qin Lang, draping an arm around the old gentleman as they walked, replied, it's a trivial matter. You are the elder from the last generation, and we are kin. We need not speak as strangers. Qin Lang was well aware of Uncle Jing's sentiments. In the world of martial arts, reputation is often held in high regard. It is said that relationships in this realm can grow cold. Yet Qin Lang could never bring himself to act in such a manner. Leaving others with a semblance of dignity costs nothing, so why not? As long as the two parties do not go overboard, and face is maintained, there is no need for Qin Lang to intervene. It all depends on how Xing chooses to proceed. Chapter 56. Are Qin Lang and the others being treated like fools? The interior decor of the new Friend Tea House is remarkably distinctive, exuding a rich, antiquated charm. Upon entering, Qin Lang felt an uncanny resemblance to the retro tea houses he had frequented in his past life in the capital. The furnishings and tea tables within the establishment have been meticulously arranged, their appearance and materials revealing a sense of time-worn history. Whether these pieces are genuine antiques is beyond Qin Lang's discernment, as he lacks expertise in this area. At the staircase entrance on the first floor, the Marshal Jiangbo of a New Ji Road greeted with a smile, extending his right hand as he said, "Uncle Jing, Mr. Qin, please proceed upstairs. The number gang's Qin Shu has already arrived." Upon reaching the second floor, Qin Lang and his companions encountered Qin Shu of the number gang, who was engaged in conversation and tea with a ruddy-faced, middle-aged gentleman. Apart from these three, there was no one else on the entire floor. As Qin Shu and his companions rose to greet Uncle Jing, it became evident that this elder, aside from his high blood pressure, held considerable standing within the community. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 6 individuals took their seats, deliberately leaving the eastern side vacant, acknowledging that it was the territory of the New Ji. Uncle Jing gestured towards the elder, introducing him to Qin Lang. "This is the esteemed Jing Shu, a veteran of the New Ji." Qin Lang recognized the name. The elder was none other than Jing Ping, the leader of the Lin family, known for his connections with the Jiang family. Rising, Qin Lang clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Uncle Jing, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." "Ha!" Jing Ping boomed with a hearty laugh. Sit. What esteemed reputation? I am merely an old man, now in the twilight of my years." Qin Lang, being a straightforward individual, took his seat without further ado. Jing Ping turned to Jing Shu and Qin Shu, stating, "We have encountered a minor misunderstanding among our 3 families, hence the gathering today. Due to certain reasons, Alung could not join us. So it falls upon this old man to share a cup of tea with you." Qin Shu interjected, as fellow wanderers of the river, "It's only natural to let our emotions run high over a drink. All we need is to clarify our words today and leave no room for lingering resentment." The 2 elder gentlemen nonchalantly brushed aside the events of the previous day, inadvertently placing Qin Lang in an uncomfortable position. Observing that Jing Shu had no intention of speaking, Qin Lang finally voiced, "You 2 are respected seniors of the community. While I initially had no business here today, since you have summoned me, I cannot be ungracious. Let us keep it to the essential." Qin Shu chuckled, "Old 6, with the bonds of virtue between you and Amin. It is better to resolve enmities than to harbor them. Let us each reflect on our paths ahead, for they will be broader. Today, we shall clarify matters to prevent any knots from forming." Jing Ping nodded in agreement. "I address you as Old 6 because Bao has recounted the events of yesterday in detail. There were indeed some missteps on Alung's part. Your intervention, Old 6, has been greatly appreciated by us at New Ji. Let us clearly delineate matters today. After all, we all traverse this world together, and it is wiser to avoid unnecessary strife. Wouldn't you agree?" Without needing to speak, Qin Lang recognized that these 2 old men were orchestrating a harmonious reconciliation, merely informing him of the resolution. They had extended a courtesy, yet it felt more like a condescension. "This matter has been handled poorly. Let us be frank. How can I avoid severing ties with you when you conduct yourselves in such a manner? It is widely acknowledged that the world operates on 3 levels: the petty, the friends, and the powerful. Those 2 old fellows are clearly treating him as a mere petty character to deceive." Qin Lang self-deprecatingly remarked, "No problem. My reputation is of little worth. As long as you new folks refrain from troubling me, I shall be grateful. After all, old Dong's frail physique cannot withstand the turmoil you new ones bring. Without the means to defend myself, how could I dare to provoke a tiger?" Uncle Qin and the other individual discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Lang's words, implying that their seniority was being wielded without honor. The atmosphere at the tea table grew tense. As yesterday's victim, Shui Min remained silent, casting a glance of apology towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang was indifferent to whether Shui Min spoke. It was not a significant matter, as long as it could be resolved. Ultimately, he had merely assisted both parties, albeit perhaps not in the most satisfactory manner. To speak of assistance, one might question the source of Qin Lang's confidence in demanding this respect, which leads us to his decision to exchange territories with Dongxing. While New Ji possesses strength on Kowloon Island, let them attempt to make their mark in the new territories. If they cannot even muster the courage, it would be evident they lack substance. Should New Ji dare to extend their campaign against them, He would not hesitate to ally with Yu Lianxing to infiltrate Simsha Sui. There would be no need for additional support. Sending Crow and Little Nine would suffice to leave Nu Ji in disarray, for these two are adept at such endeavors. Should he wish to be even more ruthless, sending Ah Wu along would ensure maximum gain at minimal cost. The cost-effectiveness is outstanding. Despite a slight discord with He Lianxing days prior, should the stakes be significant enough, old Deng Bo would surely greet him with a smile, perhaps even providing him with two lovely ladies to attend to him. Jiang Bo squinted slightly, looking at Qin Lang, and inquired, "Is Mr. Qin indicating that he no longer wishes to maintain a cordial relationship with Nu Ji?" Uncle Jing discreetly kicked Qin Lang beneath the table, signaling him to temper his words. Qin Lang offered Uncle Jing a placating glance, disdainfully retorted, "What? Does Mr. Jiang intend to intimidate me with Nu Ji? Qin Lang, do not seek trouble, nor do I fear it. I merely dread the absence of conflict. Have you summoned me today merely to showcase the might of Nu Ji?" Uncle Jing inwardly regretted having invited Lao Lu. "My dear ancestor, one must consider the stature of the adversary when it comes to matters of reputation. How can old Dong possibly contend with Nu Ji?" Jiang Bo tapped the table, his meaning unmistakable. The world is governed by strength. Your invitation today serves to grant you the favor of the Mad Tiger, not to honor old Dong. He holds no standing before Nu Ji. Yesterday, you incapacitated 3 of Nu Ji's senior members, and we specially invited you for tea. Was that not sufficient sincerity? Look at this. It is the consequence of an imbalance in power. They have never intended to engage in reasoned discourse, opting instead to exert pressure through sheer force. Should Qin Lang retreat this time, his prior reputation would shatter completely. A madman fears nothing. Qin Lang raised his teacup in salute to Uncle Qing and Uncle Jing, those 2 old scoundrels, and drank the tea in one gulp. With a resounding crash, he slammed the cup into the table. "So be it. I shall now reveal the outcome. It is insufficient." Qin Lang fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Bo, enunciating each word with precision. "Today, I came here out of respect for Uncle Jing, yet you two conspire to treat me, Qin Lang, like a mere trifling matter. Is this what you call sincerity? I am waiting for you at Shatian, and should you fail to show, I will seek you out." Qin Lang then turned his attention to the number gang's Uncle Qing, sneering, "Uncle Qing, is this how your gang conduct affairs? For Uncle Jing's sake, I shall overlook this incident. But do not ever presume to flaunt your age in my presence again. Your grand organization may seek to maintain its dignity, but my reputation is not to be trifled with. Let us part ways here, and may we cross paths in the future." With these words, Qin Lang turned to leave, only to find a new crew blocking his exit. Glancing back at Uncle Jing, his eyes slowly reddened. "Uncle Jing, you enjoy your tea. Should you lose a hair, I will ensure they accompany you in your demise." Uncle Jing. Lao Lu, you truly are something else. Chapter 57. Those who wear shoes fear the barefoot, and those who navigate the underworld fear the insane. As Qin Lang's voice faded, he darted towards the new gang members at the door with the swiftness of lightning. There were no flamboyant moves. His fist struck directly at their faces, knees thrusting into their hips, creating chaos. One-on-one, the sounds of grunts echoed, coupled with Qin Lang's extraordinary talent and formidable martial prowess. These gang members were utterly unqualified to engage him. In a mere encounter, he toppled 6 new gang members, battling his way from the upper floors to the ground level, leaving a trail of defeated foes sprawled behind him as he exited the establishment. Inside, 5 individuals, aside from Uncle Jing, watched the frenzied figure depart, involuntarily shuddering at the sight. Was this still a human being? The only sounds within the tea house came from the groans of those new gang members lying on the floor. Jiang Bo bent down to inspect each one, turning to say to Kuei Jing, "They're all incapacitated." The Mad Tiger employed heavy-handed techniques. Sighing, Kuei Jing lamented, Face. Why can't one let go of this facade?" Uncle Qing's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Uncle Jing, beginning to speak, "Jinggu, can we?" Yet before he could finish, Uncle Jing raised his hand to interrupt, his temper flaring. "There is no way I'm going to speak to Lao Lu about this. If you have any thoughts, Make your moves before I leave Hong Kong Island. I'll be waiting for you." With that, Uncle Jing strode out without a backward glance. Despite his age, this old man retained the same indomitable spirit he had in his youth. Was he afraid of death? Yes. Did he truly fear it? Indeed, but he did not shy away from it. He merely considered whether death was worth it, having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for decades. He was no ordinary elder. Though he typically exercised caution and never dared to be careless, this did not mean he was a coward. Rather, he feared the downfall of his old ally. Today, Lao Dong had displayed his might, and there was no way he would drag him down. That was inconceivable. He had witnessed countless tumultuous scenes in his life. However, today's exhilarating spectacle was unprecedented. His years had granted him a deeper understanding of life and death than the younger generation. Ultimately, everyone faces death. It is merely a matter of time. With that in mind, what was there still to hold on to? Lao Zong, there's hope. As Uncle Jing walked, a smile crept across his lips as he recalled a few lines. As the red sun rises, its light is vast. The river flows forth, surging into the ocean. The hidden dragon soars from the abyss, its scales and claws unfurling. The young tiger roars in the valley, sending all beasts into fright. Lao Lu, Mat Daigo. If you can restore Lao Dong as former glory, I would willingly dismantle this old body to serve as your drumsticks. Shui Min glanced at Uncle Qing, nodded silently, and turned to leave. Uncle Qing's actions today left Shui Min feeling quite uneasy, while Lao Lu extended his assistance. His own boss seemed intent on glossing over the matter with the new gang. Did they think bringing Lao Lu in was merely a matter of giving face? Yet, had they ever considered that Lao Lu, regardless of his reputation, was still a prestigious establishment in his own right? The number gang and the new record both had the second marshal in attendance. Although they remained silent, they still sought to exert pressure. In the tea house, only the new record's Jing and the number gang's Qing remained, both of whom now harbored a sense of regret. Had they spoken amicably and afforded Qin Lang a measure of respect, matters could have been resolved. Yet, they insisted on maintaining their seniority, unwilling to yield their pride. Moreover, they had not anticipated Qin Lang's immediate wrath. His temper was quite explosive. Truly, one could only err in naming, but never in the monikers bestowed upon them. What madness! Qin gazed at the teacup embedded in the table and chuckled bitterly, remarking on the exceptional nature of today's youth, rendering decades of experience in the Jianghu a mere jest. Jing raised a hand to touch the teacup, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. If they could not eliminate Qin Lang in one fell swoop, survival would be a distant dream. Qin Lang's volatile disposition reminded him of someone, a person feared even by the three great tycoons of Shanghai, the assassination king, Wang Yaqiao. Though he had never encountered this individual, he had heard tales of this legendary figure from the previous leader of the new record. Furthermore, his former superior had once said, "The world fears demons, yet demons fear Wang Yaqiao." In those days, there was no one Wang Yaqiao would not dare confront, including the three tycoons. Although figures like Huang Jinrong were formidable, they could dodge open threats, but found it nearly impossible to evade silent assassins. Crossing paths with Wang Yaqiao was akin to inviting a superlative killer into one's life, living in perpetual dread. Of course, individuals like Huang Jinrong were not so much afraid of Wang Yaqiao as they were unwilling to court trouble. As the saying goes, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot remain vigilant for 1,000 days, which was precisely why they felt vexed. After all, even the fiercest tiger occasionally dozes. The barefooted have no fear of the shod. Wang Yaqiao was indeed a madman, utterly indifferent to consequences. The so-called three tycoons were prominent figures in the bustling city, possessing substantial wealth, making it unwise to engage in a contest with Wang Yaqiao, for they would invariably be the ones to suffer. Now, Jing found himself in a similar predicament, if they could not eliminate Qin Lang in one decisive strike. The new record would know no peace, for the barefooted fear, not the shod. He understood all too well the repercussions of inciting someone as formidable as Qin Lang. That madman dared to engage in open conflict within the city, and he would surely not hesitate to eliminate the new record's upper echelons. Jing turned to Qing and, with a resigned tone, said, "Unless we can eliminate him outright, we shall have to seek a truce. Our family business is vast. Entanglement with such a lunatic would spell trouble." Qing offered a bitter smile. "Although my actions may not have been entirely honorable, he will not come after me. You may seek assistance. I wish to return and rest, for I am growing old. It would be best to refrain from further involvement in Jianghu affairs, lest we meet an untimely end." Jing, seeing this slippery old man depart, felt a surge of anger, veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn, in this underworld, not a soul possesses loyalty. Moments ago, they had been like brothers, cooperating seamlessly, yet now, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily retreated. Truly despicable. While this old trickster could flee, Jing could not, for today's incident was primarily instigated by the new record. Rising, Jing approached the telephone, lifted the receiver, and dialed. "Hey, Run, this is Jing from the new record." When the call from Jingshu came, Luotawa was taken aback. Although there weren't significant conflicts between Dongxing and Xinj, their relationship was hardly intimate. Despite the myriad of doubts swirling in his mind, he courteously inquired, "Jingshu, is there something you need?" Having entered the industry early, Jingshu held the same status as Luo Zhengwu, hence Luotawa's address was appropriate. Jingshu, with a bitter tone, replied, "Arun, I have a matter I would like your assistance with. Please go ahead. The situation is this. Today, I represented Xinj to meet Lao Lu for tea. But our conversation may have been somewhat harsh, and the fellow turned hostile on the spot. I would like to ask you to mediate, if you could." Luotawa did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he responded, "Jingshu, as a senior in the community, I ought not to decline your request. Yet I must first contact Lao Lu to clarify the situation. I cannot provide you with an answer just yet." "No problem. Regardless of the outcome, please return my call." After hanging up, Jingshu sighed in regret, exclaiming, "What a predicament." Chapter 58. The Lu siblings show their acumen. Qin Lang hailed a taxi and arrived at the front of the Black Tiger Martial Arts School in Shatian, casually tossing a large banknote onto the dashboard before stepping out. In Hong Kong, taxi fares are notably high. Thus, the working class seldom opts for taxis unless in urgent need. Sixth brother. The practitioners inside the martial arts school called out upon seeing Qin Lang's return. He waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "Continue with your training. Do not mind me." Upon noticing Qin Lang's presence, Crow quickly approached him and pointed upstairs, saying, "Boss, the person is still upstairs." Qin Lang placed an arm around Crow's shoulder and instructed, "Call Xiao Jiao and Awu. There's something for you to handle tonight. Make sure they arrange their current tasks accordingly." Energized by the news, Crow eagerly inquired, "What is going on?" Qin Lang recounted the situation, then added, "Damn. If Nu Ji dares to treat me like it's Sunday, I shall return the favor on a Saturday." Crow's anger flared up immediately as he thumped his chest and declared, "Boss, leave this matter to us. Not giving you face is akin to slapping our Shation's reputation. Let alone Nu Ji, no one dares to cross us." Aside from Qin Lang, whom he regarded as a steadfast ally, Crow held little regard for anyone else. His courtesy towards Camel stemmed solely from his association with Qin Lang. Qin Lang patted Crow on the shoulder, smiling. "I need to meet with the Lu family and then pay a visit to Lianqing. Just wait for my news." With that, Qin Lang ascended to the tea room on the 4th floor. Upon his arrival, Lu Xingye and Lu Xiaoyi quickly stood to greet him. Mr. Qin. Qin Lang raised his hand to signal them to sit, cheerfully saying, "Please sit down. There's no need for such formality." Once they were seated, Qin Lang inquired, "Do you have something to discuss?" The Lu siblings produced a folder and placed it before Qin Lang. Lu Xiaoyi spoke first. "Mr. Qin, thanks to your assistance, I have been able to establish myself in Shatian and even acquire some assets. This is a token of my appreciation." Lu Xingye followed suit, stating, "Mr. Qin, Uncle Song has invested 11 million into Lu Realty for a mere one stake. I am here to present you with the contract." Qin Lang glanced at the document from Lu Xiaoyi. The title read Lu Food Company, which encompassed the restaurant, and the share column indicated a staggering 70. He shook the document playfully and asked, "Lu boss, Is it appropriate for me to receive so much without contributing anything? Absolutely. If you're not satisfied, I can allocate more. Without your support, I would have acquired this much, Liu Xiaoyi quickly replied. Qin Lang chuckled. No need. This is sufficient. You can manage the food company freely. No one in Shatian would dare to challenge you. If you encounter any difficulties, just reach out to Crow. He will handle any troubles that arise. Liu Xiaoyi stood and bowed deeply to Qin Lang, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I shall not disturb you any further. Qin Lang nodded and smiled. From now on, we are all family. Just call me Lulu. There is no need for formality. Lao Xiaoyi smiled faintly, refraining from continuing the conversation. She nodded to Qin Lang before turning and gracefully exiting the tea room, casting a glance at Lao Xingye as she departed. With her head held high and a light step, she descended the stairs. Qin Lang resumed perusing the document previously held by Lao Xingye, which, like Lao Xiaoyi's, was a share transfer agreement. I can comprehend the 7% offered by Boss Lao. But what does Mr. Lao mean by this? Can 1,000 million truly procure such assets? Lao Xingye forced a rather unappealing smile, maintaining a cordial demeanor as he remarked. Mr. Qin, the investment of Uncle Tong in Lao's real estate justifies this price. 3% is the minimum. Qin Lang gazed at Lao Xingye in disbelief, pondering how a man of his age could utter such a term of endearment for someone else. Noticing Lao Xingye's reasonable demeanor, Qin Lang approached the safe, feigning a deliberate motion as he tossed a document pouch towards him. Take a look. We can discuss further afterward. As Lao Xingye opened the pouch, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm, eventually gleaming with excitement. After perusing its contents, he eagerly inquired, "What does Mr. Qin imply?" Qin Lang nodded towards the document pouch, stating, "Boss Lao, I intend to use these plots as my investment. How to proceed is entirely up to you." Lao Xingye's face flushed with exhilaration. These were prime parcels in Jiulong City. If developed appropriately, Lao's real estate could surpass its current limitations. Despite the recent decline in land prices, properties in Jiulong City were in high demand due to the abundance of schools in the area. Lao Xingye fervently declared, "Mr. Qin, in principle, it would only be right to grant you Lao's real estate, but your ability to involve Uncle Tong in the investment clarifies your intentions." Qin Lang raised his hand to interrupt him, expressing, "This habit of addressing me as you is quite uncomfortable. Please refrain from it." "Understood, Mr. Qin," Lao Xingye continued. "Based on the current valuation of these plots, I can offer you a 70% stake in Lao's real estate." Qin Lang did not concern himself with the shares. He lacked expertise in real estate, thus leaving it to those more knowledgeable. Should Lao Xingye attempt any tricks, it would only serve to amuse him. Qin Lang remarked to Lao Xingye, "Agreed. Let it be as you propose. Aside from the accountant, I shall not place any personnel in the company. You are free to manage as you see fit. Should you encounter any troubles in Jiulong City, do not hesitate to inform me. While I may not excel in other areas, I possess some insight in this regard." This was a reluctant decision, as he lacked the necessary professionals to appoint. "Very well, Mr. Qin, I shall take my leave," Lao Xingye acknowledged with a nod, cradling the document pouch as if it were a treasure as he exited the tea room. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, resting for a moment. Just as he contemplated a brief nap, a pillow was delivered to him. He had considered venturing into real estate, yet the complexities were overwhelming, especially with the demanding social interactions involved. The world of underworld figures and cunning individuals was merely a means to an end for Qin Lang, whose singular focus was on amassing wealth. Financial security afforded a more liberated existence. Given this, he resolved to seek an agent to manage the affairs, allowing him to simply provide the land and address any complications that may arise. As long as Liu Xingye refrains from being cunning, Qin Lang will never devour him. After all, finding a competent tool is no easy feat. This is precisely why he instructed Chen Guoyi to deliver the remuneration to Liu's real estate, signaling to Liu Xingye that he would not resort to coercion, but rather adhere to the principles of commerce. As for Liu Xingye's character, Qin Lang remains indifferent. Even a sanitary napkin serves its purpose. It is not only a companion to women, but can also double as a shoe insole, garnering widespread acclaim among university students. Regarding Liu Xiaoyi's share, Qin Lang will not take it for free, as she is his chosen agent in the mainland. Provided she can successfully establish the food company, Qin Lang will ardently support Liu Xiaoyi in her ascent to becoming a wealthy woman. As for her affairs back in her hometown, Qin Lang does not concern himself with them. Even if she were to borrow a modicum of courage, she would not dare to leverage the current Liu's food company for favors. The notion that she could return to the mainland and that Qin Lang would refrain from acting against her is ludicrous. Even if she were to retreat to a mouse hole, Qin Lang could ensure her obedient return to Hong Kong Island. This pertains to future strategies, and he would not gamble on it. It is not a matter of doubting Liu Xiaoyi's integrity, but rather a skepticism towards human nature. It is widely acknowledged that when women are roused, their fervor can surpass that of their male counterparts. Once the business matters are settled, Qin Lang reclines in his chair, rubbing his fingers together. The more he contemplates, the more infuriated he becomes. Taking a step back only magnifies his losses. Anyone daring to slap his face, be it XING or anyone else, will not escape unscathed. One must be resolute to stand firm. Though the rocket launcher may explode, the wisdom passed down from ancestors possesses an even greater potency. It is time to deliver a minor shock to this realm. Chapter 59. Dunbo is a proud old man boss. Camel is asking you to return his call. The crow entered the room to inform Qin Lang, who had quickly changed his demeanor. He used to address him with utmost respect, but now referred to him by name after leaving Dongxing. Qin Lang rose and returned to the third-floor bedroom to call Camel back. Boss, is there something good you wish to discuss with me? Camel expressed his contentment, chuckling as he spoke. Lao Lu, Shinjiji has reached out to me. What do you intend to do? Qin Lang recounted the entire situation, then inquired, Boss, it's not that I lack respect for you, but these two old rascals are treating me like a fool. I, Qin Lang, am truly no significant figure. However, I am currently the host at Lao Dong. If I do not return, how can I maintain my standing in this world? What face do I have left as the host of Lao Dong? The reasoning was straightforward. Without the support of Lao Dong, Qin Lang's legitimate business would have no foundation, thus leaving him with no choice but to stand firm. Upon hearing this, Camel silently cursed the two old fools who relied on their age to intimidate others. Lao Lu's temperament would never allow him to be bullied by them. Concerned, Camel asked Lao Lu, it is fine to confront Shinjiji, but do not go too far. If you cause harm to Gui Jing, it will lead to significant trouble. Qin Lang reassured him, rest assured, my state of mind has been stable during this period. I will not act against them for now. However, I cannot tolerate this humiliation. If Shinjiji disrespects me, I will ensure they lose face. Camel felt somewhat reassured, advising, if you find it unbearable, call me immediately. Although Shinjiji has strength in Kowloon, we hold sway in the new territories. I will support you. Qin Lang hung up the phone, letting out a sigh of appreciation for Camel's unwavering support. He was the kind of person who reciprocated respect. When this matter concluded, he planned to present him with a small token of gratitude. Rising from the bedroom, Qin Lang made his way directly to Chaguoling. The world of Jianghu may appear to be fraught with swordplay, vendettas, and enmities, yet fundamentally, it is rooted in the pursuit of self-interest. In this realm, every individual, or rather every faction, is embroiled in relentless struggles for their own gain. The scale of these conflicts is proportional to the magnitude of the interests at stake. Most often, it is a matter of rallying a group to stand united, while the actual fighting involves only a few. Otherwise, the people of Jianghu would find themselves with little to do other than frequent hospitals, perhaps even saving some money with a monthly package. Qin Lang's intention to seek out Lianxing was not due to a profound friendship. On the contrary, there had been some friction recently. However, once a point of mutual benefit was established, they would swiftly become allies. Such is the nature of reality. Currently, Lianxing was embroiled in a fierce conflict with Shinjiji, presenting an opportunity for mutual interest. Both sides had invested considerable manpower, resources, and finances, resulting in a spectacular clash, and Qin Lang aimed to stoke the flames further. For Qin Lang, the outcome of this rivalry was of little concern. What mattered was how to leverage this situation to reclaim his standing. Peace is forged through strength, not through submission. A single decisive blow can prevent a barrage of attacks. As the old saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the conflict between Lianxing and Xinji remains unresolved, Qinlang can collaborate with Lianxing to jointly confront Xinji, thus achieving his own objectives. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lianxing headquarters at East Kowloon Chaguoling, Qinlang encountered Chuanbao emerging from within. With a smile, Qinlang greeted him, Uncle Chuanbao. Haven't you been planting flags on the moon lately? Get lost. How dare you come to Lianxing headquarters? Chuanbao retorted furiously, pointing an accusing finger at Qinlang. Approaching Chuanbao, Qinlang pressed down on his hand. At your age, there's no need to be so hot-headed. Turning to gesture towards the east, Qinlang continued with a chuckle. I may not be entirely sane, but I am not foolish enough to bring someone here to provoke trouble with Lianxing. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. Chuanbao glared at Qinlang, his voice laced with anger. We have no interest in collaborating with you and your old dong. Leave now, or I shall call upon others to throw you out. This old fellow is not only hot-tempered, but also rather impolite. After all, one should treat guests with courtesy, and here he was, not even offering a cup of tea before attempting to shoo him away. Calm down, Qinlang said, wrapping an arm around Chuanbao and leading him inside. Chuanbao struggled briefly, but to no avail, as Qinlang reluctantly pulled him forward. Inside the main tea room, Dengbo was far more courteous and even personally poured a cup of tea for Qinlang. Please have some tea. Qinlang took a sip and stated directly, Dengbo, I have come to propose a collaboration with Lianxing, and I wonder if you might be interested. Dengbo set down his cup and, with a hint of skepticism, asked, Lao Lu, you just expelled Lianxing from the Northern District. What makes you think we would want to collaborate? With a chuckle, Qinlang responded, Dengbo, in the world of Jianghu, there are neither eternal enemies nor everlasting friends, as long as the benefits are substantial enough. Enemies can indeed become allies. I trust you understand this principle better than I do. Dengbo snorted, his tone irritable. You didn't say that the other day. Why the change of heart now? Different times call for different words. Qinlang replied, taking a drag from a cigarette. We were discussing figures then. Today, we discuss collaboration. Dengbo scrutinized Qinlang carefully, shaking his head with a wry smile. So you dictate what is said when? Qinlang nodded, candidly admitting, indeed. That is how Jianghu operates. Those with thick skin reap the rewards, while the thin-skinned find themselves empty-handed. As for fighting, I consider myself quite capable, and my skin is certainly not thinner than anyone else's. Chuanbao interjected angrily, you truly are shameless. You just seized Lianxing's northern territory. How would it look if we collaborated with you? Qinlang glanced at Dengbo and inquired, is that how you feel as well, Dengbo? The depth of Dengbo's cunning far surpassed that of Chuanbao. Having navigated the Jianghu for decades, he had cultivated a shrewdness that allowed him to weather any storm. Thus, even after a recent altercation with Qinlang, he could still smile and consider a partnership, provided the benefits were enticing enough. Dengbo then asked, so, what kind of collaboration do you propose? Qinlang recounted everything that transpired in the tea house with utmost sincerity. He began, Mr. Deng, while I, Qinlang, might not be overly concerned about my own affairs. I have now taken on Lao Dong, and I cannot allow his reputation to tarnish. Continuing, Mr. Deng lifted his teacup and took a sip, eager to hear about the nature of the collaboration. Qinlang nodded and smiled, saying, Mr. Deng, the reason you and Lianxing have been entangled with Axing Jun and Jordan is precisely due to insufficient high-end combat capabilities. In contrast, while Lao Dong may not surpass Big D in terms of ordinary fighters, the high-end combat strength he possesses is unparalleled compared to what you and Lianxing can muster. Do you concede this point? Mr. Deng acknowledged. I admit that while there are fighters who can contend with Lianxing, those who can truly be deemed high-end combatants do not match you and your 4 heavenly kings. Currently, Lianxing is suffering from the lack of top-tier strength to counter the formidable talents of Shinjiji. The impact of a single top-tier fighter on the battlefield is substantial. Dapu He has dispatched Dingwen boys, and Yudo Biao has sent out aircraft, yet they still fall short against the formidable few among Shinjiji's 10 heroes. Qinlang stifled a laugh, amused by how this old man could so skillfully embellish his own reputation. Chapter 60. The conditions are tempting, and Dengbo agrees. The disparity in strength between the top-tier combatants of Lianxing and the fierce individuals from Xinj is quite pronounced, not existing on the same plane. Yet, this old man dares to claim there is only a slight difference. How considerable must that slight be? However, Qin Lang is here to seek collaboration, not conflict. So he chooses to follow Deng Bo's lead in the conversation. Given this, a foundation for cooperation has been established. I shall send individuals to assist you in dealing with the formidable leaders from Xinj. The rest you can manage yourselves. Deng Bo's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of shrewdness. Though young, Qin Lang possesses an insatiable appetite. He will not be satisfied with mere trifles. It seems that Lianxing will need to make significant sacrifices, lest they fail to satiate this young wolf cub's hunger. Deng Bo harbors a deep-seated resentment toward Axehead Jun and Xinj, as it was Xinj's recruitment of Axehead Jun that resulted in Lianxing losing the crucial territory of Tsim Sui. For Lianxing, Tsim Sui represents more than just territory. It embodies their reputation and status in the underworld. This loss, inflicted by Xinj and Axehead Jun, is a bitter pill to swallow. If he can exact a measure of vengeance, even at a cost, he is willing to oblige. After all, what is a small price to pay for restoring one's honor? After contemplating the pros and cons, Deng Bo concluded that this deal was feasible. State your terms, but do not be excessive in your demand from Lianxing, he inquired. With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Lang's voice turned icy as he replied, Deng Bo, what if we include the territory Lianxing previously held in Tsim Sui? Xinj dares to strike Qin Lang, and he will retaliate with equal fervor. He is not one to endure humiliation silently. That is not his nature. For Qin Lang, only by fiercely reclaiming a piece of flesh from Xinj can he exact the vengeance he seeks, ensuring they feel a pain that is deeply etched in their memories. Moreover, this opportunity allows him to restore his own reputation in the underworld. Thus, he must deliver a crushing blow to Xinj, ensuring they comprehend the consequences of crossing him. In an instant, as if pricked by a thorn, both Deng Bo and Xuan Bao sprang from their seats simultaneously. Deng Bo's rotund belly swayed precariously due to his hasty rise. Tsim Sui stands as a thorn in Lianxing's heart, a constant source of anguish. If they can reclaim it, the tarnish on Lianxing's name will be wiped clean. For this, Lianxing is willing to pay any price, even to the extent of exhausting all resources and employing any means necessary. Now, with Qin Lang offering to assist in regaining Tsim Sui, they have been presented with an opportunity they have long coveted. Hence, upon hearing those words, both Deng Bo and Xuan Bao were overwhelmed with excitement. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, akin to that of Old Wu next door, as the news proved too exhilarating for them to handle. However, they soon settled back down, acknowledging the impossibility of the situation. Neither the Number Gang nor Hung Hing would consent to such a venture. Old Dong lacked the capability to reclaim Tsim Sui for them. Uncle Deng sighed, stating, "This is utterly impossible. It's easy to come out, but arduous to reintegrate." Impossible? Qin Lang chuckled, Oncle Deng. You and Lianxing are not lacking in ordinary thugs. If you dare to take a gamble, I possess a means to restore your presence in Tsim Sui. I never speak without purpose. Uncle Deng fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, inquiring, "What are your terms?" Qin Lang patted his thigh and replied, "The conditions are straightforward. Clear out the sizable territory in Taipo between the North District and Sha Tin, allowing my legitimate business to operate unimpeded on Lianxing's turf. Moreover, have Big D deploy forces to expel the New Qi Tunmun faction from the new territories." Uncle Deng squinted and asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed it is." Qin Lang, with a hint of self-deprecation, responded, "Old Dong has a considerable scale. Consuming too much can lead to complications. I've always been self-aware." Well, now Qin Lang isn't claiming to have a bigger appetite. Uncle Deng nodded. "I agree to this. Now, share your plan." Qin Lang was fortkoming, stating, "I will have Crow, Xiaojiu, and Awu simultaneously assist you in holding off the formidable members of New Qi. You and Lianxing will launch an operation from Jordan to reclaim the territory in Tsim Sui that was seized by New Qi." Uncle Deng queried, "What about the Heezy faction? How do we handle the Number Gang and Hung Hing?" Qin Lang confidently replied, leave this matter to me. You merely need to focus on the fighting. After an in-depth discussion, Uncle Deng and Qin Lang successfully negotiated all aspects of the plan, each having attained their desired outcomes. Just days prior, minor grievances had created some tension between them. In comparison to Tsim Sha Sui, the North District seemed a trivial issue. Now, they were able to set aside their differences and rekindle their partnership, a testament to how swiftly relationships can shift in the underworld. In the realm of the underworld, as long as there are benefits at stake, individuals will resort to any means necessary to achieve their aims. Even former adversaries can swiftly transform into allies when mutual interests are at play. While this phenomenon may appear somewhat ironic, it is, in fact, a norm within the underworld. The intrigues of the underworld share a striking resemblance to marital disputes. One may argue at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot, merely with a different process. It is this dramatic fluctuation that renders the tales of the underworld so captivating and infinitely intriguing, leading many in later generations to relish various anecdotes from this realm. After leaving Chaguoling, Qin Lang directed Big Dong to drive to the main island, as he needed to personally seek out Jiang Tiansheng. At the very least, he had the support of Hong Hing, which would afford him some degree of respect from Jiang Tiansheng. Coupled with potential benefits, the success of this endeavor seemed all but assured. In the shallow water Bay Villa district, Jiang Tiansheng, a formidable figure in the underworld, resides here. It is noteworthy that a person of such stature can so brazenly inhabit an affluent neighborhood, which undoubtedly underscores his formidable power. While many underworld magnates possess sufficient financial resources to acquire villas in this area, few dare to reside here so openly. The reason is simple. The residents' backgrounds are intricately woven, and taking up residence here inevitably draws significant attention from both neighbors and law enforcement. The backgrounds and sources of wealth of these underworld figures are often questionable, making them susceptible to thorough investigations by the police. Are these underworld figures wealthy? Indeed, yet their riches compel them to exercise caution in their expenditures. Unlike Qin Lang, who freely spends and pays his taxes. Chapter 61. The Art of Alliances. Old Six, what a rare visit. What brings you here today? Jiang Tiansheng chuckled heartily as he shook hands with Qin Lang, teasing him playfully. Ever since Qin Lang provided him and the Crown Prince with a way to reconcile, Jiang Tiansheng's impression of him had greatly improved. Not only was this individual remarkably skilled in combat, but he also possessed a keen acumen in interpersonal relations. His ability to deftly resolve conflicts while preserving the dignity of both himself and the Crown Prince was truly commendable. Of course, Jiang Tiansheng was aware of some minor psychological issues that Qin Lang faced, yet this did not detract from his overall assessment. After all, no one is flawless. Even the mightiest have their shortcomings. Nevertheless, Qin Lang's virtues evidently overshadowed those few blemishes, earning him Jiang Tiansheng's admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Jiang. It's simply that your residence has a rather high threshold, making it inconvenient for me to visit frequently, Qin Lang replied with a smile. I find myself here today out of necessity, as I wish to discuss a matter with you. Come, let us sit and talk, Jiang Tiansheng urged, leading Qin Lang to a chair by the poolside. Old Six, we are not strangers, so speak your mind. I will do my utmost to assist you. After surveying his surroundings, Qin Lang responded, Mr. Jiang, let me get straight to the point. Is Hongxing interested in expanding its territory? Where? Tsim Sha Sui. Jiang Tiansheng was taken aback upon hearing the name. The power dynamics in Tsim Sha Sui were intricate, and expansion could not be decided by just one or two parties. Old Six, Hongxing has many neighbors in Tsim Sha Sui. Such a venture is simply unfeasible. Jiang Tiansheng chuckled. Qin Lang inquired with a grin, Mr. Jiang, which poses a greater threat? A toothless old lion as a neighbor or a robust young tiger? Old Six, no need for circumlocution. Speak plainly. I know who the tiger is, but what of the old lion? Jiang Tianxing pressed. Nodding, Qin Lang recounted the matter concerning the tea house, then added, Mr. Jiang, Nu Ji is taking advantage of our diminutive stature to bully our old dog. It seems I ought to help him shed some weight. Though Hongxing's territory in Yaoma Ti and Mong Kok is considerable, it pales in comparison to Nu Ji. Why not seize this opportunity to take a bite? Jiang Tianxing's eyes gleamed with intrigue at this prospect. If New Ji could be made to suffer a setback, it would serve to bolster Hongxing's strength. After all, territory is limited, and this opportunity to diminish New Ji would be advantageous. As long as the stakes are significant, he would not let this chance slip away. Is that old lion allied with He Liansheng? Jiang Tianxing inquired. Indeed, Qin Lang confirmed. I will send individuals to assist He Liansheng in warding off the formidable forces of New Ji, allowing them to reclaim territory in Tsimsha Sui. Moreover, the Crown Prince may also benefit, as New Ji occupies substantial ground in Tsimsha Sui beyond just East Tsimsha Sui, providing ample opportunity for all parties involved. By uniting to corner New Ji in East Tsimsha Sui, we can create a mutually beneficial situation. What do you think, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Tianxing sat in contemplation, his brow furrowed as he lightly tapped the armrest with his right hand, continually evaluating the feasibility of this proposition in his mind. He meticulously recounted the entire event from beginning to end, leaving no detail overlooked. After a moment of profound contemplation, Jiang Tianxing's eyes sparkled with insight, a smile gracing his lips. In the realm of the underworld, self-interest remains the eternal theme. Although the new record society may suffer some losses, if it brings joy to everyone, it could indeed be considered a good deed. After all, one must prioritize friendship over enmity. The more Jiang Tianxing pondered, the more feasible this notion seemed. He turned to Qin Lang and inquired, "Did you go through all this trouble solely for revenge against the new record society?" With a chuckle, Qin Lang replied, "When respect is not afforded, I can only retaliate with clenched fists. Of course, it is not solely for retribution. Only a fool would engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. Afterward, I will have the Lianxing Society clear out the territory nestled between Shatin and the Northern District for me. Our old faction has modest appetites. As long as there is something to consume, we are content." Qin Lang spoke candidly, feeling no need to conceal anything from Jiang Tianxing. After all, this matter bore little relevance to Jiang Tianxing. Revealing it to him would pose no risk. If they could not communicate openly with Jiang Tianxing now, future cooperation would likely become exceedingly challenging. Qin Lang was not short-sighted. Collaboration required sincerity. In this instance, only the new record society would incur losses, while the other factions would revel in the favorable outcome. Given this, Qin Lang saw no need for petty machinations. He treated others with genuine respect, and if he did not receive a reciprocal response, his next target might well be Hongxing. As for their territory in the new territories, he feared no confrontation with anyone. Should others wish to challenge him in the new territories, they would have to consider their own capabilities, understanding the local dynamics. Shatin's Deputy District Chief Yu Chiosu and the Anti-Organized Crime Unit's Senior Inspector Li Wenbin were well acquainted, not to mention the local players connected with Wanlong Company. Should anyone dare to stir trouble in Shatin, Qin Lang would be prepared to confront them. Jiang Tianxing chuckled, nodding at Qin Lang, exclaiming, "You truly are not one to be underestimated. The new record society will surely regret their actions, yet their conduct has indeed been rather unscrupulous. What about the bearded Yitzi DUI from the number gang?" Jiang Tianxing inquired. "That is simple," Qin Lang replied with a grin. "Just have Brother Min put me in touch. Yitzi DUI has great ambitions and would not overlook this opportunity. After all, since you all frequent Tsimsha Sui and your Hongxing has already taken a share, how could he afford to miss out? With the three factions, Hongxing, Lianxing, and the number gang, each poised to benefit, Jiang Tianxing nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem. I will contact influential individuals to lend their support. This fire must also involve Lianxing, as they have legitimate grounds to strike back at Tsimsha Sui." Qin Lang smiled. "I have already discussed this matter with Uncle Deng. He will also reach out to some old connections." After all, when the new record society initially encroached upon Lianxing's territory, the police remained uninvolved. This is merely a customary conflict in the underworld, and the new record society's connections cannot possibly surpass those of your three factions. If Yitzi DUI agrees, with the combined strength of your three factions, the new record society will have no choice but to acquiesce. Jiang Tianxing scrutinized Qin Lang with keen interest and his regard for him elevated several notches. This individual not only possessed formidable skills, but also exhibited an exceptionally astute perspective on the larger picture. Truly a rare talent. At that moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. If he could enlist this person into the Hongxing, there would be no doubt that Hongxing would soar to new heights, becoming the preeminent organization in the Hong Kong island. However, he quickly dismissed this notion from his mind. It was simply unattainable. Dongxing would never allow Hongxing to expand its influence in the new territories. Half of Tunmen was already considerable. Any further encroachment would provoke dire consequences. Moreover, the well-known camaraderie between Luo Tao and Qin Lang was common knowledge in the underworld. Given Qin Lang's character, he could never allow Luo Tao to be put in a difficult position. The more Jiang Tiansheng pondered, the more agitated he became. He yearned for such a loyal and righteous apprentice. What a tantalizing prospect. Chapter 62. Interests as the foundation of cooperation. Qin Lang buzzed about like a diligent little bee, flitting between the island and Kowloon in pursuit of his sweet reward. Upon returning to Tsim Sha Sui, he first visited the hospital to see Shui Min, and then the pair made their way to the territory of the formidable Hu Shuyong. Hu Shuyong welcomed them into a private room at the nightclub. Once seated, Qin Lang articulated his intentions and recounted the agreement he had reached with Hongxing and Helian Sheng. Looking at Hu Shuyong with a smile, Qin Lang inquired, "Brother Yong, what do you think? Are you interested in joining?" "Absolutely, immensely so." Hu Shuyong responded with hearty laughter. How could he possibly lack interest in this matter? He had long harbored aspirations to expand the influence of his faction in Tsim Sha Sui, a notion that had not arisen overnight but had been nurtured over time. Until now, he had yet to find a suitable opportunity to realize this ambition. But with this golden chance presented before him, akin to a pie falling from the sky, how could he let it slip away? Hu Shuyong personally poured a glass of freshly opened red wine for both Qin Lang and Shui Min, then spoke. "Old Lu, I heard about yesterday's incident. For no other reason than your efforts to protect Min Saw, I raise a toast to you." The three clinked their glasses, and after setting them down, Qin Lang remarked, "It was a minor matter. I could never stand idly by while Min Saw was in danger." Shui Min raised his glass again to toast Qin Lang. "Old Lu, I find myself unable to intervene this time. Our gang's relations are complex, but I shall lend troops to a Yong to help him exact some retribution." Hu Shuyong interjected, "Mingu, I want to say much more. I will cover the costs for settling down, medical expenses, and deploying forces. After this is resolved, I will present a generous reward. If I cannot help you avenge this grievance, I will have no face to see you again." Qin Lang replied, "Brother Yong, let us be clear. You cannot touch Helian Sheng's original territory in Tsim Sha Sui, or else our collaboration will come to an end. I am upfront with my words. I treat others sincerely, but do not offer second chances. I may have been blind once to a loss, but I am not one to easily forget. I will reclaim what is mine at the first opportunity." Hu Shuyong was acutely aware that he could not afford to disregard Qin Lang's words. From this incident, he had come to understand the depth of the young man's desire for retribution. It is worth noting that Xing is among the top-ranked societies in Hong Kong's underworld, and due to their slight against Qin Lang, he had devised a means to cripple Xing. Such a method of revenge is exceedingly ruthless and chilling. Moreover, Qin Lang is notorious in the Hong Kong underworld for his unpredictability. He employs every means at his disposal in his endeavors, and coupled with his savage methods of vengeance, he becomes an adversary one would do well to avoid. Even a seasoned veteran like Hu Shuyong, having navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld for years, would be disinclined to provoke someone as crazed and vicious as Qin Lang. After all, no one desires to embroil themselves in such a monumental dilemma. Should a conflict arise, unless one can eliminate the adversary decisively, it could lead to considerable headaches. Hu Yuyong raised his glass, clinking it with Qin Lang's before taking a delicate sip of red wine, then smiled and said, "Old Six, fret not about this matter. In this world, I rely on ruthlessness, brotherhood, and loyalty. Today, let us forge a friendship. Time is on our side, and I believe that one day we shall become as brothers. I seek not much, merely to reclaim the territory that Mingu abandoned. This way, Xing will be confined to Jiandong, and others shall not easily allow them to resurface. Qinlang nodded in agreement and replied, "Then it shall be so. I must pay a visit to the Crown Prince. Let us hope you gentlemen at the table do not end up brawling. I shall see you off." Hu Yuyong and Shui Min stood to escort him, after which they returned to their private room. Hu Yuyong wore a grave expression as he regarded Shui Min, his brow knitted in apparent discontent. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Mingu, I believe Uncle Qing has indeed overstepped this time. Feng Mo, who is not to be trifled with. For the sake of a mere fa ade of camaraderie, Uncle Qing has severed his long-standing ties with Uncle Jing, which seems rather counterproductive. Were it not for Qinlang's presence, I would not have given Uncle Qing and Uncle Jing's relationship a second thought. With such a formidable figure as Qinlang now established in Liaodong, the dynamics have shifted, hence my discontent with Uncle Qing's actions." Shui Min's lips twitched into a self-deprecating smile as he softly remarked, "My boss only considers gains and losses. If he disregards my dignity, how could he possibly value Uncle Jing's?" With a resigned shake of his head, he expressed his dissatisfaction and disappointment with Uncle Qing's approach. Hu Yuyong's lips curled into a scornful smile, his eyes narrowing with disdain towards Uncle Qing's actions. "You, my friend, are excessively devoted to tradition. Had it not been for Uncle Qing's meddling, how could you have lost your foothold in Simsha Sui? Look at yourself, always placing those so-called rules and ethics above all else. Yet what have you truly gained?" Hu Yuyong took a few steps closer, sitting beside Shui Min, lowering his voice. "In the future, consider your interests more carefully. Selfishness is an ancient truth. In this world, no one truly upholds loyalty. What of big shots? What of them? Goodness! If a big shot dares to encroach upon my interests, there are no favors to be had." Shui Min inhaled deeply, as if to expel the bitterness within. He raised his hand, roughly rubbing his cheeks. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. "During my days of destitution, when I could scarcely afford a meal, it was Uncle Qing who provided me with sustenance." He paused momentarily, seemingly lost in the recollection of those arduous days, before continuing. "Eventually, I realized that the remuneration for the prison guard position was woefully inadequate to meet my needs. Thus, I departed from the prison and ventured once more into the world. Remarkably, Qing Shu did not harbor any resentment. Instead, he introduced me to Fatty Chow." As he recounted this, a flicker of gratitude crossed Shui Min's face, quickly overshadowed by a veil of bitterness. He sighed and elaborated. "Without Fatty Chow's support, I would have never been able to secure a foothold in Simsha Sui. It is fair to say that my accomplishments during that time were entirely reliant on the assistance of Qing Shu and Fatty Chow. Therefore, since Qing Shu has spoken, how could I possibly disregard his words? In this world, the debts of human kindness are the most challenging to repay." With that, Shui Min lifted his glass and downed it in one swift motion. Chapter 63. The instigator, a mere gust of wind, may precipitate a tsunami. Likewise, Qinlang's incitement could ignite a catastrophic conflagration within the new era. History is replete with significant events that have been triggered by seemingly trivial occurrences. Take, for instance, the uprisings at the end of the Qin dynasty. They were instigated by a torrential downpour that delayed military service. Chun Sheng and Wu Guang, having missed their service deadline due to the rain, faced execution under Qin law. Their choice to rebel against the Qin ultimately sparked widespread warfare, leading to the dynasty's demise. Similarly, the fall of the Western Zhou was incited by the farce of lighting beacons to mock the feudal lords. King Yu of Zhou, in an effort to amuse a beautiful consort, repeatedly ignited beacons without cause. When the nomadic Chong tribes actually invaded, the lords, having been deceived, failed to come to the kingdom's aid, resulting in the Western Zhou's downfall. Throughout history, the allure of beauty has often led to calamity. Men are notoriously unable to control their baser instincts. A promising sovereign was utterly undermined by such folly. The Ming dynasty's Jingnan campaign is another tale of irony. It was a torn standard that led to the rise of the Yongle Emperor. When Zhu Di took up arms, The exposure of Li Jinglong's formation due to a torn banner reversed the tide of battle, marking a pivotal moment in the Jingnan conflict and enabling Zhu Di to seize the throne. Currently, Qin Lang is deliberately orchestrating circumstances, vowing not to relent until he has inflicted profound suffering upon the new era. In the office of the Crown Prince's boxing gym, the Crown Prince produced a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to Asa, instructing, "My brother has arrived. Procure a splendid feast for us." Asa accepted the notes with a grin, glancing back at Qin Lang. "Sixth brother, you two carry on. I shall attend to this matter." Qin Lang nodded and replied with a smile. "Go ahead and busy yourself. We shall enjoy a drink together shortly." "Certainly." Asa, pleased by Qin Lang's casual demeanor, readily agreed. Sixth brother, as the esteemed host, was showing remarkable warmth toward Asa, a rarity considering his affiliation with the Hongmen gang. In the realm of the underworld, a leader's casual attitude toward others often conveys a sense of intimacy. Conversely, had a low-ranking thug displayed such familiarity toward Asa, the latter would likely perceive it as disdain. The disparity in their status engenders vastly different sentiments for Asa. When one lacks strength, kindness is often interpreted as flattery, yet when one possesses power, even harsh words are met with rapt attention. In tumultuous waters and fierce winds, one must tread carefully. Without strength, it is wise to speak less to avoid self-harm. Now, Qin Lang has begun to establish a tentative freedom of expression within the underworld. The Crown Prince, observing Qin Lang's unpretentious rapport with Asa, felt a deep sense of comfort, recognizing that he was genuinely regarded as a brother. Otherwise, Asa would hardly have caught the eye of the sixth brother, lacking both the status and skill to warrant such attention. Though the Crown Prince may exhibit a degree of arrogance, his sincerity in friendship reveals a steadfast loyalty to his companions. From a cabinet behind him, the Crown Prince poured a glass of whiskey for Qin Lang and presented it to him. "Sixth brother, I just spoke with Mr. Jiang on the phone. I am well aware of the situation, and there was no need for you to come here personally." Qin Lang replied with a smile. "I just visited Hu Shiyong and was in the mood for a drink, so I thought to seek you out." "Huh." The Crown Prince laughed heartily. "You were right to come to me. What is the point of drinking with that fool? When brothers drink, it is a true celebration. With them, it is merely a fade, devoid of meaning." Indeed, the prince possesses such a disposition. If he values you, everything is acceptable. If not, nothing is. In the realm of Hong Kong's underworld, few can capture his attention. Such is his arrogance. Qin Lang raised his cup and took a sip before slowly speaking. "Prince, this time 3 factions are targeting the new establishment. Please ensure no mistakes are made to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. I have already arranged with both families for you to bind red silk ribbons in unison." Hearing this, the prince nodded and replied with a smile, "No problem. I will personally take action. If the new establishment dares to disregard my status, they are truly blind to my influence. Damn it! Who in the underworld does not know we are sworn brothers? We pledged our brotherhood on your grand day. That old bastard from the new establishment is utterly arrogant. This time, we shall teach them a harsh lesson to remind them of their place. Do they truly believe that a bit of strength grants them the freedom to act recklessly? I have never regarded the new establishment as a threat, save for that one capable individual who deserves a modicum of respect." Qin Lang shook his head and advised the prince, "Let us speak candidly, my brother. Do not take this lightly. Even the valiant Guan Yu faced setbacks, let alone us, the wanderers of the underworld. Guan Yu lost Jingzhou due to carelessness. For us, carelessness could cost our lives. If I did not consider you a brother, I would not utter these words. Were this said by another, the prince would dismiss it outright. But he held Qin Lang in high esteem. In both conflict and camaraderie, old Liu is beyond reproach." With a smile, he replied, "Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. In 2 months, it will be my son's first birthday celebration. How could I let anything jeopardize that?" Qin Lang, taken aback, inquired, "I was unaware you had a son." The prince chuckled. "You were holed up in Sha Tin. How could you know anything? You, as the designated uncle, must bestow a grand gift. A meager offering will not suffice." Qin Lang laughed heartily and remarked, "Is that even a concern? We are brothers. Your son is my son, and your wife. Noticing the prince's eyes widen in indignation, Qin Lang quickly corrected himself. Your wife is still your wife. Blast it, the prince exclaimed, extending a middle finger and playfully scolding. You scoundrel, it's best you think that way. Let me remind you, according to our underworld customs, one must be wary of my sister-in-law. Do not harbor any other intentions. Qin Lang chuckled. I do not share that surname, so I have no such inclinations. Let us drop this topic. If my sister-in-law finds out, she might think you have made another dubious friend. Scoundrel, the prince laughed, retorting, do you not know how to speak? What do you mean by dubious friend? Am I the only one left without good company? Qin Lang shook his head. You are mistaken. In the underworld, who is truly good? Including you and me, since we have partaken in this shady business. We must not play both sides. The prince nodded in agreement with Qin Lang's words. Indeed, having earned wealth beyond what others could accumulate in 10 lifetimes, one must possess the courage to bear the accompanying infamy. I do not seek to boast of myself. In my domain, I have never resorted to acts of plunder, not even for a bowl of braised pork rice, which I always pay for. A person leaves a name, just as a wild goose leaves a call. I wish for others, in future references to the title prince, to say, this individual is a commendable figure in the realm. Qin Lang spontaneously recited a couplet. The rivers and lakes are fraught with storms, sharp blades gleam with brilliance. How cold is the unyielding knee, while the heart harbors the vastness of the heavens. The spine bears the weight of brotherhood, and the loyalty of the gallbladder endures. A spirit of the wild. I stand tall beneath the vast sky. Although you may not entirely deserve such a poem, it certainly possesses a certain flavor. Upon hearing this, the prince laughed heartily, feeling quite proud as he declared, my wife has often remarked that the friends I choose are all rough individuals. Little did I expect that this time. The brother I have made possesses a depth of knowledge. I must show off to her when I have the chance. My brothers are not merely illiterates. Indeed, those with even a basic education are considered cultured. Chapter 64. The unique weight loss method of Lao Lu. Qin Lang was busy digging a pit for XING, while XING was equally preoccupied. Sharp East Entertainment Company served as Axe's stronghold. Within the office, Gu Jing, Jiang Sheng, Jiang Bo, and Axe were nestled on the sofa, engaged in a discussion regarding the events of the morning. Axe cast a disdainful glance at Gu Jing and Jiang Bo, his irritation palpable. He silently grumbled to himself. If you intend to invite Lao Lu for tea to reconcile, it ought to be conducted with proper decorum. Show the respect due, and perhaps we wouldn't be entangled in such messes. How much is face worth, anyway? Currently, XING was embroiled in a fierce conflict with Hellion Sheng. At such a critical juncture, how could you possibly consider dragging that madman, Lao Lu from Shatian, into this fray? This is utterly insane. If it weren't for their stubbornness, these two fools might well have lost their heads. Though Lao Lu had few subordinates, each of them was formidable. None were easy to provoke. Should Lao Lu join the fray, it might trigger a cascade of unforeseen consequences, leading to utter chaos. Axe furrowed his brow and, with a hint of displeasure, inquired, Uncle Jing, how do you plan to resolve this matter? Gu Jing, appearing glum, replied, this incident is indeed my fault. I initially believed we had reached an understanding with the number gang, that a little jest would see this matter settled, and that the mad tiger would not erupt over such trivialities. Alas, I never anticipated he would turn hostile on the spot, ruthlessly incapacitating over a dozen of our elite enforcers. This was beyond my expectations. Furthermore, Dongxing Luotaw has yet to return my call, and it seems that Mad Tiger will not relent easily. Now that we've reached this point, we have but one course of action. We must find a way to eliminate that Mad Tiger. Eliminate? How exactly? Axe raised his voice. Are we to resort to hiring hitmen? This is no trivial matter. If we breach the rules first and fail to eliminate the Mad Tiger in one fell swoop, have you contemplated the repercussions? With his unhinged nature, how many lives would we need to sacrifice to fill this void? His voice echoed in the room, infused with a chilling undertone. Qin Lang's carefully constructed persona bore fruit after more than a year. The other three remained silent, clearly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Axe continued, his tone growing increasingly grave, Do you think he wouldn't dare to wield a rocket launcher and obliterate your home? Uncle Jing? What would he do? This statement struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the gathered. Uncle Jing's complexion paled, his eyes widening as he envisioned the devastation of his home reduced to ruins amidst flames. The Mad Tiger was indeed mad. Just recalling the Mad Tiger's prowess in the tea house sent shivers down his spine. If matters do not unfold as planned, Axe paused momentarily. Should he truly lose his mind, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance beyond just you. None among the senior ranks of XING would escape unscathed. The cautionary tales from the past concerning the arena of the walled city cannot be ignored. At this moment, Jiang Sheng, the head of the new society, was engulfed in anxiety. As the leader, he inevitably became the primary target of vengeance for the ferocious tiger. Contemplating this, Jiang Sheng's expression grew increasingly grim as he glared at Jiang Bo, his dissatisfaction unmasked. In a tone laced with rigidity, he inquired, "The reason I entrusted you with this matter today was to quell the unrest, not to provoke further discord." Jiang Bo, evidently aggrieved by Jiang Sheng's reproach, retorted, "I accorded him ample respect. Our new society ranks among the foremost organizations on the island. Personally inviting that Mad Tiger for tea should suffice as a gesture of goodwill. Should not?" The more he spoke, the more justified he felt, continuing to express his discontent. "Must I serve him tea and offer apologies alongside Uncle Jing? Where would that leave our new society's dignity?" Jing, discerning the discontent of the leader regarding Jiang Bo's handling of the Mad Tiger, recognized the delicate nature of his own position within the new society, making it inappropriate for him to address the issue directly. Thus, Jiang Sheng resorted to using Jiang Bo as a scapegoat to vent his frustrations. With this thought weighing on him, Jing furrowed his brow tightly, inhaled deeply, and finally spoke. When dealing with someone like the Mad Tiger, one must not waver in the slightest. A decisive strike is imperative, or else the repercussions could be insurmountable. His prowess is undeniably terrifying, resembling a human beast. Previously, it was said that Lien Haolong was the foremost master in the underworld of the island, with some claiming he could take on 100 foes single-handedly. However, we all understand that his so-called defeating 100 was mere bluster. He merely incapacitated a handful, with most retreating in fear of his presence. At this juncture, Jing's tone grew somber. However, the Mad Tiger is an entirely different entity. His abilities surpass those of Lien Haolong. The individuals I brought with Jiang Bo are elite enforcers, yet they are rendered as fragile as paper in the face of the Mad Tiger's might. Jing's gaze settled on the documents on the table, which contained information regarding Qin Lang. After a moment of silence, he lifted his head to regard the other 3 individuals and resolutely declared, "We should enlist professional assassins to eliminate the Mad Tiger once and for all. After all, a dead man holds no value. Only by ensuring his complete disappearance can we find true peace of mind." Observe, when confronted with insurmountable troubles, the notion of removing the source of the turmoil is not exclusive to any individual. In truth, such tactics are employed by seasoned veterans of the underworld. Jing, a veteran himself, is certainly not lacking in decisiveness or ruthlessness. Given that Loatua has not responded, the outcome is all too clear. The ferocious tiger will undoubtedly retaliate against the new society. In light of this, it would be prudent to eliminate him outright. Bringing the matter to a swift conclusion, Jiang Sheng, lacking the decisiveness of Jing, tended to approach problems from the perspective of personal gain. He remained exceedingly cautious regarding the potential risks and losses that lay ahead. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Jiang Sheng finally spoke, suggesting, "How about this? I shall post a message to him tomorrow, inviting him for a discussion. After all, it is best to avoid confrontation whenever possible. He is akin to a mad tiger, and should a conflict arise, our losses would undoubtedly be significant." A hint of hesitation permeated his voice, revealing his reluctance to engage in battle. Given the substantial stakes involved, it seemed unnecessary to stoop to the level of a lunatic. Yet, the decision to fight was no longer within their control. After striking Qin Lang, could they simply retreat? Unthinkable. It was imperative to impose some constraints on the new record, dividing it into two parts for the most immediate effect. Chapter 65. A breeze in Tsim Sha Sui. After the gathering dispersed, Jun promptly dialed his trusted confidant, Long Mao Jie. As soon as the call connected, Jun eagerly instructed, "Summon our elite fighters back. Jing Shu and Mad Tiger from Sha Tin have reached an impasse. I fear some unexpected events may unfold tonight." Long Mao Jie, however, seemed somewhat dismissive, casually replied, "Boss, is that really necessary? Even if Mad Tiger is reckless, he wouldn't dare to rampage in our Tsim East. Would he?" Jun was visibly displeased with Long Mao Jie's attitude. Furrowing his brows, he raised his voice, "Are you getting carried away? Or has Mad Tiger lost his edge? Do you not recognize your own limitations?" Remembering the earlier incident when Mad Tiger effortlessly crushed a wine glass before everyone, a surge of indignation welled up within Jun. He scolded, "Fool, spare me your chatter. Just do as instructed. Prudence is the mother of safety. It never hurts to be prepared." Seeing Jun's ire, Long Mao Jie refrained from further protest and hastily replied, "Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements. If that Mad Tiger truly dares to cause trouble in Tsim East, we will eliminate him without hesitation." Jun hung up, rolling his eyes and muttering under his breath, "That fool. He ought to consider the caliber of his opponent. If Mad Tiger were so easily dealt with, would Sha Tin still be standing strong today?" Jun dared not underestimate Mad Tiger, for he was a ruthless figure himself. However, he knew that madness could provoke unpredictable actions. Mishaps were not uncommon in the underworld, and he wished to avoid such a fate. At the Prince Punching Gym in Tsim Sha Sui, Qin Lang, Prince, Dedong, and Asa sat around a round table, enjoying a hot pot. Instead of purchasing ready-made ingredients, Asa had selected fresh seafood and various delicacies from the market for their meal. At that moment, Qin Lang, bare-chested, picked up a steaming fishball with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The scalding sensation radiated through him, prompting an involuntary, satisfied exclamation, "Delicious." Prince chuckled at the sight, raising his glass to toast with Qin Lang. "Old Six, are you planning to take action tonight? Shall we join forces for once?" Qin Lang rolled his eyes in response, somewhat irritated. "Take action for what? Such trifles hardly require my personal involvement. With Wu, a crow, and Xiao Jiu handling it, I can simply await the outcome here." Prince glanced at Dedong, smiling as he said, "Old Six, are you truly comfortable leaving Sha Tin's defense solely to Dedong?" His tone carried a hint of concern, as he was genuinely worried about Qin Lang's potential misstep. Qin Lang smirked confidently, replying, "Prince, do not underestimate Dedong." The esteemed prince remarked, "Although Dedong is somewhat lacking in intellect, among my brothers, he possesses the sharpest mind." He paused momentarily before continuing, "As you are aware, despite our current partnership with Lianxing, one cannot underestimate the fickleness of those in the underworld. Exercise caution. Do not allow them to exploit any vulnerabilities. You should also know that that scoundrel, resides near Shatian. He is no lightweight. Though he may appear brash and arrogant, he is rather cunning, fully aware of his surroundings. Otherwise, he would not have managed to dominate Sun Wan completely." Qin Lang clapped the Dong on the shoulder and erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, "I have unwavering faith in my brother. Even if we were to lose Shatian, it would not be a calamity. We shall reclaim it." Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, the Dong felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart, far exceeding the heat of the pot before him. The trust bestowed upon him by such a formidable figure, despite being a mere novice, deeply moved him. The Dong resolved to defend Shatian, their stronghold, at all costs, determined not to let his leader down. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his confidant, and a woman adorns herself for her admirer. He would gladly brave any peril in gratitude for this recognition. Asha glanced at the prince, acknowledging that he was also treated well. However, he lamented his lack of financial abundance. As midnight approached, the bustling streets of Tsim Sha Sui thrived with life. The vibrant neon lights illuminated the thoroughfare, dazzling the passers-by, most of whom were stylish youths seeking excitement. The Yao Tsimong district represented a veritable treasure trove for gangs, rich in lucrative opportunities. The wealth here was enough to entice any organization, rivaled only by the illustrious Causeway Bay. Consequently, Yao Tsim naturally became the coveted battleground for various factions. The phrase, "if you have the courage," venture into Yao Tsim led many ambitious individuals to their downfall. Every organization yearned to stake a claim in this area, for it signified not only immense profits, but also a symbol of strength and status within the underworld. Establishing a territory in Yao Tsim was a matter of pride for any gang, reflecting their standing in the community and showcasing their might. Moreover, those with a foothold in Yao Tsim possessed a certain confidence during negotiations, asserting, "I have a venue in Yao Tsim. What right does your third-rate rural gang have to challenge me?" Thus, their presence carried a weight that those without territory could not match. This illustrates the principle of economic dominance. Financial resources form the foundation of any organization. Without them, even a large number of members would be of little consequence. As with previous days, the conflict between Lianxing and Xinjiang commenced in Jordan as a routine matter. However, today's circumstances deviated from the norm, for previously, Xinjiang had maintained the upper hand, dominating Lianxing and treating them like children. However, the situation today has completely reversed. The members of Lianxing appear to have consumed a potent elixir, transforming into formidable adversaries as they charge fiercely at the Xinji team with wide, glaring eyes. The two leading figures from Xinji, upon witnessing this unusual intensity from Lianxing, quickly recognized that today's encounter was indeed different and decisively joined the fray. Standing beside Alu, the crow observed the members of Lianxing being repelled once more and cast a disdainful glance at Alu. "Is this it? Damn, this is what a major organization amounts to. Lianxing is merely this." The crow removed his jacket and tossed it to Alu, earnestly cautioning, "Don't get it dirty. This is the latest model from Versace and quite expensive." Chapter 66. A few quick steps to catch up with your brother. Perfectly avoiding loneliness on the path to the underworld, Alu laughed as he extended his hand to receive the garment, draping it over his arm. Yet the smile on his face evoked a sense of discomfort. "Rest assured, should you lose it, I shall compensate you with 10 more. His tone was casual, displaying a lack of concern for the garment's worth. What value does one piece of clothing hold? Upon hearing this, Wu Yao displayed a smirk of disdain, raising a middle finger in a gesture of contempt. "Can you truly afford to compensate? This was a gift from my esteemed boss. Even replacing it 100-fold would not equate to a single sleeve of this piece." In the face of Wu Yao's provocation, Alu remained unperturbed, his insincere grin unwavering, exuding an air of self-deprecation. His objective was clear, as long as Wu Yao could assist him in fending off the newcomers from Xing. What did such petty mockery matter? To achieve his aims, he could tolerate Wu Yao's scorn. While Alu may not excel in many areas, he had inherited and amplified the cunning traits characteristic of the old guards in Liansheng. He was adept at crafting grandiose visions, presenting them as expansive and enticing, though whether they would ever materialize remained uncertain. Without an extraordinary capacity for forbearance, it would be challenging for him to maintain a foothold in the complex milieu of Jordan. Jordan, with its unique geographic position, serves as a vital nexus connecting Yao Ma-Ti and Kowloon. Just by virtue of this territory, Alu could indulge in a feast of opportunities. To establish a solid presence here, one must possess genuine skills and robust capabilities. Otherwise, one would struggle to stand firm. Wu Yao entirely disregarded Ali's smiling facade, likening him to a treacherous, smiley-faced tiger, grinning on the surface while harboring sinister intentions beneath. Ugh, how nauseating. His gaze shifted behind him, meeting Wang Jio's eyes. Wang Jio nodded slightly, assuring him to proceed without concern, for he would provide support from behind. With Wang Jio's affirmation, Wu Yao brandished his cleaver and charged straight towards the formidable figures of Xing. His speed was remarkable, swiftly surpassing the ranks of Liansheng, akin to a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. Wu Yao's arm was adorned with a red silk ribbon, his hands encased in white, semi-wet gloves, a directive from his superior that gloves were mandatory during operations. His technique with the blade was both skilled and ruthless. Every strike was delivered with considerable force. Whether slicing left or hacking right, each blow drew blood. The Xing thugs, standing in his way, fell one after another beneath his relentless assault, utterly powerless to retaliate. Wu Yao's movements were swift, the cleaver appearing as an extension of his very being, seamlessly integrated with each action. This prowess was largely attributed to Xiaojiao. Without Xiaojiao's guidance in refining his techniques, Wu Yao would not have attained his current level of skill. Against these ordinary thugs from Xing, Wu Yao's dominance felt almost akin to bullying a child. With his formidable skills and indomitable spirit, Wu Yao surged through the crowd as if traversing an uninhabited realm. No individual could withstand more than a few exchanges under his onslaught. Each strike was lethal, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Wu Yao's presence began to stabilize the previously faltering ranks of Lian Sheng. The New Era gang was caught off guard by the Raven, a display of sheer ferocity. This incident underscores the reason why the triads in Hong Kong are so eager to recruit formidable individuals. The impact these warriors have during skirmishes is undeniably significant, sometimes even determining the outcome of a confrontation. Such is the nature of a true warrior's spirit. The leader of the New Era's team recognized this reality. Lan Tai, one of the 10 elites of New Era, wielded his machete with precision, striking down a subordinate of Lian Sheng. The unfortunate fellow let out a scream as he fell into a pool of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Tai brandished his bloodied weapon and charged towards the Raven, simultaneously shouting, "You scoundrel, treating my brother like a mere fishball. You truly underestimate New Era." His voice echoed through the air, reaching the ears of the Raven not far away. The Raven's machete gleamed ominously as he executed a swift diagonal strike, taking down another adversary in an instant. He regarded Lan Tai with disdain, spitting contemptuously as he retorted, "New Era? What nonsense! Dare to disrespect my boss?" Even the governor would be met with the same fate. With a fierce determination, the Raven raised his machete once more and lunged at Lan Tai. Enraged by the Raven's words, Lan Tai sprinted forward, and the two collided fiercely. Lan Tai swung his blade towards the Raven's neck with blinding speed, a move so quick that most would struggle to react. Yet the Raven stood his ground, aiming his machete directly at Lan Tai's head, embodying a reckless abandon for his own life. Realizing the Raven's ruthless intent, Lan Tai felt a surge of dread. He had never anticipated such ferocity from the Raven, who seemed intent on trading blows. This was unacceptable. He had yet to fully savor the pleasures of life. He could not afford to perish. Hastily, Lan Tai withdrew his blade to block, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Although he successfully evaded it, the encounter left him shaken, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He cursed inwardly. What madness is this? Are all the residents of Sha Tin insane? Is there not a single rational person? The Raven, relentless in his pursuit, seized the moment, raising his machete once again to deliver a diagonal strike aimed at Lan Tai's neck, combining both power and speed with lethal intent. The clash of metal rang out as Lan Tai exerted all his strength to parry the blow. After exchanging several strikes with the Raven, he began to feel the strain. At that critical moment, the Raven capitalized on a lapse in Lan Tai's defense, delivering a decisive blow to his neck, causing blood to spurt forth. Lan Tai barely had time to emit a cry of anguish before collapsing to the ground, clutching his throat as blood flowed through his fingers. His condition was dire, breathing shallow, a clear indication that he was on the brink of death. One of the 10 elites of New Era had fallen. The Raven spat disdainfully to the side, exclaiming, The 10 elites of New Era? Is this all they amount to? Pathetic. I will finish you." Witnessing his brother's demise at the hands of the Raven, Lan Hai rushed towards him in a frenzied rage. The Raven chuckled ominously. "Oh ho. Once again, it seems that you are eager to embrace a new existence. Allow me to escort you to meet him. He has not strayed far. If you hasten your steps, you may yet catch up." The Raven spoke, while simultaneously brandishing a knife and charging toward Lan Hai. In a narrow confrontation, it is the brave who prevail. Evidently, the Raven possessed far greater courage than Lan Hai. With a few swift strikes, Lan Hai met the same fate as Lan Tai, diminishing the ranks of the renowned 10 heroes. Such is the way of the martial world. Victory brings boundless glory, with riches, allure, and luxury beckoning. However, upon defeat, all is rendered as mere vapor, and the gates of the underworld open wide before you. There's a saying within the martial realm: one foot stands at the threshold of prison, while the other teeters at the gates of hell. Among those who tread this path, 9 out of 10 ultimately face ruin. Chapter 67. Everyone feasted heartily in the brief span of a single cigarette. The new record was dealt a devastating blow, with 2 of its most capable subordinates tragically falling beneath the blade of the Raven. The Lon brothers, relying on their youth, lay sprawled on the ground, their awakening shrouded in uncertainty. It would take at least 3 years for them to recover. After all, the underworld had been particularly busy of late, and they had to patiently await their turn. The Raven, wielding a bloodied cleaver, stood amidst the corpses, his face contorted in a fierce snarl as he bellowed, "Pursue! Cut down every last one of those scoundrels from New Record." With the loss of their leader, the members of New Record descended into chaos, their once cohesive formation now disintegrating. Seizing the opportunity, the forces of Lien Sheng launched a ferocious counterattack, descending upon New Record's members with the ferocity of starving hounds. Under the relentless assault, New Record's ranks steadily retreated, swiftly driven out of Jordan. The streets were thick with the acrid scent of blood as New Record's members fled ahead, pursued by Lien Sheng's men, an endless game of cat and mouse. The New Record lacked the advantage of speed, wishing they had sprouted extra legs. Yet, some of New Record's younger members displayed quick wits. Unable to outrun Lien Sheng, they deftly maneuvered past their own comrades and took flight. Not far away, Ali's eyes bulged like brass bells, seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. His neck elongated like a turtle's, straining to grasp the reality of the unfolding chaos. Had the Lon brothers, whom he had struggled to support, truly perished so easily? This revelation reshaped his understanding of his superior's formidable combat prowess. With just one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Raven, capable of dispatching the Lon brothers with such ease, he pondered the potential devastation if the other 3 were to join forces. Alu silently resolved to frequent Shatin more often and cultivate a relationship with the Mad Tiger. It was said that the Mad Tiger valued loyalty, and should he forge a bond, he might find refuge in times of turmoil. But here was Alu, daydreaming without a wink of sleep. Though he lacked the cunning for tactical play, his mind buzzed like a hornet's nest. The Raven approached Alu, dripping cleaver in hand, gesturing towards the direction of Sim Sha Sui as he spoke. "Quickly organize your men to reclaim your territory, but do not overreach. If greed leads you to be ousted, we shall not intervene. We are only responsible for those leading New Record. The rest is for you to manage with Lien Sheng." With the Raven's coat draped over his arm, Alu responded with a smile, "I understand the boundaries. My men are already prepared. I will send them forth at once." Upon concluding his words, he turned to his close aide, Xian, and instructed, "Join forces with Dongguan's men and swiftly retake our territory in Simsha Sui." Long-haired Xian nodded, "Understood, boss. I'll lead them there immediately." Once Xian departed, Alu turned to the Raven and Wang Jio with a grin. "Shall we retreat to the bar for a brief respite? Should matters not unfold favorably, I will call upon your assistance." The Raven shot a glance at Alu, letting out a scoff. Ali's little schemes were far from hidden from him. The scoundrel has yet to reclaim Sim Sha Sui, yet he already yearns to seize the credit and assume the mantle of Sim Sha Sui's leader. How infuriating! It is as if he wishes to be a harlot while erecting a fade of virtue. Bah! Truly shameless. Nevertheless, the crow is unfazed. The boss has informed him that it suffices to eliminate a few of the Jiang family's die-hard loyalists. After today, if that old rascal Su Long fails to seize this opportunity, he shall be unworthy of leading the pack. In Simsha Sui, the Prince of Hongmen, accompanied by the Valiant Hu, engaged in a fierce altercation with the members of the New Record. Meanwhile, the Tiger of East Simsha Sui, Wang Ming, was busy flirting with nurses in the hospital, having no time to oversee the situation. The Huang brothers of Wanchai were entangled with the formidable Bi from Causeway Bay and the hefty Li from North Point, leaving them unable to provide support. Only the Axe Jun and the Tiger of Hung Hom, Lei Kuan, were barely managing to maintain the status quo. At that moment, The breathless Chong Mao Jie burst into the East Sim Sha Sui Entertainment Company, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad. Brother Tai has been killed in Jordan." "What?" Axe Jun sprang to his feet, seizing Chong Mao Jie's collar and demanding, "Is it really that good-for-nothing Allah who could take down a Tai and a Hai?" Chong Mao Jie, in a panic, replied, "Boss, it's not the Union victory yes Allah, but the crow from Old Dong." Axe Jun released his grip, inwardly cursing the ancestors of Guijing and Jiangbo. Damn it. Why provoke the Mad Tiger? And now look what has happened. 2 of the new record S elite have fallen, and the prince alongside who is joining forces to retaliate. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. Much like a widow's loneliness rendered useless. This is dire. Axe Jun slapped his forehead, urgently instructing Chong Mao Jie. Quickly go to Sim Sha Sui and inform Lei Kuan to abandon the territory and retreat to East Sim Sha Sui. These factions have united. Tell Lei Kuan to return promptly. Since the Mad Tiger has struck, he may very well be the next target. Axe Jun's assessment proved accurate. Lei Kuan felt his weapon slip from his grasp, staring in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, with barely enough strength to glance back at his assailant. Al Wu flashed Lei Kuan a smile and greeted him. "My boss's face is not so easily struck. Your new record must pay with your lives." In his final moments, Lei Kuan's thoughts were consumed by Guijing, Jiangbo. Before he could finish his curse, his consciousness faded away. One of the new record's 5 tigers had fallen. In a single day, 3 steadfast allies were lost, and now the new record was poised for chaos. Having completed his task, Al Wu took flight, for the remaining matters were of no concern to him. His singular aim today was to confront the tiger of Hongmen. Lei Kuan. The streets of Sim Sha Sui echoed with cries of battle as the new record valiantly withstood the onslaught of 3 formidable factions. Upon Chong Mao Jie's arrival at the scene of the conflict, the new record had already been scattered, fleeing like headless flies, pursued relentlessly by the other 3 groups. Chong Mao Jie shouted, "New record members, hurry back to East Sim Sha Sui with me." After issuing this command, he led his men to regroup with the new record forces, retreating while engaging in combat. The prince and Hu, upon reaching the junction in East Sim Sha Sui, halted their pursuit, exchanging knowing smiles. With a hearty laugh, Hu Xiong exclaimed, "Today we feast. In the future, let us join forces to block Axe Jun at Jiandong, allowing him to play within." The crown prince nodded in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, the essence lies in our shared dominion over this street. As long as we secure this area, Axe Jun will find himself trapped." Hu Xiong stroked his small mustache and chuckled. "Let it be so. I shall send a Yin to guard the position." The crown prince replied with a smile, "I will dispatch Asa. With their skills, this location is well within their capability to secure." Amidst their jovial conversation, Alu approached with the He Lien Sheng entourage. He addressed them, "Brother Yong, Crown Prince, I have reclaimed the original territory of He Lien Sheng. I hope we can coexist peacefully from now on. In the coming days, I will assign personnel to help you safeguard this street, and afterward, let us all indulge in revelry." Alu had already considered the territory of Sim Sha Sui as his own. This development promised excitement for He Lien Sheng. Regardless of who claimed Sim Sha Sui, their power would swell rapidly. Well, except for the Crown Prince. Occupying this lucrative area, one truly must possess significant skills to thrive as he does. Chapter 68. Deceiving the foolish youngster, the Crown Prince and Bearded Brave exchanged glances, their lips curling in derision. "How dare you presume to stand alongside us?" Bearded Brave thought quietly. "Do you possess the strength to surpass the Crown Prince? Or are you more formidable than I?" Bearded Brave? "Even if you're crazier than Old Six, would that suffice? Just because you hold the status of one of the 9 hall masters of Lianxing, does that grant you the right?" The Crown Prince waved his hand dismissively, remarking, "Let us go. Old Six is still awaiting my word at the boxing gym." Bearded Brave nodded and instructed, "Please relay a message to Old Six for me. Tell him that once this matter is resolved, I shall treat him to a drink." "All right," the Crown Prince replied. "In a few days, we shall not return until we are intoxicated." Once the Crown Prince and Bearded Brave departed, Ali's countenance darkened. He felt as though he had pressed a warm cheek against 2 cold shoulders, leaving him feeling foolish. These two scoundrels had utterly disregarded him, showing no interest in even exchanging a word. Reflecting on their prowess, Ilu stifled the anger that had begun to rise within him. If one lacks strength, it is best not to invite discomfort upon oneself. He consoled himself, embodying a hint of the spirit of AQ. The priority now was to secure the territory of Tsim Sha Sui. He led the team to reclaim their ground, a significant achievement that greatly enhanced his chances in the upcoming election for leadership. Alu turned to his right-hand man, Hexen, and commanded, "You stay here with the men. Regardless of the circumstances, we are allies now. We cannot allow Axe Jun to emerge." Axin gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with fury, and retorted, "Boss, those two scoundrels have no regard for you. Why should we exert ourselves for such a thankless task?" Alu shook his head. "It's not the same. They possess the ability to fend off Axe Jun, while we lack the strength to maintain our reclaimed territory without their assistance. Such is the way of the underworld. When we are outmatched, we must bow our heads." Axin took a few deep breaths, suppressing his discontent. He nodded at Alu, stating, "Very well, boss. You return to Jordan. I shall remain here." Alu nodded in agreement. "That settles it. Old Don's Crows and Wang Jiao are still at the bar. I'll head back to attend to them. Without their support today, we cannot reclaim our territory." At the boxing gym, Qin Lang's ears perked up, recognizing familiar footsteps, and he drifted back into slumber. Upon the crown princess return, he found Qin Lang sprawled across the office sofa, sleeping soundly. The crown prince smiled. Old Six slept so peacefully on his territory. Indeed, a bold heart today had worn Qin Lang out. He had traversed numerous places, and mental exertion proved far more exhausting than physical labor. The crown prince did not rouse him, but instead stepped outside, lying on a long bench to sleep fully clothed. As dawn broke, Qin Lang was awakened by his biological clock. He stretched languidly, his joints cracking in protest. Though his sleep had been restless, both body and mind felt rejuvenated. Ever since he had gained the divine insight of old Master Xiang, he had not experienced fatigue. He picked up his trousers, shook them out, and donned them, then shirtless. He opened the office door and made his way to the washroom. After filling the basin, he shed his trousers and took a refreshing cold shower. At this moment, the crown prince entered the room, glancing at Qin Lang's belongings. He hesitated to undress and bathe, merely washing his face before exiting the washroom, muttering to himself, "What good is such a hefty thing?" The crown prince's envious expression was unmistakable, his jealousy bubbling over. After bathing, Qin Lang felt rejuvenated as he entered the martial arts hall to practice his punches, a daily ritual for him. The crown prince, feeling a surge of desire, spoke up after Qin Lang concluded his session. "Care for a spar?" Qin Lang leapt onto the ring, grasping the ropes with one hand, and beckoned to the crown prince with a playful gesture. "Come, let me help loosen your muscles." The crown prince responded with a raised middle finger. And just as they were about to engage, a pair of twins walked in. The long-haired, doe-eyed one inquired, "Is the crown prince here? I wish to challenge him." Upon seeing their familiar faces, Qin Lang immediately recognized their prowess. There was no doubt they were formidable fighters. Such skilled opponents should not be allowed to escape. He resolved to accept the challenge himself. Without waiting for the crown prince to respond, Qin Lang declared, "Why challenge the crown prince? If you're looking for a fight, I'll gladly entertain you." The crown prince playfully shoved Qin Lang and chuckled. "You nearly had me there, claiming you're stronger while belittling me. Quite amusing, isn't it?" Qin Lang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite entertaining." He then turned to the twins, suggesting, "This is growing mundane. Shall we raise the stakes?" The long-haired twin scrutinized Qin Lang closely and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Lang, with a grin reminiscent of a cunning wolf, replied, "I am Qin Lang, and in the circles of the martial world, I am affectionately referred to as Sixth Brother. How does that sound for a wager?" The long-haired twin, visibly excited, responded, "That suffices. I sought out Lian Haolong in the West District yesterday, but did not find him. I was planning to challenge the Crown Prince before seeking you. My brother and I have just arrived on Hong Kong Island and have heard tales of your prowess. Many say you are the foremost martial artist here, and I am skeptical." "Ah, skepticism is welcome." Qin Lang coaxed, "So, shall we wager or not? Speak plainly. Let us wager." The long-haired twin affirmed, nodding resolutely. Qin Lang extended 2 fingers, stating, "Both of you may come at me, and should you lose, you will work under me." The short-haired twin frowned, displeased. This fellow is quite audacious, taking on both of us alone. Who grants him such confidence? The long-haired twin also felt a twinge of irritation, as he was passionate about martial arts and was confident in his abilities. He shed his somewhat tattered clothing and carefully placed it on a nearby bench before vaulting onto the ring. Following suit, the short-haired twin joined him, gazing at Qin Lang and asking, "What happens if you lose?" Qin Lang chuckled, "You decide. If I lose, you can take the position at my establishment." The crown prince stepped away from the ring, bemused by Qin Lang's audacity. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang crouched before the twins and asked, "So what say you? Do you yield?" "Not at all." The long-haired twin retorted defiantly, "If I had a sword in hand, I could at least hold my own against you." Qin Lang turned to the crown prince and said, "Fetch him a sword. Today I must make him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly." 3 minutes later, Luo Tianhong gazed despondently at the somewhat dulled blade in his hand, his expression one of utter despair as he looked at Qin Lang and asked, "Are you even human?" "Hey, this extravagant child deserves a good lesson," Qin Lang exclaimed, before delivering another round of blows. Afterward, he inquired, "Are you convinced now?" Luo Tianji hurriedly covered his elder brother's mouth, nodding vigorously as he said, "I'm convinced. My brother is convinced. We will follow you as long as we can have enough to eat." Only then did Qin Lang nod in satisfaction. Even though he knew who the two were, he still asked, "What are your names?" "Luo Tianhong." "Luo Tianji." Chapter 69. Jiangshang's frustration after finishing breakfast. Qin Lang's gaze fell upon Luo Tianhong and his companion, feeling that something was amiss with their appearance. After greeting the crown prince, he led the two out of the crown prince boxing gym. They strolled around the vicinity until they stumbled upon a hair salon at a corner. Upon entering the salon, Qin Lang expressed his desires to Tony, the stylist, while pointing at Luo Tianhong and his friend. Though Tony appeared flamboyant, his skills were undeniably commendable. After an hour and a half of meticulous grooming, Luo Tianhong and his companion had transformed into the familiar figures Qin Lang recognized. Satisfied, he nodded and retrieved a large bill from his pocket, handing it to Tony with a smile, saying, "The remainder is your tip." However, upon receiving the cash, Tony looked at Qin Lang with a perplexed expression and said, "Boss, this isn't enough." Qin Lang's eyes widened in surprise, ready to inquire if Tony was attempting to overcharge him. But Tony quickly pointed to the price list on the wall. "Boss, take a look. This is the going rate here in Tsim Sha Sui. Otherwise, we can't even cover the rent." Tony explained with a resigned expression. Upon glancing at the price list, Qin Lang was taken aback by the exorbitance. A typical worker would have to spend nearly half a month's salary for a haircut here. Thus, it was prudent to inquire about prices beforehand, as an empty wallet was hardly worthwhile. After settling the bill, the trio exited the hair salon. As they walked, Luo Tianhong muttered under his breath, "I can't believe a haircut costs so much. We wouldn't even earn that in half a year back home." His tone reflected a hint of discontent. Hearing this, Luo Tianji instinctively touched his own short, yellow hair, feeling somewhat cheated as well. Qin Lang chose not to respond, but instead led the two into a clothing store. Standing with his arms crossed, he observed the attendant selecting outfits based on his specifications for the two. The attendant carefully picked suitable garments, holding up a black top against Luo Tianhong and a pair of white trousers against Luo Tianji for comparison. After meticulous selection, the attendant finally presented a few fitting ensembles for both. When they emerged from the clothing store once more, the transformation in Tianhong and Aji was astonishing. Tianhong now donned an elegant black outfit, while Aji was clad in a stylish white denim ensemble, a stark contrast to their earlier appearance. Meanwhile, in a villa, Jiangsheng was venting his frustrations. His face flushed crimson, eyes bloodshot with rage. He unleashed a torrent of curses. "Damn it! You scoundrel! You worthless trash! You lunatic! Just because of this trivial matter, you eliminated 3 of our fiercest warriors. I won't let this slide." The more he raged, the louder his voice grew. The other 2 occupants in the room silent, only his furious roars echoing. "Once this is over, if I don't uproot your entire organization, I swear I am not surnamed Jiang. Beside them, Jiang Bo, observing the situation, helplessly interjected, My friend, perhaps you might temper your anger. We are indeed facing a significant predicament. Jiang Sheng shot him a glare, retorting irately, Do I need you to tell me that? Am I not aware? Gu Jing continued. That lunatic Feng Mo who has truly struck at our Achilles heel this time. He merely dispatched his men to eliminate a Kuan, a Tai, and a Hai, each a pillar of our faction. Jiang Sheng clenched his jaw, cursing vehemently. That bastard is genuinely ruthless. Gu Jing spoke with palpable concern. If we cannot swiftly stabilize the situation before Su Long is discharged, our troubles at XING will escalate dramatically. Therefore, the immediate priority is to devise a strategy to navigate this crisis. Jiang Sheng glared at the two with bloodshot eyes, inwardly cursing their incompetence for allowing this predicament to arise. Yet, it was too late for regrets. The pressing need was to regain control. He seized a glass from the table and gulped down its contents. Exhaling deeply, a bow, send some funds to Axe June. Stabilizing him is our only chance for a turnaround. Otherwise, once Su Long is out, we might have to change the name of XING. He urged. He must hold on. We've already lost Sim Sha Sui, and we cannot afford to lose East Sim Sha Sui. With Hung Hing and Lien Sheng united, we have no chance of reclaiming Sim Sha Sui. We can only desperately defend East Sim Sha Sui. Jiang Bo, his expression grave, nodded in agreement before rising slowly, as if burdened by an immense weight. He trudged towards the villa's entrance, driving towards East Sim Sha Sui, consumed by regret and even contemplating the despair of jumping into the sea. All of this turmoil stemmed from a trivial matter of pride, which had led to such a staggering loss for XING. It was all his fault. Had he been willing to set aside his so-called dignity and accord Feng Mo who the respect he deserved, XING would not have lost such a crucial stronghold in Sim Sha Sui. Pride, pride. Jiang Bo repeated the word in his mind, realizing the gravity of the consequences, questioning the very essence of pride itself. Because XING failed to grant Feng Mo who the respect he deserved, they had been stripped bare of their very foundation. After Jiang Bo departed, Jiang Sheng turned to Gu Jing, his face etched with seriousness. Uncle Jing, the situation is exceedingly perilous. We must act decisively and retaliate. We must deploy the elite forces from your criminal hall. Otherwise, not only will our precinct in Kowloon be compromised, but the entire XING may face fragmentation and decline. A note of urgency tinged Jiang Sheng's voice as he recognized the severity of the situation. If they failed to respond effectively and promptly, other factions would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to pounce. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all manner of creatures thrive. Once XING exhibited signs of weakness, those predators would undoubtedly surge forward, vying for XING's territory and resources. Gu Jing remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. Very well, I will arrange for Lao Air to lead a team to support East Sim Sha Sui and several other precincts. This operation is of paramount importance. There must be no room for error. I find it difficult to place my trust in others. Should we fail to navigate this perilous situation, XING may indeed face an irrevocable decline. Jing raised his gaze to Jiang Sheng and inquired, How shall we deal with the mad tiger? If we do not neutralize him, what will we do if he continues to target our team? Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth and replied, I will handle this matter. It will require the utilization of certain connections. He added with indignation, Mad tiger, you lunatic? Chapter 70. Sir, I understand the law. The Deputy Superintendent of Sim Sha Sui Police Station, Choi Yuan Ki, received a phone call. After listening to the account on the other end, he replied, I understand. Subsequently, he dialed the number of Inspector Hu, the head of the anti-organized crime unit in Sim Sha Sui, instructing, head immediately to Sha Tin and bring back Crow, Wang Jiao, and Lok Se Wu. Remember, these individuals are not to be granted bail. They must be detained for a full 48 hours. Upon hearing this, Inspector Hu's face revealed a hint of difficulty. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously replied, Sir, Sha Tin is the territory of the formidable Yu Chiosu and Li Wenbin. If we overstep our bounds in this operation, it may lead to considerable trouble. His voice conveyed a trace of concern, and he added, especially that fierce woman. If she loses her temper, I might not be able to handle it. Choi Yuen-ki replied sternly, I will bear any consequences. Your sole responsibility is to retrieve them. The justification is their involvement in yesterday's gang conflict, and we require their cooperation for the investigation. Frustrated, Inspector Hu hung up the phone, muttering under his breath, Damn it, what is this mess? Truly a case of the saying, when the king fights, the little ghosts suffer. Was that fierce woman easy to deal with? Yet, the task assigned by higher-ups could not be ignored. After all, rank has its privileges. While silently lamenting, Inspector Hu shook his head resignedly and reluctantly set off toward Sha Tin with his team. At the Sha Tin Black Tiger Martial Arts School, Inspector Hu led a group of officers directly into the dojo. Their arrival caught the attention of the junior practitioners engaged in sparring. Approaching the boxing ring, Inspector Hu displayed his credentials and inquired, Senior Inspector Hu from the Tsim Sha Sui Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Where is Chun Tianxiu? Seeing this, the junior practitioner halted his movements, grasped the ropes of the boxing ring with one hand, and leapt down to stand before Inspector Hu. Nonchalantly, he responded, Manager Chun is not here. You can speak with me regarding any matters. The officers from the Anti-Organized Crime Unit, standing behind Inspector Hu, stepped forward, pointing at the junior practitioner's chest with authority. They menacingly declared, Don't play games. Tell us where Crow is, or we'll take you in as well. The junior practitioner remained unfazed by the officer's threats, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips as he taunted, Sir, are you trying to intimidate me? Besides, I am a legitimate employee of Underworld Security, not some petty thug. What pretext do you have to take me in? Don't think that just because you are dressed in a uniform, you can act without restraint. Hong Kong is a place governed by law. If you cannot provide evidence proving I am a triad member, and you dare to take me to the police station without justification, I will hire a lawyer and sue you. Not just you, but your entire family. The first lesson for a formal employee of Underworld Security is the laws governing public safety in Hong Kong. One must understand how to avoid bail. Thugs may be frightening, but what truly terrifies is a well-educated thug. The very mention of evidence from the lips of a gangster left all the officers present in a state of shock, especially the one who had spoken, as though he had heard something utterly fantastical. This left Inspector Hu, the team leader, feeling somewhat bewildered. He silently mused. When did these ruffians become so cultured? In the past, these thugs were only concerned with violence, utterly disregarding the law. Yet now, they seem to wield it as a shield. Is this still the essence of a proper gangster? Quite troublesome. As the standoff continued, Crow entered, inquiring about the situation. The younger member hurriedly approached Crow, whispering, Manager, the officers are here for you. With a swagger, Crow approached Inspector Hu, a faint smirk gracing his lips as he raised an eyebrow and provocatively asked, Officer, what brings you here? This lot has such an audacious demeanor. It's akin to instant noodles lacking the seasoning packet, utterly flavorless. Inspector Hu maintained a stoic expression, displaying his badge before Crow. Senior Inspector Hu live from the Anti-Triad Unit in Tsim Sha Sui. Please accompany us for an investigation. A report has been filed linking you to last night's gang clash. Crow's gaze fell upon the badge in Hu's hand, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he clicked his tongue. Does being a senior inspector grant you cross-district jurisdiction? Suddenly struck by a thought, Crow slapped the back of his head, his smile growing more pronounced. It seems we shall need our company's lawyer to file a complaint with the police's internal investigation unit. You officers, with our taxpayers' money, neglect your duties to harass a taxpayer like me. Truly absurd. Inspector Hu, infuriated, clenched his fists, yearning to land a punch on Crow's insolent face. What has become of these ruffians from Sha Tin? Citing evidence and threats of complaints. Who did they learn this from? The atmosphere in the martial arts studio grew tense, with officers resting their hands on their firearms. At that moment, Li Wenbin from the Sha Tin police station entered with his team. Approaching Inspector Hu, Li coldly stated, Hu, sir, you have overstepped your bounds. Inspector Hu's expression shifted slightly. He quickly pulled Li aside into a corner, lowering his voice to explain, Wenbin, I didn't wish for this. It's a directive from above. I am merely following orders. What can I do when the hierarchy crushes me? Li shot who a stern glare, retorting, couldn't you have given me a call? Are you footing the bill for the police station's phone calls? If it weren't for our schoolmate connection, I would ensure you faced dire consequences this time. With a conciliatory smile, who replied quietly, old classmate, for the sake of our time in police academy, lend me a hand. I cannot return without him. Li whispered back, you certainly cannot take him, but I will have Sister Sue handle this matter. Consider the implications. If you were to truly take someone away from Sha Tin, what would become of the reputation of the entire Sha Tin police station? You are well aware of Sister Sue's temperament. Even if you manage to extract the individual, a multitude of troubles will undoubtedly follow. Do you genuinely believe the moniker Mother Tiger is merely a jest? Curse it. Inspector who muttered under his breath, expressing his frustration. This task is indeed stifling, caught in a bind. He sighed deeply. Very well. I shall return with the individual. You must hasten to pacify Officer Tsai. Inspector who felt an overwhelming weariness. A triad member lectures him on the law, while Mother Tiger resorts to brute force. The world is turned upside down, and the balance of yin and yang has been disrupted. What has become of this reality? Chapter 71. Dare to touch my old boss in the underworld of Hong Kong Island. The clashes between various gangs extend beyond mere rivalries. They represent a contest of intricate connections and networks. On the surface, it appears as though gang members are engaged in fierce physical confrontations, exchanging blows and wielding weapons with fervor. However, this is merely a fade, a minor spectacle. The true struggle unfolds in the shadows. These relationships are labyrinthine, with each gang backed by police connections and affluent benefactors. Shared interests foster partnerships, while conflicting ones lead to severed ties and bitter enmity. For those embroiled in the brawls, they find themselves unwittingly ensnared in a larger game, mere pawns manipulated by the powerful forces at play. The ferocity of the fights, though intense, constitutes only a fraction of a larger contest. The real significance lies in the behind-the-scenes negotiations and compromises. Each faction maneuvers to establish a balance of interests based on their objectives and ambitions. Ultimately, the outcome often hinges on who can gain the upper hand in this intricate web of connections. A common thread among these benefactors is their close ties to real estate, finance, and money laundering. Notably, the contest of connections is a privilege reserved for the larger gangs. Smaller factions lack the stature to invoke the networks of the major players and are simply brushed aside. In the office of the deputy superintendent at the Sha Tin police station, Yu Chio-su sat in her chair, furiously speaking on the phone. You crossed the line. I warn you, if you dare to send anyone to Sha Tin again, I will not let this matter rest. Her voice boomed, sending officers outside, scurrying away from the contentious scene. With her advancing age, Yu Chio-su's temper flared, and she was not to be treated as a punching bag. You must provide me with an explanation for this incident. Otherwise, I will not be finished with you. There was no sign of cooling down in Yu Chio-su's ire. Old Lu, being the sensible one, had taken the initiative to alleviate her workload, understanding that if she continued to excel, the position of Sha Tin superintendent would undoubtedly be hers in a couple of years. Occasionally, he would even send her beauty supplements, ensuring that no one would dare to bully her. That was simply out of the question. Meanwhile, in the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Kai Yuanchi rubbed his temples, inwardly lamenting. That fool Hu Lai, how could he be so reckless as to allow Yu Chio-su to discover their actions? If only they had discreetly brought the individuals back, everything would have remained undisturbed. Now, they had attracted the ire of Yu Chio-su, the formidable tigress. Previously, Hu Lai had boasted that he would take the heat, but now that trouble had arisen, he blamed Kai Yuanchi for his incompetence. Kai Yuanchi felt overwhelmed as he listened to Yu Chio-su's tirade over the phone, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. With a forced smile, he responded, once they return, I will ensure they are dealt with severely. How could anyone act outside of protocol? It is utterly unacceptable. Don't play coy with me. Do you suritorti relentlessly? Without your orders, how dare Hu Lai come to Sha Tin and act recklessly? Kai Yuanchi, let me make this clear. If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, you will face consequences. Don't think that just because you have someone backing you, I want to take action. If you provoke me, I will deal with both of you. Consider the consequences before responding, or else you may find yourself reserving a bed at the hospital. Upon hearing these words, Kai Yuanqi involuntarily shivered. This formidable woman was notoriously fierce. She showed no leniency even to her foreign superiors, let alone to him. The tigress truly dared to come to Tsim Sha Sui to deal with him. Kai Yuanqi had no choice but to muster his courage and explain, "This morning, someone reported to the police station that the three crows were involved in yesterday's brawl in Tsim Sha Sui. I cannot simply remain idle, can I? You should have Ulai bring the three crows back. I will owe you a significant favor this time. Don't even think about it." Yu Chiosu responded with utmost seriousness. Chun Tianxiong is a shareholder and manager of Underworld Security Company, a prominent enterprise in Sha Tin, contributing greatly to the area security. Do not attempt to shift the topic. We are all aware of what transpired in Tsim Sha Sui. You have crossed the line this time. The various parties have reached a consensus, yet you have openly violated our agreement. Prepare to face the consequences from others. Kai Yuanqi retorted, "I truly did not overstep. Lao Dong is not part of this agreement. I cannot turn a blind eye to Lao Dong's actions against Shinjiji." Yu Chiosu, infuriated yet amused, declared, "Very well, Kai Yuanqi, since you insist on this stance, I shall inform you now. I stand behind Lao Dong. Dare to make a move, and you shall see. This is the first and last warning. If you dare to act against Lao Dong, I shall retaliate against Shinjiji and Shenghe. Lao Dong is untouchable, but they have their vulnerabilities. Let us see who can endure until the end." With a sharp click, Yu Chiosu hung up the phone, chuckling to herself as she murmured, "Lao Lu truly is remarkable. He has managed to corner Shinjiji to this extent." As for the minor incident of Qin Lang sending someone to eliminate a few members of Shinjiji, Yu Chiosu hardly regarded it as a concern. In the underworld, where there are not casualties, it is hardly a problem if these troublemakers meet their demise. At that moment, Li Wenbin knocked and entered, smiling as he inquired, "Sister Su, how is this matter being resolved?" Yu Chiosu waved her hand dismissively, stating irritably, "How else can it be resolved? It's just a matter of exchanging a few harsh words. Lao Lu did not suffer any losses. I would not go to Tsim Sha Sui over such trifles." Li Wenbin nodded in agreement, responding, "It seems Lao Lu has exerted considerable pressure on Shinjiji, driving them to resort to underhanded tactics." With a chuckle, Yu Chiosu replied, "No underhanded tactics will suffice. This time, it is an agreement among multiple parties. Kai Yuanqi and his supporters would not dare offend so many powerful factions. This time is a test of skills. Those with the loudest voices will reap the most rewards, while those who receive less can only blame their own inadequacies. However, it is a pity that Lao Lu will not gain much from this." Li Wenbin remarked, "Lao Lu's foundation is weak. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Nevertheless, he is not one to walk away empty-handed. After exerting such effort, he is bound to secure some advantage." Yu Chiosu replied, "That is all we can hope for. Please call Lao Lu and urge him to return promptly. He must not linger outside. Given the significant losses Shinjiji has incurred, they will certainly not let this go easily." Li Wenbin nodded, responding, "Understood. The current situation in Sha Tin has not been easy to achieve. If Lao Lu were to falter now, it would be troublesome." Yu Chiosu tapped her fingers on the table and remarked, "This is precisely the point. It is rare to find someone as law-abiding as old Lu in the world of Jianghu. He has brought us significant achievements, and it is only right that we keep an eye on him for potential pitfalls. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. A one-sided investment will inevitably lead to fractures in the relationship. As long as he does not cross the line, I will support him." Li Wenbin concurred with her sentiment. Nodding, "Indeed, that is the case. I shall make a call to Crow shortly, instructing him to urge old Lu to return swiftly." The intricate web of relationships woven by Qin Lang was gradually beginning to bear fruit. Chapter 72. Striking is affection, cursing is love. Qin Lang, accompanied by the Tianhong brothers, procured some fruit from a nearby stall before proceeding to the hospital. Inquiring at the reception about Su Long's room number, he ascended the elevator, fruit basket in hand. Upon exiting, several underlings from the Shinji gang, visibly anxious, surrounded him. The leading thug, blocking Qin Lang's path, bore a look of trepidation, having learned of the previous day's events. This lunatic had single-handedly dispatched 3 formidable members of their gang overnight. Both Yi Hu and Jia were now out of commission. Attempting to assert dominance, he blustered, "You are not welcome here. Leave at once." Qin Lang waved the fruit basket in front of him, retorting, "How rude. Don't you see I'm here to visit Brother Long?" He brushed past the thug, while the Tianhong brothers, undeterred, nudged him aside with their shoulders. "Good dogs don't block the way," they quipped, leaving the thug fuming with indignation. If it weren't for the lunatic who's reputation, he would have relished the opportunity to lay them out. However, he refrained from further obstructing their passage. After all, this was a hospital, and even the mad who wouldn't dare to act violently here. At least one hoped so. Inside the hospital room, Qin Lang placed a fruit basket at Su Long's bedside and cheerfully inquired, "Brother Long, how is your health? Are you recovering well?" Su Long, bandaged and disfigured, grunted in response, "Thank you for your concern. I owe you my life for your mercy." He was aware of the prior day's events and was astonished that such a trivial matter had escalated into such chaos. Even after decades in the underworld, he had never encountered someone so unhinged. This fellow must have a screw loose. Consequently, Su Long refrained from making any bold statements, fearing that this madman might take offense, leading to further violence. Qin Lang, ever considerate, tidied up the disarray on Su Long's bedside and smiled. "Let us be honest, Brother Long. Didn't I assist you that day?" Su Long, now somewhat sober, begrudgingly admitted indeed. "See?" Qin Lang feigned exasperation. "This is merely a misunderstanding between us. You're akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a benefactor." Su Long, riled by Qin Lang's words, felt his chest heaving but chose not to retort. Sensing the tension, Qin Lang opted not to provoke him further, stating, "You are likely aware of the developments. I shall refrain from reiterating. This matter could have been easily resolved had your Shinji gang shown some sincerity. I wouldn't have pressed the issue. You probably heard of my methods. I never initiate trouble." Su Long frowned, momentarily disregarding the pain etched across his face, stifling a groan. "Speak quickly. My injury isn't healed, and I lack the time to entertain you." Qin Lang, straightforward as ever, stated, "While the origin of this matter lies with you, the catalyst was Jiang Bo and Gu Jing, hence my restraint regarding your men. Now that I have dealt with 3 of the Jiang family's dogs, do you not have any thoughts on this?" Su Long's gaze flickered, betraying the turmoil within. How could he not have thoughts? Opportunity had presented itself, and he would not let it slip away. Once discharged from the hospital, he would launch his offensive. He understood what Qin Lang was implying, yet he had no desire to collaborate with this madman. He firmly declined, stating, "This is a matter for our new family. You need not concern yourself with it." Yet this assertion was misguided. Qin Lang, with utmost seriousness, responded, "As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a fight. My acquaintance with the Prince of Hongxing began through conflict, and we became sworn brothers. Our relationship, too, has been forged through struggle. Why not take it a step further and become brothers ourselves? What say you?" At this moment, Qin Lang had already forgotten his earlier insults toward Su Long. As long as they shared mutual interests and provided Su Long with an avenue of retreat, they could indeed become cheap brothers. Su Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to face Qin Lang, contemplating the insanity of this man. Just moments after their scuffle, he now proposed brotherhood. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unfeasible. Those of the underworld knew that this madman valued loyalty. This was evident in his treatment of the crow and the camel. Such was the effect of Qin Lang's carefully cultivated persona. With persistent adherence, others would form a steadfast impression of him. Su Long regarded Qin Lang and inquired, "What do you desire?" Qin Lang flashed a grin, though his gaze was icy as he replied, "I seek nothing but to see the Jiang family suffer. My heart is not particularly expansive. Should anyone dare to slap my face, I shall repay them in kind." Observing Qin Lang's expression, Su Long inwardly marveled. Not only was this fellow mentally unstable, but he also possessed a heart as narrow as a needle's eye. It would be wise to avoid provoking him in the future. Qin Lang continued, "Currently, The direct descendants of the Jiang family are in Jiolong, and the Huang brothers waver in their loyalties. Once Wang Ming and Gue Tian are discharged, you will be able to dominate the New Ji forces on this island. With Sim Sha Sui gone, should you wish to remain in the underworld, this path is the only one available to you. Am I correct? Indeed. Su Long concurred with Qin Lang's assessment, asking, how do we establish a firm foothold on this island? Qin Lang elucidated, there is undoubtedly someone backing you. Otherwise, you would lack the capability to contend with the Jiang family. I shall intervene to negotiate with Hongxing to serve as an intermediary for you. Once we pacify Hongxing, it will be no trouble for you to secure your position on this island with your talents. Be forthright. If this is unfeasible, I must seek another partner. At these words, Su Long felt a tremor within. This lunatic was not only insane, but ruthless as well. He nodded slightly and declared, it is settled then. Qin Lang inserted 3 cigarettes into the orange he had brought. Without further ado, hoisted Su Long up and made him bow thrice before the orange. Ouch, that hurts. Su Long grimaced in pain. Once Qin Lang stood, he looked at Su Long and smiled. From this day forth, we are brothers. I shall support you in times of need. Su Long, shedding pretense, tore off his hospital gown. Previously, he had refrained from leaving the hospital, waiting for the situation to settle before addressing matters. The 3 of them had been reduced to such a state by Qin Lang. It was indeed humiliating. Now that they had become sworn brothers, should he embellish the tale and share it, it would surely become a celebrated anecdote in the underworld. This exemplified the camaraderie among heroes. One does not truly know another without a fight. Otherwise, what merit would there be for a mad tiger to forge brotherhood with him? Su Long now finds Qin Lang exceptionally agreeable. This amiable brother truly leaves no room for criticism in his conduct and dealings. He provides ample support both behind the scenes and in public. Qin Lang, observing this fellow discard his hospital gown, displays no surprise. He comprehends the situation entirely. If he and the 3 crows were unable to defeat a single adversary, it would be quite embarrassing to face anyone. In the world of martial arts, reputation holds great importance. Qin Lang reached for an orange, peeled it, and tossed 2 halves into his mouth. After swallowing, he spoke, you organize the men to cross the river. I will pay a visit to Jiang Tian Sheng shortly. This matter must be expedited, or else the Jiang brothers will react, making things considerably more cumbersome. Su Long, aware of the value of swift action, nodded in agreement. No problem. Today we shall deliver a surprise to those rascals of the Jiang family. Chapter 73. Interests as the foundation of friendship. After you ferry the people across the sea, the matter becomes quite manageable. All that is required is to seal off the entrance to the Hongmen tunnel and eliminate those who refuse to comply. And then everything will be resolved. Qin Lang discarded the orange peel into the trash bin and continued. The Jiang brothers are undoubtedly determined to safeguard their territory in Kowloon, leaving them with insufficient manpower to search for you on the main island. Su Long scrutinized Qin Lang for a few moments. The underworld often spoke of the old 6 as being insane, yet none claimed he was foolish, and indeed, that assessment held true. His perspective on the bigger picture was undeniably astute, articulating the current situation with remarkable clarity. Su Long nodded in agreement and replied, I shall take my men across the sea immediately. You must exercise caution. That old bastard, Zhu Jing, is ruthless. If circumstances become dire, he may resort to underhanded methods against you. Qin Lang laughed heartily. My territory is firmly established, and my people stand before their eyes. If they possess courage, let them act against me. I have refrained from engaging the Jiang and Lin families this time, but should they dare to disrupt the established order, the resolution of this matter will no longer rest in their hands. If necessary, I shall eradicate both families and venture into the underworld with Heifeng. Out there, the possibilities are boundless. Qin Lang then playfully draped an arm around Su Long's shoulder and whispered, You have no idea. Heifeng has an abundance of delightful diversions, all of which I adore. Upon finishing his words, he waved goodbye and departed the hospital room with Tian Hong and the others. Su Long smirked, fully aware of the old 6's penchant for amusement, recalling how much fun he had during their escapades in the city fortress last year. What a madman! After changing his attire, Su Long made his way to the adjacent hospital room. Addressing Xu Wangming and Gue Tian, "Stop pretending and get up quickly. There are matters to attend to." The two promptly rose from their beds upon hearing this, with Gue Tian inquiring, "Master, what did that lunatic Feng Mo who say to you?" With a swift motion, Su Long playfully slapped Gue Tian, chuckling, "Be respectful. Old Six is now my sworn brother. So from now on, you must treat him with courtesy." "What? How is that possible?" Gue Tian and his companions stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mix of disbelief and astonishment. Su Long smiled gently at the two and posed a question. "Why is it deemed impossible? At the end of the day, the underworld is governed by a single principle. Interests, our battles, whether for life or death, revolve around this very concept. Do they not? As long as the stakes are sufficiently high. I would even acknowledge him as my godfather. With the Jiang family suffering the loss of 3 key pillars and being ensnared in Kowloon, this presents an unprecedented opportunity. You are aware of how the new record came about. Our faction also possesses the right to inherit the Hall title. Why should we allow the Jiang family to dominate us?" Xu Wangming, harboring considerable ambition, became exhilarated by this notion and eagerly asked, "Master, do you mean we should establish our own banner?" "Absolutely," Su Long affirmed with a nod, a smile gracing his face. "Hurry back and gather our forces to cross the sea. From now on, the main island shall be our domain. Let the Jiang brothers perish. They have oppressed us for long enough." Gue Tian, displaying greater prudence than Xu Wangming, raised a concern. "Master, if we lose the new record as our banner, can we still maintain our foothold in Hong Kong Island?" Su Long waved his hand with a smile, saying, "You need not worry about this matter. Lao Lu will approach Jiang Tiansheng from Hongxing to discuss it, since he managed to persuade both Hongxing and Liansheng to besiege Zinj. He must have a way to handle Jiang Tiansheng. With our manpower combined with that of Erhuang, we are more than capable of establishing a foothold on this island. Any other organizations seeking to devour us are merely indulging in wishful thinking." Gue Tian licked his lips, a gap in his front teeth causing a slight discomfort to his tongue, thinking to himself, "It seems this tooth will not be returning to its former glory. However, the pressing matters take precedence. Perhaps I shall get a gold tooth one day." At Jiang Tianxing's villa, Qin Lang considered himself fortunate today, for he was treated to a splendid sight, grand, fair, and ample. Retracting his gaze, he smiled at Jiang Tiansheng, saying, "Mr. Jiang, you are indeed blessed." Jiang Tiansheng shot him a glare and replied curtly, "Lao Lu, refrain from gazing at what is inappropriate. It may invite unnecessary scrutiny." Qin Lang shrugged. What have I not seen before? He had borrowed several films starring Fong Ting and had glimpsed enough to know that, while the poses might have been lacking, the physique was far more appealing than that of the instructors from his previous life. Casting a glance at Chen Yao, who stood beside Jiang Tiansheng, he began, "Mr. Jiang." But Jiang Tiansheng interrupted him with a chuckle. "Lao Lu, you are now accompanied by a flower from Hongxing. We are no strangers here, so do not hesitate to call me Xing Ge." Qin Lang comprehended Jiang Tianxing's intent to foster a closer relationship and followed suit. "Sheng Ge, I have come to discuss a singular matter, securing a haven for Su Long on this island." "What?" Chen Yao looked at Qin Lang incredulously and asked, "Are you saying you have dismembered Zinj?" "Indeed." Qin Lang nodded affirmatively, responding, "Su Long will bring his disciples across the sea and establish his own domain here." A torrent of emotions surged within Jiang Tiansheng. How had Lao Lu achieved this? Yet, he welcomed the development, as the dismemberment of Zinj was advantageous for Hongxing. With Zinj losing its territory on the island and its hold on Kowloon being diminished, it would inevitably fall from the ranks of the leading organizations in Hong Kong. The elimination of such a formidable competitor was bound to elicit excitement. Jiang Tiansheng laughed heartily as he poured a glass of red wine for Qin Lang, exclaiming, "Lao Lu, you are truly ruthless. Zinj will find it impossible to avoid tears this time. Their current predicament is entirely of their own making." Qin Lang raised his glass and took a sip before stating, "I had no intention of causing trouble, but Zinj's arrogance has gone too far. If I do not retaliate, how shall I continue to navigate this world?" Chen Yao praised, "Only you, sixth brother, possess such prowess. others would be unable to reclaim this dignity. Qin Lang chuckled and shook his head, replying, "Just call me Lao Lu. I am quite straightforward. If others show me an inch of respect, I shall return a mile." This matter should conclude here, and the remaining affairs are for the three families to manage. I shall return to Shatian and await news. Jiang Tianxing nodded, affirming no problem. This matter is settled. Once it settles down, I shall present you with a grand gift. I shall await it. Qin Lang downed the red wine in his glass, nodded to the two, and departed with Tian Hong and his companions back to Shatian. After Qin Lang's departure, Chun Yao and Jiang Tianxing exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Hee hee, ha! Jiang Tianxing laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Indeed, the heavens are on my side. From now on, our Hongxing will face little concern on this island. As long as no great upheaval occurs in the underworld, no one would dare to provoke us." Chun Yao nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, yet we must remain cautious of Qin Lang. He is utterly unhinged and ruthless. Just over a matter of pride, he has managed to dismantle a first-rate organization to such an extent." Jiang Tianxing shook his head, chuckling, "You are overly concerned." This time, Old Lu merely capitalized on the conflict between Lianxing and Xinjia to achieve his goals so effortlessly. Otherwise, he would have only managed to eliminate a few prominent figures from Xinjia to vent his frustrations. Moreover, he is a man of loyalty. There is no need to foster enmity when friendship can be cultivated. Just look at how deeply ingrained Qin Lang's reputation for loyalty has become, regardless of who mentions him. The first impression is always one of loyalty. Qin Lang navigates the underworld by virtue of his persona, and he does so quite adeptly. Chapter 74. New Era divided that evening. As darkness enveloped the island, the elite forces of the New Era emerged in full force, clashing violently with the three major gangs in the streets of Kowloon. The infamous D brutally murdered the pig-headed leader in Tunman, leading to New Era's complete withdrawal from the area. After a night of fierce battles, New Era barely managed to hold on to crucial territories such as East Simsha Sui, Mong Kok, Yao Mati, Sham Shui Pu, and Kowloon City. Just as New Era took a moment to catch its breath, a shocking piece of news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Reports from the main island revealed that Su Long had reinstated the banner of the Ian gang and ascended to its throne. Indeed, some might argue for the position of the three killers, but without strong backing, one cannot secure a seat. The origins of New Era can be traced back to the Wannan gang, established by Tietchu immigrants from Guangdong in 1866. In 1919, the Wannan gang fractured, with the Ian gang officially registered under the Hong Kong government in 1921. However, in 1947, the Ian Chamber of Commerce was stripped of its registration due to involvement in triad activities. The former leader of New Era, Jiang Qian, rebranded the organization as the New and Company and its subsidiary, the Young and Company, which is known today as New Era. Now, with Su Long's revival of the Ian gang's name, the message is crystal clear. Su Long is merely restoring the glory of his ancestors, not acting as a traitor. This news spread across Hong Kong's underworld like a tornado, leaving the inhabitants in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Long's unexpected maneuver took many by surprise and further worsened New Era's predicament. The once mighty head of New Era had now reclaimed the E and gang's title, undoubtedly causing a seismic shift in the power dynamics of Hong Kong's underworld. New Era was finished. Henceforth, New Era would be excluded from the ranks of elite gangs on the island, marking the fragmentation of a colossal entity. The following morning, Jiang Sheng sat slumped on the sofa, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor despondent. Overwhelmed by rage, he spat a mouthful of blood. "Boss, leader." Guo Jing and Jiang Bo hurried to support Jiang Sheng, recognizing that a trip to the hospital was imperative. At the Yanghe Hospital, no sooner had Su Long and his disciples departed than Jiang Sheng, the head of New Era, was admitted. After the doctor examined him, he cautioned Jiang Sheng to avoid anger in the future, as it could adversely affect his lifespan. Jiang Sheng waved dismissively at the doctor, and once he left, he weakly instructed Guo Jing, "Uncle Jing, reach out to our connections and send word to the other gangs that New Era concedes. Let us delineate territories based on our current holdings." Guo Jing, having aged significantly in mere days due to the stress of the situation, lamented, "Had we not maintained our pride, New Era would not have met this fate. Regret, utter regret. If given another chance, I would have shown that ferocious tiger some respect, even if it meant bowing my head." With a bitter expression, Guijing inquired, "How do we resolve our enmity with that ferocious tiger?" Jiang Sheng sighed. "What else can be done? New Era is now precariously perched. We cannot afford any further incidents. His restraint towards us is merely a reminder that he has yet to strike with lethal intent. If this continues, given that mad tiger's temperament, he will no longer hold back. So be it. We shall find another opportunity to address this. I refuse to believe that he will not encounter misfortune at some point." Jing nodded with difficulty and said in a solemn tone, "All right, I will handle this matter and will raise a toast to him in front of several major factions." Immediately, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "He had better not give me a chance, or I will flay this bastard alive." The various factions received messages from their respective backers, all conveying a singular sentiment. The current storm in the underworld must come to a halt. At the Chagwa Ling and Liansheng headquarters, Deng Bo's smile was so wide that it could trap a fly. This time, the credit for reclaiming the Tsim Sha Sui territory falls primarily on Alu, and after the negotiations, the society will not neglect your contributions. Alu, with his customary false smile, humbly replied, "The reclamation of Tsim Sha Sui is not solely my achievement. My subordinates Xen, Liu Min Fei Ji, and Deng Wanzai have all contributed significantly. I hope the society will reward them appropriately afterwards. Indeed, everyone who contributed will receive due recognition." Chuan Bao and Lao Quan chimed in to support Ali's words, as these two were their subordinates, and they had no reason not to back their own. The D's eyes burned with anger. These bastards had not even mentioned his efforts in driving out the pig-headed sea. Did I not contribute? Deep inside, he swore that if he were not allowed to have a say in Tsimsha Sui, he would not let this matter rest. Deng Bo tapped the table, smiling like a benevolent Buddha. All is well indeed. This time, everyone has played a part in reclaiming Tsim Sha Sui, and we at Liansheng will not neglect our brothers. He turned his gaze toward Didi to reassure him. Didi, your efforts in driving out the pig-headed sea are commendable, and I will not let you feel unappreciated. Tsim Sha Sui will be yours to claim. Deng Bo immediately began to make arrangements for the aftermath. Otherwise, letting Alu hold onto the lucrative Tsim Sha Sui territory would disrupt the balance of the society. Hearing this, Didi quickly smiled and clasped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Deng Bo. From now on, the Tsuan Wan crew will heed your orders." Deng Bo nodded with satisfaction. Didi was indeed a hot-headed individual, easily maneuvered. Upon hearing Deng Bo's words, Ali's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Deng Bo, feeling quite unsettled. It had not been like this in the past. Deng Bo turned his gaze to Alu, asking jovially, "Alu, your contributions have been significant. You may choose between Tsim Sha Sui and Jordan, and the remaining territories will be given to those who worked the hardest. Is that acceptable?" Even though Alu felt discontent in his heart, he would not show it. Forcing a smile, he said, "That is only right. Xin has contributed the most this time, and I ask that you consider him, Deng Bo." Alu's words inadvertently offended his erstwhile allies. Bang! Chuan Bao slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Alu, do not be so greedy. Is Tsim Sha Sui not enough to satisfy your appetite? Do not let your greed lead to your own downfall." The Lao Quan echoed, "Indeed, Alu, I cannot agree that Xin has done the most. What about Deng Wanzai? Furthermore, Tai Pahe must concede a considerable portion of territory to the old master. Without any compensation?" This time, Chuan Bao remained silent, as surrendering the land that connects the North District and Sha Tin indeed places Tai Pahe at a disadvantage. Lao Gui Yin interjected, stating, "It is not as simple as that. Alak's subordinates inherit Jordan and can manage the territory more effectively. If an unfamiliar individual takes over, what if unforeseen circumstances arise? Who can bear that responsibility?" The powerful figure, Quan, pointed an accusatory finger at Lao Gui Yin, vehemently exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How much benefit have you received from Alak to abandon your dignity in such a manner? After Tai Pahe relinquishes that territory, what will remain? Without a proper resolution, I will never consent to allow Tai to surrender the land. Just wait for that madman, old Lu, to come looking for you. Damn, what is Lianqing afraid of? Lao Guiyin raised a middle finger and continued. It is merely a verbal agreement. What can be done if it is not honored? Lao Guiyin's intention in saying this was to stir the waters, allowing him to fish in troubled waters and secure more advantages for Allah. As for the matter of not granting Qin Lang the territory, he had not even contemplated it. That madman would dare to act against Xing, showing no fear of them or Lianqing. The formidable Xing had allowed that madman to reach this point. The lesson from the past is not far behind. Chapter 75, A Harmonious Alliance. That's something you old ghost said. I will clarify with old six. It is not that He refuses, but rather that you are unwilling to concede territory to him. The formidable boss Quan pointed at the old ghost, his tone laced with a palpable threat. A shiver ran through the old ghost, prompting him to hastily defend himself. Isn't this a meeting for discussion? I never said I would definitely deny him. D looked on at the old geezers scheming for their interests, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. A bunch of scoundrels. With these old fools around, there is no hope for a harmonious alliance. Enough. Deng Bo slammed his hand on the table, turning his gaze to Ah Lu. What is your stance on this matter? Are we truly handing over Jordan to Ah Xian? Ah Lu discerned the underlying message in Deng Bo's words, his eyes sweeping the conference room. The glances exchanged were rife with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Realizing the precariousness of his position, he opted not to insist on Xian taking over Jordan. Otherwise, the people of Liansheng would make him a target. Reluctantly, Ah Lu conceded, since everyone has their reservations, let Dongguan Boy take over Jordan. He is bold and tenacious, perfectly suited for the task. Ali's aspirations were optimistic. Dongguan Boy showed him great respect, and with some effort, he could easily bring him under his wing. Once he held sway over the territories of Tsim, Sha Sui, and Jordan. Not to mention his firm grip on the core of Dajiao Zui, his power would overshadow that of Liansheng. Even without the other two, his influence would rapidly expand, as the profits of Tsim Sha Sui far surpassed those of Jordan. However, Deng Bo was no fool. The old man was astute, and Ali's petty machinations could hardly escape his notice. A cold chuckle resonated within Deng Bo. Ah Lu, your thoughts are indeed fanciful, yet you are overly arrogant, lacking an understanding of human nature. After sipping his tea, Deng Bo finally spoke. No problem. Dongguan Boy will take over Jordan. Tsim Sha Sui will be entrusted to the D and his establishments, while Fei Ji will assume control of the Pu's territory. The He will exit the laundry business and delve into some gambling ventures. With a glance at Boss Quan, he inquired with a smile, Quan, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Boss Quan erupted in laughter. Deng Bo is elevating the He. How could I possibly disagree? From now on, the He will work under your guidance. Deng Bo nodded in satisfaction and addressed the others in the meeting room. What about you? Any objections? None. They chorused. Deng Bo is just and fair. With no dissent, the assembly acquiesced. After all, Deng Bo was offering benefit from his own pocket to quell the unrest. So what grievances could they possibly have? They bore no financial burden. After the meeting, Deng Bo retained Chuan Bao and Long Zhen. For these three were the true power holders of Liansheng. They were the heads of the triad S branches: yellow, gambling, and drugs. Pouring a cup of tea for Chuan Bao, Deng Bo remarked, Chuan Bao, now that your faction is unified, you must pay more attention to the fish head markers and Fei Ji. Chuan Bao, beaming with delight, replied, rest assured, Deng Bo, I know what to do. Once Fei Ji takes over to Pu, I will instruct him to avoid any conflict with Lao Dong to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings. Very well. Dongguan nodded, acknowledging that young rascal, Lao Lu, is far too reckless. It's best to befriend him rather than provoke. In the world of the underbelly, harmony is paramount. Violence is merely a means to an end. His small vessel allows him to maneuver easily, but we, along with Lianqing, have far too much at stake to engage him in conflict. Moreover, his unpredictability could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Long Zhen concurred. Indeed, we all venture into this realm seeking fortune, not enmity. The New Ji gang suffer calamity due to their underestimation of Lao Lu. We, alongside Lianxing, are entrenched in the new territories with Old Dong, and there is no need to stir up discord. Furthermore, Dongbua, you must communicate with the D. His brash nature could lead to unnecessary skirmishes over trivial matters. Dongbua glanced at Long Jin and smirked. Ah, you're worried about Alu, aren't you? Long Jin nodded, admitting, indeed. Alu now occupies the most coveted territory of Lianxing, and with his cunning, his influence will rapidly expand. Lao Gui's prodigy, Huanyo, has always looked up to Alu. We must prepare ourselves, lest we encounter trouble. What are your plans regarding Dongwanzi? Long Jin inquired. Dongbua chuckled. It's simple. A mere position will suffice to rally Dongwanzi against Alu. Youth in high places often undergo transformations. As we well know, as long as the board remains unturned, Lianxing will remain within our grasp. Moreover, toppling the board is no trivial task. The resources and connections lie with us, and they would not dare to challenge us so boldly. Otherwise, Lianxing's strength would plummet. These old-timers are adept at the power dynamics within the syndicate. As long as no formidable adversary emerges, Lianxing will remain under their control. That ruthless fisherman is currently quite irate. Bang! Alu returned to Jordan and kicked over a table, his eyes flashing with anger. Once he was Dumbwa's favorite, oblivious to any discontent. Yet, now that he had begun to rise, he had become Dumbwa's target. Such psychological dissonance is indeed challenging to reconcile in a short span. Axin approached Alu, inquiring, Boss, what troubles you? Have those elders handed over Tsim Sha Sui to someone else? No. Alu shook his head, refraining from elaborating. His discontent towards Dongbua would remain unspoken. Though Alu may not be highly educated, he understands a crucial principle. If the sovereign is not discreet, he loses his ministers. If the ministers are not discreet, they lose their lives. If matters are not kept confidential, they become detrimental. Axin, puzzled, asked, It's not about that, boss. What else could be causing your ire? Ali's gaze flickered, and he sighed. I had intended to secure the position of the Jordan Hall master for you. But that scheme was thwarted by the interference of the boss. You've been by my side for nearly a decade. Your contributions and efforts are commendable. Yet my insufficient influence within the syndicate prevents me from granting you that position. Upon hearing this, Xin cast a grateful glance at his boss. Yet his heart simmered with frustration. Who in this underworld would he aspire to become a hall master, were it not for the limitations of his boss's influence? Xin would soon become one of the 9 hall masters of Lianxing, presiding over the Jordan Hall. Upon noticing a change in Xin's demeanor, Alu feigned a concerned tone and said, Xin, do not fret. If this attempt fails, I shall certainly strive to secure a position for you next time. However, do not hold your breath for a lucrative area like Jordan. When one's influence is lacking, words carry little weight. Xin was convinced. He patted his chest and assured, Rest assured, my friend, should anyone dare obstruct your path, I shall eliminate them. Alu clapped Xin on the shoulder, reflecting, Having a brother like you is indeed a blessing. Xin, beaming with delight, offered Alu a silly grin. What a character! Chapter 76, Sixth Brother the following day. The most sensational news in the underworld of Hong Kong was the chaotic brawl among several major factions, with Qin Lang swiftly dominating the front-page headlines. Some speculated that Qin Lang's actions stemmed from unrequited love for Jiang Sheng's daughter, leading him to seek revenge. It was his way of demonstrating that it was not he who was unworthy of the new G Dragonhead's daughter, but rather that she was unworthy of warming his bed. This rumor garnered widespread acceptance among the public. Coupled with the recent incident involving the prince's daughter, Jiang Ying, this further tarnished Qin Lang's reputation. Yet, others contended that the turmoil arose from Qin Lang being slighted by Nu Ji, resulting in this upheaval, leading to a plethora of interpretations. However, one perspective garnered unanimous agreement. Old Dong, sixth brother, had lost his mind. Consequently, many newly emerged talents flocked to Sha Tin, eager to seek apprenticeship under Qin Lang. In the world of gangsters, one must align with a formidable leader. What type of leader exemplifies strength? Undoubtedly, someone like sixth brother. A single individual capable of inciting a grand conflict within Hong Kong's underworld must indeed possess unparalleled resilience. Following this upheaval, the status of Qin Lang within the underworld underwent a significant reassessment. Sixth brother. Unless one is of a significantly higher generation, peers must address him as sixth brother, whether they wish to or not. For instance, at the entrance of the Bon Chi restaurant in Wan Chai, as the catalyst for this upheaval, the person who initiated the negotiations with Lianxing was none other than Lu Ge. Thank you for your assistance, sixth brother. I have a grand gift to present to you later, said Lu, hastily approaching Qin Lang as he stepped out of the car. Do not mention it, brother Lu. We are all friends in this world. There is no need for such formality. Qin Lang replied with a smile, recognizing the courtesy extended to him. The accompagning Uncle Deng rolled his eyes at Lu's insincerity. As Qin Lang approached Uncle Deng, he clasped his hands together and congratulated him, saying, Uncle Deng, congratulations on your reunion with Lianxing. This partnership brightens the Lianxing brand even further. Uncle Deng grasped Qin Lang's arm and ushered him inside, saying this time, it is all thanks to you, old Lu. Lianxing is not ungrateful. I want to say thank you, but today, Lianxing stand with you, and later, there will be a substantial reward in return. Those are mere polite words. Who believes them is a fool. The four heavenly kings, accompanying Qin Lang, stood tall with pride, basking in the grandeur of their leader. The newcomers Tian Hong trailed behind the four heavenly kings, also filled with a sense of accomplishment. With such a remarkable group as Qin Lang's brothers, one could easily assert that Old Dong is a minor marvel within the Hong Kong underworld. Each member of this entourage is a capable individual in their own right. Upon entering the private room, Qin Lang found the crows seated in the hall. Inside the room were four individuals, Jiang Tiansheng, Hu Xiuyong, Chui Ji, and Chui Ji. Except for Chui Ji, the others rose with smiles to greet Qin Lang and Uncle Deng upon their entrance. They were all comrades from the Meat Alliance, naturally sharing a close bond. However, should any conflict of interest arise, this alliance would swiftly crumble, revealing the superficiality of their brotherhood. Old Lu, in a few days, I shall treat you to drinks. You must be present. With a hearty laugh, Hu Yuyong shook hands with Qin Lang. Qin Lang responded with a smile, Brother Yong, you are giving me face. How could I possibly fail to appreciate it? I am quite easygoing, and if things don't go well, I reflect upon myself. Upon hearing this, Guojing's expression darkened further. Jiang Tiansheng glanced at Guojing and, smiling, said to Qin Lang, Old Six, feel free to speak up whenever there's a matter. You are a blooming flower of Hongxing, and we are all family here. Qin Lang nodded in agreement. Brother Sheng speaks wisely. Family does not speak in terms of outsiders. Once they settled down, Deng Bo, as the initiator, was the first to speak. The old man's eyes squinted in laughter. It had been a long time since he had savored such a glorious moment after losing Simsha Sui with Lianxing. Today, the five of us have gathered here, fully aware of the purpose. As I have aged and indulged in delicacies for several years, I shall take the lead. Is that agreeable to you all? Dengbo, please. Dengbo, you take charge. No objections, Dengbo. The others chimed in to support Dengbo, except for Guojing, who internally lamented, isn't this just bullying? These scoundrels had reached a consensus, and given the feeble state of Xinji, they lacked the strength to resist. Hu Yuyong found satisfaction in witnessing Guojing's distressed demeanor. Let you all from Xinji oppress me for years. Now, where are your 5 tigers and 10 heroes to act as your cannon fodder? Indeed, it's time for ruthless characters like Old Six to deal with you and curb your arrogance. Deng Bo glanced at Guojing, showing no concern for him, and chuckled. There's nothing much for us 4 families to discuss. We'll delineate our territories as they stand. For your Xinji's nightlife, we will pay the market price. Is that acceptable? Deng Bo looked towards Jiang Tiansheng and the others for their response. Absolutely. That is only right. Guojing gritted his teeth and nodded, no objections. That is splendid. Deng Bo continued. This time, I shall act as a witness to resolve the feud between your Xinji and Laodong. You may set your own terms. Guojing, breathing heavily, poured a cup of tea and presented it to Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, I apologize for any previous offenses. I hope you can forgive me. Qin Lang rose and accepted the tea with both hands, smiling. No need for such formalities. You know how fiery the youth can be. I didn't dare let you. As a senior, offer me tea. He drained the cup and, filling a new one, presented it to Guijing. Your tea. Good, good, good. Deng Bo and the others echoed in unison. Despite old 6's wild demeanor, he truly had no faults in conduct. Good. With everyone cheering, I'll join in too, lest I appear out of place. Exchanging pleasantries was the correct way to navigate the underworld. Guijing took the cup and drank it in one go, then asked, Old 6, I apologize for any offense. Let us prioritize harmony. Certainly, Qin Lang replied with a smile. Yet both men were acutely aware that given the opportunity, they would not hold back. The reason Qin Lang refrained from confronting the Jiang and Lin families was that he still wished to thrive in Hong Kong. When one lacks the capacity to break the rules, one must adhere to the established game. Should Qin Lang eliminate them, he would find himself ostracized by all the martial artists of the island, leaving him isolated in the game of life, devoid of companionship. Engaging in solitary pursuits offers little joy. Moreover, the Jiang and Lin families lack the stature to compel Qin Lang to take such drastic measures. For the past few days, he has awaited their breach of the established norms. Yet this group has astonishingly managed to restrain themselves, which fills Qin Lang with a sense of regret. As for eliminating them, that thought never crossed his mind. Any benefits from their demise would not accrue to him. With old Dong's foundation, he cannot hope to absorb the legacy of the new Ji. A gradual, methodical approach is the only viable path forward. Why would he forfeit potential gains for mere expedience? Collecting scraps, tidying up, or guarding the entrance? None of these ventures yield quick returns. As Jing gazed at the smiling Qin Lang, a chill crept into his heart. While brute strength is not the hallmark of true skill, the ability to maneuver with finesse demands a keen intellect. A mind as unhinged as his is indeed a formidable challenge. What a headache! Chapter 77. You dig a pit, I plant thorns. No one loses in his heart. Zhu Jing cursed fervently. This little rascal was far from a simpleton, but rather a wildly cunning creature adept at the art of manipulation. The once thriving XING had been brought to its knees by this little scoundrel employing devious tactics, such as alliances and undermining the foundation. Instead of indulging in the usual pursuits of a gangster, drinking, chasing women, or brawling, he had immersed himself in the study of military strategy. Was this truly the business of those in the underworld? Zhu Jing glanced around the room and addressed Qin Lang. Old 6, when one is in the wrong, one must acknowledge it. When faced with punishment, one must stand tall. Name your price. Qin Lang regarded the old rascal before him, his anger simmering. He longed to eliminate him. Yet, the man was currently conceding defeat, leaving Qin Lang powerless to act. It was exceedingly frustrating. This old trickster was indeed insidious. By asking Qin Lang to name his price, he appeared magnanimous. Yet in truth, it was a meticulously crafted trap. Should Qin Lang propose a specific price, regardless of its value, he would inevitably fall into the pit that had been laid for him. If he undervalued his worth, he would lose face. But if he overvalued it, he would be labeled greedy and raise suspicion. The more Qin Lang pondered, the more infuriated he became. This old rascal was a shrewd and cunning fox. The saying old but not dead. A thief at heart aptly described such a person. He was perpetually scheming to ensnare others, ready to bury them at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, those who had previously supported him, including Uncle Deng, sipped their tea leisurely. Not a single voice daring to interrupt the duel of wits between the two. If one wished to partake in the spoils, it had to be earned through genuine skill. Qin Lang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply to calm his rising temper. It seemed XING was still unwilling to yield. No matter, we shall see how this unfolds. For time is on our side. Exhaling a plume of smoke, a smile graced his lips as he declared, Since Uncle Jing has spoken, I shall not hold back. Given that our conflict arises from matters of face, let us resolve it with face. The media is the visage of a power. Is this price suitable? Deng and his companions turned their gazes toward Zhu Jing. Old 6 price was not exorbitant, yet concealed a hidden peril for the Jiang family. The film company, established by the brothers Jiang Sheng and Jiang Chong, would be in a precarious position if they simply relinquished control. Moreover, the film company held another function. Should XING encounter any troubles, it could release entertainment news to divert public attention. They had contemplated becoming a legitimate film company, but all attempts had ended in failure. The industry was fraught with challenges. Jiang Tian was particularly aware of this, having invested in several films, only to see no returns and suffer significant losses. This duel between the two cunning foxes, old and young, was far more captivating than watching a movie. Zhu Jing stared at Qin Lang in astonishment. What on earth had this scoundrel consumed to grow so ruthless? However, he had no other choice. It was he who had set the price with Qin Lang, and now that the demands were reasonable, he had no grounds to refuse. Zhu Jing nodded begrudgingly and replied, "No problem. Let us consider this matter settled." Seeing the agreement reached, Deng Bo smiled and said, "Exactly. The martial world thrives on harmony. With the two parties in accord, it is a joyous occasion for all." Zhu Jing cast a sidelong glance at the old man, mentally cursing, "This joy is all yours." What joy is there for XING? Is it because of its fragmentation or the loss of several key figures? Zhu Jing looked at Qin Lang with a complex expression, filled with mixed emotions. It was because of this scoundrel that XING had fallen into such disarray. He longed to mar that detestable face. Qin Lang, noticing Zhu Jing's gaze, flashed a brilliant smile, albeit one laced with mockery. Since the issues between the two families could not be resolved, Qin Lang intended to provoke this old man. If it could infuriate him, it would save him considerable effort. Ideally, XING would strike first, which would align perfectly with Qin Lang's intentions. Should XING refrain from acting, there's an old saying, one must take matters into their own hands to prosper. However, Zhu Jing was not so easily baited. He leisurely sipped his tea, demonstrating a depth of composure that few could match. Once the serious business was concluded, Deng Bo signaled the waiter to bring in the dishes, which were abundant and exquisite, featuring a variety of delicacies. Deng Bo raised his glass and declared, "Today we celebrate. I, this old man, shall drink until we are all intoxicated." Zhu Jing lifted his glass to clink with the others, swallowing a drink more difficult to endure than the rarest of wines. The four of them, Qin Lang included, joyfully exchanged toasts, finding a myriad of flavors in the same wine. The banquet in the private room was rather lackluster. The real revelry lay in the main hall. Awu clinked his glass with Big D and downed half a glass of whiskey in one go, wiping the remnants of liquor from the corner of his mouth. He said, "Big D, I'll be counting on you to look after Wanlong's business in Suanwan." Awu was now quite earnest about business. As long as there were profits to be made, he would unhesitatingly display his rather unsightly grin, even towards those with whom he had previous conflicts. Big D shot Awu a glare and replied curtly, "Since Deng Bo has agreed to let your Wanlong conduct legitimate business in Liansheng's territory, I want to oppose. But heed my warning, do not stir trouble in Sunwan, or I will not spare you. Don't think that the name of the Mad Tiger intimidates me. I am not afraid of him." Ever since Deng Bo mentioned giving him several venues in Sim Sha Sui, Big D's attitude towards him had changed dramatically. He no longer cursed Deng Bo behind his back. This fellow sometimes had a temperament akin to that of a child. A simple lollipop could bring him joy. Big D's words happened to reach Qin Lang, who had just stepped out of the private room. Drinking with those people was truly a torment, so he seized the opportunity to slip away. Qin Lang approached Awu, tapping him on the shoulder, and Awu quickly yielded his seat. After Qin Lang took his seat, he adjusted his posture slightly and then gazed steadily at D. Speaking in a calm tone, "D, I have never intended to intimidate anyone. As long as no one provokes me, we can coexist peacefully." Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, D displayed a hint of disdain, smirking with his lips curled and tilting his head to regard Qin Lang. With a tone tinged with mockery, he retorted, "Crazy tiger, how dare you utter such words? When have we ever provoked you in the northern district of Liansheng? Don't you feel any guilt? Guilt? Nonsense." Qin Lang glanced at D and thought to himself, "We are all out here hustling. Our consciences have long been locked away in a safe. Whose heart have I wronged?" Upon hearing D speak to his superior in such a manner, Wu placed his hand on the edge of the table, pondering, does this fool truly wish to court disaster? Chapter 78. A wine of many flavors. Upon hearing Big D's words, those seated around Qin Lang perked up their ears, eager to hear his response. Among them, Ax Jun, who had accompanied Jiao Jing, looked at Qin Lang with a complex mix of emotions. 1 part helplessness, 2 parts resentment, 7 parts indignation, and a full measure of melancholy. After finally securing a formidable ally, that very support had now been cleaved in two by this ruffian. It would be hard to believe he harbored no animosity towards Qin Lang. However, his greater ire was directed at Jiao Jing and Jiang Bo. Was it not sufficient to simply enjoy a cup of tea? Why must they flaunt the ostentation of a grand society? Gritting his teeth, Ax Jun silently regarded Qin Lang. Fool, are you not mad? Hurry and join Big D in his madness. Let He Lianxing feel the brunt of your fervor. His vendetta with He Lianxing could fill a tome. Neither right nor wrong, merely differing aspirations. Across from Qin Lang, Crow observed Big D with a glint of danger in his eyes. When he saw the big shot reaching for abalone, he restrained himself from appending the table. However, he had heard tales of this ruffian's wife being quite the looker. Perhaps one day he could coax her out for a photo shoot. Photography was a minor hobby of Crow's. His skills were merely average, yet the results were often pleasing to the eye. Qin Lang picked up a piece of braised abalone with his chopsticks, savoring its tender, springy texture, infused with the natural sweetness of the sea. The harmonious blend of seasonings enriched its delectable layers. As he tasted the savory sauce and the abalone's sweetness, he relished the lingering aftertaste, a testament to the chef's remarkable skill. Setting down his chopsticks, he raised a full wine glass that Ah Wu had poured for him and clinked it against Big D's. After taking a sip, he finally spoke. Big D, we are men of the underworld. I shall dispense with grandiloquent rhetoric and simply ask, do you feel any remorse for turning Tsuen Wan into a monochrome landscape? Big D, quick-witted, chuckled in response. What do I have to feel remorseful about? I have never portrayed myself as a compliant individual. My intentions are always laid bare. I refuse to engage in hypocrisy. Qin Lang found amusement in Big D's brash demeanor. Replying with a smirk, you are indeed correct. It is not just I. Everyone parades appealing slogans, lest they find their footing in the underworld. This includes you. Big D shot Qin Lang a sidelong glance, irked. What about me? Qin Lang pressed on, guiding Big D's thoughts. Are you not dissatisfied with Uncle Deng? Why then do you act like a dutiful son today? Is it because you can reap benefits, just as I can? Need I elaborate further? Our elder brother and second brother are cut from the same cloth. We decry money as evil, yet pursue it. We label beautiful women as disasters, yet indulge in their company. We lament the chill of heights, yet strive to ascend. We acknowledge the harm of tobacco and alcohol, yet refuse to abstain. We exalt the beauty of paradise, yet do not venture toward it. Big D, I shall now answer your question. The northern district of He Lianxing is a bargain I struck. I traded Kowloon City, Kuntong, and Wangtai Sin for a foothold in the north. What do I have to feel remorseful about? Big D was taken aback by Qin Lang's words. Confusion evident in his eyes, as if he were caught in a swirling haze. A sense of unease lingered, though the source eluded him. Lei Yaoyang's words resonated profoundly. The majority of these individuals were, in essence, illiterate. Were future readers present, they would undoubtedly hurl a torrent of salt water at Qin Lang. For he was merely obfuscating the facts. From the outset, Big D had fallen into Qin Lang's rhythm, climbing the ladder he had so conveniently provided. The reason for Qin Lang's patience with Big D was straightforward. There are no eternal friendships, only enduring interests. He was laying the groundwork for potential future conflicts between their factions. Despite the apparent warmth emanating from that old fellow Deng Bo, it was merely superficial. Including Jiang Tiansheng and others, their courtesy stemmed from having tasted success. Should Old Dong dare to encroach upon Kowloon and the island, they would certainly turn against him. Old Dong's modest stature placed him at a distinct disadvantage. Qin Lang was acutely aware that while it seemed he had rendered the new record nearly lifeless, this was not a testament to his own strength, but rather a case of leveraging others' power. Old Dong had once been a third-rate organization, and with Sha Tin barely approaching second-rate, Qin Lang lacked the capacity to support Old Dong's expansive ambitions. Shatin and the Northern District could hardly sustain a large populace. Hiring individuals required providing them with livelihoods, and onboarding meant issuing salaries, all necessitating financial backing. These individuals were not mere NPCs. They required sustenance, and without monetary gain. Why would they associate with Old Dong? Noticing Big D's hostility had lessened, Qin Lang raised his glass and clinked it with his. This time, Big D accepted, sipping from his cup. Sensing the moment was ripe, Qin Lang smiled and said to Big D, as the old saying goes, "A distant relative is not as valuable as a close neighbor." "Stop," Big D interrupted, raising a hand, his brow furrowed. "Rephrase that. There is something about it that makes my heart race. It feels off." Qin Lang thought, what? Has this phrase spread across the heavens? Big D's reaction was unexpectedly intense. "Very well." Qin Lang took a bite of steamed grouper before continuing. "Our factions, Old Dong and Sun Wan, are close. We should interact more." Upon hearing Qin Lang refer to them as two factions, a look of delight spread across Big D's face. A faint smile graced his lips, despite Old Six's reckless demeanor. He exhibited considerable insight. This was a comparison between him and Old Dong, establishing equal footing. Although Old Dong wavered between second and third tiers, it remained an established name, lending it a degree of prestige. Indeed, Big D surveyed the other patrons in the hall, nodding with restraint. Proximity necessitates increased interaction to prevent misunderstandings due to poor communication. With Qin Lang's intentional guidance, Big D lowered his guard and engaged in drinking with him. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, the two had become so familiar that they called each other brothers. Big D, affectionately called by Old Six, was a sight to behold. This scene left Axe, the onlooker, utterly dismayed, cursing inwardly, "Damn that mad tiger. You are indeed mad." After decades of navigating the underworld and enduring countless battles, this kind of scoundrel is a first for me. In a moment of frustration, Elu could not help but express his discontent towards the erratic behavior of Axehead June. Noticing that June was in a foul mood while nursing his drink, Elu, as the host of the evening, felt compelled to elevate the atmosphere, albeit reluctantly. He raised his glass and, with a forced smile, addressed June, "Brother June, we are no strangers. Allow me to toast to you." However, Axehead June merely cast a fleeting glance at Elu, dismissing him entirely. He downed his drink in one gulp and promptly exited the establishment. This was no place for him to linger. Staying any longer would surely drive him to the brink of madness. Elu, feeling dejected, found himself rebuffed. His warm enthusiasm met with chilling indifference, only to be dismissed by June's abrupt departure. Watching June's retreating figure, Elu clenched his teeth in silent frustration. "Damn it. For now, I cannot afford to provoke you. I shall endure." Chapter 79. Brotherhood in front of the Beicheng restaurant. A bustling scene unfolds, with a continuous flow of vehicles and pedestrians. Stylishly dressed women sway past, their long, graceful legs captivating the eyes of onlookers. One of the charms of Hong Kong Island lies in its ability to offer such visual delights at any hour. Particularly at night, the areas of Yau Ma Ti and Causeway Bay transform into a playground for affluent young men and the wealthy. Qin Lang and Adi, with their arms around each other, engaged in a lively conversation that would lead an uninformed observer to believe they were inseparable brothers. Qin Lang sported a sharp, short hairstyle and donned a flamboyant pink suit, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance and a hint of rebellious spirit. If one were unaware, they would never suspect that his mind was troubled. In contrast, Adi wore a loose floral shirt with an open collar, paired with black trousers, radiating the casual confidence and dominance of a streetwise leader, with an air of arrogance that needed no introduction. Standing together, they created a striking visual contrast. "Old Lu, feel free to reach out whenever you need something. Sun Wan may be bustling, but you're a good person, and I hope we can maintain our brotherly ties," Didi said, taking a deep drag from a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke laced with the scent of alcohol that slowly dissipated in the air. After a round of drinks, the tension between Didi and Qin Lang had evaporated, replaced by a burgeoning camaraderie. Didi was, in fact, easy to please. as long as there was not a significant disparity in status. Offering him respect would foster a pleasant rapport. Qin Lang fit this mold perfectly, granting him ample regard while subtly instilling the notion of equality in status with his old boss in Tsuan. This made the D perceive Qin Lang as a commendable friend. With a slight smile playing on his lips, Qin Lang remarked to D, "My brother is not to be trifled with. Who would dare to cause trouble in Shatin?" As he spoke, he clenched his fist, the joints cracking audibly. The D, draping an arm around Qin Lang's shoulder, laughed heartily. "Old Liu, I admire your boldness. It's refreshing to interact with someone like you, unlike those who are all talk and no substance." At that moment, Lao Yin and Alak approached them, accompanied by two companions, casually inquiring, "The D, what are you and old Liu discussing?" The D's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "What is it to you? Do I need to report our conversation to you?" Alak, however, remained unfazed, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. The D, why so irritable? "I merely came to say hello." The D's irritation was palpable. He had put in considerable effort, only to see the most substantial rewards fall into the hands of Alak, a man he deemed unworthy. Were it not for Mr. Deng assigning him a few venus in Sim Sha Sui, he might have harbored murderous thoughts. With arms crossed and a sarcastic smile, the D replied, "Do you think I would trust you? Alak, put away your little tricks. I thrive on my own abilities and the bonds of brotherhood. I have no interest in your games, so do not disturb our conversation." Qin Lang observed the lively exchange between the two with a smile, amused by the banter, thinking to himself that this was far more entertaining than any film. This internal discord is not unique to Lianxing. It pervades other factions as well, often to an even greater extent. For instance, within the Number Gang, the infighting is more intense, with conflicts escalating to such a degree that the animosity surpasses that of sworn enemies. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. And where there is a world of intrigue, conflict over interests is inevitable. This immutable truth has persisted through the ages. Even among kindergarten children, cliques form for various reasons, let alone these unruly members of society. It was only when Dengbo intervened that the stalemate was broken. He cast a glance at the D and a L, saying nothing, but smiled at Qin Lang, stating, "Lao Lu, let us go to Chaguoling for tea." Qin Lang waved to the crow and said, "You all head back. Tian Hong and a G will accompany me." The crow shot a glare at the baby-faced duo, feeling a twinge of jealousy. With a hint of grievance, he thought, "Isn't the boss's favorite the one who isn't me? All right, I shall return and practice with the little ones." After speaking, the crow glanced once more at Tian Hong and his companion. Confused by the crow's wounded expression, Tian Hong wondered, what is wrong with this person? Have we wronged him in any way? Qin Lang, with a smile, waved goodbye to Jiang Tiansheng and Hu Shuyong. After exchanging pleasantries, he hopped into his vehicle, started the engine, and followed Dengbo's convoy, speeding towards the new territories. Jiang Tiansheng watched as Qin Lang's car receded into the distance, then subtly nodded to Hu Shuyong, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Tiansheng opened his car door and took his seat, the vehicle slowly departing from the restaurant. Hu Shuyong remained stationary, watching Jiang Tiansheng's car vanish around the corner before turning his gaze towards the second floor of the restaurant. A smirk of derision unconsciously crept onto his lips. He then pivoted and strode towards his own vehicle, settling into the back seat to return to Sim Sha Sui. Meanwhile, Jingzhen stood at the second-floor window of the restaurant, observing as others departed one by one. Only then did he slowly exit the room, his steps heavy with the weight of humiliation. Today was undoubtedly a day of great disgrace for XING, akin to receiving a stinging slap across the face, leaving a fiery ache. The memory was indelible. He had no desire to exchange pleasantries with those scoundrels, let alone bid them farewell. Taking a deep breath, Jing Zhen engaged in self-reassurance. There will be another opportunity. As long as the territory of Yao Sim-Mong remains, XING can still rise again. He reminisced about the days when he stood alongside the previous leader, conquering the challenges that arose from Kowloon City, triumphing across the entirety of Hong Kong Island. During that time, he was brimming with youthful vigor and confidence. Although time has not been kind, and he is no longer young, This does not signify a loss of spirit or courage. His determination and bravery still reside within him. They merely require time for restoration and a shift in mindset. Given sufficient time and room for maneuver, he is certain he can lead XING to resurgence, reclaiming all that was lost today. After all, he is not one to concede easily. He has simply aged, but he is not defeated. The returning Axtu Jun parked his car beside Jing Shu and softly spoke, "Uncle Jing, let's get in the car. We can discuss matters on the way back." Jing Shu glanced back at the tavern, fixated on the words "have backbone," and bit his back molars before turning to enter the vehicle. The car slowly began to move, and Axtu Jun sighed, attempting to persuade, "Uncle Jing, let it be for now. At least those few families haven't completely severed ties. Given our current territory of XING, we can still endure. We cannot weather the storm at this moment. Otherwise, XING risks capsizing." Jing Shu, with a stoic expression, replied, "To not advance is to retreat. To be weak is to decline. XING has limited options for retreat. We must continue on." Axtu Jun responded with a wry smile. "What else can we do if we do not press on?" The transformation of XING from spirited vigor to its current state is indeed a torment for the psyche. Chapter 80. The transformation of D and A Luchaguoling is situated near Lam Tin in the eastern Kowloon region of Hong Kong, nestled northwest of Leiyuman, in a quaint village. This location underscores the significance of Chuanbao, who has adeptly safeguarded Leiyuman, serving as a testament to his influence. The stark contrast between this area and the bustling city highlights its unique character. Deep within the village of Chaguoling lies a prominent gang in Hong Kong's underworld, Heilian Sheng. The main hall, appearing rather unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated, features peeling walls and aging windows. Upon entering, one is enveloped in dim lighting, which creates an oppressive atmosphere. The interior is sparsely furnished, lacking ostentatious decorations, with only simple tables and chairs, alongside a few antiquated artworks. The floor is laid with plain tiles, and the walls are merely coated with a layer of white paint, with several spots adorned with newspaper clippings, evoking a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of rural homes from the late 20th century. Despite its modest appearance, this hall embodies the history and legacy of Heilian Sheng. Deng Bo and Qin Lang walk side by side, followed by Chu Aiji, Chuanbao, Long Jin, Di, and Alo. Their presence signifies their status, with Qin Lang, despite his youth, being a prominent figure within the esteemed Dongfu He. Tian Hong awaited in the car, as their entrance into the Heilian Sheng main hall would be deemed inappropriate. Deng Bo, the host, took his seat at the head of the table, with several members seated to his left, while Qin Lang occupied the seat on his right. With a smile, Deng Bo remarked, "Lao Lu, the matter has been settled. Heilian Sheng will honor its commitment to transfer Tai Pu and Tun Mun to Lao Dong. You may dispatch your people to take over." Qin Lang nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "I will arrange for that. Did you call me here for another reason, Deng Bo?" "Indeed," Deng Bo replied. "Suen Wan is your Lao Dong's neighbor. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. This collaboration has been delightful, and I hope to continue it." As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking to Di, Deng Bo echoed his sentiments, while Qin Lang maintained a smile. Inwardly, he harbored skepticism, believing that Deng Bo's words were merely superficial pleasantries. Although Heilian Sheng had provided some assistance to Lao Dong in Tsim Sha Sui, the notion of enduring friendship between the two gangs is far from reality. Moreover, Lao Dong lacks the standing to equate itself with Heilian Sheng, making the dynamics of any deepened collaboration quite clear. Qin Lang responded, "Deng Bo makes a valid point. Our cooperation has been enjoyable, and it would certainly be beneficial to continue working together. However, the underworld is rife with unpredictability, and one's fate is often beyond their control." Deng Bo chukil khartiri, raising his hands to applaud lightly, "Lao Lu, your integrity in both character and conduct is commendable. I shall be forthright. Moving forward, we can share resources and business. Your Lao Dong's ventures can navigate freely within Heilian Sheng's territory. We possess numerous resources as well, and should we collaborate, I believe the profits will be significantly enhanced." Qin Lang shook his head and said, Mr. Deng, I shall not speak falsehoods in the presence of clear-minded individuals. We all understand the nature of your dealings with Lianxing. Such matters are simply impossible. I have not even allowed Dongxing in my territory, let alone you and Lianxing. I reiterate, anyone who dares to overstep their bounds will face dire consequences. Mr. Deng cast a profound glance at Qinlang, then shook his head, casting aside the absurd thoughts that had just emerged. If someone as deranged as Lao Lu could become an officer, the gangs in Hong Kong would have long since perished. It is utterly inconceivable. Upon reaching this conclusion, the smile on Mr. Deng's face grew increasingly radiant. He spoke slowly. What I mean is, I shall release a portion of the legitimate business from Tsu and Wan for Didi to manage. Qinlang glanced at Didi and smiled at Mr. Deng. That is perfectly fine. There is profit for everyone. Didi was momentarily stunned by these words, taking a while to regain his composure. His expression was one of pure delight, and the gratitude shining in his eyes was unmistakable. This unexpected surprise felt as refreshing as a chilled beer on a sweltering summer day, uplifting and invigorating. In stark contrast to Didi's exuberance, Ali's mood was utterly dismal. His countenance darkened, revealing an unmistakable malice and resentment in his gaze. Stealing a glance at Mr. Deng, his anger surged within him. He silently cursed, "Old man, I haven't even begun to rise, and you're already attempting to suppress me, intentionally or not." The more he pondered, the more infuriated and wronged he felt. For so long, he had strived to maintain the gang's standing in Jordan, preventing a complete withdrawal from Tsim Sha Sui. Yet now he faced such treatment. All he desired was to touch the position of the Lianxing decision-maker. What was wrong with that? This reminded him of the treatment Didi had once endured, and he finally comprehended the discomfort of being oppressed. It was stifling. Didi, however, was completely indifferent to Ali's feelings. He had no concern for Ali's inner thoughts. As for Ali's fate, it held no significance for him. Didi was solely focused on his own status and benefits within the gang. He pounded his chest earnestly, declaring to Mr. Deng, "Rest assured, Mr. Deng, if the gang requires my assistance in any matter, I shall be the first to step forward. Whether it requires financial investment or physical effort, I will not hesitate." Subsequently, Didi conceived another idea and eagerly addressed Mr. Deng. "Mr. Deng, I believe that as one of the prominent gangs in Hong Kong, our main hall is somewhat dilapidated. In a couple of days, I will finance its renovation. This will not only enhance our gang's image, but also provide a more comfortable environment for our elders. What do you think?" Didi's eagerness to demonstrate his loyalty was quite evident. Qinlang, sitting nearby, stifled a laugh. This was going to be quite entertaining with Lianxing. The exchange of identities between Alu and Big D has significantly altered the internal dynamics of a society, underscoring the immense influence wielded by Tsim Sha Sui. Today's performance exemplifies the profound truth that the allure of profit can be utterly captivating. Before Uncle Deng could utter a word, Chuan Bao enthusiastically struck the table and proclaimed, "Big D, I stand by you this time. Your intentions toward us elders have been duly acknowledged by the society." Just as Chu Ji was about to speak, he caught a glance from Uncle Deng, pressed his lips together, and swallowed his words. Big D, brimming with pride, cast a triumphant glance at Alu and laughed heartily at Long Jin, saying, "Uncle Long Jin, come to Tsinwan in a couple of days. I know your preferences, and I shall prepare 2 delightful surprises for you." Qinlang observed Big D and silently shook his head, thinking that this fellow had become rather overconfident. Chapter 81. Reciprocity is the essence of friendship. Qinlang did not linger any longer. He rose and bowed respectfully to Deng Bo, smiling as he said, "Deng Bo, I apologize for the intrusion today. On another occasion, I shall treat you to some fine tea at Lu Yu Tea House. For now, I must excuse myself, as I have matters to attend to." Observing this, Deng Bo strained to rise from his seat, using the armrest for support, and personally escorted Qinlang to the door. Once outside, Deng Bo suddenly paused, leaning closer to Qinlang and lowering his voice, "Lao Lu, our families do not have significant conflicts of interest, so I kindly ask that you refrain from being too harsh on Didi." Hearing Deng Bo's words, Qinlang solemnly replied in a hushed tone, "Deng Bo, you are well aware of my character. As long as I consider someone friend, I will never resort to underhanded tactics against them. Though Di may sometimes appear arrogant and overbearing, he is the only one among the younger generation of your circle and Lianxing who catches my eye. That is reassuring. Deng Bo sighed in relief. He could not help but worry, for the pressure Qin Lang exerted on him this time was immense. This was a clever and reckless beast, one that Di could hardly contend with. If Qin Lang were to unleash his wrath, Di might find himself sold out before he even had the chance to negotiate a fair price. Qin Lang smiled faintly and then said softly, Deng Bo, rest assured, this collaboration has been quite pleasant. I will not be the one to breach our understanding. Satisfied, Deng Bo nodded, extending his plump hand to pat Qin Lang on the shoulder. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Though no further words were spoken, the unspoken understanding between them was palpable. Thus, this silent pact was forged between the two, contingent upon Lianxing not provoking him. After entering the car and starting the engine, Qin Lang turned to the passenger, a G, and remarked, in a couple of days, I will find you a coach. It is not entirely fitting for me to always play the chauffeur. A G responded, Big brother. Both my brother and I could drive tractors. Back home, we were tractor drivers. We should adapt quickly, as they all have 4 wheels. There's little difference. Qin Lang nodded and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Yuan Long's de Wu Tongsun. The camel had treated him well, and he felt it only right to consider their needs as well. At the entrance of the East Star General Hall, in Yuan Long's de Wu Tongsun, a younger brother from the hall hurriedly approached to open the car door upon seeing Qin Lang's vehicle arrive. Laolu, you're back, he greeted with a cheerful smile, exuding no sense of estrangement. Once out of the car, Qin Lang patted his shoulder and slipped a bill into his jacket pocket. Thank you, Lu Ge. The younger brother, unreserved, took the car keys and moved the vehicle to another spot. Inside the General Hall's conference room, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The camel, grinning broadly, poured Qin Lang a cup of tea and exclaimed with hearty laughter, Lao Lu, you truly are one who rises to the occasion. Your recent actions have been nothing short of astonishing. Qin Lang chuckled softly, lifting his teacup to take a sip before leisurely responding, Boss, you know my nature. I have always adhered to the principle that if one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Had it not been for the provocative actions of the newly established organization, I would have had little inclination to engage with them. Moreover, the misfortune that befell the new faction was not solely due to my own prowess. Rather, it was a matter of seizing an opportunity that presented itself. However, the individual named Guolin, seated to the right of Camel, held a dissenting view regarding Qin Lang's statement. He interjected, Old Six, you are being excessively modest. Regardless of the circumstances, your ability to single-handedly shift the balance of power within our realm is a remarkable feat in itself. The situation is evident for all to see. Yet how many possess the capability to achieve what you have accomplished? Guoluan raised his voice for emphasis, even if we consider the entire underworld of Hong Kong Island. How many individuals possess the audacity and resolve to act in such a manner? While it cannot be said that none exist, they are indeed rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. These were the thoughts that echoed in Guoluan's mind. The actions of Old Six had opened his eyes to the fact that the underworld could be navigated in such a manner. A series of dazzling maneuvers had effectively dismantled the new faction, a prominent syndicate within the Hong Kong underworld. The execution was swift, precise, and merciless, leaving no opportunity for the new faction to respond. Most remarkably, the leader of the Ian gang, Su Long, had spread word of his sworn brotherhood with Old Six, taking pride in the announcement while conveniently omitting the details of his own defeat. In recent days, the name of Old Six had become resoundingly popular within the underworld. He had not even lifted a finger himself. Merely dispatching a few trusted allies had sufficed to accomplish the task with great efficiency. Truly enlightening. Qin Lang, without any preamble, stated his intentions plainly. Boss, I have garnered some modest gains this time, acquiring 2 territories. I shall retain the one in Tai Po for myself, while the plot in Tunmun will be handed over to Dongxing. Please send someone to take possession. I, Qin Lang, am not ungrateful. I remember the kindness you have shown me. Brotherhood is inherently reciprocal. It cannot exist as a one-sided affair, for that would simply be exploitation. Upon hearing these words from Qin Lang, Camel felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as the tree of affection he had nurtured bore fruit today. He remarked with heartfelt sincerity, "Old Six, I did not misjudge you." Qin Lang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Boss, you flatter me. We need not make things overly formal between us." Camel took a moment to compose himself before responding, "Old Six, your ability to consider me in your good fortune indicates that I hold a place in your thoughts, but I cannot allow you to suffer a loss." After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us proceed this way. Dongxing will purchase the Tunmun territory for 10 million. With that, Camel glanced at Qin Lang. Just as Qin Lang opened his mouth to speak, Camel swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. He pressed on, "Do not speak. Allow me to finish my words. You call me boss, and thus I must embody the role of a leader. While Tunmun may not yield much profit, it nonetheless represents a territorial expansion for Dongxing. And so it is settled." Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Lang ceased his remarks. He had initially intended to suggest that the price was rather low and that a slight increase would be in order, considering it was merely a matter of Dongxing's public account. However, the words of the camel, which were priceless, rendered his thoughts unnecessary. He noticed that the camel's eyes were slightly reddened, prompting him to jest. "Boss, are you feeling sentimental?" The camel shot Qin Lang a glare, playfully rebuking him. "Oh, you audacious little rascal, daring to jest even with the boss." As he spoke, he gently patted Qin Lang on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Guohuoluan, observing this exchange, felt a surge of complex emotions within. It was said that Lao Lu was mad, yet this madman was the most devoted to loyalty. The leader had not misjudged him. Lao Lu was indeed impeccable in his dealings. Chapter 82. Crimson turns to purple after concluding their serious discussions. The three men engaged in light-hearted banter for a while. The arrival of Qin Lang brought immense joy to Camel, who waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to hastily prepare a feast. Eager to share a drink with the sixth brother, Camel, a connoisseur of fine spirits, had amassed a considerable collection of exquisite wines, and Qin Lang had often assisted in their consumption. With the passage of time, and as they approached middle age, a moderate intake of alcohol could still facilitate jovial encounters with the fair sex. Excessive drinking, however, could hinder one's performance, leading to potential embarrassment akin to renowned figures in the underworld. Simultaneously, Camel specifically requested Guolin to summon the masters present in Hong Kong to gather at the main hall for a celebratory drink. 2 hours later, the banquet was ready. Camel, Qin Lang, and the others gathered around a grand round table, savoring the fine wines and delicacies while engaging in exuberant conversation. The topics of discussion among those from the underworld inevitably revolved around conflicts and confrontations. This was not surprising, as many of them were illiterate and would struggle to compose even a few words for an elementary school essay. Sitting beside Qin Lang, Lei Yaoyang was deep in discussion about military strategy, revealing a surprising commonality between the two. Both were rather irreverent. Lei Yaoyang, well-read and knowledgeable, particularly praised Qin Lang for his cunning tactics, remarking, "Understanding military strategy is one thing, but applying it effectively is another." As their conversation grew more animated, Lei Yaoyang boasted, "It is no wonder we were once the cultural twin stars of Dongxing." Qin Lang rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this fellow was indeed beyond redemption. The others, unable to counter Lei Yaoyang's antics, chose to dismiss him as mere nonsense. Only Sha Meng regarded Qin Lang with a hint of melancholy, sipping his drink with a furrowed brow and a heavy sigh. Qin Lang, feeling the uncomfortable weight of Sha Meng's gaze, snapped irritably, "What's your problem? If you keep looking at me like that, I might just gouge your eyes out." Feeling more aggrieved, Sha Meng, resembling a scorn partner, lamented, "Sixth brother, how do you think a brother should treat you?" Qin Lang shot him a fierce look, retorting, "Speak plainly or let it out." Finally, Sha Meng pleaded, "Sixth brother, let us negotiate. Can you settle the project funds for me? Even half would suffice." Qin Lang glanced at Camel beside him and inquired, "Boss, haven't you settled his bill?" Camel shot Sha Meng a glare before responding to Qin Lang, "Of course I did. I had this fool take a discount and use the payment to offset the balance. ISNT that money? Qin Lang nearly burst into laughter, now understanding why Sha Meng felt so aggrieved. The project funds were legitimate and clean, while the offset payment was illicit. Even with the adjustment, he would lose a significant portion, and if discounts were applied, Sha Meng would hardly see a profit from this endeavor. Just as the conversation reached a crescendo, a series of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Everyone turned to see Shui Ling entering, accompanied by Wu Shang and Qi Qiao. As Shui Ling entered, she wore a gentle smile and bowed slightly, apologizing to everyone. I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. The recent unrest in Kowloon City has caused us some delays. I hope for your understanding. Uncle Ben stood up to offer Shui Ling a seat and then sat beside Lei Yaoyang. Shui Ling exchanged a glance with Qi Qiao, who nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding of the situation. Subsequently, Qi Qiao drew a chair and seated herself between Qin Lang and Lei Yaoyang, turning to the latter and asking, "Brother Yaoyang, do you mind?" Lei Yaoyang cast a meaningful glance at Qi Qiao, thinking to himself, "With your limited skills, how dare you approach the sixth brother? You are blissfully unaware of the danger. He could easily overpower you." Nevertheless, Lei Yaoyang was well aware of Qin Lang's capabilities. After an evening of revelry, Qi Qiao was carried home by Shui Ling. Before departing, Shui Ling glanced back at Qin Lang, silently questioning, what substance is this man made of? Even the notoriously strong-drinking Xiao Qi succumbed to him. Outside the main hall, Camel, with a radiant complexion, bid farewell to Qin Lang. "Sixth brother, do visit me more often. You are now the esteemed host. I cannot frequently roam Shatian, lest others misconstrue our relationship. Should any unfounded rumors arise, they could tarnish your reputation." Qin Lang wrapped an arm around Camel's shoulders and laughed heartily. "Boss, what does reputation matter? Can it compare to our camaraderie? Feel free to come whenever you like. No one will dare to gossip indiscriminately, or I shall silence them. My current standing is a testament to your support, and that's an undeniable fact. Let them talk. I am indifferent." The elder generation from Dongxing looked at Camel with envious eyes, lamenting, "Why can't we encounter such a devoted follower?" They felt envy and jealousy, but no animosity. Even with sixth brother's departure from Dongxing, their business in Shatian remained unaffected. Sixth brother was nostalgic, and he truly knew how to conduct himself. After exchanging pleasantries, they each departed in their vehicles. Camel sent a member of the enforcement team to drive Qin Lang. "Sixth brother, where to?" the young man inquired once seated. Qin slightly inebriated, replied, "To the Tsim Sha Sui Sky Garden. I'm in high spirits tonight, having indulged quite a bit." Under the night sky, the vibrant and shadowy scenes of Hong Kong intertwined, with neon lights tirelessly flickering, illuminating a world of opulence. Even at night, the streets thronged with vehicles and bustling crowds. Qin Lang gazed upon the nocturnal panorama of Hong Kong, feeling as though he had never found it more pleasing. At last, I can engage in meaningful endeavors. It wasn't that I lacked the desire before. Rather, I lacked the means. Without a solid foundation, any efforts would merely serve others. The name Qin Lang, sixth brother, began to resonate like a bolt of lightning through the underbelly of Hong Kong, quickly gaining prominence. The famous Li GT restaurant in Yau Ma Ti was filled with patrons, savoring late-night snacks while quietly discussing the latest gossip from the underworld. In a corner of the eatery sat Feng Yuxiu, clad in a cheap hoodie, with somewhat disheveled hair, yet possessing exceptionally sharp eyes. He appeared to casually enjoy a plate of fried rice while his ears were subtly attuned to the conversations around him. Have you heard? The new establishment has yielded to sixth brother. A man clad in a floral shirt whispered conspiratorially. Another interjected, "Of course. Could the new establishment afford not to bow? After all, sixth brother's underlings, the four heavenly kings, have laid waste to the new establishment without sixth brother even lifting a finger. Remarkable, one must admit. Sixth brother is indeed a formidable figure. To call him the foremost expert of the Hong Kong underworld would not be an exaggeration. His intellect is equally exceptional. And his disciples? They are beyond reproach. Just a year ago, for Crow Brother's sake, sixth brother dared to confront the Colosseum of the city. When has such a thing occurred since the Colosseum's inception? How wonderful it would be to be accepted as one of Sixth Brother's disciples. At that moment, a loud voice burst in. Hung walked through the door, overhearing the conversation, and mockingly exclaimed, "What are you dreaming about? Do you think you are worthy to join Sixth Brother's ranks?" The man, incensed, retorted, "I may not be worthy, but do you think you are?" Feng Yuxiu rose and approached the man, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "Do you truly believe that Sixth Brother treats his disciples well and showers them with money?" The man's skin prickled under Feng Yuxiu's scrutiny, and he quickly replied, "Indeed, Sixth Brother has spent millions for Crow Brother." With that, Feng Yuxiu turned and exited the restaurant, making his way on foot toward Sha Tin. Chapter 83. The feud among the Jiang brothers on the following morning. As Qin Lang and the two companions from Tianhong arrived at the entrance of a martial arts school, they were greeted by a ludicrous yet theatrical scene. A long table was set up outside the Black Tiger Martial Arts School, where employees of a security company, both earnest and frivolous, indulged in the role of interviewers. On the table lay a notebook, and one of them held a pen in hand. The dialogue from this makeshift stall drifted into Qin Lang's ears. "Where are you from?" "Changsha." The interlocutor, sporting a crew cut and clad in a classic Zhongshan suit, wore handmade black cloth shoes. The younger brother, with an air of annoyance, chided, "Can't you refrain from boasting? You'd have to be a killer. With that look in your eyes, I do believe you were a murderer." "I've killed plenty too. Last night alone, I took out several 100 million. I'm from Hunan, Changsha," the man clarified. "Oh," the younger brother chuckled. "You're a fellow townsman of Brother Tiger. What skills do you possess?" "My marksmanship is decent." "You're certainly not modest." Initially, Qin Lang paid little heed to this exchange. Since the Crow was expanding its ranks, he presumed they had their own criteria. However, upon hearing the man mention his hometown, Qin Lang paused and instructed, "Provide him with an employment application for the property management company." The younger brother nodded with a grin, understood, Sixth Brother. Inside the martial arts hall, the atmosphere was bustling, with some practicing their punches while others engaged in interviews. Indeed, it was an interview. Underworld Security was a legitimate enterprise. Qin Lang also spotted two familiar faces and waved them over, saying, "You two, come upstairs with me." On the fourth floor tea room, as Qin Lang settled in, the Dong hurriedly prepared tea for him. Casting a glance at the two individuals before him, he inquired, "What are your names?" "Guo Ziheng." The captivating leader, Feng Yuxiu, a martial world of one. Qin Lang scrutinized the two, then glanced at Tianhong's duo, contemplating the trio from the Crow, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Looking at this bunch, not one seemed particularly reliable. His gaze shifted to the Dong, his only earnest subordinate, and he consoled himself with that thought. Leaning back in his chair, Qin Lang addressed the two. "Explain your reasons for coming to Shatian. What are you willing to offer, and what do you hope to gain?" Feng Yuxiu, with an anxious expression, quickly responded, "I want to be with you. I'm in need of money." Qin Lang chuckled. "Anyone from Hong Kong wishing to be my subordinate must queue up. So tell me, how much are you worth?" Feng Yuxiu shook his head, replying, "I don't know. As long as you can cover my wife's medical expenses, my life is yours." Qin Lang opened a drawer, pulled out 2 stacks of cash, and tossed them to the Dong, instructing, "Accompany Ah Xiu to handle this matter. Go to whichever hospital in Hong Kong can treat her, and don't stop until she is cured." Feng Yuxiu clasped his hands in a martial salute, declaring, "I will brave mountains and seas without hesitation." Qin Lang waved his hand, urging, "Hurry and arrange for your wife. I don't wish to hear words of gratitude. Just do your job well from now on." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuxiu's eyes brimmed with profound gratitude as he deeply bowed to Qin Lang and exited the tea room with the Dong. Qin Lang then turned to Guo Ziheng and asked, "What about you?" Guo Ziheng revealed a smile that was more unpleasant than tears and said, "Sixth Brother, I wish to be with you." Qin Lang chuckled. "You are quite straightforward." Casting a glance at Tianhong, he mischievously suggested, "Go downstairs and compete with him. If you wish to join me, you must possess some skills." Tianhong rose and approached Heng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Come with me. To be with my elder brother, you must first pass my test." At Yanghe Hospital, Jiang Sheng sat beside the hospital bed, wearing glasses and appearing refined. Yet his heart burned with fury, his chest heaving. "Elder brother," Qiangxing film industry is the fruit of hard work between the 10th brother and me. You sent it away without even consulting us. What do you take us for? Jiang Sheng, aware of his own culpability, weakly explained, Ah Sheng, I admit my fault this time. As you can see, I am incapacitated in the hospital due to this trouble. Uncle Jing represented Xinji to negotiate with those parties. The old adversary, Mad Tiger, put forth one condition, our Jiang family's film company. This demand is not excessive. In fact, it is rather low. You should realize his intentions with your intelligence. Jiang Sheng snorted, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, that bastard Mad Tiger is too cunning. Not only did he split Xinji in two, but he also seeks to incite discord within our Jiang family. Such malicious intent. Jiang Chong, less perceptive than Jiang Sheng, spoke with indignation. Elder brother, I will never relinquish the film company. It is my entire fortune. If we hand it over, how will I survive? You cannot use our hard work to resolve the issues of the gang. Jiang Sheng coughed, covering his mouth, and, after catching his breath, replied, Ah Chong, I will compensate you later. You should understand that without Xinji's support, our Jiang family's legitimate business will be devoured in an instant. You are aware of how many enemies we have made over the years. Those who bring us fortune are rare, while those who seek to harm us are numerous. If that time comes, we will struggle to retain our family's wealth. He continued, we must prioritize overcoming the immediate crisis to have a chance at turning the tide. Otherwise, our Jiang family will either be expelled from Hong Kong Island or face dire consequences. Jiang Sheng glanced at his weakened elder brother and halted the 10th brother from speaking further. Elder brother, we are all Jiang. We rise or fall together, and none can escape this fate. However, I must reclaim this loss. Do they truly believe that Mad Tiger is invincible? Damn it, if I find the slightest opportunity, I will chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Despite his cultured appearance, Jiang Sheng was the most ruthless among the Jiang brothers. Jiang Sheng raised his hand to stop him, sighing, at present, we are in no position to provoke Mad Tiger. If it weren't for your 7th brother's pride, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Mad Tiger has not eradicated us entirely because he still wishes to maintain his status on Hong Kong Island. Should we breach the rules first, he would have the pretext to uproot our Jiang family. He dares. With a furious roar, Jiang Chong's face flushed crimson from overwhelming agitation, veins protruding on his forehead. Jiang Sheng scoffed. What is there for him to fear? He dared to unleash a rocket launcher in the city stronghold, to clash directly with the arena. He has even leveraged our strength to carve out new Ji. Do you truly believe he would hesitate to confront the Jiang family? Jiang Sheng nodded at Jiang Sheng, stating, very well, since this is your decision, we shall adhere to it. Let us return to the company to organize the accounts and allocate the funds. The company may provide him with support, but he shall not lay claim to a single penny. The two brothers departed the hospital room with heavy steps. Regardless of who bore the brunt of this situation, it would be unbearable. After all, their years of toil could vanish in an instant, rendering all their efforts as mere illusions. Years of hard work, reduced to naught in a single day. Upon reaching the hospital's ground floor, Jiang Chong climbed into Jiang Sheng's car, taking a seat in the passenger's side. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply, the smoke swirling around his mouth and nose, attempting to ease the vexation brewing within him. However, it proved futile, as Jiang Chong slammed his fist onto the dashboard in frustration. Damn it, we gain nothing from this. Yet they expect us to fill their void with our blood, sweat, and tears. Are those who raise us not human? Jiang Chong was undeniably fierce, merciless even to himself. Jiang Sheng did not intervene in his outburst, speaking in a low tone, 10th brother, let's extract the company's funds and head to Taiwan. We cannot remain in Hong Kong any longer. I just tested the waters with eldest brother, and his reaction was unsettling. After suffering such a significant blow, how could he not seek retribution? Eldest brother once said, that Mad Tiger is indeed mad, and there is nothing he would shy away from. Once they make their move, we shall be mere cannon fodder. They possess both resources and influence, whereas we do not. Jiang Chong looked at Jiang Sheng in astonishment, incredulously asking, you were just testing eldest brother? Jiang Sheng scoffed, replying with a sardonic smile, 10th brother, if one does not act in their own interest, they invite their own demise. Let them play their games. Of the 36 stratagems, the best course of action is to withdraw. Chapter 84. Money and blades. In the tea room on the 4th floor of the martial arts hall, Chun Gaya brought several electronic engineers he had gathered. After serving tea, Qin Lang placed the materials he had prepared before them. Gentlemen, this is my modest proposal. I would appreciate your insights on its feasibility. A bespectacled middle-aged man reached for the documents, while the others remained unresponsive. Observing their reactions, Qin Lang discerned that this individual was a respected authority in the field. The adage, "A craftsman is best judged by his peers," rang true. After studying the materials for a while, the man's eyes grew weary. He removed his glasses to rub them, then donned them again to address Qin Lang. "Mr. Qin, I have reviewed your documents. Although they convey only a general concept, the execution is not particularly challenging. The ingenuity of your idea is commendable. Would you consider pursuing further studies in this area?" Qin Lang, aware of his own limitations, hesitated to entertain such an invitation. He understood that his insights were merely reflections derived from the shoulders of giants. "No, I shall confine myself to what I am capable of. I leave the specialized tasks to you professionals," he gently declined. The middle-aged man shook his head in disappointment, then picked up a document and began to explain. "The fundamental principle of the air fryer is quite simple. It utilizes heating elements to generate high temperatures, combined with a powerful fan to create a circulating hot airflow that cooks the food. The heating components can be made from either copper or aluminum, depending on your desired cost control. As for temperature regulation, that can be addressed at Guangdong. The microwave operates on a similar principle. Anyone with a basic understanding of electrical and engineering materials can construct one." Qin Lang nodded in apparent comprehension, regardless of his actual understanding. At the very least, he was listening attentively. After a brief pause, Li Shengli interjected, "Given the power constraints on the island, both air fryers and microwaves have market potential. Other products could be exported." Professional insight. After hearing the middle-aged man's explanation, Qin Lang gave him a thumbs up. "May I ask your name?" "Li Shengli." "Oh, it seems Mr. Li was born in the early to mid-40s. "Indeed. Mr. Li, would you be interested in becoming the chief engineer at Wanlong Electric?" Li Shengli expressed surprise. "Wanlong Electric? I have not heard of it." Qin Lang chuckled, responding, "You would be joining as the company is established. It would indeed be a double blessing." Li Shengli shook his head with a smile. "Mr. Qin, your confidence is remarkable, but do you understand what it takes to run an electrical company?" Qin Lang rose and pulled a chair to sit before Li Shengli and the others. "Mr. Li, I may not know the intricacies, but you do, don't you? The remaining concern is merely financial. Issues solvable with money are not truly problems in my view." Li Shengli regarded the spirited Qin Lang, recognizing his commanding presence. Yet, he still declined. "Mr. Qin, I am quite content at Feng's Electric. My salary and benefits are satisfactory, and I do not intend to change jobs." Li Shengli's refusal stemmed from his desire to avoid any association with the gang members, as they were notoriously troublesome. "Feng's Electric? Please hold on, Mr. Li." After speaking, Qin Lang rose and returned to the third-floor bedroom to make a phone call to Zhang Hao. Despite his short stature, this man possessed an extensive network. "Brother Hao, it's me, Lao Lu." "Lao Lu, what's the matter?" Zhang Hao's voice resonated through the phone. "Are you familiar with Feng's Electric?" "Yes. It's an electrical company under the Hong Kong Electric Group." "Why do you ask?" "I'm looking to establish an electrical company and want to learn about its background." Qin Lang explained it. Zhang Hao, surprised, inquired, "Do you have any knowledge of this industry? Are you really planning to dive in?" Qin Lang chuckled. "If I lack understanding, can't I find someone who does? I'll acquire a small electrical company in Guangdong and hire someone knowledgeable to manage it." Zhang Hao could only shake his head and smile wryly. "Lao Lu, your approach remains as audacious as ever, as long as you know your own mind." Qin Lang replied, "No problem. Let us have tea another day." After hanging up, he returned to the 4th floor and smiled at Li Shengli. "Say, Mr. Li, I'm offering your RD team and management a 10% stake. Once I acquire the company, you all can come on board." Li Shengli and his colleagues were taken aback by Qin Lang's assertiveness. Stepping closer to Li Shengli, Qin Lang pointed to the documents on the table and asked, "Do these materials have market potential?" Li Shengli nodded. "Indeed." "Excellent." Qin Lang continued, "I want to shortchange my people. From the moment you laid eyes on these documents, Your options have been limited. I prefer to be straightforward. The salary remains unchanged, and the shares are given freely. However, should this information leak, you must consider the consequences. Li Shengli, smiling bitterly, asked Mr. Qin, does this mean that once your people found us, we had no choice? Precisely. Qin Lang affirmed. While my methods may be a bit overbearing, I never mistreat my own. You will receive what is due, but let me be clear, do not harbor ulterior motives. The repercussions are beyond your capacity to bear. In the world of the underbelly, I am addressed as Lu Ge, and you may inquire about my reputation. Qin Lang recognized the reality. Conventional recruitment might not yield results, as no one in their right mind would willingly associate with those from the underworld. Thus, he had no choice but to employ the methods typical of that realm, given his circumstances. Li Shengli and his colleagues exchanged glances, all wearing wry smiles. Hong Kong is a city steeped in the ways of the underworld, with its influence permeating every facet. As locals, they understood the magnitude of a powerful figure in this domain. It was evident that, barring the wealthiest elites, most companies could hardly withstand the turbulence stirred by such underworld leaders. In the world of commerce, money builds bridges, while the underworld forges paths with blades. The balance of power lies solely in the strengths of each side. Qin Lang turned to Chun Gaia, signaling him with a glance, and said, Gaia, I entrust this matter to you. Chun Gaia felt a surge of joy. Being assigned this task affirmed his entry into the core circle of his esteemed boss. He was acutely aware that despite Chun Fei's position as the Hallmaster and Qin Shu's ascension to the role of ceremonial Hallmaster, neither of them belonged to the inner circle of the old master. Within this exclusive circle, only the four kings, who stood by the master's side, were deemed central figures. To his surprise, a mere novice like him had managed to gain entry. Who could he possibly discuss this with? Chun Gaia pounded his chest with a resounding thud, his face alight with joy as he assured, Rest assured, sixth brother, there will be no mistakes. This fellow was significantly older than Qin Lang, yet the way he called out sixth brother flowed with remarkable ease. His handsome face wore an expression of sycophancy that was quite difficult to behold. Chapter 85. The tactics of Chun Gaian having concluded his business. Qin Lang rose from his seat and nodded to Li Shengli and the others before leaving the tea room with a buoyant stride. Once Qin Lang departed, Chun Gaian settled himself before Li Shengli and his companions, a broad smile gracing his face as he spoke. Old Li, we shall be partners from this day forth. I look forward to our collaboration. Wouldn't you agree? Li Shengli felt an overwhelming urge to express his disdain for this audacious man, wondering why he had to be dragged into this predicament. With a resigned expression, Li Shengli replied, Mr. Chun, might I suggest that I conduct my research on these matters, and, once you have secured the patents, we proceed then? The title of Mr. Chun brought Chun Gaian immense satisfaction. He reached into his cigarette case, offering each of them a cigarette before taking a puff himself. He then continued, Old Li, I, Chun Gaian, have been honored by my friends in the underworld with the moniker of Crocodile Turtle. What does that imply? It signifies that once I latch on, there is no escape. Not only am I tenacious, but I also possess a knack for survival. Chun Gaian flashed a toothy grin at Li Shengli and his companions, declaring, You cannot escape. It is simply impossible. I have invested considerable effort to find you, and your esteemed young gentlemen are now my disciples. I trust you are all aware of the unspoken rules of our world. I need not elaborate further. Li Shengli and the others glared at Chun Gaian, their anger palpable as they retorted, Mr. Chun, are you not concerned that your actions may lead to peril for our company? Huh, Chun Gaian scoffed. You may certainly test that theory. My life is worth little. I have no qualms about dying, but I expect many to accompany me on that journey. Defeated, Li Shengli and his companions slumped into their chairs, mentally sending their sincere regards to Chun Gaian. With a shift in tone, Chun Gaian cheerfully remarked, I am not devoid of reason. I have yet to submit the letters of commendation for your young gentlemen. Is that true? Li Shengli and the others inquired eagerly. Chun Gaian nodded. Your young gentlemen are all diligent students, and they ought to be attending Hong Kong University. It would be a waste of talent not to. As a notable figure, I do not wish to jeopardize the futures of my disciples. Good children deserve a bright future. Observing their expressions, he continued, "Brother Lu never neglects his own, and as his brother, I too shall uphold his reputation. If you conduct yourselves wisely, I shall not place you in a difficult position." Chun Gaian willingly took the blame upon himself. As this was his first venture in managing affairs, he was determined to avoid any missteps, aspiring to receive the same treatment as the others. Gaining entry into the core circle of this establishment would grant him a share in the enterprise, yielding not only profit but also the opportunity to leverage the establishment's name for future endeavors. An enticing prospect indeed. Li Shengli and his companions, thoroughly exasperated by Chun Gaian's audacity, found themselves devoid of options. Li Shengli silently cursed, "You should not be called crocodile turtle. You ought to be called a tortoise, for once you bite. It's impossible to let go." At 6 in the evening, a cacophony of screeching brakes echoed outside the Wan Chai Du Laoji nightclub as 7 vehicles lined up in succession. Qin Lang, the crown prince, bearded Yong, and Su Long disembarked from their cars. Upon receiving word, the red sticks of the venue hurriedly emerged to welcome them. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to Du Laoji. Allow me to guide you." The rather imposing figure of Ba Bai forced a smile that was far from reassuring. In fact, it was quite disconcerting. Even a child might be frightened to tears by that grin. Qin Lang and his companions advanced in a crab-like formation. Many onlookers stepped aside at the sight of their imposing demeanor. Upon reaching the second floor, whispers filled the air. "Do you recognize these individuals? They certainly exude an air of dominance." A businessman in construction murmured, "The leader of the Ian gang, Su Long, the spokesperson for Hongxing in Simsha Sui, the prince, and the representative for the number gang, Hu Xiu Yong." That young lad walking alongside them. No need to ask who he is. Who could it be? Need I even inquire? In Hong Kong, to stand shoulder to shoulder with them at such a young age, the only possible answer is the notorious Feng M.O., the old East S resident powerhouse. Is the infamous Feng M.O. who truly that youthful? Indeed, the businessman sighed. "I must find someone to introduce me. There are numerous projects in Sha Tin right now. Perhaps there lies an opportunity for me." Sha Tin, renowned for its dense concentration of educational institutions alongside Kowloon City, has witnessed a rapid surge in the real estate sector. With a population nearing 200,000, even the less affluent possess potential in the market. For clarification, Sha Tin's population is close to 600,000, with an expanded area reflecting a similar increase. Both real estate and construction ventures are eager to partake in the burgeoning market. However, to engage in Sha Tin, one must navigate through Wan Long Company. Even a small fortune falling from the sky would require a cut for Wan Long. Otherwise, no project would commence. This was the rationale behind Qin Lang's establishment of those smaller factions. They stir up trouble, while Wan Long addresses the issues, thereby crafting an ideal business environment. On the second floor of the nightclub, Su Long instructed Ba Bai to reserve 2 lavish private rooms, one for Qin Lang's group, and another for Tian Hong and Gue Tian. Qin Lang took a moment to admire Gue Tian's gleaming gold dental work. The brilliance was striking and rather impressive. Just before departing, Gue Tian cast a complex glance in Qin Lang's direction. Inside the private room, the DCOR was resplendent, a true testament to the owner's understanding of the preferences of the underworld. Those of the underworld revel in such opulence, as long as one possesses wealth. Gold chains and Rolex watches are given. These items serve not only as adornments, but also as liquid assets, easily converted to cash wherever one may roam. Ba Bai, displaying remarkable acumen, anticipated Qin Lang's needs without prompting, instructing the server to bring forth several bottles of Royal Salute and beer. Sulong Gishar Tordbabi, Chuckling. You know how to conduct yourself. Now, bring me a few bottles of red wine, and the rest is up to you. Today, Su Long was treating Qin Lang, and he began by saying, "Brother, it is imperative that you join us for a feast at Du Laoji." By the time Hu Xiu Yong reached out to Qin Lang, it was already too late. Thus, he and the prince had accompanied Su Long. The prince sat beside Qin Lang, nudging his arm gently and whispering, "I heard you've acquired the new G Film Company?" "Indeed." Qin Lang nodded with a mischievous smile, remarking that since others had lowered their heads, he too would not overstep and would offer a token gesture. The crown prince raised his cup to clink with Qin Lang's and said, "Old Six, you must exercise caution with the new G. After suffering such a significant loss, they will certainly not let it go lightly." Qin Lang replied cheerfully, "It's a trivial matter. I fear they won't even dare to come. For the time being, whoever targets me will find that I attribute this incident to the new G." Qin Lang had also brought along the little chubby fellow. Regardless of who struck at him, the little chubby one would retaliate fiercely. The underlying message was clear. If I am to endure hardship, then so shall you. Chapter 86. The sixth brother is shot. Su Long now exuded an air of confidence. Ever since he reinstated the E in Gang's name, the corners of his mouth had been curving upwards in his slumber. He had done nothing remarkable. Yet after enduring a beating, the coveted position of the leader had fortuitously fallen into his lap. Although he had lost a substantial portion of it, he still held the title of a leader. After the four shared a drink and engaged in casual conversation, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Su Long beckoned, and a throng of hardware and software engineers entered the private room, wafting in a fragrant breeze. They were a diverse assembly, with figures of all shapes and sizes, resembling a miniature United Nations summit. Before Qin Lang and the others could utter a word, Su Long rose with a smile and addressed the leading woman, Sister Lan. "It has been a while. How have you been?" Sister Lan appeared to be in her 40s. Adorned in a well-fitted qipao, her hair elegantly styled in a noblewoman's updo. With an oval face and sharp eyebrows, there was a hint of vigor in her gaze. Yet, for Su Long to address her as sister indicated her exceptional stature. She playfully patted Su Long's arm, chiding, "Do you not already know how I am? You have guests today. We shall converse in detail another time. I heard from Bob Bai that you were here, so I came to take a look." Su Long nodded and turned to introduce Qin Lang and the others. "This is a shareholder of Du Lao Ji and the renowned sixth sister from the 12 golden hairpins of Mong Kok over 20 years ago. Sister Lan has been quite supportive of me in the past." In deference to Su Long, Qin Lang and his companions stood and offered a respectful gesture. Addressing her as Sister Lan, Sister Lan embodied the commanding presence of a seasoned figure in the underworld, returning the courtesy, "We are all children of the rivers and lakes. There is no need for formality among brothers." After the pleasantries, Sister Lan brought a middle-aged man to sit beside Qin Lang, smiling as she introduced Mr. Qin. "This gentleman is the brother-in-law of Boss Huang." With a courteous demeanor, Sister Lan added, "Since you are a friend of Long Gu, you may call him Lao Lu." Qin Lang recognized Boss Huang as Huang Qiu, the prominent figure in the nightlife of Hong Kong, known as the king of nightclubs. He glanced at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Sister Lan, feel free to speak candidly." Sister Lan gestured to the middle-aged man and cheerfully introduced Mr. Qin. "He is involved in engineering and is keen on having a meal in Sha Tin. I'm merely facilitating an introduction." Sister Lan was astute. Despite being a senior figure in the underworld, she understood the boundaries of their acquaintance and refrained from asserting her seniority. Raising his glass, Qin Lang clinked it with the middle-aged man with the goodwill of Long Gu and Sister Lan. "I have no qualms about visiting Wuya at Underworld Security in Sha Tin." The middle-aged man raised his glass to meet Qin Lang at 2/3 of the way, then tilted his head back, downing the drink. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your assistance. I shall pay a visit soon. I must take my leave now," demonstrating keen awareness. The middle-aged man nodded to Qin Lang and the others before exiting the private room. Sister Lan shared a final drink with the group, smiling. "I won't disturb your revelry any longer. I shall host a feast for you brothers another day. Sister Lan, take care." After escorting Sister Lan out, one among them selected 2 women, and the conversation resumed. Qin Lang and his companions shared similar tastes, all favoring those with long, robust legs. Su Long raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Lang's, chuckling, "Old Six, I won't bother saying thank you. Tomorrow, have someone come to the island. I will entrust the waste recycling and cleaning services within the Ian Gang's territory to your people. Inspired by you, I have also established a property management company, which I will manage myself. However, this matter is rather trivial. I have secured a shop for you in Causeway Bay, and your team can take possession of it tomorrow." Qin Lang lifted his glass, clinked it with Su Long's, and downed the drink in one go, feeling that today's feast had not been in vain. Subsequently, The two princes entrusted Qinlang with the waste recycling and cleaning business, making the banquet truly delightful. Hu Yuyong presented a handbag to Qinlang. Old 6. I initially intended to gift you a license plate with the number 6 as a token of gratitude, but that particular plate is in Sir Xiao's possession. Thus, I managed to procure a license plate numbered 66 for you. All the paperwork is in the bag. We cannot display such a conspicuous plate ourselves, but it would be splendid if you could flaunt it for our amusement. Observing Su Long and Hu Yuyong's gestures, the prince could not help but scold inwardly. These two scoundrels, they have both offered gifts, yet I have nothing of substance to present. After a moment of hesitation, the prince gritted his teeth and said to Qinlang, Old 6, I too have enjoyed a bountiful meal today. I shall make it up to you with a gift on another occasion. Qinlang laughed, understanding the prince's desire to maintain his dignity, and did not refuse. He draped his arm around the prince's shoulder and replied, All right, I shall await your return. The prince's gifts would suffice. He would later reciprocate with a generous offering for the prince's son, for he was genuinely not affluent. With business concluded, the remaining trivial matters need not be elaborated upon, primarily to avoid igniting undue passions among readers and to prevent any common missteps. As the evening drew to a close, the other three, accompanied by their dates, departed the nightclub, while Qinlang escorted Tianhong and another companion out. Just as they were exchanging farewell words at the nightclub entrance, a speeding car hurtled towards Qinlang. In a split second, he sprang into action, propelling himself out of harm's way. The driver, displaying remarkable skill, executed a sharp drift, and two windows rolled down to reveal two ominous dark weapons aimed directly at Qinlang, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 Qinlang evaded with remarkable agility. Even without dodging, the bullets posed no threat, yet he still managed to escape. Alas, he was not entirely unscathed, as his chest bore the brunt of 2 shots, an indication of a formidable adversary. While it was impressive to withstand blows, enduring bullets was rather excessive. Should this incident become public, future attempts on his life would not merely involve gunmen, but would escalate to the use of rocket launchers. The prince, having consumed little alcohol and remaining alert, seized a trash bin from the nightclub entrance and hurled it towards the car. Subsequently, he, along with Asa and others, charged towards the vehicle. Tianhong was not idle either, sprinting towards the car with fervor. Aji swiftly drew a short knife from his waist and aimed it at the driver. Thud! Aji's knife failed to pierce through the laminated glass of the car's windshield, instead embedding itself within. Su Long and Hu Yuyong, overwhelmed by the chaos, retreated towards the nightclub as the scene descended into utter disorder. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Qinlang's eyes. These were not his own arrangements, but rather a genuine attempt on his life. As for the identity of the assailants, he remained uncertain, though it was highly unlikely they belonged to the new record. Jiang Sheng and Zhu Jing were not foolish enough to act so rashly. If they intended to kill him, it would likely take a year and a half, waiting for the storm to subside before making their move. Qinlang called out loudly to the 3 princes, Return. Do not pursue any further. The trio did not halt immediately, but after a brief chase, they returned to the entrance of the nightclub. Panting heavily, the prince cursed, Damn it, we couldn't catch up. That driver's skills are extraordinary. If I find out who is responsible, I will make them pay dearly. Tianhong approached Qinlang to inspect him and inquired, Brother, are you injured? Qinlang reassuringly patted Tianhong on the shoulder and replied, It's nothing. The marksman's aim was woefully poor. Not a hair on my body was harmed. At that moment, Su Long and bearded Yong stumbled over, reeking of alcohol, and asked, Old 6, is everything all right? Indeed. Qinlang's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he declared, Someone dares to disrupt the order. Today's events will not go unpunished. Chapter 87 The assassination order in the Jianghe Tan gazed at Qinlang's terrifying expression, a chill surged from the soles of his feet, ascending with an icy grip that rendered the gold in his mouth frigid and sharp against his tongue. Though he had witnessed grand spectacles before, he had never encountered such a chilling sight. The mad tiger seemed to be smiling, yet the glimmering red light in his eyes cast a shiver down Gue Tian's spine. Concurrently, any flicker of indignation within him vanished entirely. He resolved never to provoke this madman in his lifetime. Qin Lang waved farewell to several individuals and departed with Tian Hong in a vehicle, retreating from Wan Chai back to Sha Tin. The prince wore a grim expression, instructing Asa beside him, issue an assassination order in the Jianghu, a black Toyota Bluebird with a shattered windshield. Do not concern yourself with the license plate. It is undoubtedly a counterfeit. Whoever can locate the driver and the gunman may claim 500,000 at the boxing gym. Su Long's temper now burned hotter than the prince's. Today he had invited Lao Lu for drinks, but fate had cruelly thrust them into an ambush by gunmen. If this matter remained unresolved, his reputation would suffer immensely. Just after gaining his position, someone dared to undermine him. He was determined to make an example of a few individuals. Turning to Gue Tian, Su Long slurred his words in the name of the Ian gang. Issue an assassination order, a reward of 1 million for the capture of the perpetrator. Gue Tian inquired, Master, is it truly an assassination order? Su Long, slightly intoxicated and muddled, nodded without sensing any issue. Yes. Hu Shu Yong was not idle either. He drunkenly addressed the nearby Yen. Add an additional 500,000 from the EZDUI. This matter is far from over. How dare they brandish firearms before me? They treat me as if I were nothing. After exchanging their fervent sentiments, the group entered their vehicles with their day's companions. The thrill of the evening's libations had been too intense, and they needed a venue to vent their frustrations. Otherwise, their ire would linger. Did you see that? This is the audacity of the Jianghu overlords. They remain undeterred even in the face of gunfire. The Wanchai police station received reports of a shooting incident outside Du Laoji's establishment. Upon their arrival, however, they found not a soul in sight. The lead inspector approached Du Laoji, inquiring with the hall manager about the situation. The manager, bewildered, replied, Sir, there have been far too many guests today. I truly have no idea what transpired outside. Unyielding, the lead inspector posed the same question to the doorman. The attendant, having received directives from above, shook their head. Sir, I saw nothing and know nothing. Observing the circumstances, the lead inspector deduced. They simply did not wish to divulge information. With no recourse, he stepped outside to question the officers examining the scene. Any findings? An officer, gloved and holding a bag of evidence, replied, aside from these shell casings, there is nothing else. The forensic team is currently measuring tire tracks. An hour later, upon returning to the Wan Chai police station, the lead inspector encountered Superintendent Chen Guai from the Headquarters Major Crimes Unit. Inspector Zhao, this shooting case has been assigned to the Major Crimes Unit. Please transfer the evidence and the scene report. Chen Guai had just concluded a call with Qin Lang and had hastened to the Wan Chai police station, awaiting Inspector Zhao's return. Inspector Zhao furrowed his brow, reluctantly permitting the transfer of evidence. He glanced at Chen Guai and inquired, Chen, sir, may we participate in the investigation at the Wan Chai police station? Chen Guai patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Rest assured, after the resolution of this case, your name will be on the report. Your efforts will not go unrecognized. Following this, Chen Guai departed Wan Chai police station with the officers from the Headquarters Major Crimes Unit. In Hong Kong, the quickest messengers of news are invariably those from the underworld. The doors of Lee's Tea restaurant in Yau Ma Ti were firmly shut, yet the interior buzzed with activity. As a hub for information, the atmosphere was particularly lively today, with a modest establishment overflowing with patrons. Word had spread among the local informants that a significant task was about to be announced. Standing atop a table, the boisterous Sheng Hung proclaimed, those wishing to take on the task, please pay the tea fee, 100 each. Blimey, the Sheng Hung, why don't you just rob someone? Came a retort, isn't the usual fee 30? The Sheng Hung laughed, responding, that's the regular price, but today it's a big deal. Total remuneration is 2 million. Such an opportunity doesn't come by often. The swifter one receive the news, the greater their chances of securing this bounty. So, what's wrong with charging a bit more for the tea fee? The tea restaurant erupted in excitement. The announcement sent ripples through the crowd. 2 million? What a staggering figure. It was an amount they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. The Sheng Hung, repeat that, called someone in disbelief, seeking confirmation. De Sheng Hung enunciated clearly. Task remuneration, 200,000. He urged those wanting to take the task, hurry and pay the fee to Chue Shui Fa. If you haven't paid, please vacate the restaurant. De Sheng Hung and Chue Shui Fa specialized in delivering underworld messages. They were always the first to receive word when a bounty task was issued. Their livelihood depended on these tidings. Not only did they secure a share from the thugs beforehand, but upon completion of the task, the thugs would also reward them with a red envelope. The size of the envelope hinged on the task's remuneration. Chue Shui Fa, wearing a smile, navigated through the throng with a tray in hand. As he presented the tray to the eager crowd, they promptly produced what little cash remained in their pockets, willingly depositing it into the tray. Before long, the tray brimmed with several $1,000s, a mere pittance compared to the enticing 2 million bounty. No one would forsake the tantalizing chance for such a substantial sum over a trivial amount of money. After all, one must have dreams. Watching the growing pile of cash in the tray, Chue Shui Fa felt a swell of satisfaction, envisioning delightful prospects. Tonight, no need to head to the city. I shall indulge in a more refined experience in Yao Ma Ti with a charming lady. The old adage isn't entirely accurate, much like the saying that wealth cannot corrupt. If wealth cannot corrupt, then what use is it to me? What captivates the heart most? Only a young woman biting her lip. Today, I shall seek a delightful encounter with such a lady. De Sheng Hung, after receiving the payment, declared loudly, the objectives of the task remain uncertain. However, there is one piece of information available, a black Toyota Bluebird with a shattered windshield. A reward of 10,000 awaits the one who locates the vehicle. Should you find the driver, the bounty escalates to 500,000. If the two gunmen can also be apprehended, a total of 2 million shall be yours. An impatient individual inquired, how do we confirm the identity of the driver and the gunman? De Sheng Hung replied, that is for you to ascertain. As long as you locate the vehicle, isn't it feasible to trace the driver? Once the driver is found, where could his accomplices possibly flee? He urged, the maritime routes have been effectively sealed. 2 million beckons you. Act swiftly, for I eagerly await your generous rewards. A gang member then questioned, who is the issuer of this task? De Sheng Hung chuckled, rest assured, this mission is jointly released by the Ian gang and the esteemed Prince Hong Shing, along with brother Ezdui Yong. They are reliable. You need not worry about them defaulting on payment. Chapter 88. Before the storm, De Sheng Hung smacked his forehead and added, the Ian gang has issued a decree for assassination. When you undertake a mission, ensure that you execute it well, otherwise they will deduct your pay. The tea restaurant erupted in an uproar. What? Is this for real? I'm not even into this sort of thing. Someone retorted. Another voice chimed in, it's a trivial matter. No matter who accomplishes the task. If you can't bring yourself to do it, come to me. For a mere 10 or 20,000, I'll handle it for you. De Sheng Hung stood atop the table, pointing and laughing at the man. Hu Zijian, how dare you charge for that? You're lucky to even get it for free. Hu Zijian raised a middle finger and spat back. Damn you. It's not easy to earn a little cash for my hobbies, and you dare complain? If you keep yapping, one day, I'll make sure to give you a good service. Please no. De Sheng Hung quickly waved off the offer, smirking, Brother GM, my apologies. My stomach has been fine lately, so I won't trouble you. Huh. De Sheng Hung, why are you being so timid? Let Brother Jian help you out, and maybe fix your constipation issue. Such was the nature of the gangsters. As long as there was excitement, they never shied away from trouble. The entrance of the tea restaurant swung open, and dozens of burly men streamed out, embarking on their mission. 200,000 was enough to make them risk their lives. Even 20,000 could spur them into action. Once the crowd dispersed, De Sheng Hung finished counting the cash on the tray and handed a portion to the tea restaurant owner. He then gave half of it to Chue Shui Fa, grinning broadly, and inquired, Fa, where are you off to today? Chue Shui Fa raised an eyebrow and chuckled lecherously. Of course, I'm heading to Temple Street. Today, I made a small fortune, so I won't be dining at the city fishball stall. I plan to indulge in something better. De Sheng Hung nodded in agreement, replying, indeed, we should treat ourselves. Those fishball girls don't even allow you to make a choice. Sometimes, you have to cover your face with a towel just to manage a bite. I'll join you for a proper meal. The restaurant owner cast a disdainful glance at the two, yet understood their mindset. In this life, one never knows what tomorrow holds, so when one has a little money, it's only natural to indulge. Not only the gangsters in Yau Ma Ti were stirred into action. Most of the gangsters in the Harbor's underworld had mobilized. 200,000 could make their eyes gleam with greed and compel them to take desperate risks. Lose. And they'd end up in a coffin. Win. And they'd be rolling in riches. Upon returning to his villa in Kowloon Tong, Jiang Sheng heard this news and fainted once more. Fresh out of the hospital, he was promptly sent back by Jiang Bo. As soon as Jiang Sheng regained consciousness, he urgently urged Jiang Bo, quickly get the family to the Kowloon villa and have Uncle Jing dispatch the elite gunners from the execution hall. Also, contact Mad Tiger immediately and clarify that this isn't the new G sending people after us. If that madman goes berserk, he won't hold back this time. I may be expendable, but our Jiang family has a vast empire to protect. Jiang Bo understood the gravity of the situation. Attacking a top-tier establishment was a serious taboo. In the underworld, it was not uncommon for a hall master to perish, but the demise of a leading figure was a rare occurrence. Internal conflicts were disregarded, as they were deemed family matters. However, the matter of the hired guns ambushing other factions is indeed grave. The underworld is not like the police. Actions do not necessitate evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. Jiang Bo's expression shifted unpredictably, and finally, with gritted teeth, he declared, I understand what must be done. I will use the film company as an excuse to personally visit Sha Tin. No matter the cost, I will secure a week's time. In Sha Tin, the foes of the Mad Tiger are few. This is likely the work of our family's enemies attempting to use a knife to slay us. Damn it! If I discover who it is, I shall make them pay dearly. Jiang Sheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It was due to a trivial matter that XING had fallen to this state today. He waved his hand and urged, quickly, don't delay. We cannot afford to waste time. Jiang Bo left the hospital, heading straight for Sha Tin. Along the way, he pondered the identity of the orchestrator. Was it the Number Gang or Shang He? Was it Hung Hing or Ho Tu? He considered all those whom XING had offended, and the more he thought, the more he was startled. Counting through them, he realized that all the prominent factions in the Hong Kong underworld had clashed with XING at some point. As he was lost in thought, the car came to a halt in front of the Black Tiger Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Bo exited the vehicle and walked inside, only to be blocked by the doorman. The martial arts hall has closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow. Jiang Bo produced a large golden bowl and placed it in the doorman's hand, saying, I am Jiang Bo from XING. I have matters to discuss with Brother Liu. I appreciate your help. The doorman silently acknowledged